Chapter 74. The spoiled young lady seeks trouble. He would not dare to take such a risk. As for those worthless blue entries, it is likely that only a free giveaway would entice someone to claim them. It appears that this capitalist ability can only be regarded as a futures option for the time being, Lin Feng thought with some resignation. At this stage, he could only contemplate the possibility of acquiring or drawing more practical blue entries in the future. For instance, enhancements to attack, penetration, or additional elemental damage could be tentatively applied to players on a small scale to observe the effects. As for the enchantments of golden entries, it would be prudent to wait until a guild system is established or reliable constraints are found. Having pondered these matters, Lin Feng began to respond to Old Wang's message. Lin Feng. Old Wang, the idea of forming a team is worth considering. However, it is still too early. We have just arrived in the main city and have yet to establish ourselves, and our strength is still insufficient. Lin Feng. You should take the time to familiarize yourself with the environment in Steel City, level up, and procure some equipment. I also need to focus on leveling up here in Hope City to enhance my own strength. Lin Feng. Once we have both stabilized a bit, we can discuss meeting up and forming a team. Let's keep in touch. His response was rather tactful, neither outright rejecting nor immediately agreeing. He aimed to keep Old Wang calm for the time being. After all, having more friends opens up more paths. Old Wang loves moving bricks. Oh, I see. That works. You are right, Xiao Feng. I was a bit too eager. Ha ha ha. Old Wang loves moving bricks. Just be sure to stay cautious while you are alone in Hope City. Old Wang loves moving bricks. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. While my strength may be lacking, I can still manage to hold a shield and defend a few times. Observing the concern expressed in Old Wang's messages, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Lin Feng. Rest assured, Old Wang, I am mindful of my situation. You take care as well. After concluding his communication with Old Wang, Lin Feng found his mental fatigue had intensified. He rubbed his temples and decided to cease overthinking, opting for a good night's sleep first. Tomorrow marks the beginning of his intensive leveling journey. The night passed without incident. Perhaps due to the previous battle and mental exhaustion, Lin Feng slept exceptionally soundly. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was the clamor from the street outside the inn that roused him. It seemed the day had already brightened considerably. He stretched lazily, feeling a significant reduction in his bodily fatigue, and his spirits had been rejuvenated quite a bit. Although he no longer possessed the boundless energy bestowed by the blessing of ancestors, his young physique still held strong, and his recovery abilities remained commendable. He glanced at his health bar. After a night of rest and the effect of the level 2 vitality entry from his iron boots, restoring 2 of maximum health per minute, he was in peak condition. Feeling quite good. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He got up, performed a brief grooming routine, and munched on 2 hard loaves he had purchased the previous day to replenish his strength. He contemplated visiting the stalls at the Central Plaza once more before embarking on the tide of the Dead Dungeon. Primarily, he wished to see if there were any new updates regarding his parents. Though hope was slim, he remained undeterred. Additionally, he was curious to see if any unwitting fools were genuinely prepared to pay 10,000 copper coins for his tome, Plague Trample. Although he does not currently expect to amass wealth from this endeavor, should it indeed sell, it would amount to a substantial fortune. With a glimmer of hope in his heart, Lin Feng departed from the humble inn, making his way toward the central square of the City of Hope. Along the way, he could distinctly perceive that the atmosphere in the City of Hope was far more tense and oppressive than when he first arrived yesterday. Players hurried past, most bearing expressions of seriousness and anxiety. The shops lining the streets remained open, yet customers were scant. In the square, although many players were still gathered, the discussions predominantly revolved around topics such as how to rapidly enhance one's strength and which dungeon yields the highest rewards. He quickened his pace, arriving at the familiar area of the central square. From a distance, he spotted his family search auction sign firmly planted in the ground. Beside the sign, the novice 1/Kutsu still sat on his small stool with a look of deep resentment, resembling a stone waiting for its husband. However, today's atmosphere seemed somewhat different. The crowd surrounding the sign was larger than yesterday. Moreover, the tension in the air felt palpable. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and pushed through the throng to approach. Before he could draw near, a clear and distinctly arrogant female voice rang out. "Hey, you there, the gatekeeper. Are you deaf or dumb? I'm speaking to you. That wretched skill book. 1,000 copper coins. Will you sell it or not?" Following the sound, Lin Feng beheld a petite yet strikingly arrogant girl, whose demeanor screamed, "I am the best in the world," boldly confronting 1/Kutsu with her hands on her hips. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, possessing an attractive visage with fair skin and delicate features, her hair styled in charming twin tails. Yet that gaze, that tone, it was more unpleasant and unyielding than a rock in a latrine. Behind her stood 4 players clad in standardized armor, tall and expressionless, unmistakably bodyguards or sycophants. Their levels seemed to hover around LV12. Lin Feng, having spent too much time on two class change quests, had long since vanished from the leaderboard, and their finely crafted equipment clearly indicated they were no ordinary players. As for the one being berated, cuts you. His face was flushed with embarrassment and fury, yet he seemed too intimidated to offend her, merely stammering an explanation. I've already told you, this book isn't mine. It belongs to the esteemed Lin Feng. He said the minimum price is 10,000 copper coins. Moreover, we must wait for his return to negotiate. I cannot make that decision. 10,000 copper coins, the spoiled girl scoffed, her voice rising to a sharp pitch. Why doesn't he just go steal it? It's merely a worthless blue skill book. The fact that I'm willing to offer 1,000 copper coins is already a sign of my respect for him. You need to contact him immediately and bring me that wretched book. Otherwise, the girl snorted coldly, threatening. Do you believe I can make it impossible for you to survive in this city of hope? Cuts you, terrified, turned pale, and sought help from the surrounding players. Yet, while the onlookers shared their discontent with the girl's overbearing attitude, the sight of her 4 intimidating bodyguards and her obviously expensive gear led most to choose self-preservation, whispering among themselves, none daring to step forward. Oh, who neglected to fasten their pants, leaving you exposed. This early in the morning, causing a ruckus like this, cough cough, where's the lady's temper? At that moment, a lazy yet mocking voice unexpectedly emerged from the back of the crowd. Everyone froze and turned to the source. Lin Feng, hands in his pockets, though he had none, sauntered from the crowd with a nonchalant stride, a smirk playing on his lips as his amused gaze scrutinized the arrogant girl. Chapter 75. The storm temporarily subsides at last. You have arrived, my esteemed ally. Upon seeing Lin Feng, it was as if a beacon of hope had emerged. I was nearly moved to tears. The headstrong young lady, taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden appearance, quickly regained her composure. Her brows furrowing and her eyes widening in indignation. She pointed at Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Who am I?" Lin Feng retorted as he approached his stall, plopping down onto the small stool previously occupied by the young lady. He propped his leg up casually, gesturing towards the sign nearby. "Look closely, this stall belongs to me. That tattered book is mine as well." He paused, surveying the headstrong young lady up and down, and clicked his tongue disapprovingly. "As for you, I suggest you find somewhere cool to stay. I am in a foul mood today, so do not provoke me into taking action." Lin Feng's words dripped with arrogance, a stark display of his disdain. Having been stifled with frustration over the lack of news regarding his parents, encountering such an insufferable young girl causing a ruckus at his stall was the last straw. It was utterly infuriating. Moreover, he felt a deep-seated resentment. How could such a spoiled young lady be unearthed by her parents while he remained lost in this chaotic world? "How dare you insult me? Do you have any idea who I am?" The headstrong young lady trembled with rage, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Having been pampered and adored throughout her life, she had never encountered such insolence before. "My father is the president of the Solar Guild, the Solar War God. You dare offend me," she threatened, carelessly invoking her powerful lineage. The Solar Guild? The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock upon hearing the name. It was one of the top 3 guilds in the City of Hope. The president, the Solar War God, was among the top 10 experts on the level leaderboard, formidable and influential. How could this young man dare to offend the daughter of the Solar Guild? Was he courting death? Many players cast sympathetic and schadenfreude-laden glances at Lin Feng. Yet, upon hearing the names Solar Guild and Solar War God, Lin Feng did not even flinch. He nonchalantly dug at his ear, displaying impatience as he remarked, "The Solar Guild? Never heard of it. What war god? Can he withstand a volley of my bullets? You." The headstrong young lady nearly fainted from fury. Her 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, stepping forward with an ominous aura radiating from them. "What? Are you looking for a fight?" Lin Feng shot a glance at the 4 bodyguards, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Did they wish to test the consequences of being apprehended by the guards for violating the city's rules against player combat? The bodyguards hesitated, clearly aware of the city's regulations, and dared not make a move. At least you are wise," Lin Feng scoffed, then pointed to the plague-stomped skill book on the ground. "Listen well, little girl. This book has a base price of 10,000 copper coins. If you can't afford it, then be off with you. Do not hinder my business. 1,000 copper coins for this exquisite skill book? Did he think her father was a mere scavenger?" Lin Feng's tone was laced with mockery. "You wait and see." The headstrong young lady was left speechless by Lin Feng's retort, her eyes brimming with unshed tears from the indignation. She stomped her foot, pointing at Lin Feng, and delivered a parting threat. "This isn't over. I will have my father deal with you." Realizing she could do nothing to Lin Feng within the confines of the city, she shot him a venomous glare before retreating with her 4 bodyguards, humiliated. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Feng smirked disdainfully. Little brat, you think I can't handle you?" Internally, he lamented, "What a world this is. I'm desperately seeking my parents, and yet there are these insufferable young ladies roaming about as if untouched by reality. Truly, it is infuriating. If it weren't for the city's prohibition on murder, I would have relished putting a bullet through her. He glanced at the still stunned one who had been assisting him. One cut to you, and snapped. What are you staring at? Hurry up and sit down. Keep watch. Remember, any offer below 10,000 copper coins, send them packing. And if you hear any news about my parents, notify me immediately. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Esteemed one. I understand. One cut to you nodded eagerly, returning to his stool, his gaze towards Lin Feng now filled with fervent admiration. So impressive. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Thus, a minor commotion instigated by a spoiled young lady was swiftly quelled by Lin Feng's sharp retorts, concluding with a whimper rather than a bang. As the onlookers dispersed, having found the excitement dissipated, news of Lin Feng's confrontation with the daughter of the Solar Guild spread like wildfire among the players of the City of Hope. In no time, Lin Feng's name became synonymous with mystery, strength, extraordinary fortune, and a new label: arrogant, audacious, and not to be trifled with. Some admired his bravery in confronting a major guild, while others deemed him reckless, certain he would eventually pay the price. There were those who reveled in his plight, eagerly awaiting how the Solar Guild would retaliate against a free player. Yet Lin Feng remained unfazed by it all. Offending the Solar Guild? Was he afraid? Perhaps just a smidgen, for they were indeed a powerful guild with a vast following. But he understood one crucial truth. In this apocalyptic game, strength was the only currency that mattered. As long as he was sufficiently powerful, what guild or guild leader could pose a threat to him? Besides, what he lacked most at present was not connections or backing, but rather levels and prowess. The daughter of the Solar Guild had served as a wake-up call. Even with his newly acquired S-rank hidden class and the red, capitalist enchantment, he remained merely a novice at level 10. In this treacherous main city, players and organizations with higher levels, superior equipment, and greater influence were plentiful. If he did not swiftly elevate his level and enhance his strength, he would be unable to search for his parents, let alone confront the apocalyptic horde of undead. In fact, mere survival would become a daunting challenge. No time to waste. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He glanced at his still quiet stall, then at one cut to you, who was trying hard to maintain the facade of a loyal guard. He stood, patting one cut to you on the shoulder. Well done, keep it up. Remember, no negotiations below 10,000 copper coins. The news of my parents is of utmost importance. If there's nothing urgent, don't bother me. With that, he tossed one cut to you 100 copper coins, an advance on tomorrow's wages, and a gesture to soothe his startled spirit. Then, without further ado, he turned and strode purposefully towards the entrance of the horde of the undead dungeon. The search for his family would have to wait. He needed to dive into that experience-rich dungeon immediately. He was determined to rapidly level up, to recover the attributes he had lost, to elevate his weapon level to LV10, and to advance his class level as swiftly as possible. He must grow stronger, and ever stronger. The entrance to the horde of the undead dungeon lay in the eastern district of the City of Hope, in a desolate area resembling an abandoned military exercise ground. Here, the atmosphere was far quieter than in the central square, with only a smattering of players entering and exiting. The dungeon entrance was a massive, swirling gray rift, exuding a pungent odor of gunpowder and the distinct stench of decay that accompanied the undead. Surrounding the rift, remnants of destroyed tanks, armored vehicles, and scattered shell casings and debris gave the impression of a recent, brutal conflict. Beside the entrance stood an ancient stone tablet, still bearing the same few lines of simple introduction. Dungeon, Zombie Tide. Level, LV10. Type, Special Challenge. Drops, none. Notes, full experience. No level restrictions. Lin Feng gazed at the entrance, inhaling deeply, his eyes ignited by a fervent desire to level up. Excellent. Everything is in place. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his dual pistols, steadying his breath. He could almost envision countless zombies surging towards him like a relentless tide, transforming under his furious firepower into a cascade of experience points. He could almost hear the melodious system notification ringing in his ears as he leveled up. He could almost feel the new power that awaited him when his twin Desert Eagles reached LV10. Experience, here I come, he growled, casting aside any hesitation. With determined strides, he plunged into the gray rift in space. Thus commenced his frenzied journey of leveling up. Chapter 76, the first battle against the zombie tide. Here I come, experience points. A subtle sensation of spatial distortion enveloped him, and Lin Feng felt his footing vanish. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a strange environment filled with rust, gunpowder, and the stench of decay. System notification, you have entered the special experience dungeon, Zombie Tide. Current wave, 0. Objective, withstand the impending zombie tide and survive. Warning, this dungeon does not yield any item drops, but defeating zombies grants full experience. No level restrictions. Tip, after successfully repelling 10 waves of attacks, you may choose to safely exit the dungeon and receive your experience rewards. Surveying the familiar notification before him, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening once more. This place was his only hope. It was his opportunity to swiftly enhance his strength. to pursue that faint glimmer of possibility. He scanned his surroundings. He stood on the second floor of a half-destroyed concrete bunker, on a shooting platform. The bunker bore the scars of battle, with walls riddled with bullet holes and charred marks, while several shooting openings faced an expanse of devastation outside. The open area was littered with the remnants of abandoned military vehicles, collapsed barbed wire, and dark, dried stains of unknown origin. In the distance, the outlines of demolished buildings could still be seen. The entire scene exuded a sense of desolation and foreboding, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The terrain is excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This bunker was perfectly situated, elevated and commanding a wide view. The shooting openings provided a measure of cover, ideal for his long-range firepower. Just then, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the area. Alert! Energy fluctuations detected in the spatial rift. The first wave of zombies is about to arrive. Please prepare for battle. Accompanying the alarm, several gray, ripple-like spatial rifts materialized in the ground of the open area directly in front of the bunker. With a roar, several zombies, clad in tattered camouflage and exhibiting a pallid skin tone, sluggishly crawled out from the rifts, shrieking. Newbie zombie. Level, LV10. Health, 1600. Attack power, 80. Defense, 40. Here they come. An appetizer. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and far from being alarmed, he felt elated. He swiftly raised his Twin Desert Eagles LV9. With the 50 base attack power boost from dual-wield LV1, combined with the 20 damage increase against undead creatures from 50,000 zombie slayers, his effective attack power against the zombies soared to a staggering 414 points. Bang, bang, bang. There was no need for precise aiming. Thanks to the accuracy enhancement bestowed by his Holy Gunner class and the inherent stability of the LV9 Desert Eagle, 3 bullets struck the head of the foremost newbie zombie with pinpoint precision. 374, 374, 374. 3 numbers, not particularly high, yet devastatingly lethal, floated into view. This LV-10 newbie zombie, boasting a defense of 40 points, had its health bar obliterated by his 3 shots. Its head exploded like a rotten watermelon, vanishing into a cloud of black light. System notification: you have slain newbie zombie LV-10, earning 50 experience points. What the hell? 50 experience points? Just for one? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Here, they actually grant 50 points for a single kill. Moreover, without any level restrictions. This is exhilarating. He bellowed with excitement, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like popping corn. In total, there were only 7 or 8 newbie zombies in the first wave, which he dispatched with precision and efficiency in under 10 seconds. Instantly, he accrued 300 to 400 experience points. This efficiency was simply extraordinary. First wave, successfully repelled. The next wave will arrive in 30 seconds. After a brief moment of calm, the second wave arrived as anticipated. The number of zombies increased to over a dozen, still LV-10 newbie zombies. Lin Feng could hardly be bothered to move, standing behind the shooting opening like a merciless target shooting machine, effortlessly eliminating them all. Another few hundred experience points in the bag. The third wave brought approximately 15 zombies and introduced a new type. Engineer zombie. Level, LV-11. Health, 1750. Attack power, 82. Defense, 50. These creatures wore tattered hard hats, and their defense was 10 points higher than that of the newbie zombies. A single shot from Lin Feng dealt 364 damage, necessitating an additional shot to finish them off. Moreover, these engineer zombies occasionally picked up stones or scraps of metal from the ground and hurled them towards the bunker. Although their aim was poor and the damage negligible, the occasional projectile was somewhat bothersome. Hey, they can throw trash now. Lin Feng grimaced, prioritizing the elimination of these engineer zombies first. The fourth wave featured 20 LV-11 newbie zombies. The fifth wave escalated to 25, a mix of LV-11 newbies and engineers, simultaneously emerging from both the front and left sides of the bunker. Lin Feng shifted his position slightly, firing with both hands, still managing to dispatch them with ease. Experience points steadily increased. The number of kills amassed rapidly. He felt as though he were playing a mowing game. The thrill was exhilarating. Soon, he reached the 10th wave. Alert! High energy reaction detected. The 10th wave of the zombie tide is approaching. Please be cautious. This time, the spatial rifts multiplied significantly. No fewer than 40 to 50 LV-12 zombies, newbies and engineers, surged forth from the rifts. A dark mass of undead. What caused Lin Feng's pupils to contract was the sight of a particularly large and robust figure at the rear of the horde, wielding a rusted steel rebar. Zombie Tide Corporal. Level, LV-13. Type, Elite Undead. Health, 8,000. Attack power, 120. Defense, 70. A mini-boss has arrived. Lin Feng's spirits soared. He did not rush to engage the formidable creature, instead directing his aim at the throngs of common zombies ahead. Clearing the small fry was always the top priority. Tat 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 tat. The roar of the twin desert eagles reverberated across the battlefield. Lin Feng maneuvered like a precise dancer on the small bunker platform. constantly switching shooting targets. 354, 344, 354. Although each individual zombie required several shots to bring down, his rapid-fire rate was astounding. In less than a minute, he had nearly cleared out the 40 to 50 ordinary zombies, leaving only the last one, brandishing the steel rebar and charging towards him with a ferocious roar. Only you left. Prepare to meet my ultimate treasure. Lin Feng let out a sinister laugh, concentrating all his firepower. 344, 344, 344. Bullets cascaded like raindrops upon the bodies of the zombie horde, forcing them to retreat incessantly. A series of damage numbers erupted from their forms, with 8,000 health points. It seemed substantial, yet in the face of Lin Feng's monstrous sustained output, it remained woefully inadequate. The undead soldiers never even had the chance to approach the fortress before Lin Feng mercilessly obliterated them mid-charge. Wave 10. Defense successful. System notification. You have successfully withstood 10 waves of the zombie horde. You may choose to safely exit or continue the challenge. Exit? What a preposterous notion. This was merely the warm-up. Lin Feng glanced at his experience bar, which had risen significantly. He was not far from leveling up. Without hesitation, he opted to continue challenge. He also noted that from the 1st to the 10th wave, he had approximately slain nearly 300 zombies. The experience bar for his Twin Desert Eagles LV9 050000 had increased by around 600 points. Quite efficient. Onward. Lin Feng felt invigorated. As he progressed from the 11th to the 20th wave, the difficulty escalated noticeably. The zombies' levels soared to LV13 and LV15, with their numbers swelling to 50 or even more per wave. New special mutated types began to emerge. Raider Zombie, level, LV13-15 health points, 2,000 attack power, 100 defense, 40 agility. High. These zombies moved with remarkable speed, their trajectories erratic and unpredictable. Unlike the typical mindless charge of ordinary zombies, which posed a challenge for Lin Feng's aim, he found himself expending greater effort to anticipate their movements, slightly diminishing his shooting efficiency. However, it was merely a slight decrease. With the high precision and stability of the Twin Desert Eagles LV9, coupled with his own impressive agility of 84 providing extraordinary reaction speed, these raiders met their demise without fail. Soon, around the 18th wave, Lin Feng's ears were graced with the long-awaited chime of heavenly notification. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV11. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Experience required for upgrade. 025000. At last, he had leveled up. Lin Feng jubilantly punched the air. He glanced at his cumulative kill count, which hovered around 650. On average, each creature had indeed provided nearly 80 points of experience. Attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated his precious 5 points, 3 to stamina and 2 to agility. While agility was undeniably important for evasion and shooting speed, he felt that enhancing his endurance was paramount at this juncture. After allocating the points and feeling the slight increase in his vitality, albeit modest, Lin Feng felt emboldened. Bring it on. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. He raised his dual pistols once more, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the rift from which the next wave of monsters would emerge. Chapter 77. The Fatigue of 30 Waves. After leveling up to LV11 and adding 3 points to stamina, Lin Feng distinctly felt an improvement in his condition. While the loss of the ancestral blessing, that perpetual motion sensation, was irreplaceable, he at least felt more resilient, not in a physical sense of withstanding blows, but rather in terms of mental fortitude and endurance. The increase in his health points granted him a slight margin for error when faced with unforeseen circumstances. With this modest enhancement, Lin Feng pressed on with his monster-slaying endeavors. Starting from the 21st wave, the difficulty of the dungeon escalated once more. The zombies' levels generally surged to LV16 and LV18. Their health points, attack power, and defense all saw significant increases. Lin Feng now required 57 shots to eliminate an ordinary LV16 zombie, and nearly 10 shots for an LV18. The efficiency of his monster extermination inevitably began to wane. What was even more troublesome was the proliferation of special mutated types. In addition to the previously encountered raider zombies, 2 new grotesque entities emerged. Heavy Armor Zombie, level, LV16-18 health points, 5,000 attack power, 110 defense, 100 physical, 30 energy head. This type of zombie donned heavy, tattered metal armor that nearly enveloped its entire form, boasting a physical defense of 100 points. Lin Feng's bullets barely inflicted 314 points of damage upon them. Only by accurately striking their exposed heads or utilizing energy weapons could he deal significant harm. This undeniably heightened the operational difficulty for Lin Feng. He had to skillfully pinpoint the heads of these armored foes amidst the chaos of battle. Exploder Zombie, level, LV15-17 health points, 1,000 attack power, 60 defense. 20 of these zombies appeared bloated and moved sluggishly, seeming harmless. Yet, upon being slain or getting within a certain proximity to a player, they would detonate. Boom. A resounding explosion would inflict considerable fiery damage within a 3-meter radius. Although Lin Feng, due to his high agility, could evade such blasts, the mass suicide charges of these exploder zombies were quite vexing. They needed to be prioritized for elimination from a safe distance. Moreover, starting from the 25th wave, the zombies' attack directions grew increasingly complex. They no longer confined themselves to the front and left side of the fortress. Monsters began to spawn from the ruins on the right side, and even from the entrance behind the fortress. Lin Feng had to maintain a vigilant 360-degree awareness. He frequently moved, turned, and shot atop the small fortress platform. The mental strain surged. Damn it, have these monsters become sentient? Do they know how to flank? Lin Feng grumbled as he precisely eliminated a lurker zombie, attempting to scale the side wall of the fortress. Lurker zombie, level, LV 16-18 health points, 3000 attack power, 130 defense, 50 agility. Very high. This creature was akin to a hunter's reincarnation. Swift, high jumping, capable of climbing walls. It relished launching surprise attacks from various angles. Had Lin Feng's reflexes not been sharp, he would have nearly been taken down from behind moments ago. Time slipped away in this tense yet monotonous monster-slaying endeavor, second by second. Lin Feng felt as if his fingers would ignite from the rapid firing. Ding! At long last. Just as the 27th wave drew to a close, the upgrade notification chimed once more. System notification, congratulations. You have leveled up to LV12. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Experience required for upgrade, 040000. Another level up. Lin Feng felt a surge of energy. He glanced at his cumulative kill count, which was approximately around 1,300. From LV11 to LV12, 25,000 experience was required, and he had likely dispatched 600 to 700 monsters. Although the efficiency had slowed compared to the outset, it remained commendable. Allocate points. Continue to enhance stamina. Lin Feng decided without delay. The intense battles of the previous waves had further illuminated the necessity of adequate endurance to sustain such prolonged, high-intensity monster slaying. Strength, 44. Agility, 86-88. Stamina, 72-75. Spirit, 43. Another 3 points in stamina, 2 points in agility. He felt his health bar thickening just a tad. His evasion seemed to have become more composed as well. Excellent. Onward. The objective. Wave 30. Lin Feng encouraged himself. He was eager to see if, after augmenting his stamina twice, he could more easily reach the 30th wave. However, reality proved to be merciless. From the 28th wave onward, the strength and density of the monsters escalated once again. The level 18 zombies became the main force. The level 16 and 17 ones were merely minor threats. The infiltrators, exploders, and heavy armored types of repulsive special monsters reared their heads in nearly every wave. Often, they appeared in combination. Lin Feng had to maintain a heightened state of concentration at all times, his eyes darting in every direction, ears attuned to every sound. He needed to prioritize eliminating the most threatening exploders and infiltrators, while also seeking opportunities to land headshots on the resilient, heavy armored foes, all the while clearing away the relentless tide of ordinary shamblers. Multitasking. The operational demands were immense. Even with Lin Feng's swift reflexes and precise marksmanship, errors were inevitable. Several times, he narrowly escaped being pounced upon by an infiltrator. On one occasion, in an attempt to evade an infiltrator's leap, he inadvertently drew near an oncoming exploder and was caught in its self-detonation, losing several points of health. Though the damage was not substantial, the heart-stopping sensation only served to drain him further. Why did these 30 waves feel more exhausting than battling a tank? Lin Feng wailed internally while frantically maneuvering. Fighting a tank was tiring, yet it was a one-on-one duel. He merely needed to focus on the boss's movements. But now, he faced an onslaught of enemies from all sides, of various types. The volume of information to process was overwhelming. The mental exhaustion was entirely on another level. Finally, just as Lin Feng felt his vision blurring and his fingers threatening to cramp, the 30th wave arrived. Alert! High-intensity zombie tide approaching. Wave 30 attack commencing. This time, the number of monsters spawned surged beyond 150. A black mass. It nearly filled the open ground surrounding the fortress. Level 18 zombies led the charge. Among them were at least 5 infiltrators, 3 exploders, and 2 towering, heavy armored zombies. Even more terrifying, at the rear of the horde, 2 figures emerged. Even more imposing than the previous, zombie sergeants, wielding colossal wrenches. Zombie sergeant, level, LV18. Type, elite undead. Health, 15,000. Attack, 150. Defense, 90. Skills, charge, heavy strike. 2. Level 18 mini-bosses. Good grief. Is there no respite? Lin Feng felt his scalp prickle at the sight. The difficulty. It was undoubtedly greater than he had anticipated. He scarcely had time to ponder. The battle had already begun. 5. Infiltrators launched ethereal leaps from various directions. 3. Exploders charged towards the fortress with a deafening roar. 2. Heavy armored advanced with heavy strides, like moving fortifications. And those two, zombie sergeants, brandishing their massive wrenches, followed behind the horde to bolster their ranks. Enemies surrounded him from all angles. Lin Feng felt as if he had plunged into a dire predicament. He had no time to aim. He could only rely on instinct. Frantically dodging, shooting, evading a infiltrator's lunge, sidestepping the explosion radius of an exploder, raising his weapon to blind fire at several obstructing, ordinary zombies, seeking opportunities to deliver a headshot to the heavy armored. He felt like a spinning top, whirling amidst the hail of bullets and the relentless zombie tide. Each second hung precariously between life and death. His spirit, his stamina, all draining at an unprecedented rate. Time became an abstract concept, stretching on for what felt like an eternity. When Lin Feng finally obliterated the last zombie sergeant, he collapsed, utterly spent, onto the platform of the fortress, gasping for breath. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Exhausted, truly exhausted. This high-intensity, unrelenting battle, demanding the utmost of both mental and operational faculties, was far more torturous than the final boss fight of the Black Carnival. Wave 30. Defense successful. System notification. You have successfully repelled 30 waves of the zombie tide. You may choose to exit safely or continue the challenge. Exit. I must leave. Lin Feng unhesitatingly opted to withdraw. He felt utterly drained, lacking even the strength to lift his weapon. Continuing would surely lead to his demise here. It seemed he had underestimated the impact of losing the buff. Without infinite stamina, such high-intensity sustained combat was far too taxing. Clearly, adjustments in strategy were necessary. Chapter 78. Bad news arrives. A flash of white light, and Lin Feng was transported back to the East District of Hope City, at the entrance to the abandoned military exercise dungeon. As soon as he emerged, he felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing his footing and collapsing. The exhaustion from the dungeon surged back like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him. Damn. The aftereffects are too severe. Lin Feng leaned against a nearby cold concrete remnant, gasping for air, every inch of him aching, his head spinning. He understood that this was due to the severe mental and physical drain he had experienced in the dungeon, compounded by the abrupt transition from that heightened state of combat. As soon as his body relaxed, all the fatigue surged back. No time to waste. He needed to find a place to rest. All he wanted was a bed to sleep for 3 days and nights. To hell with leveling up. To hell with monster grinding. Dragging his heavy limbs, he prepared to return to the shabby inn he had rented yesterday. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a notification pinged. Beep, beep. It was a friend request alert from the player One Cut to You. To prepare for earlier circumstances, Lin Feng had added him as a friend before leaving. Frowning slightly in annoyance, he opened the communication interface. A message from One Cut to You. One Cut to You. Big shot. Big shot. Are you there? Something major has happened. Please come back and take a look. The message was followed by a cascade of fearful and anxious emojis. Huh. Something's wrong. Lin Feng's heart leapt. Could it be that the young lady from the Sunfire Guild was causing trouble again? He steeled himself and replied. What happened? Take your time. One Cut to You. It's not about the young lady. It's about your parents. Someone just came. He said he knows your parents. What? Lin Feng felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart, causing it to momentarily cease its rhythm. All fatigue and discomfort were cast aside in that instant. Trembling fingers typed. Where is he? Tell him to wait. I'm coming back immediately. Ignoring his exhaustion, Lin Feng pushed himself to his utmost speed. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to return to the central square instantly. He even forgot to ask whether the news was good or bad. Hope. A colossal hope blazed like a flame within his heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, his parents were indeed safe? They might simply be in another location. Finally receiving news and making their way here. Filled with this excitement and trepidation, Lin Feng darted toward the central square like an arrow released from its bow. In the central square, beneath the family-seeking advertisement board, a crowd of onlookers gathered around, still eager for the spectacle. A single strike shattered the tense atmosphere as you stood beside a seemingly destitute middle-aged man. The man was clad in a tattered coarse garment, his face etched with the marks of hardship and exhaustion, his murky eyes brimming with profound sorrow and a hint of guilt. Like a whirlwind, Lin Feng rushed forward, parting the crowd and confronting the middle-aged man directly. Do you know my parents? Lin Feng's voice, tinged with excitement, cracked as he fixed his gaze intently on the man. Startled by Lin Feng's fervor, the man instinctively took a step back, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. Why, you are Lin Feng, the son of Lin Guodong and Wang Shufan? Yes, that's me. Lin Feng nodded eagerly. Where are my parents? Did they come with you? The man's eyes dimmed further. He lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze, his voice heavy with anguish. Child, I am sorry. What about brother Lin and his wife? The man choked on his words, unable to continue, only shaking his head in despair. Boom. Lin Feng felt as if his mind had been detonated by a bomb, plunging him into a void of emptiness. He stared blankly at the sorrowful man before him, listening to his fragmented yet painfully clear words. A chilling wave surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him utterly frozen. No, this cannot be true. It must be an illusion. How could his parents? What did you say? Lin Feng's voice trembled. Laced with a madness he could scarcely believe. Say it again. What happened to my parents? The middle-aged man sighed heavily, lifting his head, tears brimming in his murky eyes. Child, I know this is hard to accept, but it is true. I am Lao Sun from Novice Village 686. Wiping away his tears, Lao Sun began to recount the tale. It turned out that Lao Sun and Lin Feng's parents had indeed been transported to the same Novice Village 686. Lin Guodong, drawing on his prior experience as a soldier, quickly organized a group within the village, striving to maintain order and lead them in battling monsters for survival. The couple was well-liked and respected in the village. However, 10 days later, a horde of corpses descended upon Village 686. The village's defenses were swiftly obliterated, and ultimately, they were completely overwhelmed by the onslaught. The subsequent words faded into a blur for Lin Feng. A deafening buzz filled his ears as everything around him became indistinct. His father's warm smile, his mother's stern admonitions. The cozy image of their family huddled together on the small sofa watching television. All those once vividly real scenes now shattered in his mind like fragments of glass. His heart felt as though a piece had been violently ripped away, leaving him gasping for breath. A chilling, dark emotion, rife with brutality and a desire for destruction, surged within him like a demon unleashed from its shackles, voraciously consuming his sanity. Why? Why did this happen? This damned game. This wretched world. Why must it take everything from him? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers, yet he felt no pain. His eyes, unbeknownst to him, had turned a furious crimson, filled with terrifying veins. An icy, terrifying murderous intent radiated uncontrollably from him. The onlookers, sensing this palpable aura of death, paled in fear and recoiled, unwilling to approach. Even Lao Sun, the messenger, trembled in fright at Lin Feng's current demeanor. Lin Feng suddenly threw his head back, unleashing a roar filled with boundless anguish and fury. The sound was piercing, akin to a wounded beast, echoing throughout the square. He loathed this accursed world. He loathed those damned corpses. And above all, he loathed his own weakness and helplessness. If only he had found his parents sooner. If only he possessed greater strength. Would everything have turned out differently? Strength. Strength. I need strength. Lin Feng's eyes blazed red as he whispered fiercely. An unprecedented, crystal-clear, and frenzied thought crystallized in his mind. He must grow stronger. At any cost, he must become powerful. He would penetrate this wretched game. He would find the core of this world. He would discover a way to resurrect his parents. Even if there was but a glimmer of hope. Even if it meant standing against the entire world. Even if it meant descending into endless hell. He would spare no effort. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the still weeping Lao San, and extracted a large bag of copper coins, at least 1,000, from his backpack, expressionless as he handed it to him. Here, take this. Thank you. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Having said that, he lingered no longer, dragging a heavy burden that seemed to carry the darkness of the entire world. Step by step, back toward the entrance of the horde of corpses, dungeon. There, it was no longer a paradise for leveling up. It would become his crucible for honing his claws and amassing the strength for revenge. He would use endless slaughter to commemorate the bonds that had been lost, to pave the path for his defiance against fate. Upon re-entering the horde of corpses, dungeon, Lin Feng's entire demeanor transformed. The previous excitement and anticipation vanished, replaced by a cold, nearly numbed focus. He no longer sought extreme wave counts nor cared about mental fatigue. He stood at the shooting port of the stronghold, like an emotionless machine, mechanically repeating the motions of slaughter. His gaze was vacant, his expression indifferent. It was as if he intended to unleash all the endless pain and rage within him upon these damned corpses. Kill, kill, kill. Only through killing could he temporarily forget that heart-wrenching agony. Only the fluctuation of experience points could reassure him of his existence, that he was still alive, still progressing towards that elusive goal. Time slipped by in the numbing carnage. He lost track of how long he had been grinding, how many corpses he had slain. It was only when another surge of leveling up illuminated the surroundings that he regained some awareness. System notification, congratulations. You have leveled up to LV 13. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Experience required for next level, 060000. He glanced at his cumulative kill count, which had exceeded 3,000. He had forcibly filled the 40,000 experience required to advance from LV 12 to LV 13 through this near self-destructive method. Allocate points. Without a moment's hesitation. Strength, 44. Agility, 88. Stamina, 85, 5. Spirit, 43. This time, he allocated all his points solely to stamina. He needed greater vitality to sustain the unending slaughter. Having finished allocating points, he was just about to continue when an alarm blared. Alert! New high-threat units detected. Please be cautious. Accompanying the alarm, several uniquely shaped corpses appeared within the horde. They were emaciated, their skin an eerie dark purple, with grotesque bulges on their backs, resembling continuously writhing flesh tumors. Their mouths could not close, constantly dripping a green liquid that emitted a pungent, acidic odor. Corrosive Spitter. Level, LV18. Health, 3500. Attack power, 90, melee, 120, ranged acid. Defense, 60. Skills. Acid Spray. Fires a corrosive acid at the target, causing damage over time and reducing armor. Tumor Explosion. Upon death, the back tumor explodes, dealing splash damage with acid to nearby enemies. A new twist? A glimmer of icy light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he raised his weapon and fired. 354. His defense was formidable. Moreover, the corrosive liquid projected from a distance appeared to be anything but benign. Lin Feng immediately prioritized it as a target of utmost urgency. Chapter 79. The Young Miss Strikes Again. The subsequent process of monster hunting became increasingly arduous and repulsive. The newly emerged Corrosive Spitter, though not possessing particularly high health, posed significant challenges with its long-range acidic sprays. The corrosive liquid not only had an extensive range, but also inflicted continuous damage upon impact, while simultaneously diminishing his already meager defenses. Even more vexing was the fact that upon their demise, they would self-detonate, leaving behind a pool of acid that persistently caused harm, severely restricting Lin Feng's mobility. On numerous occasions, in his attempts to evade the pouncing stalker or to eliminate the heavy armored zombies, he was compelled to venture dangerously close to the acid pools, resulting in painful burns and swift declines in health. He found himself yearning for the times when Ancestor's blessing was still active. Back then, he could have bathed in lava without a hint of injury. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Gritting his teeth, he approached these new threats with even greater caution, prioritizing the elimination of the corrosive spitters. Utilizing the shooting holes of the fortifications, he skillfully maneuvered to avoid direct hits from the acidic sprays, striving to dispatch them far from his immediate vicinity. The battle became a true test of patience and skill. Lin Feng's heart, amidst the monotonous slaughter and the precarious dance with death that marked his days, grew increasingly hardened. Resembling an emotionless slab of steel, time slipped away like grains of sand through his fingers. He had lost all sense of how many days he had spent in this oppressive, gray dungeon. All he knew was that when hunger struck, he nibbled on bread. When thirst beckoned, he drank cool water, and when fatigue overtook him, he leaned against the wall for a brief respite before resuming his killing spree. His level steadily ascended through this near-maddening cycle of self-inflicted torment. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV14. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Experience required for next level, 090000. Lin Feng numbly opened his attributes panel, noting that his cumulative kill count had surpassed 5,000. He had painstakingly amassed the 60,000 experience required to progress from LV13 to LV14. Attribute allocation. Once again, he prioritized stamina but allocated 2 points to agility this time. Strength, 44. Agility, 90-92. Stamina, 85-88. Spirit, 43. His health cap had significantly increased since the loss of his buffs, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. The boost in agility also afforded him a measure of composure when confronting the ever-swifter stalkers and raiders. The experience bar for his firearms skill surged, bringing him closer to the 50,000 experience target. Just one level away from LV15, Lin Feng gazed at the daunting 90,000 experience required for the next tier. A flicker of fatigue crossing his features, yet more predominant was an almost obsessive determination. As long as he reached LV15, he would be able to learn the coveted purple biomodification skill. This was his glimmer of hope for rapidly enhancing his strength and altering his combat style. He clicked Continue Challenge once more. However, after a few waves, he sensed that his mental state had reached its limits. The zombies before him began to blur, and his fingers felt unresponsive. He understood that he could not continue. Persisting further could lead to fatal mistakes, resulting in a loss of experience that would be utterly detrimental. Retreat. He suppressed the urge to continue and opted to exit the dungeon. As soon as he returned to Hope City, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The intense monster hunting over several consecutive days had drained him profoundly. He resolved to return to the inn and get a good night's sleep, wishing to think of nothing. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as he approached the entrance of the dungeon, before he could escape this secluded area, he was confronted. The previously spoiled girl in a pink outfit with twin ponytails stood before him, hands on her hips, wearing a triumphant expression. Behind her were not only the 4 LV12 bodyguards from before, but also an additional 7 or 8 players who appeared to be of higher level and better equipped. Humph. Lin Feng, you turtle, finally willing to show yourself? The spoiled girl exclaimed, her voice high-pitched and sharp, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of offending me. Next to her, a young man wielding a large sword at LV13 regarded Lin Feng with an intimidating gaze and coldly stated, You, boy, are the one who bullied our young lady? Quite audacious. Kneel and apologize to her this instant. Then, Hand over your skill book with both hands. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. Their demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, entirely disregarding Lin Feng. Clearly, they perceived him as merely a fortuitous, somewhat capable solo player, likely to yield before the might of their Sunfire Guild. However, what they faced was a Lin Feng who had just endured the anguish of loss, his heart brimming with a violent thirst for retribution. Lin Feng surveyed the group of buffoons before him, listening to their foolish threats, his expression unyielding and coldly indifferent. He could hardly be bothered to engage in dialogue. Slowly, he raised his hand and pointed at the players of the Sunfire Guild. Then, in a tone devoid of any emotion, as if pronouncing a judgment, he addressed a nearby NPC guard who had been drawn to the commotion. "Guard, brother." His voice was soft, yet remarkably clear. The patrol captain turned at the sound, his eyes widening in recognition of Lin Feng, flashing a hint of respect. "Hero Lin Feng, what brings you here?" Lin Feng pointed towards the group of Sunfire Guild players and spoke in a flat tone. "This group has gathered to incite trouble, provoke conflict, threaten intimidation, and even intends to rob me of my belongings, severely disrupting the peace and order of Hope City. According to city regulations, how should this be handled?" Upon hearing this, not only were the members of the Sunfire Guild taken aback, but even the surrounding players were left speechless. This fellow had the audacity to report them directly to an NPC, and judging by the patrol captain's demeanor, it seemed he genuinely recognized him. He even called him a hero. What was happening? "What? You dare to slander us?" The LV-13 swordsman exclaimed in shock and rage. The spoiled girl shrieked, "You're lying. You were the one who insulted me first. Guard, don't listen to his nonsense. My father is the god of Sunfire." Yet, the patrol captain did not even spare them a glance. His gaze shifted between Lin Feng and the players of the Sunfire Guild, landing on the sword that the young man was holding with a frown of disapproval. As a member of the City Lord's Guard, they had their own intelligence channels and were aware that Lin Feng was a person of great importance to both the City Lord and Master Eli. This was tantamount to slapping the City Lord's face. The patrol captain's expression darkened instantly, his tone becoming exceedingly stern. "Hope City does not recognize any guilds without world acknowledgement. Release that adventurer immediately. Sheathe your weapons. Any form of provocation or intimidation is strictly prohibited within Hope City. Otherwise, do not blame us for enforcing the law." As he spoke, the guards behind him collectively raised their energy rifles. The gun barrels crackled with dangerous arcs of electricity, aimed directly at the members of the Sunfire Guild. The chilling aura of hostility left no doubt in anyone's mind that should they dare to make any move, these guards would open fire without hesitation. The face of the LV-15 swordsman turned ashen. He never anticipated that these NPC guards would show such blatant disregard for the Solar Guild in favor of a lone player. The spoiled girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. Although she was willful, she was not a fool. She understood that confronting these frigid law enforcement NPCs would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. Not even her father, the guild leader, could save her, for there was no officially recognized guild in existence at present. "Humph, you think you're tough?" The young man, unwilling to accept defeat, released his grip on the weapon that had struck you, casting a fierce glare at Lin Feng, and declared, "Let us go." With that, he led the group of equally disgruntled Solar Guild members, alongside the sulking yet silent spoiled girl, away in disgrace. Lin Feng observed the retreating figures of the Solar Guild, with an expression devoid of emotion. He had exercised remarkable restraint by refraining from violence. Chapter 80 Dream. His body felt as if it had been disassembled, each bone protesting with an agonizing groan. With leaden legs, Lin Feng painstakingly returned to the diminutive, dilapidated hotel room from the previous day. At this moment, he harbored but one desire: to sleep. What did it matter about leveling up? What did it matter about news from his parents? What did it matter about this damned apocalypse? The vastness of the world paled in comparison to the paramount importance of sleep. He was even too weary to remove the blood-stained and sweat-soaked clothes clinging to him. He simply collapsed onto the hard, splinter-ridden wooden bed with a thud. Darkness enveloped him like a gentle tide, swiftly submerging him. Exhaustion, to its utmost degree, hastened his descent into slumber. Yet, this dream was anything but tranquil. He dreamt of that familiar neighborhood, the well-known apartment building, and the beloved home. In the living room, his father, Lin Guodong, donned his reading glasses, intently absorbed in a newspaper, occasionally lifting a thermos to sip from the strong tea that could serve as soy sauce. In the kitchen, the familiar clatter of cooking echoed, accompanied by the gentle, albeit somewhat complaining, voice of his mother, Wang Shufan. Feng, how many times have I told you? When you finish playing the game, turn off the computer. Do you think electricity is free? And also, don't throw your socks around. They're all beside the washing machine. Wash them yourself. Hurry up and come eat. The food is getting cold. All you do is play games. What will you do in the future? The voice was so vivid, so warm, infused with the essence of home that he had known since childhood. Lin Feng laughed in his dream, grinning like a fool. He yearned to rush over, embrace that nagging yet infinitely loving mother, and give his taciturn yet ever supportive father a bear hug. He wished to tell them that he had grown up and could protect them now. he wished. However, the scene abruptly shifted. The cozy home vanished. In its place stood a wasteland engulfed in flames. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The deafening sounds of explosions and the howls of zombies pounded against his eardrums like a relentless hammer. He saw his father, Lin Guodong, clad in tattered clothing, wielding a massive axe, fiercely battling a hulking mutated zombie with bloodshot eyes. The axe struck the zombie's body, leaving only a shallow white mark. He saw his mother, Wang Shufan, beside his father, gazing in despair at the oncoming tide of corpses. Feng Feng, run. Don't worry about us. Son, live well. The muffled voice, as if filtered through thick glass, came intermittently. Then, the scene was abruptly swallowed by an endless darkness. No. Lin Feng bolted upright in bed. Cold sweat drenched him. His heart raced. He gasped for air. Before him lay the dim, cramped hotel room. The weak glow of the magical lamp casting feeble light upon the walls. Silence. A deathly silence. Was everything that had just transpired merely a dream? No. It was not a dream. It was a bloody reality that had already unfolded. Old Sun's words echoed in his ears like a cursed incantation. He charged into the horde to cover others, and did not make it out. Ah! Lin Feng clutched his head in agony, emitting a low growl akin to that of a wounded beast. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, mingling with sweat, soaking the pillow. It was the first time he had cried in this damned world. Not from pain, nor from fear, but from a bone-deep, irrevocable despair and regret. Why? Why hadn't he found them sooner? Why was he not strong enough? If only he had not chosen to solo grind, and had sought them out earlier. If he could just be a little stronger, a little faster. Would the outcome have been different? Strength, strength. Lin Feng's eyes blazed red. His fists clenched tightly. His nails dug deep into his palms, blood seeping forth once more. He was filled with hatred. Hatred for his helplessness. Hatred for this damned world. Resurrection. That frenzied thought ignited like a spark in the darkness, burning fiercely within his heart. No matter the cost. No matter how faint the hope. He must discover a way to resurrect his parents. For that, he needed power. Power far beyond his current abilities. Power to crush everything. He leapt from the bed. The sorrow and pain in his gaze gradually gave way to a chilling, almost frenzied determination. The dream was brief, yet time passed swiftly. He yearned to grow stronger. He approached the corner of the room, splashing his face with cold water in a haphazard attempt to awaken himself. Taking a deep breath, he opened his backpack and hastily shoved the few remaining hard biscuits into his mouth, swallowing them whole. Tasteless, like chewing wax. Yet he needed to replenish his energy to sustain his body's basic functions. It was not enough, far from it. He cast his gaze toward the gray entrance of the instance. Zombie tide assault. There lay his only opportunity to rapidly acquire strength. Although tedious, fraught with peril, and laden with painful memories, he had no other choice. He must return, to hone his will through endless slaughter, to elevate his level through surging experience. Wait for me. Mom and Dad, Lin Feng murmured, his voice hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Then, he abruptly turned, his eyes regaining their previous coldness and indifference. He pushed open the creaking wooden door of the hotel once more, like an emotionless specter, merging into the streets of Hope City at dawn. Once more stepping into the gray fissure of zombie tide assault, Lin Feng's heart had grown eerily calm. The earlier excitement was absent, as was the previous fatigue. Only a chilling silence remained, as frigid as eternal ice. He skillfully arrived at the shooting platform on the second level of the fortress, surveyed his surroundings, and then quietly awaited the arrival of the first wave of zombies. The alarm blared. The fissure appeared. LV-10 new recruit zombies staggered forth. Lin Feng raised his twin desert eagles. His gaze, as tranquil as a still pond. Bang. The gun fired. Headshot. Experience gained, 50. Everything unfolded as it had before. Fluid and precise. Yet his entire demeanor was utterly transformed. He no longer sought the thrill of headshots, nor did he care for the experience points. He was merely executing a process, a clearly defined objective. Eliminate all enemies before him. Gain experience. Level up. The second wave. The third wave. He moved like the most finely tuned killing machine, tirelessly repeating the motions of aiming, shooting, and repositioning. Soon, he arrived at the 10th wave. LV-13, Zombie Corporal, charged forth with a swarm of minions. Lin Feng remained expressionless, prioritizing the elimination of the smaller foes before concentrating his firepower on the corporal. 344. 344. The damage numbers fluctuated steadily. The private, still unable to advance, was shot to pieces. 10th wave. Defense successful. Continue the challenge. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed on. 11th wave, 12th wave. The Raider zombie made its appearance. They remained swift, their movements elusive. Yet, under Lin Feng's cold and precise gunfire, they could not escape the fate of being eliminated. By the 20th wave, the LV-15 Horde Sergeant, clad in heavy armor and accompanied by exploders, entered the fray. The scene became increasingly chaotic. Lin Feng, however, maintained an impassive expression, calmly addressing each threat. He prioritized eliminating the self-destructive exploders, then seized the opportunity to dispatch the heavy armor foes ultimately dealing with the minor boss, the Horde Sergeant. His execution was even more precise and efficient than before. He had cast aside all unnecessary emotions, devoting his entire cognitive capacity to the battle itself. By the 25th wave, stealth zombies began launching surprise attacks from every corner. Lin Feng's reflexes were astonishingly quick, consistently thwarting them before they could leap at him or forcing them to retreat. The 30th wave brought forth a terrifying combination led by two Horde Sergeants, mingling with stealth zombies, exploders, heavy armor, and a multitude of ordinary zombies. Previously, Lin Feng had fought to the brink of exhaustion here, nearly succumbing. This time, the struggle remained arduous, demanding his utmost focus. Yet, his gaze remained cold and concentrated. His fingers steadily pulled the trigger. His feet moved along the narrow platform, tracing the most optimized route. The battle raged on longer than before. When the last Horde Sergeant fell to a headshot, Lin Feng merely exhaled lightly, a sheen of fine sweat forming on his forehead. The fatigue was still present, yet far less intense than the last time. Was it the attribute boost from leveling up? Or had his frozen heart dulled his perception of exhaustion? 30th wave. Defense successful. Continue the challenge. Lin Feng chose to forge ahead once more. He longed to see how far he could push himself this time. 31st wave, 32nd wave. The monster's levels escalated to LV-18 and LV-19. The corrosive sprayer began to appear more frequently. Their long-range acid sprays posed a significant threat to Lin Feng. He had to move more frequently, seeking cover to evade those lethal green liquids. Several times, he was splattered with acid, the durability of his armor gradually diminishing, his health continuously waning. Yet, he did not falter. His eyes, like a solitary wolf in the heart of winter, were cold and relentless. 35th wave, 38th wave. The number of monsters stabilized at over 200 per wave. A composite assault formed by various special infected creatures nearly sealed off all his avenues for evasion. His health began to plummet rapidly. The vitality recovery of his LV2, iron-plated boots, could no longer keep pace with his depletion. He resorted to consuming the last few inferior health potions in his backpack. Still, he pressed on, like a tireless statue of slaughter. Finally, upon the conclusion of the 39th wave, ding, the long-awaited upgrade light illuminated once more. System notification, congratulations. You have leveled up to LV-15. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Experience required for next level, 0130000. LV-15. He had finally reached this milestone. Lin Feng abruptly halted his actions, his chest heaving violently, a complex light flickering in his eyes. LV-15. He could now learn biochemical modification. This was his greatest hope at present. Departing, without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to exit the dungeon. He needed to learn biochemical modification immediately. Chapter 81. The Perilous Path of Enchantment. As Lin Feng emerged from the gray rift in space once again, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out. Days of frenzied monster grinding had drained both his spirit and stamina to their limits. Were it not for the obsession with vengeance and the search for hope that sustained him, he might have collapsed long ago. LV-15. This number shone like a beacon in the darkness, fueling his drive to move forward. Biochemical modification. That purple passive skill book. This was the quickest and most direct means he could think of to enhance his combat prowess. To modify his twin Desert Eagles with top-tier purple materials like Tyrant's Heart or Tank Mutant's Heart. It could add toxic damage. It could enhance penetration. It might even produce explosive effects. The mere thought of these possibilities ignited a fervor within Lin Feng. He stifled the overwhelming fatigue plaguing his body, even suppressing the notion of returning to the hotel for rest. All he desired was to learn that skill immediately. He staggered toward the central plaza of Hope City. Though his body was weak, his steps remained remarkably resolute. Along the way, he noticed that the number of players heading toward the Eastern District's zombie horde assault dungeon entrance seemed to have increased significantly compared to previous days. Occasionally, he could hear snippets of players' discussions. Hey, dude, how's the zombie horde dungeon grind going? Been burning the midnight oil for days? Don't even mention it. I'm exhausted. I got wiped out after reaching the 20th wave. The monsters are too fierce. Who knows? But the experience from this dungeon is indeed high. Just too grueling. And nothing drops. Poor guys can't even afford to grind. Lin Feng listened to these conversations quietly, his heart stirring little. He soon arrived at the central plaza. The player named 1/ was still steadfastly on duty. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, he hurried over, concern etched on his face. Boss, you don't look so good. Are you alright? Over the past few days, Lin Feng had practically lived in the dungeon, emerging each time looking half dead, causing even the novices to worry for him. Lin Feng waved his hand, his voice hoarse as he inquired, any news? 1/ shook his head despondently. Still no further information about your parents. However, that Sunfire Guild person caused a ruckus again yesterday, but was chased off by the patrolling guards, whom Lin Feng was not surprised and paid it little mind. His thoughts were consumed by the biochemical modification skill. You keep watch. He uttered a brief remark before striding directly toward the location of the gunsmith sanctuary that lingered in his memory. Although he ultimately did not transition into the conventional gunsmith class, instead choosing the hidden path of Holy Gun Ranger. He believed learning skills should still occur in the respective class sanctuaries, right? He was eager to acquire that skill. At the entrance of the gunsmith sanctuary, the striking silver-haired instructor Emily, sporting a sniper rifle on her back, stood waiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes and staggering slightly, Emily raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with jest. Oh, isn't this the hero Lin Feng? What's happened in just a few days to make you look as if you've been ravaged by 10 tanks in succession? Lin Feng had no time for banter. He got straight to the point. Instructor, I'm here to learn a skill. With that, he retrieved the purple glowing skill book, Biochemical Modification, from his backpack. Biochemical modification? Emily's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the skill book, recognizing its value. A purple passive with immense potential. It could open new avenues for weapon modification. Where did you acquire this? From the dungeon. Lin Feng replied succinctly, urging her. Can I learn it? I'm already LV-15, and my spirit is sufficient. LV-15, spirit 30. Yes, the requirements are met. Emily nodded, accepting the skill book, preparing to assist him with the learning process. However, just as she placed the skill book on the certification platform of the sanctuary, an alert sounded. Beep. An anomaly detected. Learning failed. The cold, mechanical voice of the system abruptly echoed. The brilliance of the skill book on the certification platform dimmed in an instant. What? Both Lin Feng and Emily were momentarily taken aback. Learning failed. Why? Lin Feng, in disbelief, queried. I clearly meet all the requirements. Emily, equally perplexed, examined the skill book closely, then glanced at Lin Feng's class information, her brow furrowing. Strange, the skill book seems fine, and your level and spirit meet the criteria. So it shouldn't have failed. She attempted to place the skill book on the platform once more. Beep. Detection reveals the presence of a special energy system and enchantment talent within player Lin Feng. This talent conflicts with the underlying framework of the biochemical modification skill system. Incompatibility detected. Learning request denied. This time, the system provided a more detailed explanation. Enchantment talent. Underlying conflict. Incompatibility. Lin Feng was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that his prideful golden finger, the enchantment attribute system, would surface at this moment to thwart his efforts, preventing him from learning biochemical modification. What on earth is this logic? Damn it, is the system playing with me? Lin Feng nearly erupted in frustration. He had toiled tirelessly to reach LV-15, with his greatest ambition being to learn biochemical modification, and now the system tells him that due to his external aid, he cannot learn it. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? The enchantment talent turned out to be such a conundrum. Emily, the mentor, observed the system notification, nodding thoughtfully, her gaze towards Lin Feng growing somewhat complex. Mentor, is there any way around this? Perhaps disabling my talent? Or forcing the learning process? Lin Feng asked. Clutching onto his last shred of hope, Emily shook her head, returning the skill book to him. There's no way. The system rules are set in stone. Your enchantment talent is evidently a more advanced and core power system. It does not permit other similar modification systems to taint the essence of your power. Perhaps this is a form of protection? Protection my foot. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. What I need right now is combat power. I need to modify my weapons. And instead, it blocks my path completely. He gazed at the once hopeful purple skill book in his hands, now feeling as if it were a hot potato, tasting bland, yet too precious to discard. Could it be that he was truly destined to rely on that troublesome enchantment attribute system, waiting for weapons to upgrade slowly, and then hoping to draw attributes by chance? How passive was that? Moreover, his boss, enchantment ability also required him to master a sufficient number of attributes before it could be effective. Now, with this path to biochemical modification blocked, his avenues for acquiring potent attributes, such as added elemental damage or special effects for modifications, had diminished yet again. Sighing deeply, Lin Feng felt utterly drained. Possessing a treasure mountain, yet being unable to utilize it. That feeling was exasperating. All right, I understand, he said, dejectedly stowing the skill book away. Turning to leave, it seemed he could only accept reality and return to grinding, zombie tide. First, he'd get the twin desert eagles to LV-10 and see what new attributes he could draw. Wait, Emily suddenly called out to him. Lin Feng turned back, looking at her in confusion. Although you cannot learn biochemical modification, it does not mean your weapons cannot be enhanced, Emily said, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Your enchantment talent may hold more potential than you realize. What do you mean? Lin Feng was taken aback. Follow me. Without further ado, Emily turned and walked deeper into the sanctuary, adding, perhaps I can provide you with a bit of assistance. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, hesitating for a moment, before ultimately deciding to follow her. He was eager to discover what this seemingly extraordinary mentor had in store. Chapter 82, The Assistance of the Elegant Mentor. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Lin Feng trailed behind the silver-haired Emily through the cold, technologically charged hall of the gunsmith sanctuary. arriving at a previously inaccessible area at the back of the sanctuary. This space appeared to be the private studio or research room of the mentors. The room was spacious and well lit, its walls adorned with various blueprints and structural breakdowns of firearms. And the air was infused with a faint aroma of machine oil mingled with metallic gunpowder. In the center of the room stood a massive, intricately detailed workbench. Scattered across the workbench were various tools, parts, and some peculiar devices Lin Feng had never seen before, glowing with energy. "This is my private studio," Emily declared. Approaching the workbench, casually picking up a cleaning cloth to wipe her hands before turning to Lin Feng and stating directly, "Your enchantment talent is quite unique. It seems to not merely add effects, but rather to analyze and reconstruct the essence of weapons." Analyze? Reconstruct? Lin Feng was bewildered. "Mentor, could you simplify that for me?" To put it simply, Emily pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts. Ordinary weapon enhancements, like embedding gems, using enchantment scrolls, or even your biochemical modification, are akin to dressing up a weapon, adding extra attributes and effects. However, your system appears to operate on a genetic level, altering the weapon's very essence. Emily's gaze fell upon the twin desert eagles at Lin Feng's waist. Thus, it rejects external grafting techniques such as biochemical modification, as it seeks to preserve the purity of your weapon's lineage. Lin Feng listened, somewhat comprehending, but still unclear about how this related to weapon enhancement. "How is this relevant to my weapon enhancement?" he queried, still puzzled. "It is significantly relevant." Emily's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a fascinating toy. "Since your system alters essence, what it requires may not be conventional enhancement materials, but rather elements that can truly touch the essence." As she spoke, she began manipulating the workbench, pulling up a virtual screen. The screen displayed a dense array of data and various icons of attributes shimmering with different hues. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized several of the icons. There were unmistakably the infinite bullets and twin hearts he had previously drawn, alongside some he had never seen before, radiating blue, purple, and even golden glows. "This is the internal attribute database of the sanctuary," Emily explained. "It records the various weapon enhancement effects we have researched and analyzed over the years. Although we cannot imprint attributes onto weapons as your talent does, we have discovered certain patterns through our studies." "What patterns?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "There seems to be a resonance or attraction characteristic among attributes." Emily pointed at two adjacent icons on the screen. "For instance, piercing and armor break attributes frequently appear together on a single weapon. Conversely, flame and frost attributes are nearly impossible to coexist. Your infinite bullets is a core attribute that we cannot decipher. However, your twin hearts LV2, which enhances accuracy, reduces recoil, and increases firing rate, has a high affinity with which other attributes in our database." Emily swiftly swiped her finger across the screen, and soon several blue glowing attribute icons were filtered out. Rapid reload LV1 increases loading speed by 10. Stabilized shooting LV1 slightly reduces the bullet spread during continuous fire. Lightweight frame LV1 minimally decreases weapon weight, enhancing both switching and aiming speeds. Armor piercing rounds LV1 bullets possess a 5 chance to inflict minor armor penetration, disregarding 10 points of physical defense from the target. These blue attributes are intrinsically linked to the characteristics of your twin hearts. In theory, your weapon has a higher probability of acquiring them upon the next upgrade, Emily remarked. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he gazed at the attributes. Although they are all of blue quality and appear to provide modest enhancements, they are indeed remarkably practical. Quick reload is of no use to him, infinite bullets. But stabilized shooting could further enhance accuracy. Lightweight frame would improve handling. Armor-piercing rounds could indirectly elevate damage. Should he obtain any one of these during the next weapon upgrade, it would represent a significant enhancement. "Master, it seems Lin Feng has grasped something," he thought. "Precisely." Emily snapped her fingers. "While I cannot directly assist you in weapon enhancement, I can optimize your extraction environment." As she spoke, she retrieved a shimmering silver ingot of metal from a drawer beneath her workbench. Arcane alloy ingot, intermediate. Quality, blue. Type, special enhancement material. Description, a unique alloy imbued with stable arcane energy, commonly utilized in the crafting of magical equipment or as an enchanting medium. It can guide and stabilize the flow of energy, slightly increasing the success rate of enchantments or optimizing enchantment outcomes. This is arcane alloy, a frequently used medium for enchanting, Emily explained as she handed the ingot to Lin Feng. "Try feeding it to your weapon." "Feed it to my weapon?" Lin Feng asked, bewildered. "Yes. Allow your weapon to absorb its energy," Emily clarified. "Since your system can analyze and reconstruct, it should also be capable of absorbing this pure energy material. Although this intermediate alloy ingot contains limited energy, it may slightly guide the direction of your next extraction, enhancing the probability of acquiring those blue attributes with higher affinity." "Is that even possible?" Lin Feng took the heavy arcane alloy ingot, skeptical yet intrigued. He attempted to bring the ingot close to his twin desert eagle. "Indeed. He immediately felt a faint pull emanating from the desert eagle in his hand. The silver glow radiating from the ingot flowed like water, gradually being absorbed by the gun's body. Moments later, the glow of the ingot completely vanished, leaving behind a dull gray lump of ordinary metal. Yet, it seemed that a barely perceptible layer of silver shimmer had subtly appeared on Lin Feng's Twin Desert Eagle. System notification: Twin Desert Eagle Gold Edition LV9 has absorbed the energy from Arcane Alloy Ingot Intermediate, resulting in a slight stabilization and optimization of the weapon's core energy. During the next extraction, a compatibility correction effect is activated, slightly increases the probability of obtaining compatible attributes. Is it truly effective? Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Although the enhancement was minor, any improvement was better than none. This was practically an officially sanctioned mystical enhancement. Master, you are like a second parent to me, Lin Feng exclaimed, nearly kneeling before Emily in excitement. All right, enough with the flattery. Emily waved her hand dismissively. This alloy ingot is merely a small investment in your unique potential. If you achieve something remarkable in the future, don't forget to offer me a discount. Absolutely. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, brimming with admiration for his formidable mentor. Not only was she stunning and powerful, but she also possessed a keen understanding of human affairs, proactively providing him with an enhancement patch. She was nothing short of an angel. Now, if there is nothing further, please leave me to my research. I mustn't be disturbed, Emily urged, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Of course. Thank you, Master. Goodbye. Lin Feng, content and satisfied, tucked away the now ordinary ingot, oblivious to Emily's intricate expression as he merrily departed her workshop. Although he felt disheartened over his inability to learn biochemical modification, Emily's covert assistance illuminated an alternative path to weapon enhancement. By absorbing special materials, he could optimize the outcomes of attribute extractions. While this method did not guarantee the acquisition of superior attributes, it certainly provided him with a direction in which to strive. It seemed he would need to be more diligent in collecting various enchanting materials from now on. As he walked, he pondered, any material containing special energy, such as arcane alloy or energy crystals, might potentially be devoured by his desert eagle. He chuckled to himself. The path of enchantment didn't seem so treacherous after all. Lin Feng's spirits soared once more. He felt his future brimming with promise. Yet, his immediate priority was to return swiftly to grind through Zombie Tide Assault. He aimed to elevate his Desert Eagle to LV10 as soon as possible and see what treasures he could extract after this enhancement. Filled with renewed vigor, he sprinted towards the entrance of the dungeon in the Eastern District. Chapter 83, Diligent Grinding. Upon returning to the entrance of the Zombie Tide Assault dungeon, Lin Feng's mood was starkly transformed from before. He took a deep breath and plunged once more into the gray rift of space. The familiar stronghold, the well-known shooting platform, the recognizable alarm sounds. Lin Feng swiftly settled into focus. With prior experience, coupled with the boost from his level increase, and the psychological encouragement from Emily's teachings on enchanting mysticism, he felt that this session of grinding might flow more smoothly. Of course, this could very well be a mere illusion. The challenging sections remained just as formidable. From the 30th wave onward, the number of corrosive spitters surged. Their acidic sprays and the corrosive pools left in their wake continued to pose the greatest threat to him. Stalkers, heavy armor, and exploders, those old acquaintances, were still diligently launching attacks from every angle imaginable. Lin Feng had to maintain a heightened state of vigilance, akin to dancing on a tightrope. A moment's lapse could send him plummeting into the abyss. Yet he did not waver. Or rather, he had not even considered giving up. The intertwined emotions of parental vengeance, the obsession with resurrection, and the thirst for power coalesced into his soul-driving force. He moved with a mechanical precision, yet an unwavering focus. As he engaged in the slaughter, time once again became a blur. He lost track of how long he had spent in this dungeon. A day? 2 days? Or perhaps even longer. All he remembered was the incessant cycle of exiting and re-entering. His stock of bread had dwindled, leaving him reliant on the vitality restoration from his iron-plated boots and inferior healing potions to endure. Both his experience points and weapon experience were steadily climbing at a slow but resolute pace. Ding! The radiant light of another level up illuminated his surroundings. System notification: congratulations. You have reached LV16. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Experience required for next level, 0180000. LV16. Lin Feng's gaze flickered momentarily. The leap from LV15 to LV16 required a staggering 130,000 experience. That was even more than the 90,000 needed to progress from LV14 to LV15. The experience required for leveling up indeed grew exponentially. He cast a glance at his cumulative kill count. He had nearly reached 8,000 in this dungeon. Time to allocate points. Strength, 44. Agility, 9294. Stamina, 8891. Mentality, 43. Once again prioritizing stamina for sustained endurance. After distributing his points, he felt a slight increase in his physical resilience. However, the mental fatigue weighed heavily upon him. gnawing at his mind like an insatiable parasite. He even began to experience auditory hallucinations, perpetually convinced he could hear his parents calling out to him. Unable to pause, Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the intrusive thoughts swirling in his mind. He understood that if he were to halt, the overwhelming tide of pain and despair would likely engulf him entirely. Thus, he could only persist in his slaughter, using the act of killing to numb his senses. However, the difficulty of the dungeon would not cease to escalate due to his fatigue. Starting from Wave 41, the challenge of the dungeon underwent a significant transformation. The level of the newly spawned zombies generally reached LV19 and LV20. The health and defense of ordinary zombies saw a substantial increase once again. Lin Feng required more firearms to resolve this predicament. Moreover, the number and combination of special infected creatures had become truly horrifying. The quantity of corrosive sprayers nearly doubled. They resembled mobile artillery, splattering green acid in every direction. There were scarcely any safe footholds around the bunker. The number of stalkers surged to 7 or 8. They attacked simultaneously from all directions like phantoms, rendering defense nearly impossible. The heavy-armored zombies were akin to impregnable fortresses. Lin Feng had to expend considerable time and energy to achieve precise headshots. Even more terrifying was the emergence of a brand-new elite monster that sent shivers down his spine. Zombie Tide Sergeant. Level, LV20. Type, Elite Undead Creature. Health, 25,000. Attack Power, 180. Defense, 110. Skills, Charge, Heavy Strike. Frenzied Roar. Slightly enhances the attack power and movement speed of nearby allies. A LV20 mini-boss. And it even grants buffs to its minions. This was nothing short of a nightmare. The first time Lin Feng faced a Zombie Tide Sergeant, he nearly met his demise. Not only was that creature exceptionally tough, but its attack power was also staggering. A single, frenzied roar made the already troublesome special infected even more frenzied. Lin Feng had to summon every ounce of his focus. He even resorted to his most advanced evasion techniques and shooting predictions, barely managing to defeat it at the cost of half his health. This was simply not a place for a human to grind. Lin Feng collapsed onto the ground, shaken. He glanced at the current wave, Wave 43. He sensed that this was already his limit. Beyond this point, the strength and number of monsters were beyond his capacity to contend with. Especially the infinite waves represented by which were likely set at hellish difficulty. How much weapon experience remained? He opened the weapon panel and glanced at the experience bar for the twin Desert Eagles. Weapon experience, 485,605,0000. He was merely 500 points away. When converted to kills, he needed to slay just over 700 more monsters. Just a little more, and a glimmer of hope reignited in Lin Feng's eyes. As soon as his weapon reached LV10, he could draw new attributes. His strength would once again receive a boost. At that time, perhaps he could break through his current bottleneck and grind to even higher waves. He was determined. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rose once more from the ground. He resolved to grind a few more waves. No matter what, he must elevate his weapon's level. Wave 44. Wave 45. Lin Feng felt as though he was fighting purely on instinct. His consciousness began to blur, and his vision narrowed. Yet, the gun in his hand remained steady. With each shot, he hit his target with precision. It was as if the act of killing had become intertwined with his very soul. Finally, during Wave 50, as he dispatched the last corrosive sprayer, ding! A crisp and melodious system notification echoed in his mind like a celestial melody. System notification, your destined weapon, Twin Desert Eagle Golden Edition, has leveled up. Current level, LV10. Weapon experience, 0100000. Detected that weapon level has reached LV10. Enchantment attribute extraction function has been activated. You have gained an opportunity to extract and attach new attributes for the Twin Desert Eagle Golden Edition. It worked. The weapon had finally reached LV10. Lin Feng felt a surge of immense joy and accomplishment wash over him, overwhelming his taut nerves. He could no longer sustain himself. His vision darkened, and he fainted. In the final moment before he lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the system's cold notification. Warning. Player's mental state is extremely unstable. Automatically selecting to exit the dungeon. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished within the bunker. Chapter 84, Twinstorm. Lin Feng awoke, roused by hunger. No, to be precise, he was awakened by the dual torment of hunger and exhaustion. Struggling to rise from the hard wooden bed of the inn, brought back by soldiers from outside the dungeon, the first thing he did was not to seek food, but to inspect his weapon. He vividly recalled the melodious system notification before he lost consciousness. His Twin Desert Eagles had finally reached LV10. Eagerly, he opened his equipment panel, his gaze instantly fixating on the two golden treasures that were his lifeline. Indeed, the number indicating their level had changed from 9 to 10. Twin Desert Eagle Golden Edition LV10. Quality, Golden. Type, Handgun Destiny Weapon. Attack Power, 145, up from 125 at LV9. Agility, 12, up from 10. Special Effects, Infinite Bullets. Special Effect, Heart of the Twins, LV2. When dual-wielding twin Desert Eagles, accuracy is slightly increased, recoil is slightly reduced, and firing speed is marginally enhanced. Evolution opportunity, activated. Bound to Lin Feng. Upgrade requirement. Cumulative kills yielding 0.100000 points of weapon experience. Attack power increased by 20 points. Agility increased by 2 points. Quite satisfactory. Lin Feng nodded in approval as he surveyed the boosted attributes. The enhancement in base attack power was the most tangible, directly affecting his output. Agility was a core attribute. And the more, the better. Yet, his gaze was soon drawn to the final item. Evolution opportunity. An evolution path. Lin Feng's heart raced. What did this mean? Was it that reaching LV10 for the weapon did not merely grant an opportunity to extract an enchantment attribute like before, but rather it could evolve? He quickly focused his mind on the evolution opportunity option. Indeed, a brand new selection interface materialized before him. Detected that the destined weapon, Twin Desert Eagle Golden Edition, has reached LV10, and energy accumulation has reached a critical point, activating evolution potential. Please select your weapon evolution direction. Path 1, Mastery of Rifles. Effect, the Twin Desert Eagles will merge into one, evolving into a brand new, high-power rifle. Weapon type changes, quality may improve. You will lose the passive effect of Heart of the Twins, but will gain new characteristics and potential related to rifles. Specific weapon form and attributes are randomly generated, leaning towards precision shooting and single-shot damage. Description, abandon the clamor of dual guns, embrace the steadiness of a single, lethal shot. This path may lead to the Hall of the War King. Path 2, dual-wield specialization. Effect, the Twin Desert Eagles will undergo a form reshaping based on the characteristics of Heart of the Twins, evolving into a brand new pair of high-fire rate dual-wield weapons. Weapon type may change, quality may improve. You will retain and enhance the passive effect of Heart of the Twins, gaining stronger dual-wield combat capabilities. Specific weapon form and attributes are randomly generated, leaning towards shooting speed and sustained firepower. Description, why hang oneself from a single tree? The joy of wielding two guns is beyond your imagination. This path will make you the most dazzling dancer amidst the hail of bullets. Gazing at these two choices, Lin Feng fell into a momentary contemplation. The rifle path? It sounded formidable. High single-shot power. There exists a possibility to elevate the quality, transforming into a sniper rifle or some other formidable weapon. For players who relentlessly pursue ultimate damage, this is undoubtedly an alluring option. However, Lin Feng cast a glance at his class, Holy Gun Ranger. The specialty of this class lies in its proficiency with dual pistols. The core passive ability, Dual Pistol Enhancement, is fundamentally based on wielding dual weapons. If he were to embark on the rifle route, would he not be rendering half of his class's characteristics and core passives utterly obsolete? The cost would be exorbitant. Moreover, he had become accustomed to the exhilarating combat style of firing with both hands, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The thrill of maneuvering amidst a hail of gunfire and showering enemies with barrages of bullets cannot be compared to the clumsiness of a heavy rifle. Furthermore, the passive skill, Twin Hearts, enhances precision, reduces recoil, and increases firing rate. This is, without a doubt, a divine skill tailor-made for dual wielding. How could he possibly forego it? He must choose dual wielding. Lin Feng decided without a trace of hesitation. He firmly believed that pursuing a single path to its utmost potential is far superior to being indecisive. I choose dual wield mastery. As he confirmed his choice, the two gleaming desert eagles in his hands erupted with an even more resplendent radiance. The gun bodies began to tremble slightly, their golden sheen rippling like flowing water. Subsequently, the robust contours of the desert eagles began to blur and twist. The brilliance dazzled. When the light subsided, what Lin Feng held was no longer two desert eagles, but rather two compactly designed Uzi submachine guns, imbued with a fierce metallic quality, and adorned with peculiar wind patterns. No, they were even more sci-fi than ordinary Uzis. It appeared that some kind of stabilization device had been affixed beneath the muzzle, and the stock had been optimized for high-velocity firing. System notification, weapon evolution successful. Your primary weapon has evolved into Twin Storm Uzi. System notification, weapon evolution detected. Enchantment attribute extraction function has been activated. You have gained an opportunity to extract and attach a new attribute to Twin Storm Uzi. Choose one of three. Here it comes. Finally, it has arrived. Lin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration once more. Previously, due to mentor Emily's assistance, he was now filled with anticipation for this draw. Taking a deep breath, he opened the extraction interface. The familiar virtual roulette reappeared, and this time, instead of a kaleidoscope of colorful lights, 3 distinct options radiating different glows materialized. Please select the attribute you wish to attach to Twin Storm Uzi. Choose one of 3. 1 blue attribute. Armor-piercing rounds LV1. Bullets have a 5 chance to inflict minor armor-piercing effects, ignoring 10 points of physical defense of the target. 2 purple attribute. Gale Fury LV1. When shooting, there is a low chance, approximately 2, to significantly increase shooting speed by 30 for a short duration, 1 second. 3 golden attribute, chain lightning LV1. Each time a shot hits a target, there is a 100 chance to generate a chain lightning effect, automatically striking up to 3 enemy units surrounding the target, dealing lightning damage equal to 50 of weapon's physical damage. By the heavens, a golden attribute. Upon seeing the third option, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were as large as bells. His breathing quickened. Golden, and it sounded incredibly cool. Chain lightning? A 100 trigger rate. Chain 3 targets. Lightning damage equal to 50 weapon damage. This was simply a divine skill tailored for his high rate. Twin Storm Uzi. Just imagine. As he pulls the trigger, bullets rain down like a storm, and with each bullet striking a target, 3 chains of lightning will bounce off, attacking surrounding enemies. The efficiency in clearing foes. The AoE capability. It was simply extraordinary. While armor-piercing rounds and Gale Fury were commendable, one enhancing single target damage and the other boosting burst firing speed. Compared to this, chain lightning, they paled in comparison. Choose. He must select it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng excitedly extended his trembling finger and pointed at the shimmering chain lightning. System notification, attribute attachment successful. Your Twin Storm Uzi has acquired a new effect. Chain lightning LV1. With a flash of light, Lin Feng felt a slight electric arc dancing across the surface of the Uzi, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his arm. He checked the weapon's attributes once more. Twin Storm Uzi LV10. Quality, golden. Type, submachine gun, primary weapon. Attack power, 155. Agility, 15. Rate of fire, extremely fast. Effect, infinite bullets. Effect, Twin Hearts LV2, storm adaptation. Effect, chain lightning LV1. Each time a shot hits a target, there is a 100 chance to generate a chain lightning effect, automatically striking up to 3 enemy units surrounding the target, dealing lightning damage equal to 50 of weapon's physical damage. Bound to Lin Feng. Upgrade requirement. Accumulate 1,000,000 points of weapon experience through kills. Perfect. Simply perfect. Lin Feng caressed the cold gun body, reveling in its explosive power. With chain lightning, clearing the ordinary zombies in the zombie tide would certainly be astonishingly efficient. He couldn't help but chuckle. The earlier fatigue and gloom dissipated in an instant. Swept away by the immense surprise of this weapon's evolution, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, calming his exhilaration. The weapon evolution was complete, and his strength had surged. Chapter 85. Embarking on a new journey. Lin Feng stood in the center of the modest room, holding the freshly evolved Twin Storm Uzi. The cold metallic touch, along with the subtle electric arcs coursing through the gun body, spoke volumes of the formidable power it contained. He glanced at his status panel, where his attack power now stood firmly at 500 points. He had regained the buffed attack power, coupled with the Uzi's extreme firing rate and the splash effect of chain lightning. His overall output capability had escalated to a level far beyond that of when he wielded the Desert Eagles. After stretching his somewhat stiff body, the earlier excitement had faded, replaced by a profound determination. Now was not the time to indulge in the joy of acquiring a new weapon. Only 40 days remained until the so-called apocalyptic zombie tide. This level of power was insufficient. He needed to elevate his level more rapidly, acquire greater strength. With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he pushed open the door. He strode purposefully towards the central plaza. There was another matter he needed to attend to. The central plaza was teeming with people. Lin Feng quickly spotted that familiar corner, along with a newbie sitting on a small stool, resembling a victim of bullying, with a name that read 1/Kutsu. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, 1/Kutsu immediately stood up, wearing his habitual ingratiating smile. Boss, you've come. Over the past few days, Lin Feng had practically lived in the dungeon, emerging in a hurried fashion each time, and the newbie had become accustomed to his sudden appearances. Lin Feng nodded, skipping pleasantries, and said directly, "Kid, you've worked hard. From today onwards, you need not guard this place any longer." Huh. 1/Kutsu was taken aback. Boss, have you found the person you were looking for? Lin Feng's gaze dimmed momentarily, but quickly returned to its icy demeanor. No. But there's no need to search any longer. He paused, his voice devoid of emotion. This world only respects strength. I will rise above everyone and ascend that highest path. By that time, there should be a way. He left the rest of his thoughts unspoken, with a swift strike. Although he did not fully comprehend what the esteemed individual meant by the path of supremacy, he could nonetheless sense the chilling aura that emanated from him. A coldness interwoven with a certain weighty burden concealed beneath. Daring not to inquire further, he merely nodded hesitantly. Oh, understood, esteemed one. Lin Feng retrieved the blue skill book titled Plague Trample from his backpack, casually tossing it to the person. Here, take this. What? Esteemed one. Is this the skill book you intended to sell for 10,000 copper coins? The recipient, flustered, clumsily caught the skill book, his eyes wide with disbelief. Stammering as he spoke. This was indeed a blue skill book, although players had generally leveled up since the game's launch. And blue skill books were not as rare as they once were, occasionally dropped in dungeons. This was still a level 10 warrior AoE skill, which retained significant value. It could easily fetch several hundred to 1,000 copper coins. The esteemed one simply gifted it to him. Lin Feng, with a nonchalant tone akin to discarding refuse, remarked, "It's just a token for your efforts over the past few days. You are a warrior, are you not? It should serve you well." His initial intention for presenting this skill book was merely to attract attention and perhaps glean some information. Now that his goal had been achieved, albeit not in the manner he had hoped, retaining it bore no further utility. Esteemed one, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Although his heart raced with excitement, the recipient fervently waved his hands. He recognized that for the past few days, he had merely been sitting idly, occasionally responding to price inquiries, exerting little effort. "Take it, and stop your prattling." Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "I do not wish to see you loitering here again." With that, he turned away, leaving the still-dazed newcomer behind. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, the recipient gazed down at the weighty skill book in his hands, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that the esteemed one's spirits were likely low, yet he never imagined that the esteemed one would bestow such a valuable item upon him. "Esteemed one," he murmured, ultimately tucking the skill book cautiously into his backpack, silently vowing to strive for strength in the hopes of one day genuinely assisting the esteemed one. As Lin Feng departed from the square, the lingering frustration within him did not dissipate with the gifting of the skill book. He craved battle. He needed an outlet. Moreover, he sought to test his current prowess. The Zombie Tide dungeon, while rich in experience, offered a relatively straightforward challenge, merely mindless monster grinding. He required a more intricate and challenging environment to evaluate the performance of Twin Storm UZI and Chain Lightning under varying circumstances. Once more, he approached the city's information bulletin board, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the dungeon list for the LVL 20 zone. After sifting through the options, his eyes landed on one particular dungeon: Contaminated Shopping Mall. Dungeon level, LVL 2023. Challenge level, LV 15, LV 25. Dungeon description: once a bustling shopping center in the heart of the city, it has now been utterly tainted by a lethal virus. The mall is teeming with zombies, mutated by the virus, transforming former patrons, security guards, and even trapped pets into flesh-hungry monstrosities. Beware of surprises lurking in the shadows, and the heavy footsteps echoing from the depths of the mall. Dungeon drops: random mall supplies, basic materials, a small amount of copper coins, blue and purple equipment, low probability, special virus samples. The shopping mall, Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. This dungeon's level was appropriate, and judging by the description, the layout promised to be complex, featuring both open atriums and narrow store corridors. Ideally suited for testing his new weapon's adaptability. This will do, Lin Feng resolved, noting the dungeon entrance's location in the abandoned commercial street of the West District of Hope City. Having oriented himself, he proceeded without hesitation, swiftly making his way to the target location. Chapter 86, The Decaying Commercial Capital. Lin Feng's objective was clear: the entrance to the contaminated shopping mall. Guided by the map, he soon located the once iconic structure. The immense glass facade lay shattered, revealing the darkened interior space within. The colossal revolving door at the entrance was stuck halfway, draped with tattered cloth that fluttered slightly in the chilling breeze. At the entrance, a space gate radiating a sickly green glow, resembling a whirlpool of sewage, hovered ominously. Dungeon entrance, contaminated shopping mall. This is it. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He could sense the aura emanating from that portal, a blend of decay and madness, distinct from the pure carnage of Zombie Tide and the eerie atmosphere of Black Carnival. Without hesitation, Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped through the eerie green portal. A familiar wave of dizziness enveloped him, and soon he found himself standing in a spacious yet exceedingly chaotic hall. This must be the atrium of the shopping mall's first floor. High above, the once splendid crystal chandeliers hung extinguished, draped in dust and cobwebs. The marble floor was cracked and littered with overturned counters, shattered merchandise, and humanoid stains. The air was thick with the pungent odor of mildew, blood, and a noxious blend of disinfectant and decay. Silence reigned, interrupted only by the sound of water droplets falling from a damaged pipe, echoing ominously in the vast hall. The environment is tolerable, at least better than the sewers, Lin Feng muttered, beginning to cautiously survey his surroundings. In seemingly tranquil environments often lurked deadly dangers. Indeed, just as he took a few steps forward, a low, oppressive growl emerged from a nearby brand-named clothing store, which had been vandalized beyond recognition. Suddenly, 7 or 8 disheveled zombies, resembling former shoppers, staggered out. Their skin bore an unhealthy bluish-gray hue, their eyes clouded, and drool dribbled from their mouths, instantly honing in on Lin Feng, the living human. As if they had scented blood, roaring as they charged towards him. Infected customers. Level, LV 20. Health, 3000. Attack power, 100. Defense, 60. A level 20 common monster with 3000 health and 60 defense. Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation. Given his current attack power of approximately 500, he calculated that he would inflict around 500 to 60,440 points of damage on these zombies. With 3,000 health, he would need roughly 3,000 to 40,007 shots to dispatch one. Not too tough. Facing the oncoming horde of zombies, Lin Feng advanced instead of retreating. He raised his Twin Storm Uzi with lightning speed. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The rapid-fire rate caused the gunfire to blend into a cacophony. Bullets poured forth like a torrent, targeting the foremost zombies. 440, 440, 440. Damage numbers erupted densely above the zombies' heads. And at the instant the first bullet struck its target, crack, a dazzling silver arc of electricity suddenly leaped from the hit zombie. Like a serpent, instantly connecting to 3 others nearby. 220, 220, 220. 3 smaller lightning damage numbers simultaneously appeared above the heads of the affected zombies. Lin Feng himself was taken aback by the effectiveness of this effect. He was aware that chain lightning was formidable, but he had not anticipated its explosive performance in practical combat. This not only augmented his area of effect capabilities, but also significantly enhanced his efficiency in exterminating foes. Zombies that originally required 7 shots to dispatch could now be felled with merely 4 or 5, or even fewer, under the cascading arcs of lightning. They simultaneously endured the electric damage ricocheting from their neighboring comrades being struck. Exhilarating. Lin Feng bellowed, his finger tightening resolutely on the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. The gunfire intertwined with arcs of electricity. Bullets struck true. Lightning chains rebounded. The once formidable group of 7 or 8 level 20 zombies crumbled like paper before Lin Feng's mobile electric grid of firepower. In less than 5 seconds, they were reduced to mere shadows and experience points, with no chance to approach within 10 meters of Lin Feng. System prompt. Killed infected customer, LV20, gained 100 experience points. System prompt. Killed infected customer, LV20, gained 100 experience points. A wave of lesser foes directly contributed 7 to 800 points of experience. This efficiency, it surpassed his efforts in a zombie-tide assault instance, where he battled level 18 and 19 creatures. Haha, I've hit the jackpot. This place is truly my paradise. Lin Feng laughed exuberantly. The frustrations and fatigue weighing on his heart seemed to dissipate amid this exhilarating combat. He felt as though he had reclaimed that sensation of commanding the battlefield and indulging in unrestrained slaughter. Who else is there? Come forth and reveal yourselves. Lin Feng, brandishing the still smoldering and crackling Uzi, issued a brazen challenge deep into the hall. In response, a cacophony of growls erupted, from shops on all sides, from the shattered railings of the second floor, and even from the ventilation ducts in the ceiling. More infected customers, along with mutated security guards in uniforms, and several corpulent figures exuding foul odors, dubbed former chefs, LV20, high health, capable of hurling greasy frying pans, surged forth like a tidal wave. Their numbers were at least 30 to 40. Excellent. Lin Feng felt no fear. Instead, he was elated, advancing rather than retreating. Like a tiger among sheep, he plunged into the horde of corpses. The Uzi's in his hands unleashed a furious barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Crackle. Crackle, crackle. Bullets rained down. Electric arcs ensnared the air. He didn't even need to aim deliberately. He merely had to blanket the area with gunfire. The chain lightning would automatically track its targets, maximizing damage. Those level 20 and 21 zombies were utterly fragile before him. They fell in droves, transforming into pure experience points. Lin Feng, akin to an artist of slaughter, navigated swiftly through the horde, evading sporadic attacks while showering death and electric light into every corner. The entire first-floor atrium instantly morphed into a hellscape filled with gunfire, electric arcs, and zombies. Lin Feng, like a tiger in a flock of sheep, wielded his Twin Storm Uzi, spewing deadly arcs of electricity and turning the spacious atrium of the shopping center into his own personal slaughterhouse. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. The gunfire formed a continuous, deafening line. Silver arcs of electricity danced like frenzied spirits, leaping and weaving through the dense masses of corpses. Each bullet that struck its mark triggered a cascade of electric damage, ensnaring 3 unfortunate zombies in the deadly web of electricity. Chain lightning, LV1. This golden effect was tailor-made for such scenes of clearing out minions. The once seemingly threatening mixed horde of infected customers, mutated security guards, and former chefs fell before him like leaves swept away by autumn winds, collapsing in droves. Those level 20 infected customers, with a defense of merely 60 points, suffered 440 points of damage from Lin Feng's gun, which typically required around 7 shots to eliminate. Yet, under the indiscriminate splatter of chain lightning, they often bore the brunt of electric shocks from all directions, drastically shortening their survival time, sometimes requiring only 3 or 4 pinpoint shots to be torn apart by the raging currents. As for the level 21 mutated security guards, Although their defense had risen to 75 points and Lin Feng's damage per shot was about 425, with health hovering around 3,500, making them slightly tougher. Their slow movement rendered them prime targets for chain lightning. Often, before they could close the distance to Lin Feng, they were rendered charred and lifeless by the relentless barrage of bullets and dancing electric arcs. As for the corpulent, former chefs, with approximately 8,000 health and 50 defense, their bulk made them perfect conductors, receiving the most splatter damage, perishing faster than anyone else. Haha, how exhilarating. This is true mowing down. Lin Feng laughed maniacally as he continued to unleash a relentless hail of fire. Chapter 87, Frenzied Electrotherapy, Horror in the Mall. The rapid-fire rate of the new weapon. Twin Storm UZI, combined with the terrifying area of effect capability of chain lightning, rekindled within him the long-lost sensation of crushing everything in his path. The shadows and fatigue in his heart seemed to vanish entirely amidst this cathartic carnage. Experience points soared like a rocket. System prompt. Killed mutated security guard, LV-21. Gained 110 experience points. System prompt. Killed former chef, LV-20. Gained 105 experience points. In just a minute or two, this wave of 30 to 40 mixed zombies was utterly decimated by Lin Feng alone. The first floor atrium returned to a deathly silence, leaving behind a floor littered with black shadows, charred remnants, and the pungent scent of ozone in the air, a byproduct of the electric arcs. Lin Feng glanced at his experience bar, which had risen significantly. This efficiency was exponentially greater than his previous struggles in the zombie tide assault instance. This is what life should be like. Lin Feng whistled, his spirits high. He began to survey the battlefield. Although this instance was not devoid of drops like zombie tide assault, the items dropped by these ordinary zombies were largely white-quality trash materials, such as tattered cloth, rusty metal scraps, expired canned goods, with the occasional copper coin, barely worth the effort. TSK. A bunch of paupers. Lin Feng disdainfully stuffed the junk materials into his backpack. Every little bit counts, however minuscule. Once he completed his battlefield cleanup, his gaze turned toward the escalator leading to the second floor. The escalator had long ceased operation, covered in dust and dark red stains, with half of the glass railings shattered, appearing dilapidated. The second floor, who knows what surprises await me up there? Lin Feng licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement and wariness flashing in his eyes. In such a large shopping center, higher floors often indicate more significant areas within. The types and strengths of monsters in zones like clothing, electronics, or dining could vary greatly. He opted not to take the escalator, instead choosing the relatively intact stairway beside it. Better safe than sorry. Though his power had surged, exercising caution never hurt. Ascending the dust-laden stairs, Lin Feng tread lightly. His senses heightened, his UZI always at the ready. The stairwell walls were adorned with various graffiti and claw marks. The air thick with an even more pungent stench of decay mingled with a hint of disinfectant. Disinfectant? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In this apocalyptic environment, where could the scent of disinfectant possibly originate? Heightening his vigilance, he cautiously ascended step by step. Upon reaching the staircase leading to the second floor, a more potent wave of a putrid stench, mingled with the acrid scent of chemical agents, assaulted his senses, prompting him to furrow his brow in distaste. The scene on the second floor was even more chaotic and bizarre than that of the first. This area appeared to be designated for garments and everyday necessities. The facades of various clothing boutiques, shoe stores, and cosmetic shops lay in tatters, utterly disfigured. Shelves were overturned, merchandise scattered haphazardly, and mannequins lay askew. Some even decapitated or missing limbs, presenting an exceedingly grotesque spectacle. The ground was littered not only with the usual stains of blood and debris, but also with a viscous, foul-smelling green liquid. This liquid, akin to a potent acid, hissed and corroded everything it touched, emitting wisps of white smoke. Was this the acid of the corrosive sprayer? Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He had been thoroughly disgusted by these creatures in the zombie tide instance. To his dismay, he found them here as well. Judging by the quantity and distribution of the residual acid on the floor, it seemed there were quite a number of these corrosive sprayers in this vicinity. Roar! As if to confirm his suspicions, 7 or 8 zombies suddenly burst forth from a luxury store, reduced to mere frames by vandalism, not far ahead. Among them were 3 gaunt figures, grotesque growths sprouting from their backs, the corrosive sprayers. Upon spotting Lin Feng, they immediately opened their ghastly mouths, which could not fully close. Uft, uft, uft. 3 globules of green acid, exuding a noxious aroma, shot towards Lin Feng like cannonballs, blocking his path forward. Following the corrosive sprayers, 5 more zombies clad in tattered suits, agile and fierce-eyed, advanced. These were the infected managers. Level, LV-22. Health, 4,000. Attack power, 110. Defense, 70. Agility, high. A new adversary? An elite creature of LV-22? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. These infected managers appeared to be more formidable than the mutated security guards below. Not only were their attributes superior, but their speed was also noticeably greater. A pincer attack? With ranged firepower to boot? How intriguing. Lin Feng, rather than panicking, smiled at the challenge, his fighting spirit intensifying. He refrained from charging headlong into battle. Instead, he swiftly retreated a few steps back to the corner of the staircase, using the wall for cover. Want to play tactics? Very well, I shall oblige. He adjusted his angle and unleashed a barrage from his Uzi. Target acquired. He prioritized the 3 most threatening corrosive sprayers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. The bullets struck one corrosive sprayer with pinpoint accuracy. A chain lightning effect erupted, affecting another nearby. 354. 177. 354. The health of the targeted corrosive sprayer, 3500, plummeted rapidly. Just then, the 2 other corrosive sprayers unleashed their acid, crashing down on Lin Feng's previous position, leaving the ground in disarray. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng darted from behind the wall. The Uzi roared again, obliterating the critically wounded corrosive sprayer. Boom. The green acid erupted like fireworks. Lin Feng immediately retreated back to the wall to evade the splattering acid. Simultaneously, he heard hurried footsteps. It was the 5 infected managers. They were fast, closing in on him. Excellent. Lin Feng remained unflustered. He darted out once more. This time, he aimed his gun at the foremost infected manager. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. Bullets rained down. The chain lightning surging wildly. 430. 215. With a defense of 70, the LV-22 infected manager succumbed to 430 damage from his shot, while the chain lightning dealt an additional 215. Under such an intense barrage, these 5 elite foes could not endure for long. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Feng had deftly navigated the mixed assault from the corrosive sprayers and infected managers, exploiting the terrain to emerge unscathed. All that remained on the ground were a few pools of repugnant acid and a scattering of dark remnants. A decent haul of experience. Lin Feng glanced at his experience bar, which had increased slightly. Indeed, the experience from the LV-22 elite creatures was substantially greater than that from the LV-20 and LV-21 common foes. He cautiously sidestepped the acid on the ground and continued to delve deeper into the second floor. As he ventured further, the stench of decay and chemicals intensified. Moreover, he discerned that the distribution of zombies on the second floor appeared denser than that on the first, with sporadic waves of zombies erupting from nearby shops. The variety was also more diverse. In addition to customers, security personnel, managers, and sprayers, he encountered a new breed, a rapid, agile zombie dog. Raging pet dog. Level, LV-21. Health, 2500. Attack power, 120. Defense, 40. Agility, extremely high. These zombie dogs were diminutive in size, but astonishingly swift, resembling black lightning as they sprang from unexpected corners to launch their assaults. Their attack power was formidable, and their bites could inflict a bleeding effect. Had Lin Feng not possessed sufficiently high agility and quick reflexes, he would have been toppled more than once. However, these fragile, low-defense agile creatures were mere fodder before the chain lightning, often requiring only 1 or 2 bullets to be swiftly dispatched. This shopping center was indeed extraordinary. As Lin Feng systematically eliminated the seemingly endless tide of zombies, he mused internally. The variety of monsters here was evidently more abundant than in previous instances, with a higher intensity. Moreover, he sensed an ominous presence lurking deeper within the mall. As the increasingly potent blend of decay and chemicals filled him with a foreboding sense of dread. At that moment, not far ahead, a cacophony of unsettling gnawing sounds emanated from what appeared to be the entrance of a large supermarket. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and he softened his footfalls, stealthily making his way closer. Chapter 88. Supermarket Terror. The butcher blocks the way. Lin Feng cautiously approached the entrance of the large supermarket. The glass doors had long been shattered, and the entrance was obstructed by a heap of toppled shelves and scattered goods, obscuring much of the interior. Yet, the distressing crunching sounds grew increasingly clear, interspersed with low, suppressed growls reminiscent of a beast feasting. Merely listening to these sounds sent shivers down his spine. Were there large creatures inside? Lin Feng's expression grew grave as he tightened his grip on the Uzi. He refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, he sought a relatively concealed corner to peer cautiously inside. The supermarket's interior was darker than the exterior, illuminated only by a few emergency lights flickering feebly, casting faint shadows upon the scene within. Most of the shelves were collapsed, and products lay strewn across the floor, mingled with dark red blood and unidentified filth, exuding a nauseating odor. In the central area of the supermarket, a relatively open space revealed a scene that made Lin Feng's pupils dilate. He beheld several dismembered zombie corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground, as if torn apart by some violent force. Intestines and entrails were scattered everywhere, presenting an exceedingly gruesome sight. Beside a pile of mangled remains, a figure of extraordinary girth, towering nearly 2 meters tall, squatted with its back facing the entrance. Its body was rotund and bloated, clad in a butcher's apron, soiled with blood and grease, barely recognizable amidst the filth. The exposed skin exhibited a morbid pallor, marred by repulsive sores and sutured scars. Its head, or rather, the area where a head should have been, was shrouded in a burlap hood, The hood bore two irregularly shaped holes, revealing eyes that glimmered with a cruel crimson light. Its arms, robust like barrels, were wielding a colossal, rust-covered cleaver that dripped black blood from one hand, while the other clutched a twitching zombie thigh. It was bringing the dismembered limb to the mouth of the burlap hood, gnawing audibly with a sound that sent chills down the spine. Gluttonous Butcher. Level, LV23. Type, Mini-Boss. Health, 40,000. Attack, 200. Defense, 120. Skills, Frenzied Charge, Bone Shatter, Devour and Regenerate. Consuming corpses gradually restores health, greasy skin, slight increase in physical damage resistance. Vulnerability to fire damage. What the hell? A mini-boss. Lin Feng gasped in shock. An elite enhancement at LV23. 40,000 health, 200 attack, 120 defense. Particularly alarming was the Devour and Regenerate skill. The ability to consume corpses for health recovery was simply grotesque. No wonder there were so many zombie remains strewn about. It seemed this creature had been feasting on them. Moreover, it appeared oblivious to Lin Feng's presence. He needed to strike first and interrupt its meal. Lin Feng swiftly made his decision. He could not allow this creature to regain health. Without hesitation, he leapt from his hiding spot. The twin storm Uzi in his hands instantly locked onto the massive, nearly unprotected back of the gluttonous butcher. Put down that leg. Lin Feng bellowed, pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrential barrage of bullets rained upon the gluttonous butcher, akin to the furious flames of vengeance. 380, 380, 380. The concentrated damage numbers erupted from the corpulent body of the gluttonous butcher. Simultaneously, crackle, crackle, crackle. Brilliant arcs of electricity surged wildly. Unfortunately, with no other enemies nearby, the chain lightning's AoE effect could not be utilized at the moment. Roar. The gluttonous butcher, currently relishing its meal, clearly did not anticipate any interruption to its dining experience. It abruptly ceased its gnawing, emitting a roar filled with agony and rage. It spun around violently. The two crimson eyes peeking from beneath the burlap hood locked onto Lin Feng with an insatiable cruelty and murderous intent. It discarded the half-consumed zombie thigh, brandishing the massive cleaver, and lumbered toward Lin Feng with heavy steps. Although its speed was not particularly swift, its immense size and terrifying presence imparted a suffocating sensation, akin to a heavy tank bearing down. Just what I needed. Lin Feng pressed forward. He knew that against a melee-type boss with such thick health and high defense, merely maintaining distance to kite would be inefficient. Moreover, the supermarket's complex terrain made it easy to become cornered. He had to leverage his speed advantage to engage in close combat. Lin Feng's figure darted like a specter, weaving through the narrow aisles and toppled shelves of the supermarket. He deftly evaded the gluttonous butcher's powerful slashes. Meanwhile, his Uzi never ceased its roar. Bullets, as if guided by a supernatural instinct, relentlessly targeted the vulnerable areas of the gluttonous butcher. For instance, its disproportionately short legs due to its girth, or the head obscured beneath the burlap hood. 380, 380, 570. Miss. 760. Headshot. Damage numbers fluctuated wildly. Lin Feng discerned that the creature's thighs and head appeared to be its weak points, inflicting greater damage. However, its defense was undeniably formidable. With a defense of 120, each of Lin Feng's attacks was significantly mitigated. Moreover, the creature's attack power was equally terrifying. Each swing of the massive cleaver cut through the air with a whistling sound. Lin Feng had no doubt that a direct hit would cost him half his health. On multiple occasions, he narrowly dodged the blade with razor-sharp reflexes and nimble footwork. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Lin Feng danced around the rampaging, gluttonous butcher like a nimble matador, striking with precision. The gluttonous butcher resembled an unyielding war machine, furiously swinging its cleaver, attempting to smash the bothersome fly before it into a pulp. The supermarket echoed with gunfire, roars, the crash of heavy objects collapsing, and the crackling of electricity. Lin Feng's mind was razor-focused. He had to be faster, more ruthless. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He was no longer content with simply attacking weak points. He began to take risks. He deliberately exposed a vulnerability, luring the gluttonous butcher into executing a powerful bone shatter. Just as the colossal cleaver was about to descend, sealing off all his escape routes, Lin Feng executed a dramatic side slide, nearly skimming the ground. In the instant he evaded the lethal strike, he raised his Uzi, aiming at the gluttonous butcher's temporarily exposed groin, courtesy of its excessive force. Let me sever your lineage. Lin Feng roared internally. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The final bullet struck with the vengeance of a viper. 950. Critical weak point. Critical hit. 950. 950. A series of staggering high damage numbers erupted from the gluttonous butcher's lower body, leaving Lin Feng momentarily speechless. A howl of torment more anguished than any before erupted from the gluttonous butcher. Its massive form stiffened abruptly, the cleaver clattering to the ground. Then, as if all its bones had been removed, it toppled backward. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled. It convulsed twice before dissolving into a cloud of black mist. System notification. You have slain Gluttonous Butcher, LV23, gaining 5,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the item, Butcher's Cleaver Blue. System notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the item, Greasy Burlap Hood, White. System notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the item, Mutated Fat Tissue X3, Green Material. System notification. Congratulations. You have obtained the special item, Glutton Stomach, Purple Quest Synthesis Item. Phew, it's done. Lin Feng gazed at the pile of radiant loot on the ground, finally exhaling in relief, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for air. This battle, while not as mentally taxing as the later stages of the zombie tide assault, was perilous in its own right. Had he not thought quickly to target that indescribable area and dealt immense weak point damage, it would have been far from easy to dispatch this creature boasting 40,000 health. Damn, will I have to try targeting the groin in future boss fights? Lin Feng mused, a somewhat mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chapter 89. Loot and Surprises in the Supermarket. Lin Feng sat on the cold, filthy floor of the supermarket, his rapid breaths gradually calming. Finally, he had vanquished that wretched fat man. Rising to his feet, he eagerly approached the spoils dropped by the gluttonous butcher. A glimmer of dark light revealed several items lying quietly on the ground. First, there was a blue bone-chopping knife. Butcher's Bone Chopper. Quality, blue. Required level, LV22. Required class, Warrior, Berserker. Type, one-handed axe. Attack power, 105. Strength, 8. Special effect, Heavy Chop, LV1. Slightly increases the damage of slashing skills. Description, a bone-chopping knife smeared with unknown filth and heavy resentment. Heavy and sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through any bone with ease. TSK, a toy for warriors. The attack power is decent, but its appearance is rather unappealing. Lin Feng grimaced, tossing it into his backpack. This item could be sold at the trading post later, or perhaps gifted to some unwitting warrior when he had subordinates. Next was a greasy, filthy burlap hood. Greasy burlap hood. Quality white. Required level, none. Slot head. Defense, 5. Special effect. Wearing it significantly reduces charisma and may cause discomfort to those nearby. Description, a burlap hood that emanates an indescribable odor, covered in grease, blood, and vomit. Perhaps only a true warrior, or a pervert, would dare to wear it. Lin Feng picked it up with a look of disdain, hesitating for a moment before tossing it into a corner of his backpack. White trash, it takes up space. He would sell it to the store later. Following that were 3 pieces of fatty tissue emitting a faint green glow. Mutated fat tissue. Quality, green. Type, biological material. Description, highly mutated fatty tissue harvested from the gluttonous butcher, imbued with peculiar energy and extreme heat. It may be used to craft certain special potions or food, if you dare to consume it. Biological material? He decided to keep it, as it might be useful for future boss enchantments. Lin Feng stored it away carefully. Lastly, and most intriguing to Lin Feng, was an object radiating a soft purple light, resembling a still wriggling sack of flesh. Glutton's stomach. Quality, purple. Type, special item, quest item. Synthesis material. Description, the stomach of the gluttonous butcher, horrifically mutated and possessing astonishing digestive capabilities. It appears capable of digesting all organic matter and converting it into pure energy. One can sense a lingering, unsettling hunger and gluttonous desire upon touching it. Its specific uses are unknown, but it is certainly not an ordinary item. Perhaps it relates to some lost alchemical or biomodification techniques. A purple special item, unknown use. Lin Feng picked up the still wriggling stomach, feeling its slippery, warm texture. A wave of mild nausea rising within him, yet its quality was purple. Moreover, the description mentioned alchemy and biomodification. Although he could not currently learn biomodifications, this item might prove useful through other means. It could be a key item for a hidden quest. What a treasure! He carefully stowed the glutton's stomach deep within his backpack, intending to study it further when he had the time. Having inspected the spoils, Lin Feng felt notably rejuvenated. He surveyed the supermarket, now a scene of chaos wrought by the gluttonous butcher. Shelves lay askew, products strewn about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Surely, there must be plenty of valuable items in this supermarket. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with excitement. Although he had not found anything worthwhile from the ordinary zombies earlier, this large supermarket had once been one of the most resource-rich places before the apocalypse. Food, medicine, daily necessities. Perhaps he could still find some non-expired canned goods, purified water, or basic first aid supplies. His own supplies were running low after the previous frenzied monster hunting. It was time to replenish. With this thought, Lin Feng immediately felt invigorated. He began to meticulously scour the supermarket, turning over collapsed shelves, kicking aside obstructive shopping carts, and examining those packages that appeared relatively intact. Indeed, diligence bore fruit. Soon, he discovered a plethora of useful items. Compressed biscuits, 5, white food, restores a small amount of hunger. Canned beef, 3, green food, Restores a moderate amount of hunger, temporarily increases strength slightly. Bottled purified water. 8. White beverage. Restores a small amount of thirst. Energy drink. 2. Blue beverage. Restores a small amount of thirst, temporarily boosts spirit slightly. Bandages. 10. White medical item. Stops bleeding. Slowly restores a small amount of health. Basic first aid spray. 1. Blue medical item. Instantly restores 100 health points. Removes bleeding status. What a bountiful haul. Lin Feng gazed at the pile of supplies in his backpack, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Although most were low-tier items, they were invaluable to him at this moment, especially the basic first aid spray, which could be a lifesaver in critical moments. He continued his search. Perhaps there were even better items to be found. Lin Feng's enthusiasm for scavenging was thoroughly ignited. He began to search every corner of the supermarket with greater diligence. The perishables section was already beyond salvage, with only a few infected rats, LV-19, experience points, gnawing on rotting flesh, which he dispatched with a few swift shots of electric therapy. The snack aisle was mostly filled with expired or contaminated items, but he managed to salvage a few bags of seemingly well-sealed chips and chocolate. In the daily essentials section, he found some lighters and ropes, items he couldn't use immediately but still collected. As he searched near the checkout area, suddenly, a door to a staff break room, previously tightly shut, was violently flung open from within. Following that, several zombies wearing supermarket employee uniforms, their faces twisted and eyes vacant, shrieked as they charged out. Rotten cashier. Level, LV-21. Health, 3200. Attack power, 95. Defense, 55. Skill, coin toss. Throws a virus-tainted coin at the target, causing minor damage and a chance to inflict slow effect. Berserk stock clerk. Level, LV-22. Health, 4500. Attack power, 120. Defense, 80. Skill, brute charge. Launches a short-range charge at the target, dealing damage and a chance to knock back. New monsters. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling delighted rather than alarmed. New monsters meant new experience. Moreover, these creatures seemed to be guarding this spot. Was there something valuable in the staff break room? Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. The Uzi's muzzle once again spat fire, instantly enveloping those unfortunate LV-21 rotten cashiers in a chain of lightning. Their thin blood and low defense crumbled under a few electric shocks, quickly dissolving into dark light. The coins they tossed were deftly evaded by Lin Feng, or simply shot down mid-air by jumping arcs of electricity. As for the two LV-22 Berserk stock clerks, they were slightly tougher, boasting a defense of 80 points, and Lin Feng's shots only dealt 420 damage. They howled as they activated brute charge, attempting to ram into him. Want to charge me? Dream on. Lin Feng scoffed. The Holy Gun Ranger class is not merely about standing still and dealing damage. Agility is equally a core attribute. His body moved with the grace of willow catkins, deftly weaving between the two warehouse workers, evading their grasp. The Uzi in his hands resembled the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping their vitality. The chain lightning unleashed an efficiency of damage that reached its zenith. In less than 20 seconds, those seemingly robust warehouse workers fell, convulsing under the onslaught of the violent current, crashing to the ground. Done. Let me see what treasures lie within. Lin Feng blew on the muzzle of his gun and kicked open the rickety door of the employee lounge, stepping inside. The lounge was modest in size, furnished with a few tables and chairs, while the walls bore slogans of smiling service and customer supremacy, rendering them particularly ironic. In the corner of the room, an overturned metal cabinet lay, surrounded by scattered documents and a sturdy-looking safe. A safe. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an unexpected delight. A safe from before the apocalypse might conceal something valuable, cash, jewelry, or perhaps even more precious items. He approached the safe, scrutinizing it closely. It was one of those old-fashioned combination locks, appearing quite hefty. To force it open would likely prove challenging. A combination lock, Lin Feng pondered, stroking his chin. He could not recall any password. Must he search for clues? How tedious. Let us be direct. He raised his Uzi, aiming at the lock hole of the safe. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the lock hole with precision. However, ding. Sparks flew. The safe merely rocked slightly, leaving a shallow bullet mark on the lock hole, utterly unharmed. What the hell? So tough. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that using a gun to open it was out of the question. Was he to give up? Unwilling to concede. He caught a glimpse of a pile of scattered documents nearby. He casually picked up a few sheets to inspect. Most were employee schedules and promotional plans for the supermarket, mere scrap paper. Yet one yellowed sticky note caught his attention. Scrawled upon it were a series of numbers. Birthday 0715. Wedding anniversary 1028, Sun S 1206. A circle had been drawn around them, as if to remind oneself not to forget. Numbers? Could it be? Lin Feng's heart raced. He approached the safe, attempting to input the numbers into the combination dial. First, 0715. Click. The dial emitted a soft sound. Could it be right? Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. He continued with 1028. Another soft sound. Lastly, He entered 1206. Click. A crisp, unlocking sound resonated. The handle of the safe loosened. Haha, it worked. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement. It seemed the owner of this safe was rather forgetful, having written the password on a sticky note. He eagerly pulled open the heavy door of the safe, eager to discover what treasures lay within. However, the sight that met his eyes made his scalp tingle. His pupils constricted. Chapter 90. The Wailing Corpse Infant. Elevator terror. The heavy door of the safe creaked open. A nauseating stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. As if materializing before him, inside, there were no gold, silver, jewels, or cash as Lin Feng had envisioned. Instead, there was one, or rather, a mass. Wrapped in dark red blood and a viscous liquid, a grotesquely writhing mass of flesh lay. This lump was approximately the size of an infant's fist, its shape exceedingly irregular, covered in twisted blood vessels and pulsating growths, with faint tendrils flailing about. More horrifying was the fact that at the center of this mass lay a distorted infantile face, rife with agony and malice. The face was tightly shut, yet its mouth was slightly agape, as if silently screaming. Level. Type. Description. An entity shrouded in mystery and ominousness, exuding an aura of extreme unease. Approaching it induces a profound terror and madness from the depths of one's soul. What the hell is this thing? Even having witnessed countless bloody scenes, Lin Feng felt nauseated to the point of nearly retching at the sight of this abomination. This was no treasure. It was clearly a trap. Enshrined within was some unspeakably terrifying and malevolent existence. The unsettling aura emanating from it was even stronger than that of the gluttonous butcher he had encountered earlier. The level and type were both question marks. This indicated that its tier likely far exceeded Lin Feng's current comprehension. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Instinctively, Lin Feng sought to close the safe door. Out of sight, out of mind. However, just as he reached out to close it, the writhing mass of flesh within suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes, they did not belong to an infant. They held no innocence whatsoever. Only boundless malice, madness, and hunger. It fixated on Lin Feng with an unyielding gaze. Then, it opened its disproportionately small mouth. Eek! A shrill wail, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, bursts forth from the mass of flesh, laden with an indescribable malevolence. The sound was not loud, yet it possessed a terrifying penetrating power that stabbed straight into Lin Feng's soul. He felt as though his brain had been impaled by a red-hot steel needle. Agony. Unspeakable agony. Darkness engulfed him in an instant. A tide of negative emotions surged within him. Fear, despair, madness, fury. System notification. You have been attacked by the unknown entity, neural whale. Entering confusion state. Last 5 seconds. Temporary significant reduction in mental strength. System notification. In confusion state. Your nerves are stimulated, leading to inverse results in body control. Damn. Lin Feng was struck with terror. He never anticipated that this creature would possess a psychic attack, and one with area effect. He felt the world spinning around him. He could hardly control his own body. His steps faltered. He nearly dropped the UZI in his hands. To make matters worse, with the onset of the neural whale, the entire supermarket, indeed, the entirety of the second floor, seemed to have been stirred. Roars, screeches, crackle, from all directions. A cacophony of even more frenzied and intense zombie howls erupted. Footsteps, crashes, the sounds of falling objects. Like a tidal wave, they surged from every corner. Evidently, this neural whale was not merely a psychic attack. It harbored a powerful aggro effect, drawing every mobile zombie on the entire second floor toward him. Damn it. It was a trap. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He was ensnared in a confusion state, unable to fight effectively, and surrounding him were at least 100 zombies, pouring in from all directions with wild abandon. Among them, numerous corruptors and stalkers lurked. This was nothing short of a desperate situation. Stay calm. He must remain composed. Lin Feng bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain offered a fleeting clarity. He knew that he absolutely could not allow himself to be cornered in this small employee lounge. Otherwise, it would be certain death. He had to seize the moment before the tide of zombies fully engulfed him and charge out. But where to? He could hardly discern direction. In a confusion state, advancing could result in retreating. Running left might lead to running right. Time. Less than 3 seconds remained. In this critical moment, in the corner of the supermarket, Lin Feng's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the elevator leading upstairs or downstairs. The elevator doors were tightly shut, marred by blood and claw marks, suggesting it had ceased functioning long ago. Yet, it was a relatively enclosed space. Perhaps it could serve as a temporary refuge. Taking a gamble, Lin Feng hesitated no longer. With a blend of vague intuition and a stroke of luck, he charged towards the elevator. He was uncertain if he was heading in the right direction. Bang! He felt as though he had burst through a door. Roar! A rotting cashier lunged at him. Instinctively, Lin Feng raised his gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets sprayed wildly. By sheer chance, he managed to push the cashier back a few steps. However, the recoil nearly sent him sprawling. Over here, he felt as if he might have chosen the right path. He glimpsed the elevator's indistinct outline. Summoning every ounce of strength, he sprinted towards the elevator doors. Bang! He slammed against the tightly shut elevator doors. The state of chaos was finally over. Lin Feng felt a surge of clarity in his mind. His vision returned to normal. But before he could exhale in relief, he turned to see. Behind him, the supermarket's various aisles. A dark tide of corpses surged forth. Like a flood bursting its banks. All manner of grotesque zombies howled and roared, charging towards him, the sole target. At the forefront, several lightning-fast raging pet dogs and stalkers closed in on him, less than 10 meters away. And behind him, the cold, unyielding elevator doors. No escape. Damn it. Am I truly going to die here? Lin Feng's heart plummeted to the depths. In this moment of despair, a thought struck him. He abruptly pulled out a purple vial from his backpack. Witch's Fury Tear. Initially intended as his ultimate trump card for survival. Now, it seemed the moment had come to use it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng twisted off the cap and downed the liquid, emanating a dangerous purple glow. Cold, frenzied, an indescribable energy, filled with a desire for destruction, exploded within him. His skin flushed red, veins bulged, his heartbeat thundered like a drum. System notification: you have consumed Witch's Fury Tear. Attack speed increased by 30. Movement speed increased by 30. Defense reduced by 50. Losing 1 maximum health point per second. Lasts for 30 seconds. Defense reduced by 50. Lin Feng's defense plummeted from 114 to 57 points in an instant. Barely better than being naked. But he could not afford to dwell on that. He felt the surging power within him. The sensation of speed about to burst forth. His gaze turned wild and fervent once more. Come on, you wretches. Taste my fury. He spun around, facing the oncoming tide of corpses. His hands gripping the twin storm Uzii. Like two awakened ancient beasts, it unleashed an unprecedented, terrifying rate of fire that transcended all limits. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire. No longer a continuous barrage. Instead, it transformed into a relentless, piercing shriek, sharp enough to rupture eardrums. Bullets rained down like a true metal storm, cascading forward at an unimaginable speed. 520. 520. Crack. 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 Chain lightning surged forth like an enraged god of thunder, wreaking havoc among the horde, leaping and exploding. The raging pet dogs and stalkers at the forefront barely had time to react before being shredded into pieces by the dense hail of bullets and violent arcs of electricity. The ordinary zombies and elite foes behind them fell like wheat before the scythe. 30 seconds. In a mere 30 seconds. Lin Feng transformed into an unrelenting deity of slaughter. He carved out a fan-shaped zone of death amidst the horde with his overwhelming firepower. At least 70 or 80 zombies were utterly obliterated in that fleeting 30 seconds. However, time slipped away in an instant. The effect of Witch's Fury Tear came to an end. System notification: you have entered a state of weakness. All attributes reduced by 20. Lasts for 1 minute. A more intense sense of weakness and powerlessness washed over him like a tidal wave. Lin Feng felt darkness encroaching on his vision. His legs grew weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. His attributes plummeted once more, even lower than when he lost the ancestral blessing. And ahead, though he had cleared a significant area, more zombies continued to surge forth from the depths of the supermarket, from the stairwell, from the ventilation ducts. Howling and roaring, they charged towards him, the weakened target. It was over. A glimmer of despair flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Just then, ding! A crisp metallic sound echoed from behind him. Instinctively, he turned to look. The elevator doors, once firmly shut, now slowly began to open. Inside the elevator, darkness loomed, exuding an even colder and more ominous aura. Chapter 91, A Desperate Escape. Behind him, the cold and solid elevator doors. Before him, a relentless tide of corpses surged like a black tsunami. The weakness state weighed heavily upon Lin Feng, like an invisible shackle, pressing down on him. His vision dimmed due to weakness, his ears filled with the frenzied roars of zombies and the increasingly near sound of footsteps. Was he truly destined to perish here? Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh, gripping his Uzii tightly, preparing for a final stand. Even in death, he would take a few with him. Just then, ding! A melodious metallic alert rang out behind him, like a divine melody. The bloodstained elevator doors, which he had relied upon as his last line of defense, slowly slid open. Lin Feng whipped around. Inside the elevator, darkness reigned, deep and cavernous, like the maw of a monstrous beast ready to devour. Only the emergency light at the top flickered with a dim, ghostly red glow, barely illuminating a small area at the elevator door. Was it empty? Or did it conceal deeper horrors? A chill, more sinister than the horde outside, seeped from the depths of the dark compartment, raising the hairs on Lin Feng's neck. This elevator was undoubtedly problematic. Was it a trap? Or his only chance for survival? Lin Feng had no time to ponder, for the leading raging pet dogs and stalkers were already less than 3 meters away. The dark tide of corpses behind him surged like a flood, ready to engulf him entirely. The only retreat lay in the mysteriously opened elevator door. Damn it. It's a gamble. A glimmer of madness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He gritted his teeth, unleashing the last vestiges of his strength. Turning, he leapt backward, almost simultaneously as he jumped into the elevator compartment. Roar. Hey, stalker. S. claw grazed his heel, leaving deep scratches on the elevator frame. Close the door. Close it quickly. Lin Feng screamed in his mind. As if hearing his prayer, the slowly opening elevator doors slammed shut with an inexplicably rapid motion. The grotesque and contorted faces of the zombies outside, along with their frenzied, claw-like hands, were utterly barred from entry by the door. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled thuds incessantly reverberated from beyond the door, causing the elevator to tremble slightly with each impact. Yet, the heavy metal door remained unyielding, steadfastly withstanding the onslaught of the undead horde. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Feng leaned against the cold steel wall of the elevator, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor. He had narrowly escaped death. Gasping for air, he felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Those fleeting seconds had been more harrowing than any battle he had ever endured. The oppressive weakness brought on by his weakened state weighed heavily upon him, making even the act of raising his weapon feel burdensome. Taking a moment to collect himself against the wall, he began to scrutinize the peculiar elevator that had saved his life. The cabin was modest in size, its walls crafted from frigid stainless steel, marred with dark crimson stains and cryptic scratches. The overhead red emergency light flickered ominously, casting the entire space in a horror film-like ambience. A pungent melange of rust, blood, and a faint, formaldehyde-like stench permeated the air. The control panel was cloaked in dust, most buttons rendered inoperative, save for one downward-pointing arrow that glowed with an eerie red light. And the elevator was gradually descending. Descending? Was it not on the second floor? Was it heading to the first? Lin Feng frowned, a flicker of unease rising within him. Although he had cleared the first-floor atrium, who could say whether new monstrosities would emerge? Moreover, what if the elevator opened on the first floor while the horde was still present? In his current state, he was utterly incapable of further combat. No, he could not resign himself to passive fate. Struggling to his feet, Lin Feng approached the control panel, attempting to press the buttons for other floors or the door-opening mechanism. Yet, all buttons remained unresponsive. Only the downward arrow, like the eye of a demon, stubbornly glowed. The elevator continued its steady descent. Moreover, as Lin Feng attentively listened to the sounds of the elevator in operation, he sensed that the depth of this descent seemed excessive. It had already surpassed the height from the second to the first floor. Could it be that this elevator was not destined for the first floor, but rather to a deeper abyss? Perhaps the basement. Lin Feng's heart sank. The shopping mall's basement was typically a parking garage, storage, or equipment room. Such places were often darker, more convoluted, and more prone to harboring unspeakable horrors. He recalled the bizarre flesh he had seen in the supermarket's safe, along with the piercing soul scream. Was it possible that this elevator was connected to that abomination? A chill once more surged within Lin Feng. He felt as though he had leapt into a far larger pit. Damn it, just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. But with matters having come to this, he had no other choice. He could only take one step at a time. Assessing his condition, he noted that the weakened effect still had several seconds remaining. His health had been significantly depleted by the horde, leaving him with around 60 health points. Though his body felt frail, his grip on the weapon remained steady. His gaze sharpened with renewed vigilance. Whatever lay ahead, he had to be prepared for battle. The elevator continued its slow descent. Silence enveloped him, broken only by the soft sounds of the elevator's operation and the weighty rhythm of his own heartbeat. The unknown darkness and dangers loomed like an invisible boulder pressing upon his chest. He did not know how long they had been descending. It could have been a minute or perhaps 10. Ding! A crisp alert echoed. The elevator finally came to a halt, the red downward arrow extinguished. Then, with a clang, the elevator doors slowly slid open. A wave of even colder, more humid air, mixed with a potent stench of blood and something indescribably foul, surged in. The scene outside the doors unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. Chapter 92. The Underground Dungeon. As the elevator doors creaked open, the sight beyond made Lin Feng's brow furrow instantly, and his stomach churned. The first thing that assaulted his nostrils was an overwhelming stench, a vile blend of rust, blood, mold, and some rotting viscera. It was tenfold more potent than anything he had encountered in the supermarket. He nearly retched on the spot. Next, there was the darkness. The space appeared to be subterranean, devoid of any natural light, illuminated only by sporadically placed, grimy emergency lights on the walls, casting a ghastly greenish glow that rendered the surroundings ghostly. Finally, there was the sight. Beyond the elevator doors lay a narrow, stifling metal corridor. The walls flanking the passage were cold, rough concrete, stained with dark crimson marks, cryptic claw marks, and some grotesque symbols smeared with blood. The ground was coated with a thick, viscous, dark brown mire that squelched unpleasantly underfoot, an unholy amalgamation of muck, blood, or something else entirely. At the end of the corridor, an abyss of darkness loomed, with no visible terminus. Only a chilling breeze intertwined with faint sounds reminiscent of dragging chains emanating from the shadows. What in the world was this place? The basement parking lot of the shopping mall? Or perhaps some clandestine base? Lin Feng stood at the elevator's threshold, hesitating to step outside, instead surveying his surroundings warily while mentally berating the situation. This environment, this atmosphere, it was far more oppressive, bizarre, and repulsive than any previous scenario he had encountered. The blood handprints and eerie symbols on the walls, along with the stench permeating the air, filled him with an ominous premonition. Glancing at the elevator's control panel, he noted it remained unresponsive, with only the door close button still illuminated. Clearly, this elevator was a one-way ticket, having delivered him here with no intention of allowing a return. Damn it, a treacherous trap, Lin Feng muttered under his breath, realizing he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, despite inhaling the foul odor, he tightened his grip on the UZI and cautiously stepped out of the elevator cabin, planting his feet upon the viscous. Skill, Brute Charge, launches a short-range charge at the target, dealing damage and a chance to knock back. Repugnant Ground. System notification, you have entered the hidden area, Underground Dungeon, Level 1. Warning, the environment in this area is extremely hazardous. High concentrations of toxins and unknown pathogens present. Please take precautions. Warning, signal interference is severe in this area. Communication with the outside world is impossible. Map functionality is disabled. A flurry of system warnings sent Lin Feng's heart plummeting. An underground dungeon. Beneath the shopping mall lay a prison. And there were toxins and pathogens. No communication. Map functionality disabled. This was simply danger personified. What a nightmare. He felt utterly despondent. He now harbored grave doubts that the bizarre flesh from the supermarket safe, along with the elevator that had unexpectedly sent him down here, were intricately crafted traps set by some unseen puppet master. The goal was to lure him into this cursed place. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He glanced at his status. The effects of weakened had finally dissipated. All attributes had returned to their levels prior to the 20-point reduction. While still not as robust as when buffed, he at least felt considerably lighter. Strength had returned. He had regained a semblance of combat readiness. Lin Feng let out a slight sigh of relief as he carefully examined the narrow metal corridor. The passage seemed to only lead in one direction, deeper into the unknown darkness. On either side of the corridor, every so often, one could discern a heavy, rust-riddled iron door. The doors were tightly sealed, each adorned with a small observation window, though the glass was either shattered or obscured by grime, rendering any view of the interior impossible. Could these be the infamous cells? What lay within? Survivors? Or even more terrifying creatures? Lin Feng dared not approach the iron doors lightly. He resolved to proceed down the corridor first, hoping to discover another exit or at least gain some understanding of this ghastly place. He treaded softly, like a specter, cautiously creeping along the passage into the depths of darkness. The twin storm UZI, in his grasp, remained at the ready, its muzzle slightly elevated, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. An oppressive silence enveloped him, amplifying the sound of his own footsteps and breaths, which echoed sharply in the stifling atmosphere. After traversing several dozen meters, a turn in the corridor came into view. A faint glimmer of light emanated from around the corner, suggesting a slightly more spacious area beyond. Simultaneously, a low, beastly panting reached his ears, accompanied by the clinking of chains. Lin Feng's heart raced. Something was there. He immediately halted, held his breath, and pressed his body against the cold wall, cautiously peering around the corner. Indeed, beyond the bend lay a somewhat broader square chamber, resembling a small watchtower or control room. In the center of the space hung a flickering incandescent bulb, barely illuminating the surroundings. Under the light, Lin Feng beheld a sight that sent chills down his spine. There were not 3, but 4. 4 hellhounds, each larger than the frenzied pet dogs he had previously encountered. Their skin exhibited a bizarre, sludge-like black-gray hue, riddled with sinewy muscles and vicious bony protrusions. Their eyes glowed a blood red, filled with a savage hunger and madness. Their mouths stretched wide to the roots of their ears, revealing rows of dagger-like fangs, with corrosive black saliva dripping from the corners. What was even more horrifying was that each of them wore a massive, rusted metal collar, connected to broken chains. It seemed they had once been imprisoned here. Frenzied Hellhound. Level, LV-24. Type, Elite Mutated Beast. Health, 6,000. Attack, 180. Defense, 80. Agility, extremely high. Skills, Death Bite. Leaps at the target to inflict continuous bites, causing significant damage and applying the severe bleeding effect. Frenzied Tear, upon close range. It frantically tears at the target, greatly increasing attack speed for a short duration. Chain Binding, damaged. This unit was once bound by chains. Remnants may emit noise during movement, but will not affect combat capabilities. An elite monster of LV-24. 4 of them. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The attributes of these frenzied hellhounds were practically a supercharged version of the frenzied pet dogs. Health, attack, and defense significantly enhanced. Their agility reached an extremely high level. Moreover, they possessed two brutally fearsome skills, Death Bite and Frenzied Tear. The added severe bleeding effect was utterly lethal. The consequences of being ensnared by them were unimaginable. To make matters worse, the space was quite limited. The terrain was relatively open, with hardly any cover for maneuvering or positioning. Once combat commenced, it could easily devolve into a brutal confrontation. Swift resolution was imperative. He could not afford to be entangled. Lin Feng instantly assessed the situation. He would no longer remain hidden. With a sudden burst, he darted from around the corner. The twin storm Uzi, in his hands, swiftly locked onto the nearest, frenzied hellhound. "You beast! Die!" Lin Feng shouted, unhesitatingly squeezing the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Chapter 93. Teeth Interlocked. Electric Net Strangulation. Upon Lin Feng's sudden emergence from the corner, coupled with the torrential downpour of bullets and crackling arcs of electricity, the four frenzied hellhounds momentarily froze. They had perhaps never anticipated that this seemingly frail human would dare to initiate an attack. Moreover, the ferocity of his firepower was astounding. But their moment of shock was fleeting. In the next instant, the beast's predatory instincts surged forth. A chorus of deafening roars erupted from the four LV-24 elite mutated beasts. Their crimson eyes fixated intently upon Lin Feng. Their massive forms lunged towards him from four different directions, as swift as arrows released from a bow. The speed was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving behind fleeting shadows of black-gray in their wake. They exhibited no semblance of coordination, relying solely on their primal instincts to rend apart the intruder who had disturbed their slumber. Death Bite. The two hellhounds at the forefront simultaneously unleashed their skill. They leaped high, akin to two streaks of black lightning, their gaping jaws capable of rending steel, aimed at Lin Feng's head and throat. The gleaming fangs sparkled ominously in the dim light. Meanwhile, the remaining two hellhounds lagged slightly, opting to flank him from the sides, gliding along the walls like phantoms, attempting to cut off all of Lin Feng's escape routes before launching their deadly, frenzied tear. For LV-24 elites, combined with their extraordinary agility and ruthless skills, in this confined space, constituted an almost certain death trap. Any ordinary player, even a well-equipped team, would likely find themselves resigned to despair in such circumstances. However, they faced Lin Feng. "Come at me." In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Lin Feng's gaze remained unperturbed. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer battle fervor within him. His mind raced at unprecedented speeds. The Holy Gun Ranger class bestowed upon him reaction speeds and dynamic vision far beyond that of ordinary humans. He discerned the movements of the four hellhounds, their trajectories, even the saliva dripping from their fangs with crystal clarity. In a flash of inspiration, he made the most precise judgment and the most audacious response. No retreat, no evasion. At the moment the two hellhounds initiated their death bite towards him, Lin Feng suddenly crouched low, moving with the grace of a nimble monkey, and astonishingly slipped through the gap between their lunging forms. Simultaneously, the twin storm Uzi in his hands never ceased its roar. As he darted through, the weapon adjusted its angle, targeting the exposed soft underbellies of the two hellhounds. Now momentarily off balance in midair. Down you go. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Crack. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Crack. At close range, the relentless barrage of bullets, interspersed with arcs of electricity, struck fiercely against the vulnerable bellies of the two hellhounds. 420, 420, 210, 840, 840. The horrifying damage numbers surged wildly. Two imperious elite hellhounds. They didn't even have the chance to emit a cry of despair. In midair, they were obliterated by a furious barrage of gunfire, transforming into two spheres of darkness. Instantaneous annihilation. A level 24 elite monster. Astonishingly, Lin Feng dispatched both with a mere glance. Such terrifying explosive power. It is utterly astounding. However, the crisis was far from averted. Two more hellhounds, flanking from the sides, were already perilously close. They seemed momentarily startled by Lin Feng's overwhelming power. Yet their bloodthirsty instincts compelled them to advance without hesitation. Like twin black whirlwinds, one to the left and one to the right, they simultaneously unleashed ravage. Countless glimmering claws descended upon Lin Feng like a torrential downpour, sealing off every avenue of evasion. "Humph, do they think this will be enough to slay me?" Lin Feng scoffed. Just as the dense claw strikes were about to make contact, his body contorted like a boneless entity, abruptly arching backward into a near 90-degree bridge pose, narrowly evading the majority of the strikes. Although his shoulder and arm were grazed by several claw winds, leaving behind a few bloody marks and damage figures of 80 and 75, they were not fatal. Simultaneously, his Uzi, seemingly fused to his arm, roared with the voice of death once more. This time, he did not bother to target any weak points, for the distance was too close. He thrust the muzzles of both Uzis almost directly against the faces of the two hellhounds. Then, he unleashed a frenzied barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. An even more ferocious and dense metallic storm, laced with blinding arcs of electricity, instantaneously engulfed the two hellhounds. 840, 840, 420, 420. Terrifying damage figures cascaded like a waterfall. The two level 24 elite hellhounds, under such close range and violent firepower, could not withstand even a second. They met the same fate as their companions, shattered into a cloud of flesh and darkness. The battle, from start to finish, lasted a mere 10 seconds. For level 24 elite mutated beasts were utterly decimated by Lin Feng in a display of overwhelming dominance. Lin Feng slowly straightened up, brushing off the dust from his attire, mostly from dodging, glancing at his health bar, which had only diminished by less than 1/5, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although the process appeared perilous, he had maintained absolute control over the rhythm of the battle from beginning to end. This is the confidence that comes with increased strength. The Twin Storm Uzii, combined with Chain Lightning, is simply an insurmountable existence when facing such swift and numerous elite squads. He approached the spot where the four hellhounds had transformed into black light, beginning to collect the spoils. System notification: killed, frenzied hellhound. LV-24, gained 3,000 experience points. Another 12,000 experience points secured. The leveling speed was astonishing. In addition to experience, several items were dropped. Hellhound Claw, 8. Blue material, extremely sharp. Can be used to craft weapons or equipment. Damaged metal collar, 4. White trash, seemingly of little use. Frenzied blood, Hellhound, 2. Green potion material, contains frenzied power. Use with caution. Skill book, Ravage, blue, warrior thief class skill, requires LV-23. Oh, a skill book dropped? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he picked up the blue skill book and examined it. Skill book, Ravage. Quality, blue. Required level, LV-23. Required profession, warrior, berserker. Effect: upon activation, your hands enter a frenzied state, increasing attack speed by 50, but drastically reducing accuracy, lasting for 5 seconds. Cost: 80 mana points. Cooldown: 40 seconds. Description: abandon precision. Embrace madness. Tear your enemies to shreds. A skill that increases attack speed, but decreases accuracy? Lin Feng grimaced. Trash. Better suited for Old Wong. He casually stored the skill book and other materials, then began surveying the small guard room. The room was modest, only a few dozen square meters. With some rusty iron boxes and dilapidated tables and chairs piled in a corner, and a non-functional surveillance monitor hanging on the wall. At the farthest wall of the room, there was something resembling a control console, covered in buttons and indicator lights, though most were damaged or out of power. Only a few red alarm lights continued to flicker stubbornly, seemingly indicating that some sort of upheaval had occurred here. Lin Feng approached and carefully examined the control console. He discovered that most buttons were non-functional, except for one marked Cell Block A Access, which appeared to be operational. Next to the button, there was a card slot, and it seemed that a card was still inserted within. Curiously, Lin Feng pulled the card out. Identity verification card, Researcher 073, Dr. Kane. Quality: white. Type: quest item. Key. Description: a bloodstained identity verification card belonging to a researcher named Dr. Kane. It seems to grant access to certain areas of the underground prison. A researcher? Dr. Kane? Prison passage? Lin Feng studied the card in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. It appears that this underground prison is not merely a place for incarcerating criminals, but also involves some form of research. Could the mutated zombies and hellhounds be products of these experiments? And what about the strange meat chunks in the previous safe? Lin Feng felt as though he was gradually inching closer to the hidden core of this shopping center's secrets. He tucked the identity card away and pressed the Cell Block A Access button. Creak, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal grinding. A wall of metal on the side of the guard room slowly began to rise, revealing a deeper, darker passage behind. This passage was evidently wider than the previous one, with neither simple concrete walls nor barriers, but rows of energy force field barriers flickering with eerie blue arcs. Behind the barriers were individual cells resembling glass chambers. The interiors of the cells were shrouded in darkness, obscuring any visibility. Yet, Lin Feng could sense, from the depths of those cells, emanated a more potent, more violent, and more unsettling aura, as if something incredibly terrifying was confined within. System notification: you have entered the hidden area, Underground Prison Block A. Warning: energy fluctuations ahead are abnormal. Danger level has significantly increased. The energy force field barriers of Block A are housing terrifying entities. Lin Feng gripped his Uzii tightly, his expression turning grave. Such a malevolent place undoubtedly harbors a hidden boss. Chapter 94, The Prison's Disturbance. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the passage of Block A, he was immediately struck by an invisible pressure. The air here was more tainted than outside. The stench mingled with a potent metallic tang of blood and a faint scorched scent, like the smell of burnt circuitry. The energy force field barriers flickered with unstable blue arcs, crackling ominously, casting the passage in a flickering light that added an air of eeriness and oppression. The independent cells behind the barriers stood like silent behemoths, quietly looming in the darkness, exuding a disquieting aura. Lin Feng could even faintly hear, from the depths of certain cells, low growls, frantic banging sounds, and bone-chilling snaps, akin to bones being fractured. What unspeakable horrors lie within these confines? Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. He slowed his pace, treading with utmost caution as he advanced. The passageway here was considerably more spacious than outside, yet it was still littered with overturned carts, shattered remnants of experimental equipment, and traces on the ground that appeared to have been corroded by a potent acid. It was evident that a fierce battle or riot had transpired here. As he moved forward, he meticulously scrutinized the cells on either side. Most of the cells were shrouded in darkness, rendering them impossible to see into. However, occasionally passing through areas illuminated by emergency lights, he could faintly discern the interiors of some cells. Some were utterly vacant, strewn with debris and bloodstains. Others, however, revealed vague outlines of humanoid figures bound to the walls or experimental tables. Most of these figures remained motionless, resembling lifeless entities. Yet Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that countless malevolent eyes lurked in the shadows, watching him. Suddenly, as he passed by a seemingly intact cell, a low, suppressed roar filled with a sense of brutality erupted from within. Immediately following, a cacophony of metallic clashing rang out. It was as if some immensely powerful entity was furiously battering against the energy barrier of the cell. Lin Feng was startled, retreating several steps while aiming his gun at the cell. Inside, a towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall, was ensnared against the wall by thick, crackling metallic chains. Its physique was extraordinarily robust, covered in explosive muscles. Its skin bore a dark, ashen hue, marred by grotesque scars and stitches. Its head was bald, and it wore a welded metal mask that obscured its face, revealing only a pair of bloodshot eyes, glowing with a frenzied red light from rage. It was thrashing its chained arms, desperately attempting to break free while slamming into the energy barrier, producing a deafening resonance. Each impact caused the entire barrier to tremble violently, arcs of electricity dancing chaotically around it. Lin Feng recognized that this concealed area certainly harbored dangers. The Bounder. Level, LV-23. Type, Elite Mutant, Strength Specialized. Health points, 35,000. Attack power, 220. Defense, 130. Agility, low, bound state. Moderate, escaping state. Skills, Mighty Escape. Has a chance to break free from restraints when continuously stimulated or attacked. Furious, Heavy Punch. Upon breaking free, delivers a devastating punch with immense force, inflicting significant damage and knocking the target back. Resilient Skin. Possesses high resistance to physical damage. A level 23 elite. 35,000 health. 130 defense. 220 attack power. Lin Feng gasped at the attributes of this behemoth. This creature was a terrifying amalgamation of the gluttonous butcher and the heavy armored zombie. Thick-skinned. High defense. Its attack power was utterly fearsome. Fortunately, it was still restrained. Its agility was low. However, the skill, Mighty Escape, made Lin Feng's heart race. The implication was clear, best not to provoke it. He glanced at the flickering energy barrier and then at the frenzied Bounder colliding against it. Wisely, he chose to take a detour. Better to avoid trouble. Who knows how ferocious this creature would be if it broke free. He had no desire to confront such a formidable foe in this accursed place. Yet, just as he cautiously prepared to slip past this cell, disaster struck. Perhaps Lin Feng's approach had provoked the Bounder. Perhaps the energy barrier itself was aged and unstable. Suddenly, a piercing crackle of electricity erupted. One of the metallic chains binding the Bounder's arm sparked violently, then extinguished. Following that, a thunderous sound akin to breaking steel echoed. The chain, now devoid of its energy restraint, was forcefully snapped apart by the Bounder. A roar erupted from the Bounder, akin to a beast escaping its cage, filled with wild joy and brutality. Its remaining free arm seemed to possess even greater strength. Clang, clang, clang. It pounded against the energy barrier with a frenzied intensity. Each strike sent the barrier quaking, its arcs of electricity flickering dangerously, teetering on the brink of collapse. What the hell? Was this truly his fate? Lin Feng's complexion turned pale. He realized that even passing by would provoke it, and now it was performing an escape right before his eyes. He found himself in a dilemma. Advance. Who knew what other monstrous threats lay ahead? Retreat? The path he had entered was likely blocked now. Stay here? Waiting for this creature to fully break free would spell disaster for him. Damn it. He had no choice. A glint of determination sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. He could not wait for it to completely escape. He had to strike now while it was still partially restrained and hindered. He needed to unleash concentrated firepower to eliminate it. Although this creature had formidable health and defense, being locked against the wall and with low agility made it a prime target. As long as his firepower was sufficient, there was still a chance. Damn it. You shall perish. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. The twin storm Uzi was swiftly raised, aimed at the struggling Bounder within the cell. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A metallic storm erupted once more. Bullets rained down like a tempest, crashing against the bounder's colossal form through the precarious energy barrier. 370, 370, 370. Damage numbers flickered incessantly. Yet, in comparison to the bounder's terrifying 35,000 health, this damage seemed but a mere drop in the ocean. The bounder staggered back, colliding with the cold wall, emitting a pained roar. But its crimson eyes remained fixated on Lin Feng, brimming with unending malice. It did not cease its struggles. Rather, it fought even harder against the remaining chains. Crack, crack. 2 more sharp sounds rang out. The chains binding its other arm and chest began to show cracks. The arcs of electricity binding them grew exceedingly faint, on the verge of complete rupture. Damn, this creature is breaking free at an alarming rate. Lin Feng felt a surge of panic. He understood that time was running out. If this creature fully escaped its restraints, with its terrifying attack power and the knockback effect of furious heavy punch, he would undoubtedly be swept away in an instant. He needed to act faster. He had to intensify his firepower. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He suddenly recalled his professional skill, Holy Lance Baptism LV1. Upon activation, it would unleash 100 bullets within 10 seconds, inflicting pure physical damage. Although it wouldn't trigger chain lightning, the sheer explosive power in that moment would be terrifying. Moreover, against a high-defense target like the bounder, pure physical damage might yield better results. Let this be a trial for the might of my ultimate move. Lin Feng resolved without hesitation. His mind surged with intent. Holy Lance Baptism. Buzz. A peculiar surge of energy erupted from Lin Feng's body in an instant, infusing the Gemini Storm Uzi in his grasp. He felt as though his hands were no longer under his own volition, but were instead guided by a sacred and frenzied will. The next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It was no longer the rhythmic sound of gunfire, but rather a relentless barrage akin to the high-pressure discharge of an air gun, accompanied by a continuous, piercing sound slicing through the air. The muzzles of the 2 Uzis unleashed visible, tangible white shockwaves. 100 bullets, augmented by extraordinary energy, transformed into a torrent of destruction within a mere 10 seconds. Like a laser cannon, they ruthlessly bombarded the binder, confined within the cell. 500, 500, 500, 500. Pure physical damage. Ignoring defenses, a series of terrifying damage figures, astonishing even to Lin Feng himself, erupted forth from the binder, like a gushing fountain. Chapter 95. Ultimate move to clear the field. 500, 500, 500. A cascade of terrifying damage numbers, overwhelming even to Lin Feng, erupted from the binder, like a geyser. Pure physical damage. Ignoring defenses. This is the terrifying aspect of Holy Gun Baptism LV1. Faced with the binder's formidable physical defense of 130 points. Lin Feng originally could only inflict 370 points of damage with a single shot, but at this moment, each bullet enhanced by the Holy Gun Baptism dealt full damage based on his panel attack power. In 10 seconds, 100 bullets, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, they mercilessly carved through the seemingly indestructible form of the binder. A howl. The binder emitted a deafening roar, filled with agony and resentment. It thrashed violently, striving to break free from the last few chains that were nearing their breaking point. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, brimming with a desire to devour him whole. But it was too late. Under the cataclysmic outburst of the Holy Gun Baptism, its health, which stood at 35,000, plummeted like a floodgate thrown open. 30,000, 20,000, 10,000, 5,000. 8 seconds, gone in a flash. As the final bullet, imbued with divine fire, struck the binder's chest, its massive body suddenly froze. The frantic struggles ceased abruptly. The light in its crimson eyes dimmed rapidly, like a candle flickering in the wind. Bang, bang, bang. The last few chains binding it finally succumbed to the overwhelming force and shattered with a resounding crack. Yet the binder would never again have the chance to savor freedom. Like a marionette stripped of its strings, it slowly toppled forward, rigid and lifeless. Boom. Its heavy form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After a couple of feeble writhes, it fell silent, dissolving into a wisp of black light. System notification: you have slain binder LV23, earning 6,000 experience points. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired the item Metal Mask of the Binder, blue. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired the item Enhanced Suturing Thread X5, green material. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired the item Essence of Strength, weak, X1, blue consumable. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired the special item Damaged Energy Core Fragment, X1, purple material. Finally, it is done. Lin Feng gazed at the pile of items scattered on the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. After the effect of Holy Gun Baptism subsided, a slight sense of fatigue washed over him, primarily due to the consumption of 100 mana points, leaving him mentally a tad weary. Yet far less so than after using Witch's Wrath or suffering from the soul shriek attack. His grip on the UZI remained steady and firm, unaffected by the extreme rate of fire just experienced. This ultimate move was indeed formidable. Lin Feng glanced at the skill bar, noting the 5-minute cooldown of Holy Gun Baptism. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Ignoring defenses. Instantaneous eruption. This was truly a trump card against high defense targets. Although the cooldown was somewhat lengthy and the mana cost substantial, 100 points of mana, nearly half of his current blue limit of over 200. It could prove decisive in critical moments. He stepped forward, beginning to collect the spoils. The blue, metal mask of the binder offered 15 points of defense and 5 points of strength, decent attributes, but its appearance was too unsightly for him to wear. He tossed it into his backpack for sale. The enhanced suturing thread was a green material, described as suitable for crafting or repairing heavy armor, of no use to him. So he stored it away. The essence of strength, weak, a blue consumable, could increase strength by 5 points for 10 minutes upon use. Well, better than nothing. He would keep it as a reserve. Finally, there was the purple damaged energy core fragment, which piqued Lin Feng's interest. Damaged energy core fragment. Quality, purple. Type, special material core component. Description, appears to be a remnant core fragment from a powerful energy device that shattered, still containing unstable energy fluctuations within. Perhaps it could be repaired through special means or serve as a modification material for certain high-tech equipment or energy weapons. Its origins and specific uses remain unknown. An energy core fragment, and a purple one at that? Lin Feng pondered as he weighed the fragment. Roughly the size of a fingernail, yet remarkably heavy and slightly warm to the touch. He recalled the heart of the tyrant he had obtained from the tyrant, the mutated heart of the tank from the tank, and the energy conversion core acquired in the biohazard dungeon. These items all seem to be related to energy and cores. Could it be that this underground prison is indeed connected to some high-tech experiment or energy research? And what about this stomach of the glutton? Lin Feng felt that these seemingly scattered clues concealed a monumental secret. Enough of this. Overthinking would serve no purpose. First, he should secure the items. Lin Feng stowed the fragment away, planning to study it thoroughly when the opportunity arose. The immediate priority was to bolster his strength. Slaying the binder, a LV-23 elite creature, had directly granted him 6,000 experience points. Lin Feng glanced at his experience bar, seeing that he had made significant progress towards the 180,000 experience required to reach LV-17. Onward, Lin Feng sensed that he was still in good condition. Although Holy Gun Baptism was in cooldown, his regular combat prowess remained formidable. He lingered not, continuing deeper along the corridor of the A-Zone prison. The cells flanking the passage remained eerily silent. Occasionally, unsettling noises could be heard from within. Yet it seemed no monsters could break free from the constraints of the energy barriers. Lin Feng speculated that the earlier binder escaping was likely an anomaly or perhaps a scripted event. After traveling over 100 meters, he encountered another fork in the path ahead. The left passage appeared broader, seemingly leading deeper into the cell block. In contrast, the right passage was relatively narrow, adorned with additional pipes and wires along the walls, resembling a route to the equipment area or laboratory. Moreover, a more potent scent of chemical agents wafted from the depths of the right corridor. A laboratory? Lin Feng's eyes glimmered. His instincts urged him that the secret was likely hidden down that path. Furthermore, compared to the possibility of encountering more binders deeper within the prison cells, the laboratory area might be marginally safer, though it might just be a figment of his imagination. Chapter 96, The Repulsive Amalgamation. He decided to first explore the right passage. Cautiously veering into the corridor on the right, Lin Feng immediately sensed a stark contrast in the atmosphere compared to the outside. The foul stench in the air had significantly diminished, replaced instead by an overwhelming odor of formaldehyde, disinfectants, and various chemical substances. The walls were no longer the rough concrete he had encountered. They were adorned with cold white tiles, most of which were either peeling or stained. The floor was relatively cleaner, yet still littered with shards of broken glass and twisted remnants of metallic instruments. On either side of the passage, there were no longer prison cells, but rather tightly shut metal doors, each marked with different numbers and warning signs, such as biohazard and high-pressure radiation. These doors appeared more substantial than the iron gates of the cells, seemingly controlled by electronic locks, most of which were currently powerless and unable to be opened. Indeed, this was the laboratory area. Lin Feng understood in his heart. He proceeded with even greater caution, for in such places, one often encountered bizarre and perilous mutations resulting from failed experiments. Hiss, a peculiar sound, akin to a snake flicking its tongue, suddenly emanated from the slightly ajar door of a laboratory ahead. Lin Feng immediately halted, raising his firearm in vigilance. Holding his breath, he stealthily approached the door, peering through the crack. Inside the laboratory lay a scene of utter chaos, with various instruments toppled and an unidentified liquid flowing across the floor. In the center of the laboratory, beside a massive glass incubation dish, coiled a repugnant monstrosity. It appeared to be a grotesque mass forcibly stitched together from countless arms, thighs, internal organs, and twisted flesh. The surface of this mass was coated in a viscous, continuously dripping green slime, adorned with several agonized, contorted human faces, emitting a hissing sound. Atop this mass, there was even a relatively intact head of a large canine. The eyes of that dog head flickered with a frenzied red light, continuously exhaling a noxious green mist. Failed fusion entity. Level, LV25. Type, Elite Aberration, Failed Experiment. Health points, 30,000. Attack power, 170, melee limb flailing, 150, range toxic mist expulsion. Defense, 100. Skills, limbs frenzy, wildly thrashes its limbs for indiscriminate attacks. Toxic exhalation, expels a wide area of poisonous mist from the canine head, causing continuous damage and reducing target resistance. Flesh regeneration, when health drops below a certain threshold. It consumes surrounding organic matter to slowly restore health. What the hell is this abomination? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse upon witnessing this creature. After seeing enough, he had grown somewhat desensitized. An elite at LV25, 30,000 health, 100 defense, can attack from a distance with poison, AoE and melee, and capable of healing. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. This was undoubtedly a failed product concocted by the researchers of this dreadful place. Lin Feng felt that engaging this thing would haunt him with nightmares for days. But the experience, surely it would be substantial. Moreover, the chances of obtaining valuable loot from an elite creature of this caliber were significantly higher. Let us do this. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He needed experience. He needed equipment. He required everything that could enhance his power, whether it was a mere amalgamation or an unspeakable ancient deity. As long as it could yield experience and gear, he would not hesitate to strike it down, just as he prepared to charge in and engage. Ding! Another melodious system notification chimed, but this time, it was not an upgrade. System notification, your primary equipment, iron plate boots, has absorbed sufficient kinetic energy. Level up. Current level, LV12. Huh, the boots leveled up too? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. Truly a double fortune. Just as he was about to confront a minor boss, his boots had upgraded. He hurriedly checked the attributes of the upgraded item. Iron plate boots, LV12. Quality, special primary equipment. Level requirement, none. Slot, footwear. Defense, 16, up from 15. Stamina, 4, up from 3. Movement speed, 7, up from 6. Special effect, rapid movement LV2. Movement speed increased by an additional 12. Attack speed increased by an additional 6. Attribute, vitality LV2. Restores 2 maximum health points per minute. Bound to Lin Feng. Defense increased by 1 point, stamina by 1 point, and base movement speed by 1 point. The special effect and attribute remained unchanged. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Feng stroked his chin and remarked, well, the impact is minimal, but still beneficial. Better than nothing. Indeed, this enhancement was almost negligible compared to his current attributes. However, free attributes are always welcome. Furthermore, an increase in stamina by 1 point meant a slight boost to his health pool, and an increase in movement speed by 1 point allowed for marginally swifter escapes. Fine. This counts as a minor enhancement. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He felt a tad more invigorated. Just in time. He would test his strength against this repulsive amalgamation. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. No longer hesitating, he kicked open the half-closed laboratory door. In his hands, the twin storm Uzi roared like 2 furious electric dragons, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the failed fusion entity. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Lin Feng's figure darted into the laboratory like a specter. The Uzi in his hands immediately unleashed a torrent of ferocious flames. Bullets, interspersed with crackling arcs of electricity, rained down upon the enormous, nauseating, failed fusion entity. 400, 400, 400. The concentrated damage numbers erupted from the amalgamation in an instant. Hiss. The failed fusion entity clearly did not anticipate a human intruding. The distorted faces on its mass simultaneously emitted screams of agony and fury. The canine head at the top abruptly lifted, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, a thick, foul-smelling green mist spewed forth from the canine mouth, enveloping a vast area ahead. The speed and range far surpassed that of the previous, corrosive ejector. Holy hell, the range is that extensive. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had no time to ponder. Instantly, leveraging his impressive agility of 94 points, he executed an extreme roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the core of the toxic mist. Yet, he still brushed against the mist at the edges. System notification. You have inhaled a small amount of toxic mist. You are now in poisoned state. Losing 50 health points per second. All resistance is reduced by 10 points. Duration, 10 seconds. Chapter 97, An Unexpected Discovery. Damn it, it even reduces resistance. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his health bar plummeting. 50 points per second. In 10 seconds, that's 500 points. Plus a 10-point reduction in all resistances. This toxic mist is simply insidious. Fortunately, he had just leveled up, adding considerable stamina. His health cap was nearing 1,500 points, allowing him to endure for the time being. Yet he knew, he absolutely could not engage this creature in a war of attrition. Its flesh regeneration skill. Although he was uncertain of the exact restoration effect, it was imperative to deny it any opportunity to activate. A swift resolution was necessary. Lim's frenzy. At the moment Lin Feng succumbed to the poison, the colossal body of the failed fusion entity began to writhe violently. The arms and thighs, of varying lengths and thicknesses, that were stitched together on its form, flailed about like a chaotic dance of demons. With fervor, he swung wildly at Lin Feng, delivering blows with an indiscriminate ferocity. The attack radius was vast and utterly chaotic, enveloping all potential escape routes around Lin Feng. By heavens, how could one possibly evade this? Lin Feng's scalp prickled. This was nothing short of a comprehensive AoE assault with no blind spots. To endure it, he was currently afflicted by poison, reducing his resistance. With his defense barely exceeding 100, a single strike from those powerful limbs would surely drain a significant portion of his health. In this dire moment, Lin Feng's gaze swept across the laboratory, landing upon a massive, collapsed metallic experiment platform nearby. Eureka! He swiftly crouched low, akin to a nimble raccoon, and darted beneath the fallen platform, using its metallic surface as a shield. Bang! 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 Countless limbs rained down upon the platform like a torrential downpour, producing a series of dull thuds and sending sparks flying. Fortunately, the platform was sturdy enough to withstand the onslaught, at least for the time being. That was a close call. Lin Feng, sheltered beneath the platform, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, this respite was but temporary. The frenzied limbs could not be sustained indefinitely. Once it ceased, he would still have to confront the creature. Moreover, he remained poisoned, with his health steadily dwindling. A swift resolution was imperative. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he began to devise a strategy. Direct confrontation was futile. This creature possessed robust health and defenses, along with regenerative capabilities. Prolonging the battle would spell his doom. A sneak attack on its weak points? The creature seemed riddled with vulnerabilities, yet every inch of it appeared fortified. Where to strike? Unless. His gaze settled on the canine head perched atop the mass of flesh. That was its organ for expelling poisonous mist, and appeared to be the most intact part, resembling a core. Striking at the heart of the matter. Perhaps targeting that dog's head would yield surprising results? It was worth a shot. Determined, Lin Feng began to gather his strength, awaiting the moment the frenzied limbs would cease their assault. Moments later, the frenzied limbs indeed halted. The failed fusion entity seemed to succumb to a brief paralysis after such vigorous movement. Now was the time. Lin Feng erupted from beneath the platform like a cannonball. In midair, he firmly grasped his UZI, channeling all his mental energy into the barrel. His target was the panting canine head, poised to unleash another toxic cloud. Let it explode. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. This time, he unleashed a torrent of bullets, directing all his firepower at that singular target. 800, 800, 400, 800. Terrifying damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall on the screen. A piercing scream erupted from the canine head, echoing with an agonizing intensity. Then, with a thunderous boom, it burst apart like a ripe watermelon. Red, white, and green viscous liquids mingled with shredded flesh and bone fragments, splattering everywhere. It was utterly revolting. Without its canine head, the failed fusion entity convulsed violently, as if losing control of its massive form. The writhing tumors and distorted human faces on its body rapidly withered and shriveled, devoid of life. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground, transforming into a bubbling, foul-smelling puddle of viscous pus. System notification: you have slain failed fusion entity LV25, earning 8,000 experience points. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired slime sample from the fusion monster X5, blue material. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired damaged experiment record X1 quest item. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired gene stabilizer inferior X1 green consumable. System notification: congratulations. You have acquired equipment chemical protection suit damaged white. Finally, it was resolved. Lin Feng gazed at the repulsive puddle of pus beneath him, releasing a long sigh of relief. Although the process was somewhat nauseating, this LV25 elite monster proved less formidable than anticipated. Primarily, he had identified its weakness and seized the opportunity during its attack interval, delivering a decisive blow. It seems even the mightiest adversaries possessed their vulnerabilities. He stepped forward, suppressing his disgust, and collected the items that had been expelled. The slime sample and inferior stabilizer were materials and consumables, which he stowed away. The damaged chemical suit had negligible defense, but appeared to offer slight toxin resistance, better than nothing. So he took it as well. Lastly, there was the damaged experiment record. Damaged experiment record. Quality. Special. Type. Quest item. Fragment of information. Description. An experimental record severely tainted by blood and chemical agents. With much of the writing obscured, leaving only fragments barely decipherable. Specimen 07 has once again gone out of control. Energy core overload must be destroyed. Area A's restraining device is severely depleted and on the verge of failure. Dr. Kane has lost his mind. He intends to use that embryonic core. Contamination is spreading. The area must be sealed off. Hope it is not too late. The record abruptly ends, followed by a large smear of blood. Specimen 07. Energy core. Area A's restraining device. Dr. Kane. Embryonic core. Lin Feng scrutinized the fragmented words in the record, his brow knitting tightly. The information was overwhelming. Chapter 98. Sample room. Specimen 07 out of control? Could it be the stitched monstrosity from earlier? Energy core overload. Was that referring to the purple, damaged energy core fragment? The energy depletion of Area A's restraining device? No wonder that restrainer managed to break free. Dr. Kane, the researcher from the ID card, what did he intend to do with that embryonic core? Was the embryonic core the bizarre chunk of infant flesh in the safe? Questions swirled like fragments in Lin Feng's mind. Piecing together the hidden truth behind this underground prison, there had undoubtedly been some exceedingly dangerous and forbidden experiment conducted here. An experiment that ultimately spiraled out of control, resulting in the contamination of the entire shopping center. And that Dr. Kane appeared to be the pivotal figure in all of this. Furthermore, that so-called embryonic core was undoubtedly a perilous and ominous entity. More clues must be unearthed. Lin Feng's eye sharpened. He sensed that the ultimate secret of this dungeon was likely intertwined with Dr. Kane and that embryonic core. He carefully stowed away the experimental record and turned his gaze towards the deeper recesses of the laboratory. There, a tightly sealed metallic door bore the inscription sample storage room. The lock appeared to be damaged, leaving a slight gap ajar. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng tightened his grip on the UZI and cautiously pushed open the door. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the pungent chemical odor assaulting his nostrils, and carefully opened the half-ajar metallic door labeled as the sample storage room. Beyond it lay a chamber even darker and colder than the laboratory outside. The room was relatively small, approximately 30 to 40 square meters, with walls composed of cold metal. Devoid of windows. Only a few dim emergency lights on the ceiling emitted a faint blue glow, barely illuminating the general outline of the room. In the center stood a meticulously arranged array of several massive, cylindrical glass culture tanks. The cultivation tanks tower approximately over 2 meters in height, with a diameter nearing 1 meter, filled with a murky liquid that emits a faint green luminescence. Within most of these tanks, grotesque and deformed biological tissues, long devoid of any signs of life, are submerged. Perhaps they are the remnants of failed experimental samples. Some resemble twisted masses of flesh, others appear as mutated limbs, while a few are so distorted that they defy description, evoking only a sense of indescribable repulsion. Merely gazing at these entities suspended in the verdant liquid induces a tingling sensation on the scalp and a tumultuous churn in the stomach. In a corner of the room, metal containers adorned with various hazardous labels are haphazardly piled, alongside several precision instruments seemingly intended for the analysis or processing of samples, most of which lay encrusted in dust or utterly destroyed. The entire chamber exudes an ambience reminiscent of a clandestine laboratory straight out of a biopunk horror film. This storage room is a repository for these abominable specimens. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, gripping his UZI, and cautiously stepped inside, each movement deliberate and measured. He scanned each cultivation tank with vigilance, fearing that any of the dormant samples might suddenly spring to life or that some monstrous entity could emerge from the shadows. The air was unnaturally still, punctuated only by the sound of his own footsteps and breath, along with the occasional faint bubbling from the tanks. The silence was almost oppressive, heightening Lin Feng's anxiety. In a place as eerie as this, an unsettling quiet often heralds greater peril. As he reached the center of the room, he scrutinized the samples within the tanks. Most were indeed lifeless, transformed into immobile specimens suspended in the murky liquid. However, a few tanks appeared distinctly unusual. For instance, one against the wall contained an exceptionally cloudy green liquid, with the glass surface marred by an array of scratches, as if clawed by frantic nails. Another tank, situated in the room's heart, exhibited subtle ripples in its liquid, suggesting something might be stirring within. Lin Feng's heart raced at this revelation. He tightened his grip on the UZI, instinctively aiming it at the tank where the liquid was agitating. Yet, at that very moment, a barely audible yet swift slicing sound sliced through the silence from above. Lin Feng had no time to look up. Years of survival honed his combat instincts, prompting him to roll sideways in a sudden move. Almost simultaneously, a shadow, akin to a specter, descended silently from the ceiling's ventilation duct, landing precisely where he had just stood. The shadow moved with blinding speed, unrelenting, and without pause. It lunged at Lin Feng like a predatory serpent. Only then did Lin Feng discern the true nature of his assailant. It was a humanoid creature, relatively diminutive in stature, around 1.5 meters tall, yet its form was grotesquely contorted, exuding an inhuman aura. Its skin was a deep gray, resembling taut leather. Its limbs were excessively elongated, with joints bending in unnatural directions, and its nails glimmered like sharpened daggers. Most terrifying of all was its head, devoid of eyes or nose. It bore a gaping maw that stretched to its ears, filled with a multitude of razor-like teeth. It resembled a shadowy hunter emerging from the depths of a nightmare. Imbued with lethal menace. Infiltrator experiment. Level, LV25. Type, Elite Mutant, Agility Specialization. Health, 7,000. Attack power, 190. Defense, 70. Agility, extremely high. Skills, Shadow Stealth, significantly enhances movement speed and concealment in dim environments. Deadly Ambush. The first attack launched from stealth is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Inflicting A-tier effect. Silent Kill, moves and attacks with almost no sound. LV25. Extremely high agility, capable of stealth and critical strikes. A wave of dread washed over Lin Feng. Had it managed to ambush him, that deadly ambush could have left him gravely wounded. Enraged and alarmed, he had no time to ponder further. Instantly, he raised his UZI, aiming at the shadowy infiltrator experiment that lunged toward him. The metallic storm roared once more. However, the infiltrator experiment was astonishingly agile. Its body twisted in midair, evading most of the bullets, and only a few managed to graze its form. 430. 430. Crack. 215. The damage inflicted was minimal, utterly insufficient to impede its advance. In the blink of an eye, it had closed in on Lin Feng. Its claw, sharp as a dagger, sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, aiming for Lin Feng's chest. The speed was so swift that he scarcely had time to evade. Cursing under his breath, Lin Feng's pupils dilated. He instinctively raised the UZI to shield his chest. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The creature's claw slammed against the gun, sending sparks flying. The immense force jolted Lin Feng, causing him to stumble back several steps. 120. Although he had successfully blocked the attack, the damage sustained was considerable, revealing the creature's terrifying power. Yet the infiltrator experiment, undeterred by its failed strike, pressed forward with relentless ferocity. Its other claw, akin to a striking viper, lunged at Lin Feng's throat. With even greater speed and a more cunning angle, Lin Feng had just regained his footing, unable to block in time, and faced imminent doom. In that fleeting moment, a fierce resolve flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He abandoned defense, allowing the claw to approach. While channeling all his strength into his right hand gripping the UZI, he aimed the barrel downward, targeting the exposed chest of the infiltrator experiment. Then, at almost point-blank range, he pulled the trigger. Die, you wretch. The gunfire erupted with even more ferocity and intensity. Like a volcanic eruption, the bullets rained down upon the chest of the infiltrator experiment. Splatter. 860. 860. The horrifying damage numbers flashed across the screen. The creature's seemingly resilient gray skin, under such close range, relentless firepower, was torn asunder, bursting open. Green blood and unidentifiable tissue splattered everywhere. Its forward momentum abruptly halted, with its claws mere centimeters from Lin Feng's throat. Yet, it was ultimately too slow. Lin Feng's bullets struck faster and harder. A shrill, anguished cry escaped the infiltrator experiment, as its body crumpled like a marionette with severed strings, collapsing into a pool of shadow. Its claws fell limply to the ground. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his neck. A faint trace of blood appeared. 55. Thankfully, he had only been grazed by the claw's wind. Damn it. That was close. Lin Feng gazed at the dissipating black light on the ground, still shaken. He had truly brushed against death just now. A life exchange for an injury. If it weren't for his quick and ruthless reflexes, it would have been him lying on the ground. This submerged experiment subject was undoubtedly the most perilous enemy he had encountered since entering this instance. There was no comparison. That terrifying speed, the eerie stealth, the lethal critical strikes. It was a veritable nightmare for all fragile classes. Fortunately, its health was not substantial, only 7,000 points. Moreover, it seemed that its chest was a vital weakness. It had been instantly obliterated by his explosive attack. System notification. You have slain submerged experiment subject, LV25, gaining 10,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the item, Claw of the Submerged X2, blue material. System notification. Congratulations. You have obtained the item, Shadow Energy Core, weak, X1, blue material. System notification. Congratulations. You have received the equipment, Stealth Boots, blue. 10,000 experience. Such an amount. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of the experience reward. Truly worthy of being an LV25 elite monster. Experience is indeed a bounty. He hurriedly checked the spoils. The claws and energy core were materials, so he stowed them away. As for the pair of blue leather boots, Stealth Boots. Quality, blue. Required level, LV24. Required class, Thief, Assassin, Ranger. Slot, Feet. Defense, 20. Agility, 8. Special effect, Silent Steps, LV1. Slightly reduces noise produced while moving. Special effect, Shadow Affinity, LV1. Slightly increases movement speed in dim environments. Boots that enhance agility for rangers. And they possess stealth effects? Lin Feng stroked his chin. The attributes were quite commendable, and the effects were quite practical. However, he was currently wearing his soul-bound equipment, iron-plated boots. Although their upgrade was slow, their potential was immense, and the attributes swiftness and vitality were exceedingly useful. There was no way he would consider replacing them. Well, he might as well keep it to sell later. Lin Feng tucked it into his backpack. With this formidable threat dealt with, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He surveyed the specimen storage room once more, feeling considerably safer. He approached the cultivation tank that had previously exhibited liquid fluctuations, scrutinizing it closely. The liquid inside had ceased its agitation. It seemed that the earlier, submerged experiment subject had emerged from here. On the plaque at the bottom of the tank, a line of small text was inscribed. Experiment subject number, S03, Stalker. Status, unstable, exhibiting high aggression and stealth capabilities. Energy supply, Class C. Remarks, sample activity is excessively high. Exceeding expectations, destruction is recommended. Indeed, it was this creature. Lin Feng understood. He then examined several other cultivation tanks that appeared problematic. Some bore the experiment subject number, B01, housing a mass of rotten flesh. Others displayed the number, H05, containing a withered corpse. It seemed that various mutant cultivation experiments had been conducted here. Moreover, many had apparently failed or gone out of control. What on earth were these researchers attempting? Lin Feng felt an increasing sense of strangeness in this place. He moved to the corner of the room and began inspecting the metallic containers and instruments. Most of the containers were empty or contained some unidentified liquid. As for the instruments, the majority were damaged, their screens completely dark. Just as he was about to give up and leave, his gaze fell upon a relatively intact device that resembled a data analyzer. The screen of the instrument still emitted a faint glow. It seemed to be in standby mode. Lin Feng felt a surge of curiosity and stepped forward to touch the screen. The screen flickered momentarily, revealing a login interface that required a password. A password? Lin Feng frowned. How would he know any password? Was he expected to find clues again? He recalled the note he had found earlier in the supermarket. Chapter 100, The Revelation of the Logs. Shall I give it a try? He attempted to input the various combinations, 0715, 1028, 1206. Indeed, none of them worked. It appeared to be a different password. Lin Feng felt somewhat disappointed. He stared at the login interface, which displayed only one username, Dr. Kane. Again, this Dr. Kane. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. It seemed this device belonged to him. What could the password be? A birthday? An anniversary? Or Lin Feng's gaze fell once more upon the identification card in his backpack. Identification card, Researcher 073, Dr. Kane. 073? Lin Feng's heart surged, and he tried inputting 073 as the password. Beep. Password incorrect. Not that either. He tried Kane and Kane. Still no success. Perhaps. As Lin Feng glanced at the username Dr. Kane and then at the card bearing Researcher 073, a bold thought arose. He attempted to enter Kane 073. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome, Dr. Kane. It worked. Lin Feng triumphantly clenched his fist. He hadn't expected to stumble upon the correct answer. It seemed this Dr. Kane wasn't particularly clever after all, setting such a simple password. The screen flickered and transitioned to the operation interface. It appeared to store a wealth of experimental data and logs. Lin Feng eagerly clicked on the latest entries. On the cold blue screen, lines of text gradually emerged, as if unveiling a long-buried history filled with madness and despair. Experiment log date. End of the world calendar? Year? Month? Day? Time system disrupted. Recorder, Dr. Kane. The attempt has failed. The stealth abilities of S03, Stalker, exceeded control, breaching 3 layers of physical containment and killing 2 security personnel. Its aggressiveness and cunning far surpassed expectations. It must be destroyed immediately. The energy supply has dwindled to a minimum maintenance level. I hope to confine it. The early models of the B series, Blaster, and H series, Hunter, displayed glaring defects with low energy conversion efficiency, rendering them unsuitable for high-intensity combat. All have been processed. The gene sequences must be improved to enhance their subsequent content is corrupted and unreadable. The energy decay rate of the binding devices in Area A is accelerating. Those behemoths, referring to the binders, are becoming increasingly agitated. Damn it. Energy. We need more energy. Otherwise, once they break free, the entire base will know. We can no longer wait. Conventional energy can no longer meet their demands. Time is running out. Only the primordial core, can bring a glimmer of hope. Even at the cost of they all oppose me. They do not understand. They are afraid. A bunch of cowards. Only I understand the greatness of the primordial core. It will be the god of the new world. I must take it away, before the base descends into utter chaos. I have prepared the backup energy and the final insurance. If anyone dares to stop me. The log abruptly ceased at this point. The last line was scrawled in a frantic hand, as if the recorder's mental state was on the brink of collapse. Lin Feng gazed at the logs, feeling an icy chill rise from the depths of his heart. Indeed, this Dr. Kane was the root of all this chaos. He seemed to be conducting some exceedingly dangerous biochemical experiments, having birthed terrifying monsters such as the stalker and binder. The so-called nucleus of birth, that bizarre mass of infantile flesh housed within the vault, appears to be his ultimate objective. Moreover, he deems it to be the divine entity capable of salvaging the world. This individual is nothing short of a complete lunatic. Furthermore, based on the log entries, it seems that the binder in Area A is on the verge of losing control. The entire facility could spiral into chaos at any moment. Additionally, this Dr. Kane seems to have absconded with the nucleus of birth. Has he left behind some final contingency? Damn it. Why does this narrative feel increasingly akin to a horror film? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. All he desired was to escape this cursed place. Who knows what sort of insurance that deranged doctor left behind? If it happens to be a self-destruct device, detonating the entire underground prison, he would be unjustly doomed here? He must find an exit without delay, Lin Feng resolutely decided. He ceased his examination of the intricate experimental data and swiftly skimmed through the other functional options available in the apparatus. Map? Unavailable. Communication? No signal. Access management? Requires a higher-level password. Just as he was about to surrender, his gaze fell upon the option for the facility's structural diagram. Upon clicking it, a rudimentary yet relatively clear diagram of the underground facility materialized on the screen. This blueprint displayed only a portion of the underground prison, including the Laboratory B where he currently resided, as well as the A area cell corridor he had previously traversed, and that small sentry post. The map indicated that further along from Laboratory B, there appeared to be a core laboratory. Adjacent to the core laboratory, an emergency escape route was marked. An escape route? Lin Feng's eyes instantly brightened. Truly, there is no dead end in sight. Although the core laboratory sounds perilous, as long as he can locate the escape passage, there is hope to depart from this forsaken place. He quickly committed the structure diagram to memory and decisively powered down the device. Every second spent here increased the peril. He pivoted and stealthily advanced toward the direction of the core laboratory indicated on the map. Exiting the sample storage room, he continued through the narrow corridor, permeated by the scent of chemical reagents. Along the way, he encountered several sporadic zombies, mostly the previously seen rotting cashiers and frenzied stock workers, experimental failures, which he dispatched effortlessly with his UZI and chain lightning, while simultaneously harvesting another wave of experience points. System notification: killed, rotting cashier, LV21, gained 110 experience points. System notification: killed, frenzied stock worker, LV22, gained 120 experience points. The experience bar steadily and resolutely increased. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, at the end of the corridor, a more substantial and larger circular alloy gate materialized. The gate was tightly sealed, illuminated by a flashing red alarm light, and equipped with an identification card verification device. Beside the gate hung a sign, boldly inscribed in crimson: unauthorized personnel prohibited from entering the core laboratory. Chapter 101, Desperate Research. This is it. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He produced the identification card he had previously acquired. ID card, Researcher 073 Dr. Kane, and swiped it across the verification device. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome, Dr. Kane. The core laboratory gate will soon open. Accompanied by a low hydraulic hum, the hefty alloy gate began to ascend slowly. Lin Feng gripped his UZI tightly, holding his breath, bracing for any imminent danger. However, behind the gate lay unexpectedly empty. Inside was a vast, circular laboratory, pure white and reminiscent of a sci-fi cinematic scene. In the center of the laboratory stood a colossal, non-operational energy reactor, marred by cracks. Scattered around the reactor were various shattered instruments, severed cables, and several desiccated corpses clad in white lab coats. These corpses retained the expressions of terror from their final moments. Their bodies seemingly drained of all moisture, pressed tightly against the walls or equipment. Their demise was extraordinarily bizarre. The entire core laboratory was suffused with an aura of deathly silence and a potent sense of residual energy radiation. Is this truly the core laboratory? Could that energy reactor be the overloaded energy core mentioned in the previous logs? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, cautiously stepping inside while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He noted that on the opposite side of the laboratory, indeed, there was an inconspicuous door marked as an emergency exit. Splendid. He had found the exit. Elation surged within him, just as he was about to make his way toward the exit. Suddenly, wailing alarms blared, piercing through the stillness of the core laboratory. In quick succession, the metallic panels on the walls, which had appeared merely decorative, abruptly slid open, revealing deep, ominous nests behind them. Hiss! Accompanied by hair-raising hissing sounds. A swarm of small, half-meter-long creatures, moving with lightning speed, their bodies enveloped in dark green exoskeletons, equipped with sharp mandibles and crimson compound eyes, emerged. No, these were not ordinary insects. Their forms bore unmistakable signs of biochemical modification. Their shells shimmered with a metallic sheen. Minuscule energy conduits even branched from beside their mandibles. Biochemical rusher. Level, LV26. Type, Elite Biochemical Beast, Speed Cluster Specialization. Health points, 5,000. Attack power, 160, bite carries neurotoxin. Defense, 90. Agility, extremely high. Skills, Rapid Assault, charges toward a target at high speed for a bite. Cluster Will, when similar creatures are nearby. Attack power and movement speed are slightly enhanced. Energy Self-Destruct, upon death, has a chance to trigger a small area energy explosion. What the hell? Now it's bugs. Biochemically modified ones. Lin Feng's face turned pale. Furthermore, there were countless of these insects. A cursory glance revealed that at least 100 were crawling out from the wall nests. They surged forth like a tidal wave, converging on Lin Feng. The sole intruder. Their speed was astonishing, creating a green torrent. Damn it. The insurance left by that mad doctor is these damned creatures. Lin Feng cursed internally. This was a dire predicament. Although the individual attributes of these biochemical rushers were not particularly formidable compared to previous elite monsters, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They were fast and could amplify their strengths in clusters. If he were to be encircled by them, he would undoubtedly be devoured to the last bone. Not to mention their potential to self-destruct upon death. He had to reach the exit without delay. Lin Feng made a snap decision. He no longer lingered in battle and immediately accelerated to his utmost speed. He dashed toward the emergency exit. Simultaneously, the twin storm Uzi in his hands unleashed a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Crackle, crackle. Bullets and arcs of electricity rained down upon the forward fan-shaped area, desperately seeking to carve a bloody path before the insect tide engulfed him. 410, 410, 205. Against the LV-26 insects, with a defense of 90. Lin Feng could inflict 410 damage with a single shot. Chain Lightning also dealt 205 damage. Although the individual damage was not exceedingly high, the rapid fire rate and broad splash damage compensated for it. The leading dozen biochemical rushers were instantly obliterated by the concentrated firepower. Boom, boom. The sounds of small area energy explosions echoed, further affecting some of the insects behind. Lin Feng seized the opportunity. Like a swift arrow, he darted through the explosion zone, drawing ever closer to the exit. However, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. They surged forth from behind him, relentless and swift, trampling over the corpses of their comrades as they pursued Lin Feng. With only a few meters left to the exit, he found himself completely encircled by the undulating green tide of insects on either side and behind him. The fastest among them had already reached his feet, their sharp mandibles poised to strike. Get away! Lin Feng roared, propelling himself forward while frantically firing behind him. Yet, the results were far from satisfactory. There were simply too many insects to contend with. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a chime rang out. The glow of an upgrade illuminated his surroundings once more. System notification, congratulations. Your level has increased to LV-17. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Experience required for the next upgrade, 0250000. He had leveled up. At this pivotal moment, he had actually ascended in level. A warm surge coursed through his body, seemingly restoring much of the stamina and mental energy he had expended during battle. Though the increase in attributes offered limited enhancement in combat prowess, the instantaneous restoration of his state and morale was invaluable. Fortune had not forsaken him. Lin Feng felt rejuvenated. Without hesitation, he allocated the 5 attribute points. Strength, 44. Agility, 94-96. Stamina, 91-94. Mental, 43. With a sudden forceful stomp on the ground. The effect of Iron Boots LV-12's Swift LV-2 activated to its fullest potential. He shot forward as if teleporting. Finally, just before being engulfed by the tide of insects, he crashed through the emergency exit door marked with a sign. He dashed inside and, without looking back, pressed the emergency close button behind him. Clang! The heavy alloy door slammed down, completely severing the surging tide of green insects and their piercing shrieks from the world outside. Chapter 102, Escape from Death? Leaning against the cold alloy door, Lin Feng felt as if his legs were leaden, nearly collapsing to the ground. The harrowing sprint of mere seconds had proven far more perilous than his previous confrontation with the Binders. Hundreds of LV-26 bio-blitzers, swift as lightning and fearless, had attacked from all directions. A moment's inattention could have led to a gruesome demise, reduced to nothing but bones. Fortunately, he had leveled up at the most critical moment. The attribute boost and state recovery from LV-17 had enabled him to escape using his speed and the swift effect of his iron boots. Finally, having evaded the onslaught, Lin Feng gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, soaking his clothing. Every muscle in his body ached, particularly his legs, which felt as though they could tear from the extreme exertion he had just endured. The mental fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave, making his eyelids heavy, urging him to lay down and succumb to sleep. Yet, his hands remained steady upon the Uzi. The prolonged shooting had seemingly not burdened his arms. Perhaps this was a unique aspect of the Holy Gun Ranger class, or perhaps it was due to his enhanced strength. Leaning against the door, He took a moment to catch his breath before surveying the emergency exit corridor he found himself in. The passage was narrow, accommodating only 2 individuals side by side. The walls were cold metal, adorned with various pipes and devices blinking with red warning lights. The illumination was dim, with emergency lights placed every few meters, casting a feeble glow that barely illuminated the ground beneath him. The corridor appeared to incline upwards and extended far beyond his sight. The air was thick with the pungent scent of dust and machine oil, occasionally tinged with the burnt odor lingering from the core laboratory. Is this the way outside? A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Feng. By all reasoning, an emergency exit should lead to a safe area or the surface, shouldn't it? As long as he could escape this damned, eerily treacherous underground prison and return to the City of Hope, he would be safe. Then, he could find a place to rest, recuperate, and devise a plan. With that thought, Lin Feng steeled himself, dragging his weary body forward along the upward-sloping corridor. Step by arduous step, his pace was slow and heavy. Each lift of his leg felt as if he were bearing an immense weight. Although the weak state had long dissipated, the preceding high-intensity battles, the acute mental strain, and the recent desperate flight had drained his potential to its limits. He felt like a wrung-out sponge, with only a sliver of willpower left to propel him onward. The corridor stretched long and was eerily quiet. The silence was unsettling. There were no zombies' roars, no sounds of monstrous footsteps. Even the faint clinking of chains had vanished. Only the sound of his own labored footsteps and breaths echoed within the narrow passage. This profound silence did not ease Lin Feng's mind. Rather, it heightened his vigilance. Something was amiss. This cursed place could not possibly be so safe. He gripped the Uzi tightly, cautiously scanning his surroundings, his mental acuity razor-sharp, unwilling to let his guard down for a moment. Time passed, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps half an hour. Just as Lin Feng felt he could no longer endure and might collapse at any moment, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and it seemed there were faint voices. An exit. Had he finally arrived? Lin Feng's spirits surged. The instinct for survival ignited a new burst of strength within him. He quickened his pace, racing toward the source of the light and voices. The brightness intensified, and the voices grew clearer. He summoned every last bit of energy, charging toward the end of the corridor. At the terminus stood an unassuming fire door, slightly ajar. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pushed it open. Blinding sunlight and a cacophony of voices flooded in instantly. However, when Lin Feng finally beheld the scene beyond the door, the ecstasy on his face froze in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of shock and cold dread. Outside the door was not the street of the City of Hope. Instead, it was a familiar shopping mall floor, filled with various brand stores. It appeared to be the 3rd floor of a shopping center, primarily featuring sports and outdoor brands. Scattered were overturned shelves, discarded clothing and shoes, shattered glass, and in the distance, several howling zombies. What on earth was happening? Why was he still inside the mall? Lin Feng's mind went blank. He had clearly traversed the emergency exit. Why hadn't he escaped? Instead, he found himself on the 3rd floor of the shopping center. What a cruel trick! Lin Feng felt as though he might explode from frustration. After all that effort, he was still trapped in this damned, perilous shopping center dungeon. And now, his condition was abysmal. His health was below 30. His mental and physical states were on the brink of collapse. He had no confidence in handling any unexpected situations. Just then, perhaps due to his departure from the previous battle zone and entry into a relatively safe transitional area, a cold system notification box suddenly popped up before him. System prompt. You are currently in a state of disengagement, with life signs critically weakened. Do you wish to exit the instance, contaminated shopping mall immediately? Warning. Exiting the instance prematurely will forfeit any completion rewards, and all items acquired during this instance, including copper coins, will be reclaimed by the system. Do you wish to proceed? The option to leave the instance. Lin Feng stared at the prompt, momentarily stunned. He could actually leave early, but the cost would be the loss of all his spoils, including copper coins. Instinctively, he glanced at his backpack. Inside were the butcher's bone cutter and rogue's boots, both blue-tier equipment. He also possessed the glutton's stomach and damaged energy core fragment, 2 promising purple-tier special items. Not to mention the damaged experiment records and identification card, containing crucial clues, along with various materials and supplies, and the few hundred copper coins he had scavenged during the instance. If all of these were to be reclaimed, the loss would be monumental, especially those 2 purple items and the record card. They could very well hold the key to the final secrets of this instance. They might even trigger a hidden quest. To abandon them just like that? He was unwilling. However, if he chose not to leave, feeling the wave of weakness and dizziness coursing through his body, glancing at the distant, indistinct figures of players, uncertain whether they were friend or foe, and recalling the terrifying monsters in the underground prison, he had no doubt. In his current state, should he encounter even a hint of danger, even a mere ordinary LV-20 zombie, he could very well meet his demise right here. He dared not gamble. He had only just reached LV-17. He had only just managed to evolve his weapon. More importantly, he had to find a way to resurrect his parents. He could not die here. Not now. Damn it. As long as there is life, there is hope. Lin Feng clenched his teeth fiercely. A flicker of pain and reluctance flashed in his eyes. Yet ultimately, reason prevailed. He extended his trembling finger and decisively pressed down on the cold system prompt. Yes. Chapter 103, A Fruitless Endeavor. As Lin Feng's finger pressed, yes, the familiar white light enveloped him once more. A strong sensation of spatial transportation surged through him. When his vision cleared, he found himself back outside the dilapidated shopping mall in the western district of Hope City, beside the swirling vortex of the instant's entrance, emanating a ghostly green glow. It was still the same rundown commercial street, still filled with that familiar air of dust and desolation. He had finally emerged. Lin Feng's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath. Safe at last. Finally safe. Though his body remained exceedingly weak and his head felt heavy, he could sense that the immense pressure that had loomed over him, as if he were to perish at any moment, had dissipated. Returning to Hope City meant he had temporarily escaped the brink of death. The relief of surviving a harrowing ordeal allowed his taut nerves to finally relax. However, before he could fully regain his composure, ding! A series of cold and unrelenting system notification sounds echoed in his mind like a death knell. System prompt. It has been detected that you have exited the instance, contaminated shopping mall prematurely, without meeting the completion conditions. System prompt. According to instance rules, you will be penalized. All items acquired in this instance, except for experience points, will be reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Butcher's Bone Cutter, blue, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Rogue's Boots, blue, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Glutton's Stomach, purple, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Damaged Energy Core Fragment, purple, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Damaged Experiment Records, quest item, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Identification Card, Researcher 073 Dr. Kane, quest item, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Hellhound's Claw 8, blue material, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Stalker S Claw 2, blue material, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Shadow Energy Core, weak, 1, blue material, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Fusion Monsters Slime Sample 5, blue material, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Reinforced Sutures 5, green material, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Mutated Adipose Tissue 3, green material, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Furious Blood, Hellhound 2, green potion material, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Gene Stabilizer, Inferior, 1, green consumable, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Canned Beef 3, green food, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Energy Drink 2, blue beverage, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Basic First Aid Spray 1, blue medical item, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Compressed Biscuits 5, white food, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Bottled Purified Water 8, white beverage, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The item, Bandages 10, white medical item, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The equipment, Greasy Cloth Hood, white, has been reclaimed. System prompt. The equipment, Hazmat Suit, damaged, white, has been reclaimed. System prompt. Materials, Tattered Cloth, Rusty Metal Sheets, and several others have been reclaimed. System prompt. The 358 copper coins you acquired in this instance have been reclaimed. System prompt. Penalty execution complete. We wish you better luck next time. Lin Feng stared blankly at the cascading system prompts before him, each notification striking his heart like an invisible hammer. All gone. Everything was gone. He had toiled for so long within the contaminated shopping mall, endured numerous life and death moments. All the items he had obtained, from the highly promising purple tier special items, Glutton's Stomach, and Energy Core Fragment, to the practical blue tier equipment, Butcher's Bone Cutter, and Rogue's Boots. And even the quest items, Experiment Records, and Identification Card, which might hold the secrets of the instance. Even the food, potions, materials, and the few hundred copper coins he had scavenged, all were mercilessly reclaimed by the system. A fruitless endeavor indeed. No, it was worse than fruitless. He had expended tremendous time, effort, and even risked his life. Yet in the end, aside from leveling up to LV-17, he had nothing to show for it. Damn you. Divine system. Lin Feng felt a wave of bitterness rise in his throat, nearly choking on his own blood. He slumped to the ground, eyes vacant as he stared into his empty backpack. It was devoid of anything new, leaving only his original bound or soul-bound equipment, Twin Storm UZI, iron-plated boots, bloodstained chest armor, special tactical vest, and Iron Guardian helmet, along with some scattered materials and a few thousand copper coins he had accumulated prior to the instance. The items he had obtained in the shopping mall instance had all vanished without a trace. A sense of defeat, an overwhelming sense of defeat, like a cold tide. It engulfed him. He felt akin to an old farmer who had toiled for an entire year, eagerly anticipating a bountiful harvest, only to be struck by a hailstorm that left him with nothing. The severity of this punishment was unbearable, and Lin Feng was on the verge of tears. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to perish within that realm. At least he could have clung to a lingering memory. However, upon further reflection, he realized that death would entail an even greater loss. Although he had lost his possessions, he had managed to retain his level. His core equipment was still intact, and he was alive. Life itself was a precious gift. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the resentment and fury bubbling within him. He understood that lamentation and anger served no purpose. This failure in the dungeon, though devastating, had sounded a clarion call. This apocalyptic game was far more ruthless than he had imagined. Without absolute strength, recklessly challenging high-difficulty dungeons could lead to certain death. Even if he were to survive by sheer luck, it might come at a grave cost, as he had just experienced. Contaminated shopping mall. That cursed place was undoubtedly no trivial matter. Referring to entering the hidden area, the underground prison, the mad scientist, the forbidden experiments, the enigmatic nascent core, and those terrifying mutated creatures, all of this transcended the scope of an ordinary LV-20 dungeon. It was no wonder that he had encountered so few players previously. Those who dared to challenge it were either exceptionally skilled top-tier players or reckless novices unaware of the perils. It seemed that in order to unravel the secrets within or obtain the so-called completion rewards, he would need to prepare far more thoroughly. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he began to think calmly. Firstly, level. He needed to continue advancing. LV-17 was still too low. Chapter 104. I level up alone. He must reach at least LV-20. Ideally, he would elevate the Twin Storm UZI to LV-15 or higher, unlocking more attributes. Secondly, equipment. His current gear, apart from the weapon, was mediocre at best. Especially his accessories, such as rings, were still blank. He must find a way to acquire several pieces of quality blue equipment or even purple gear to enhance his capabilities. Next, supplies. His experience in this dungeon had taught him that ample medicine and food were crucial. Relying solely on the meager scraps scavenged from the dungeon was utterly insufficient. He needed to find a way to procure higher-grade recovery potions. Lastly, perhaps he needed allies? This thought resurfaced in Lin Feng's mind. For a dungeon as challenging as Contaminated Shopping Mall, having a reliable team to share the burden and collaborate could significantly increase the chances of success. He recalled Old Wang, the earnest shield warrior. Though his skills were average, at least his character was trustworthy. Perhaps he could seriously consider forming a party. Of course, this was contingent upon finding other dependable teammates with adequate strength. There was much to accomplish, and Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet simultaneously, a new motivation began to blossom within his heart. This failure had not crushed him. Instead, it had granted him a clearer understanding of his shortcomings and the arduous journey that lay ahead. Just wait, Contaminated Shopping Mall, along with that damn doctor. Kane and the nascent core. Lin Feng slowly rose from the ground, his gaze sharpening with renewed determination. Once I am prepared, I will return. I will reclaim everything I have lost, with interest. He dusted himself off, oriented himself, and set off towards the inn. Now, he needed rest. He needed recovery. Then, to level up alone, Lin Feng was awakened by an almost instinctual sense of hunger. He abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was still lying on the small, dilapidated bed of the inn. The daylight outside was already bright, and the faint sounds of activity drifted in from the street. His body still ached with fatigue, but compared to the brink of collapse he had felt when forcibly ejected from the Contaminated Shopping Mall dungeon, he had improved significantly. At the very least, he felt he could regain control over his body once more. Damn, this loss was monumental. Lin Feng sat up, rubbing his still drowsy head, and the memories of all the loot he had lost in the dungeon, especially those purple special items and valuable clues, pierced his heart like a knife. All that effort, and he had come away empty-handed. No, he must urgently enhance his strength. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. This experience of failure had solidified his resolve to improve his abilities. He refused to endure another instance of exhausting himself only to gain nothing, nearly losing his life in the process. Struggling to rise from the bed, he rummaged through his backpack, retrieving the last few compressed biscuits and a bottle of purified water. Devouring them ravenously, the taste was far from delightful, but at least it provided some energy. Feeling a slight restoration of strength, Lin Feng wasted no time. Bursting through the door and heading toward the entrance of the zombie-tide assault dungeon in the eastern district of Hope City. Rest? Recovery? Such luxuries were non-existent. He was determined to reclaim the time wasted in the shopping mall dungeon and the lost rewards, primarily psychological, from this purely experience-driven dungeon. That place was now his only refuge, the ideal venue for gathering strength and honing his skills. As he stepped back into the rust-laden, smoke-filled, and foul-smelling remnants of the military training ground, Lin Feng's mindset had completely transformed. Gone was the previous elation, replaced by a stark, cold calmness and focus. He adeptly made his way to the second floor of the half-destroyed concrete bunker, surveyed his surroundings, and quietly awaited the onslaught of the zombie tide. The shrill alarm blared. A gray spatial rift opened. LV-10 newbie zombies staggered forth, Lin Feng's expression remained unperturbed as he slightly raised his twin storm Uzi. In the next moment, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The furious gunfire shattered the silence. But unlike before, this time, it was accompanied by crackle, crackle, crackle. Brilliant silver arcs of electricity danced like frenzied serpents among the newly emerged zombies. 460, 230, chain lightning. 460, 230, 230. In a mere instant, the first wave of 7 or 8 LV-10 newbie zombies had no chance to even approach the bunker within a 50-meter radius, as they were shredded to pieces by the concentrated hail of bullets and the wild electric arcs, transforming into a cloud of dark remnants. System notification: killed newbie zombie LV-10. Gained 50 experience points. Instant kill. A true instant kill. This efficiency was exponentially greater than before. Haha. Now, this was what it meant to mow down the grass. Lin Feng could not help but burst into loud laughter, the pent-up frustration within him seemingly dissipating with the ferocity of his firepower. Chain lightning. Combined with the Uzi's rapid firing rate, it was indeed a divine skill for clearing out such low-level, densely packed monsters. The second wave. A dozen LV-10 newbies. Rat-tat-tat. Crackle. Still an instant clear. The third wave. 15 appeared, including LV-11 engineer zombies. Defense 50. Rat-tat-tat. Crackle. 450. 225. Damage was slightly reduced. But the battle was still resolved in mere seconds. The fourth wave. The fifth wave. The 10th wave. Faced with the LV-13 elite, zombie sergeant, defense 70, and its entourage of 4 or 5 dozen LV-12 minions. Lin Feng could hardly be bothered to clear the minor enemies first. He simply aimed his gun at the sergeant. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrential barrage of bullets cascaded forth. 430. 430. As the bullets struck the sergeant, a cacophony of crackling echoed. The chain lightning surged wildly, ricocheting in all directions, leaving the surrounding minions in disarray, their anguished cries reverberating through the air. The 10th wave of minor bosses, which would typically require considerable effort from Lin Feng to vanquish, was, astonishingly, obliterated in less than 20 seconds, aided by the chain lightning and his minions, all succumbing to Lin Feng's concentrated fire. 10th wave. Defense successful. Continue the challenge. Exhilarating. Onward. Lin Feng felt an unstoppable force surging within him. The path to upgrading lay before him, unencumbered. Chapter 105, Trouble Approaches. Meanwhile, in another secret realm of Hope City, deep within the haunted municipal hospital dungeon, a well-equipped and highly coordinated team of 15 players was engaged in a desperate struggle against a terrifying figure, clad in a blood-soaked white lab coat. With a grotesque smile and wielding a massive surgical saw that gleamed ominously, the doctor stood before them. No, that was certainly no human. Its body was emaciated like a skeleton, and its skin bore an eerily pallid hue. Its hollow eyes emitted only 2 flickering crimson glimmers. Its movements were as swift as a phantom. The surgical saw sliced through the air with a piercing whoosh and a nauseating cutting sound. Wraith Surgeon Morris, LV-25 Enhanced Elite Boss. Health, 88. Attack power, extremely high. Defense power, moderate. Skills, Spectral Dash, Deadly Scalpel, Cursed Malice. Summons Surgical Assistance, summons several LV-22 nurse zombies. MT, be alert. The boss is about to cast a curse. Interrupt it. The team's commander, a calm middle-aged shield warrior, bellowed through the team channel. An MT, main tank, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive warhammer, immediately roared in defiance, executing Shield Bash. He charged fiercely toward the Wraith Doctor, attempting to disrupt its spellcasting. Clang. The shield collided with the Wraith Doctor, resounding with a metallic clash. The spell was successfully interrupted. Yet, the main tank staggered back a step, his health bar diminishing slightly. Healers, keep up. Heal the main tank. Someone shouted urgently from the crowd. At the rear of the team, 2 healing players immediately brandished their staves, casting gentle rays of holy light upon the main tank, stabilizing his health line. All DPS. Focus fire on the boss. It's about to summon minions. Gunmen, artillery, mages, and various melee and ranged classes unleashed their firepower. Bullets, shells, ice shards. A kaleidoscope of skill effects erupted like fireworks upon the Wraith Doctor, generating a flurry of damage numbers. Yet, the Wraith Doctor's health bar decreased at an exasperatingly slow pace. Its defenses were formidable, seemingly enhanced by some form of damage reduction. Keek. More test subjects. The Wraith Doctor let out a chilling, mocking laugh. With a violent sweep of its arms, from the shadows of the operating room emerged 5 or 6 female zombies dressed in tattered nurse uniforms, brandishing rusty syringes and surgical clamps. Cursed nurse assistants, LV-22 Elite. Damn it, minions have appeared. Off tank, hold them. Everyone else, prioritize exterminating the minions. The commander issued orders without hesitation. A fellow tank, also wielding a shield, charged in, using taunt skills to draw the ire of most of the nurse zombies. The other damage dealers swiftly redirected their targets, commencing the elimination of these formidable elite minions. The scene descended into chaos. The main tank had to withstand the boss's relentless assaults. The off-tank needed to maintain control over the minions. Healers had to tend to the health of both tanks simultaneously. DPS had to oscillate between clearing minions and attacking the boss. A single misstep at any juncture could spell disaster for the team. Brothers, hold firm. We're almost done. If we defeat this boss, we'll acquire the coveted Surgeon's set. Our Flame Guild's reputation will soar. The commander, blocking the boss's attacks, shouted to bolster morale. For the guild, for the gear, let us vanquish this deranged doctor. The team responded fervently, their spirits soaring. Yet, the battle remained exceedingly arduous. The commander pulled a rogue DPS aside, inquiring, "Are you planning to confront that scoundrel again?" "Yes, that reckless free spirit." In the zombie-tide assault dungeon. On the second floor of the bunker, Lin Feng stood like an emotionless killing machine, calmly stationed behind the firing port. His twin storm UZI, spewing lethal flames and electric arcs with unwavering precision, with the divine skill of chain lightning at his disposal. The preceding 30 waves of combat had transformed into mere leisure for him. Whether faced with hordes of ordinary zombies or elite squads comprised of raiders, engineers, heavy armor, and exploders, they fell before him like frail straw, utterly defenseless. The splash damage from chain lightning maximized his AoE extermination efficiency. Often, he merely needed to sweep his firepower across the densest clusters of corpses for mere seconds, and the jumping arcs of electricity would obliterate the majority of foes. Occasionally, if any escaped to close range, he would effortlessly dispatch them with precise shots or agile maneuvers. Experience points flowed like a torrent. The experience bar for the Twin Storm UZI soared visibly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it reached LV18. Lin Feng observed his experience bar, silently calculating. Although the experience required for leveling up had escalated significantly, his current monster hunting efficiency had multiplied several-fold. In this ebb and flow, his leveling speed had become even swifter than before. Before long, he arrived at the 30th wave. 2 LV18 zombie-tide sergeants, accompanied by a throng of minions, reappeared. Previously, this would have been a battle requiring Lin Feng to tread carefully. But now, he merely concentrated his firepower slightly, targeting the 2 sergeants wielding massive wrenches. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. Bullets rained down like a tempest. Chain lightning spread like a web through the horde. Despite the sergeants boasting a formidable defense of 90 points, Lin Feng's enhanced attack power, sitting at a baseline of 500, rendered them vulnerable against his 410 and the UZI's rapid-fire rate. Not to mention, they had to endure the splash damage from the surrounding minions being attacked. In this ebb and flow, in less than half a minute, the once mighty zombie-tide sergeants, with the assistance of minions, were reduced to mere shadows of darkness. 30th wave. Defense successful. Effortless. Lin Feng exhaled, as if blowing away non-existent gun smoke. A confident smirk gracing his lips. He opted to continue the challenge. Starting from the 31st wave, the difficulty escalated once more. LV18 and LV19 zombies became the mainstay. Corrosive spitters and stalkers, these repulsive special monsters, began appearing with increasing frequency. Yet, with chain lightning at his disposal, Lin Feng was a transformed being. Though the corrosive spitters' acidic spray remained vile, Lin Feng could prioritize eliminating them with his accelerated monster-clearing speed before they amassed. The stalkers' ambushes, while still lethal, could not catch Lin Feng off guard. His reflexes were swifter, his evasion more composed. Moreover, even if they closed in, the terrifying rate of fire from the UZI could instantaneously create a barrier of firepower, rendering their incursions utterly futile. Chapter 106. The lightning-fast 50 waves. As for the heavy armor zombies, in the face of chain lightning, their meager physical defense becomes virtually negligible. The arcane damage of the electric surge pays no heed to your physical fortitude. Thus, Lin Feng bulldozed forward with unstoppable momentum. The 35th wave, easily surpassed. The 40th wave, a LV-20 zombie-tide sergeant, appeared, accompanied by a cadre of LV-19 minions. They even knew how to utilize Furious Roar for buffs. Yet, before Lin Feng's unrelenting electric therapy, they could not endure even a minute. The 45th wave, the monster's levels escalated to LV-21. The quantity and combinations of special creatures grew more intricate. The number of corrosive sprayers and stalkers nearly doubled. Lin Feng finally felt a modicum of pressure. He had to begin maneuvering diligently, utilizing the fortifications and firing loopholes to maintain his vantage for output. However, it was merely a hint of pressure. With his extensive experience in battling the zombie tide, coupled with the formidable power of chain lightning, he still emerged unscathed. At last, he reached the 50th wave. Alert! Low probability event. An ultra-high intensity zombie tide is approaching. This assault has detected a commander-level unit's energy signal. The 50th wave attack begins. This time, the system's alarm sounded distinctly sharper and more urgent than before. Outside the fortress, the number and scale of spatial rifts reached an unprecedented level. A dark, surging tide of zombies, akin to ink, erupted wildly from the fissures. The numbers exceeded at least 300. LV-21 and LV-22 ordinary zombies formed the bulk. Among them were at least a dozen corrosive sprayers, 7 or 8 stalkers, 5 or 6 heavy armors, along with numerous exploders and raiders. It was nothing short of a grand feast of special infected entities. And at the rear of this terrifying horde, a figure more imposing and robust than the zombie-tied sergeant, cloaked in tattered yet menacing black metal exoskeleton, wielding a colossal chainsaw sword, emerged slowly. Adorning its head was a full-cover metallic helmet that revealed only 2 glowing, crimson points of light, resembling menacing searchlights. Zombie-tied Major. Level, LV-28. Type, Commander level undead boss. Health, 50,000. Attack power, 240. Defense, 140. Agility, moderate. Skills, chainsaw sweep, wielding the chainsaw sword to deliver devastating strikes in a forward arc. Firepower suppression, temporarily enhances its shooting resistance while covering a target area with fire, reducing the hit rate of enemies within. Summon Guard Squad, summons a small squad of LV-25 zombie-tied elite guards to assist in battle. Unyielding combat will, when health falls below a certain threshold. Attack and defense are slightly boosted. A LV-28 boss. It can summon minions and provide firepower suppression. Lin Feng gazed at this behemoth's attributes, his breath hitching in awe. This creature, undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had encountered in the zombie-tied assault instance. 50,000 health, 140 defense, 240 attack power. Such stats already hinted at surpassing the gluttonous butcher he had faced in the shopping center. Moreover, its skills appeared more comprehensive and troublesome, especially that firepower suppression, reducing hit rates. For a long-range attacker like him, this was nothing short of a nightmare. How intriguing. Lin Feng licked his lips, and instead of fear, a fierce fire of battle ignited in his eyes. This was perfect. Let it test my true strength. Come forth, scum. Witness what it means to be the Thunder King. With a furious roar, Lin Feng advanced rather than retreating. He leaped down from the second level of the fortress, landing firmly in the open ground not far in front of the zombie tide. He was determined to take the initiative. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The twin storm Uzi once again erupted with a deafening roar. This time, he did not prioritize attacking the boss. Instead, he aimed his gun at the countless ordinary zombies and minor creatures surging like a tide. Crackle, 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 crackle. Chain lightning, like a furious thunder serpent, rampaged through the horde. Groups of zombies fell as if mowed down like wheat. In merely a few seconds, Lin Feng, with his ferocious firepower, cleared a vacuum zone in front of the tide, thoroughly separating the zombie-tied major and its potential summoned guards from the advancing fodder. Excellent. Now, it's your turn. Lin Feng's gaze, sharp as 2 swords, instantly locked onto the terrifying figure wielding the chainsaw sword. The Uzi's muzzle dipped slightly, then abruptly lifted. Target. Aim directly at the boss's helmeted head. Let me give you an electric therapy. The torrential rain of bullets unleashed once more. The zombie-tied major, sensing the threat, abruptly raised its chainsaw sword and let out a deep roar. Firepower suppression. An invisible energy shield instantly enveloped its body. Simultaneously, the 2 small energy launchers on its shoulders began to charge, preparing to unleash covering fire on Lin Feng's location. The battle was about to ignite. Lin Feng observed the energy shield enveloping the boss, a cold smile curling at his lips. Lowering hit rates? With my godlike fire rate, is it even effective? He did not pause for a moment, continuing his frenzied barrage. 100, 100, miss, 100, miss. The hit rate was significantly affected. Moreover, the damage was considerably diminished. It seemed that this firepower suppression not only reduced accuracy, but also carried an additional damage mitigation effect. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. 4. His primary means of output was not limited to bullets. Crackle, chain lightning, still accurately ricocheted from the struck bullets, striking fiercely against the zombie-tied major. 216. Although the single-hit damage was not high, the astonishing frequency compensated for it. Lin Feng's Uzi fired at a terrifying pace. Almost every bullet that hit, even if the damage was low, triggered a chain lightning. Gradually accumulating damage remained substantial. More importantly, the chain lightning seemed to disregard the hit reduction effect of firepower suppression. He no longer pursued headshots. Instead, he directed the bullet barrage towards the boss's minions, relying on chain lightning for output. Simultaneously, he moved with ghostly speed. Chapter 107. The young lady strikes again, dodging the energy projectiles launched from the boss's shoulder-mounted emitters. The energy projectiles fell like raindrops, blasting small craters into the ground. Yet Lin Feng's speed was too swift. His predictions were exceptionally precise. Not a single energy projectile could truly hit him. The scene momentarily turned surreal. Lin Feng danced like a nimble performer, weaving through a storm of bullets. His Uzi roared violently, electricity crackling. Meanwhile, the colossal, zombie-tied major, despite activating firepower suppression, seemed utterly incapable of countering Lin Feng. It could only passively endure the relentless electric therapy of the chain lightning, its health bar steadily diminishing. Roar! The zombie tide major evidently sensed something amiss. It abruptly ceased its firepower suppression and let out a bellow. Summon guard squad. The space behind him twisted ominously. 5 formidable figures clad in black armor, wielding energy rifles, and boasting a formidable level of LV-25 as elite core of the undead tide materialized out of thin air. The moment they appeared, they swiftly aimed their weapons at Lin Feng. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of concentrated energy beams surged toward Lin Feng. Humph. Do they think mere numbers will suffice? Lin Feng scoffed coldly. Just as the soldiers fired their weapons, his figure surged forward like a wraith, accelerating fiercely. Rather than retreating, he pressed on, charging directly toward the undead tide major. He aimed to eliminate this behemoth before the soldiers could establish an effective firing line. The chainsaw blade swept across. The undead tide major, spotting Lin Feng's advance, instantly raised its colossal chainsaw sword, unleashing a deafening roar as it slashed horizontally with tremendous force. The terrifying might was sufficient to rend steel asunder. Yet, Lin Feng's speed surpassed it. At the very moment the chainsaw sword was about to make contact, he executed a daring slide, narrowly evading beneath the blade. Simultaneously, he aimed his Uzi once more at the boss. Holy gun baptism. The cooldown was perfectly timed. Buzz. A torrent of devastation erupted forth once again. This time, the target was the exposed core of the boss, laid bare by its own reckless swing of the chainsaw sword. 500, 500, 500. Pure damage that ignored defenses surged wildly. The undead tide major's health bar plummeted like a breached dam. It didn't even have time to trigger its passive, unyielding will. Just as the 5 elite core of the undead tide adjusted their aim, preparing to concentrate their fire on Lin Feng, a deafening explosion erupted. The massive form of the undead tide major detonated like a barrel of gunpowder, transforming into a shower of black light. 50th wave. Successful defense. System notification. You have successfully defended against 50 waves of the undead tide. You may choose to exit safely or continue the challenge. Mission accomplished. Lin Feng slowly rose, a victorious smile gracing his face. Although the journey had its challenges, this LV-28 boss ultimately fell to his gun. He glanced at his weapon experience bar. Weapon experience, 7856-010-0000. Slaying this boss and its summoned minions had significantly boosted his experience. He was much closer to his next level up. The rewards were substantial. As for continuing the challenge, he glanced at the distant, ominous rift in space, wisely shaking his head. Excess can be detrimental. Achieving such a smooth progression through 50 waves was already a pleasant surprise. Beyond this point, who knows what more monstrous entities might emerge? It would be prudent to step back, recuperate, and restore himself to peak condition. Without hesitation, he selected safe exit. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the battlefield steeped in slaughter and smoke. Although the shopping center had incurred significant losses, he had managed to reclaim some dignity here. Lin Feng stretched his sore arms, feeling the surge of power within him, and his spirits lifted considerably. He now desired nothing more than to procure some supplies and continue grinding. He aimed to elevate his level to LV-20, perhaps even higher. Then he would return to that accursed shopping center, reclaiming all he had lost, with interest. He oriented himself and made his way to the familiar little inn in the western district of Hope City. However, fate had other plans. Just as he stepped out of the relatively secluded area at the dungeon entrance and had yet to reach the main road, he was confronted by a hostile group. At the forefront stood a girl clad in an extravagant pink robe, her hair styled in adorable twin tails, yet her expression was one of haughtiness and arrogance. Following her were not only the previous 4 LV-12 bodyguards, but also a throng of over a dozen more individuals. Their levels generally range between LV-13 and LV-15, all well-equipped. Among them, a burly young man wielding a massive two-handed sword, leveled at LV-15, stepped forward, casting an oppressive glare at Lin Feng. He was the very individual Lin Feng had encountered earlier in the central plaza. Humph. Lin Feng, you cowardly turtle. Finally willing to emerge from your dungeon? The spoiled girl placed her hands on her hips, lifting her chin high, speaking in a sharp and biting tone, as if afraid no one could hear. I thought you had perished in there and were too afraid to come out. Clearly, she was still resentful about being rebuffed by Lin Feng in the central plaza, and she had gathered additional manpower, intent on reclaiming her dignity. Lin Feng regarded the motley crew before him, his brow slightly furrowing. He was utterly exhausted and merely wished to return to rest. He had no desire to waste time with these clowns. Is there something you need? Lin Feng asked flatly, barely sparing the girl a glance. Is there something we need? Humph. Of course there is. The girl, incensed by Lin Feng's dismissive attitude, raised her voice. Last time, you managed to escape by sheer luck. Today, you won't be so fortunate. I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending me, Zhao Yingying, and our Solar Flames Guild. The LV-15 young man stepped forward. a sinister smile on his face, and coldly remarked, "Kid, last time you slipped away, using the NPCs to pressure us. Do you truly believe our Solar Flames Guild is easily trifled with? The team leader of this street is currently drinking with our guild leader, watching to see where you scurry off to." He gestured around at the secluded surroundings, threateningly declaring, "Now, right this instant, kneel, apologize to our young lady, and hand over everything of value on you. Otherwise, today, you will learn why the flowers are so red." Chapter 108, Bloodlust Rising. The members of this Solar Flames Guild, behind them advanced, encircling Lin Feng, each bearing a menacing expression, eagerly preparing for a fight. In their eyes, while Lin Feng possessed some degree of strength, he was ultimately just a solitary player. His level was not particularly high. They assumed he was still around LV13 in their memories. With their numbers, superior levels, and equipment, backed by their guild, subduing a lone player should be effortless, right? Kneel? Apologize? Surrender all his possessions? As Lin Feng listened to these foolish and venomous threats, his nerves, which had been dulled by monster farming, felt as though they had been sharply pricked by a searing needle. An uncontrollable fury erupted within him, fueled by the exhaustion, oppression, and the lingering fear from nearly perishing in the shopping center dungeon, compounded by the bitterness of losing vital items, exploding like a volcano within his chest. He recalled the disappearance of his parents, their fates unknown. He remembered his solitary struggle for survival in this cruel apocalyptic game. He thought of that wretched shopping center, the terrifying monsters, the mad scientist, and that ominous nascent core. He remembered the relentless grinding he had endured to enhance his strength, pushing himself to his limits. He had just escaped from a near-fatal dungeon, and now, just for a mere skill book, just because of this spoiled and willful young lady's unreasonable antics, this so-called elite guild was intent on cornering him here, forcing him to kneel, stealing his belongings. Why should he? Just because they had numbers? Just because they belonged to a so-called guild? Lin Feng's gaze grew progressively colder. It was an expression of near-ice indifference, devoid of any emotion, yet suffused with a chilling madness. He had originally been an ordinary high school student, having entered this game for less than a month. He did not wish to provoke trouble, nor did he desire to kill, because he understood that in this game, death was irrevocable. Every life was immensely precious. He did not wish to bear the weight of excessive bloodshed. Yet, why were there always those who compelled him? That cursed shopping mall dungeon was pressuring him. And now, this group of self-righteous fools before him was also forcing his hand. They all urged him to aim his weapon at fellow players. Fine. Since you all wish to witness my descent into murder, since you insist on driving me to the brink, then let it be death. A cold and bloodthirsty smile slowly curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. He ceased his words, no longer hesitating, even foregoing the courtesy of a greeting. With a mere thought, the twin storm Uzi instantly materialized in his grasp. The dark, icy barrel was aimed directly at the arrogant young swordsman who continued to babble, demanding he kneel. What? The members of the Sun Guild were clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity to strike first, and how unexpectedly he did so. The young swordsman's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he raised his weapon to defend. But it was too late. Lin Feng's gun was faster. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire roared like the wail of death itself, instantly shattering the tranquility of the area. Bullets, like vengeful serpents, surged forth at a speed beyond the grasp of the eye. Thud, 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 thud. Blood exploded like blooming fireworks upon the young swordsman, erupting in a frenzied spray. 360, 360, crack, 180, chain lightning, 360. The finely crafted armor adorning the young swordsman proved as fragile as mere paper against Lin Feng's formidable attack power at level 17. He scarcely had time to emit a scream. The relentless barrage of bullets reduced him to a mere sieve. His health bar plummeted to 0. He transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from existence, leaving only his hefty two-handed sword, which clattered to the ground. A swift execution. A level 15 elite player, a core member of the Sun Guild, had been utterly annihilated by Lin Feng in a single encounter. This terrifying damage, this horrifying burst of power, instantly stunned everyone present. Whether they were members of the Sun Guild or distant onlookers, all were left agape, their minds blank. Was this truly the seemingly low-ranked solo player? This firepower was utterly monstrous. They had merely come to lend their presence, never expecting someone would dare to commit murder in the main city. Even the willful Zhao Yingying, in that moment, turned pale with fright, letting out a shriek as she instinctively hid behind her bodyguard. But Lin Feng's slaughter had only just begun. He did not pause for a moment. The Uzi in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. With a swift turn of the barrel, he targeted the still-dazed members of the Sun Guild. Since you have come, then none shall leave alive. Lin Feng's voice was chilling, devoid of any emotion. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted once more. Chain lightning danced like silver serpents, rampaging through the crowd. Ah, no, run. The cries of despair, shouts of alarm, and pleas for mercy erupted in a cacophony. The formation of the Sun Guild collapsed in an instant. Though they were numerous, most were players around levels 13 and 14. Their equipment may have been decent, but how could they withstand Lin Feng's terrifying firepower, akin to a boss? Not to mention the unpredictable and devastating chain lightning. Like cutting wheat, entire swathes of Sun Guild players were reduced to white light under Lin Feng's gunfire. In mere seconds, the once formidable group of several had been decimated by Lin Feng alone. On the ground, only a few terrified figures remained, fleeing for their lives. Among them were a few players who relied on their high agility or had activated speed skills, darting like phantoms between obstacles, desperately trying to evade Lin Feng's bullets. Attempting to flee, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He understood that in this game, death was final. He had not wished to commit such extensive bloodshed, but these people had provoked him time and again, even seeking his life. Then they could not blame him for being ruthless. Weeding out the roots was essential. No longer aiming with precision, he lifted the Uzei's barrel, targeting the few high-speed figures. A frenzied barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down like a deluge, saturating the area. No matter how elusive their movements or how swift their speed, against unlimited bullets and the Gatling-like rate of fire, it was all in vain. Thud, thud. Accompanied by dull thuds and unwilling cries, those agile players attempting to escape were ultimately caught in the relentless storm of bullets, shredded to pieces, and transformed into white light. The slaughter finally ceased. Surrounding them was an eerie silence. Only Lin Feng remained, standing quietly in place. The barrel of his Uzei still emitted faint wisps of smoke, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and a subtle hint of blood. Scattered across the ground lay several pieces of equipment and some copper coins, remnants of the Sun Guild players' demise. Lin Feng's face bore no expression. Only deep within his eyes lingered an unshakable chill, alongside a barely perceptible weariness. The killing was over. The feeling was merely that. No thrill, no joy of victory. Just a profound emptiness and a sense of helplessness towards this cruel world. He slowly crouched down, beginning to collect the spoils scattered on the ground. Most were blue-quality equipment, of average attributes, of little use to him, but could still be sold for coin, along with a few hundred copper coins. Even the smallest of mosquitoes are still meat. Just as he was about to finish gathering his items, a synchronized and heavy sound of footsteps, accompanied by the clinking of metal armor, approached from afar. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He abruptly looked up. Not far away, a squad of at least 10 fully armed guards from the City of Hope marched swiftly in perfect formation towards him. Leading them was a tall, stern-faced captain, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Lin Feng could not discern his level. Clearly, the gunfire and commotion from earlier had alerted the city defense patrol. Trouble had arrived. Chapter 109, summoned by the city lord. Turbulence beneath the surface. The appearance of the City of Hope guards was within Lin Feng's expectations, given the commotion he had caused. The gunfire ringing out like firecrackers, and the death of several players, if the city defense patrol did not respond. The security of the City of Hope would be far too lax. He quickly collected all the loot from the ground, then stood up, expressionless, as he regarded the rapidly approaching guards. The captain, with eyes sharp as blades, locked onto Lin Feng from a distance, as well as the chaos and faint traces of blood at his feet. Upon player death, their bodies transform into white light. But the bloodshed during the fight still leaves marks. The captain's brow furrowed tightly, his expression revealing both gravity and a trace of barely perceptible astonishment. Clearly, he recognized Lin Feng. Halt! Drop your weapon. Although he recognized Lin Feng, rules were rules. The captain of the guard still barked in a deep voice, signaling the team behind him to fan out, subtly surrounding Lin Feng. The muzzle of the energy-long gun was raised once more, crackling with menacing arcs of electricity. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. The onlookers, a considerable distance away, dared not even breathe. They had just witnessed Lin Feng's terrifying prowess as he effortlessly eliminated over a dozen elite members of the Sunfire Guild. Now, with the city guards mobilized, the unfolding drama was more thrilling than any cinematic spectacle. Was this enigmatic overlord truly prepared to confront NPCs head-on? Lin Feng gazed upon the ominous barrel of the energy gun, sensing the palpable air of lethal intent surrounding him, his heart sinking slightly. Fight! Don't be ridiculous. The soldiers before him were all at least LV-30 or above. The captain leading them was particularly inscrutable. Moreover, they were well-equipped, rigorously trained, and exhibited seamless coordination. Most critically, they were NPCs, the enforcers of this realm, possessing powers and authority that players currently found insurmountable. Although he had just decimated several players, projecting an aura of invincibility. If a confrontation ensued with this squad of guards, he would likely not last even a minute. Resistance? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, surrendering without a fight? Lin Feng felt a flicker of reluctance within. As Lin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to make a desperate stand, the captain of the guards spoke again. His tone was slightly more tempered than before, yet still carried an undeniable air of authority. Lin Feng, We have received reports of a violent altercation involving malicious players that resulted in multiple fatalities. According to eyewitness accounts, this incident is connected to you. In accordance with the laws of Hope City, we ask that you accompany us for an investigation." He paused, seemingly discerning the reluctance and uncertainty in Lin Feng's eyes, and added, "I understand that the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. However, this is a public area, and the slaughter of players on the streets has dire consequences. Regardless of the circumstances, you must come with us." Stepping forward, he continued, "Lin Feng, I have reported to the city lord, and you will be personally adjudicated by her. During this time, we guarantee your safety." The mention of the city lord piqued Lin Feng's interest. It appeared that his heroic status and previous interactions with the city lord, Anya, still held some weight. At the very least, the guards had not treated him as a mere criminal, opting instead to grant him an audience with the city lord. Visiting the city lord, Lin Feng recalled the poised figure of the female city lord, Anya, the enigmatic elder, Eli, and the exceedingly challenging Savior Buff quest. Perhaps this was an opportunity? A chance to reconnect with the higher echelons of the city lord's court and glean more about the impending zombie tide and the Savior quest? As for the so-called investigation and adjudication, Lin Feng's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. In this apocalypse, power was paramount. As long as he demonstrated sufficient value and potential, as long as he could prove himself to be an indispensable force against the zombie tide, would the city lord's court truly care about the deaths of a few players? With this realization, Lin Feng's feelings of reluctance and resistance gradually subsided. He slowly retracted his twin storm Uzi. The disappearance of his weapon signified his relinquishment of resistance. "Very well, I will accompany you," Lin Feng stated calmly. Seeing Lin Feng's compliance, the captain's face reflected a hint of approval. He had feared that Lin Feng, driven by youthful bravado and a modicum of strength, would attempt to confront them, which would have made the situation difficult to manage. "Excellent, a wise choice," the captain nodded, signaling his team to lower their weapons while maintaining a vigilant encirclement. "Proceed." Two guards stepped forward, one on each side, escorting Lin Feng toward the city lord's mansion. The surrounding players, witnessing Lin Feng being taken away by the guards, erupted into a murmur of low discussions. "No way. He is really being taken away. The overlord is truly unfazed. He killed so many and remains so composed. But he won't actually be imprisoned, will he? Who knows? After all, so many have died. And they were elites from the Sunfire Guild. Humph. What is this Sunfire Guild even worth? Did you not see the captain's attitude towards the overlord? Perhaps they are acquainted with the city lord." In the crowd, a spoiled young lady named Zhao Yingying, who had been trembling in a corner, watched Lin Feng's departing figure with a glint of malice and fear in her eyes. She had not anticipated Lin Feng's strength to be so formidable. One man had slaughtered a dozen of their guild's elites. She was even more taken aback that even the city guards regarded him with such respect. Who exactly was Lin Feng? She felt as though she had kicked a steel plate. No, it was a steel plate that was electrified. Lin Feng was escorted by the guards through the bustling streets, arriving once more at the majestic and solemn White Council Hall. The guards at the entrance had evidently been informed, and upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, did not impede his passage, allowing him to enter without obstruction. Upon entering the council hall, Lin Feng found the atmosphere to be starkly different from his previous visit. Gone were the military leaders and the heads of the holy sanctuary. Only two individuals were seated at the grand circular conference table, the city lord Anya and the sage Eli. Anya remained clad in her impeccably tailored silver-white military uniform, her countenance cold and her gaze sharp, revealing no trace of emotion. Eli, the elder, stroked his grizzled beard, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Lin Feng with a hint of amusement and understanding, as if he had anticipated such an eventuality. "Report to the city lord. The individual has been brought in." The captain of the guards stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Anya inclined her head slightly, signaling for the captain and his team to withdraw. In the spacious council hall, only Lin Feng, Anya, and Eli remained. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. Lin Feng stood in the center of the hall, silently awaiting the city lord's judgment. Anya did not speak immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Lin Feng with her star-like eyes, as if her gaze could penetrate all facades. Perceiving the weariness, murderous intent, and flickers of confusion concealed beneath his calm exterior. After a prolonged silence, Anya finally spoke, her voice still cool, yet seemingly infused with a newfound inquisitiveness. "Lin Feng, please explain what transpired." Chapter 110, The Truth Behind the Savior Quest. The Shackles of Time. Please explain what transpired. Anya's voice echoed in the spacious conference hall, carrying an undeniable tranquility. Lin Feng lifted his gaze to meet Anya's piercing stare, his heart at ease. Given the circumstances, there was nothing left to conceal. He succinctly recounted how the Sunfire Guild had harassed him repeatedly over a skill book, culminating in a confrontation where they ambushed him at the dungeon entrance with the intent to kill and seize his belongings. Naturally, he omitted the more violent thoughts and urges that had surged within him, instead emphasizing the provocation and threats posed by the guild, as well as his reluctant need to retaliate. Upon concluding his account, Anya's expression remained impassive, her fingers lightly tapping against the smooth surface of the conference table, producing a rhythmic sound. Meanwhile, Eli maintained a cheerful demeanor, as if he were listening to an entertaining tale. She glanced at Lin Feng, a flicker of appreciation crossing her gaze. You handled the situation decisively, although your methods were somewhat extreme in this apocalypse. Showing mercy to foes is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Lin Feng felt a slight stir within. It seemed the city lord truly did not regard conflicts among players with much concern. However, Anya's tone shifted, growing more serious. Hope City has its rules. Private duels are prohibited within the city, especially large-scale killings in public areas. This is a fundamental principle. Regardless of your reasons, you have transgressed the law. Lin Feng remained silent, awaiting her next words. However, Anya gazed at Lin Feng, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. This is a time of great urgency. Rules are but lifeless constructs, while individuals possess vitality. What we desperately lack now are not docile sheep adhering to protocol, but ferocious tigers capable of tearing apart our foes. Her gaze sharpened once more. Lin Feng, your actions have demonstrated that you possess the potential to become that tiger. In fact, you already are. Therefore, I shall not pursue this matter any further. Not pursue. Lin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, Anya asserted with unwavering conviction. Moreover, I wish to grant you an opportunity to atone and gain even greater power. She rose from her seat and approached Lin Feng, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Do you recall the savior buff mission I mentioned previously? Lin Feng nodded. Excellent. Anya replied with satisfaction. This mission is not merely a test for you. It is crucial to the very survival of Hope City. The threat of the final zombie wave is imminent. We must reactivate the 3 ancient energy beacons in the Forgotten Zone before the wave descends. Only then can we fortify the Hope Barrier to its maximum potential, granting us a slim chance of survival. Anya's tone brimmed with urgency. This task cannot be delayed. You must depart at once and complete it as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, she turned to Eli. Master Eli, you have provided him with detailed explanations regarding the Savior mission and its peculiarities, have you not? Upon hearing this, the old man paused, his hand stroking his beard hesitantly, his smile faltering slightly as his gaze flickered, as if he wished to say something. Yet before he could speak, Anya continued with an air of certainty. That is reassuring. I trust that our hero Lin Feng understands the significance of this mission. She turned back to Lin Feng, who appeared bewildered, and spoke with a tone of expectation and encouragement. Lin Feng, you must recognize that the Savior mission is no ordinary quest or challenge. It possesses a uniquely intricate mechanism. The difficulty of this mission is directly correlated with the level of the individual accepting it. In other words, the higher your level, the exponentially greater the difficulty becomes. The levels, strength, and quantity of the monsters within, as well as the mechanics of the bosses, will change entirely. At your current level of LV-17, accepting this task, while still hellishly difficult, still offers a glimmer of possibility for completion. However, should you rise to LV-20 or even LV-25 and then undertake this mission, the difficulty will likely be beyond even my capabilities. Anya paused, clearly indicating the severity of her words. Thus, her tone grew exceedingly grave. You must hasten. Complete it while your level remains low. This may be the only opportunity for you, and for all of us in Hope City. The realization struck Lin Feng. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty. No wonder Anya had been so insistent about him accepting the mission. No wonder Eli had regarded him with such peculiar eyes. This hidden layer of complexity was astonishing. If he were to wait until he reached LV-20 to tackle a hellish task with escalating difficulty, the prospect was daunting. This system is utterly cruel, isn't it? It essentially forces players to either take risks at low levels or abandon hope for completing the mission altogether. I understand. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock and indignation, and declared solemnly, I will set forth immediately. I shall complete this task with utmost urgency. Regardless, I must acquire this savior buff. Not only for the unknown power it bestows, but also to secure a greater chance of survival in the impending apocalypse. Excellent. Anya nodded approvingly. Seemingly impressed with Lin Feng's resolve, she waved her hand, and a fresh map along with a peculiar compass, shimmering with ethereal light, materialized before Lin Feng. This is the updated map of the Forgotten Zone, marked with known danger areas and potential beacon locations. I trust Master Eli has instructed you on how to utilize the compass, she stated, oblivious to Eli's awkward expression beside her. Lin Feng accepted the map and compass, stifling the urge to voice his grievances. Instructed? What nonsense. I have no idea how to use this thing. But he knew this was not the time to dwell on trivial matters. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lin Feng tucked the map and compass away. Go forth. Anya waved her hand, signaling his departure. Remember, time is our greatest adversary. The future of Hope City lies in your hands. Lin Feng offered a slight bow to Anya and Eli before striding confidently from the council chamber. As he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, Anya's stern demeanor finally softened. Turning to Eli with a furrowed brow, Master Eli, it seems you had something to say earlier? Eli cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his weathered face. Well, Lord Mayor, regarding the compass's usage and certain precautions about the mission, I haven't had the chance to explain them to him yet. Anya. Chapter 111, Eli's Guidance. The Mysterious Compass. He is currently only at LV-17. Had he known, he would have sought the buff directly. But where exactly is the Forgotten Zone? How does one utilize the compass? What is the specific process of the mission? He scrutinized the vague markings and danger zones on the map, then glanced at the compass in his hand, which, aside from glowing, remained entirely unresponsive, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. What now? Should he return to Eli for clarification? Time is of the essence. Anya's tone had implied that he should fly to the mission site immediately. It seems he must rely on his own wits. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his resolve solidifying once more. So what if the difficulty is high? So what if the information is scarce? I fear nothing. I am destined to become the savior. Eli, you'd better be ready. When I return from this mission, I will pluck every single one of your goat-like whiskers. Lin Feng seethed inwardly. As he fumed, he lowered his gaze to examine the map in his hands. The material was aged, and the lines and markings were somewhat blurred. But it was evident that the Forgotten Zone lay to the northwest of Hope City, seemingly a region that had been completely isolated and abandoned. The map also marked 3 locations with red crosses, labeled in ancient script as energy beacons. However, this map is far too rudimentary. It lacks even a defined route. As for the compass, Lin Feng turned it over in his hands, examining it closely. It was made of bronze, chilling to the touch, and inscribed with intricate and enigmatic runes. The needle at its center remained still, offering no indication of its purpose. How on earth does one use this? Lin Feng felt utterly perplexed. Must I drop blood to bind it? Or recite some incantation? Just as Lin Feng was at a loss, a familiar voice, tinged with a hint of apology and helplessness, emerged from behind him. Ahem, young Feng. Lin Feng whirled around to find Eli, now following him out of the council chamber. 010-000, his white beard being stroked with an embarrassed expression. 0. Old man, how dare you come out here? Lin Feng erupted, furious. You nearly got me killed. You didn't clarify anything, and the mayor assumed you had informed me of everything. Had I recklessly ventured into that forbidden zone, I would have had no idea how I met my demise. Oh dear, it's all a misunderstanding. Elder Eli hastily waved his hand, his aged face brimming with apologies. Given the urgency of the situation and the Lord's temper, I momentarily failed to find an opportunity to elaborate, but behold, I have pursued you at once. He leaned closer to Lin Feng, lowering his voice and speaking with an air of mystery. My young friend, are you aware of the unique nature of the Savior's mission? Why does its difficulty correlate with 1's level? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Was it not said that the higher the level, the more formidable the monsters? Not at all. Eli shook his head. This is merely one aspect. More importantly, those 3 ancient energy beacons harbor exceedingly potent primordial forces. They serve not only as energy sources, but also as archaic trial mechanisms. Trial mechanisms? Lin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, Eli's expression turned grave. According to ancient texts, to reignite the beacons, one must undergo the trials set forth by them. The nature and difficulty of these trials will automatically adjust based on the trial taker's strength and spiritual potential. The higher your level, the stronger your foundational prowess. Thus, the beacons will naturally elevate the difficulty to test you. It may even awaken slumbering entities deep within the Forgotten Zone, beings that instill fear even in us. And your spiritual potential. Eli gazed intently at Lin Feng. My young friend, you possess great fortune. Your soul's strength far exceeds that of the average person. This is both your advantage and your shackles. The trials imposed by the beacons will likely be 100-fold more stringent than those faced by ordinary players. Lin Feng's heart raced in trepidation. So it turns out the difficulty of this mission is not solely due to the monsters becoming stronger, but also linked to his own spiritual potential. This system seems overly targeted. What about that compass? Lin Feng hurriedly inquired. What is its purpose? Hee. The tracking compass is no ordinary item. Eli picked up the compass, a glimmer of nostalgia and solemnity flashing in his eyes. It not only can vaguely sense the location of the beacons, but more importantly, it serves as the key to unlock the true Savior's trials. A key? Yes. Eli nodded. The Forgotten Zone is inherently a perilous secret realm. It is fraught with danger. Ordinary players, even if they manage to slip inside, can only operate within the periphery, entirely unable to access the true core energy beacons. When you painstakingly locate the altar where the beacons reside, if you do not possess this compass, the altar will present you with a singular option. Eli's tone turned somewhat ominous. That is, to sacrifice your identity as a player. At the cost of your own soul, you would forcibly activate the beacon. While this could temporarily replenish the barrier's energy, you would cease to be yourself. You would lose all that defines you as a player. You might even become a puppet of the beacon. What? Sacrificing one's identity as a player? Lin Feng gasped in shock. Such a punishment is utterly ruthless. Indeed. Hence, the tracking compass is of utmost importance. Eli thrust the compass back into Lin Feng's hands. When you reach the altar and face that sacrificial option, remember, do not choose that. You must present this compass. Use it to touch the altar's core. Only in this manner can you trigger the hidden option to unlock the true Savior's trials. Through these trials, you can safely reignite the beacon while retaining your identity as a player and gain the status and buffs of a Savior. Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness the old man pursued me. Otherwise, I might have foolishly approached the altar, seen that sacrificial option, and impulsively clicked it. The consequences would be unfathomable. Thank you, Master Eli, for your guidance. I am immensely grateful. Lin Feng, filled with trepidation, clutched the compass tightly, then cautiously stowed it deep within his backpack, fearful of losing it. It is only right. Eli waved his hand dismissively. I can assist you no further. The journey ahead must be undertaken by you alone. He pointed toward the northwestern direction of Hope City, an area entirely isolated by towering walls and energy barriers. There lies the entrance to the Forgotten Zone. With your identity card and the Lord's decree, the guards will permit your entry. Remember, exercise utmost caution. Act within your means. If all else fails, preserving your life is paramount. Lin Feng nodded gravely, his gaze resolute. Fear not, Master Eli. I shall undoubtedly return upon completing the mission. With that, he hesitated no longer, turning to stride toward the mist-shrouded entrance of the Forgotten Zone, emanating an ominous aura. Chapter 112. Entering the Forbidden Zone. Following Eli's guidance and the approximate direction on the map, Lin Feng arrived at the northwestern corner of Hope City. This area was markedly more desolate and oppressive than the others. The towering alloy walls here appeared even more formidable, marred by scars from blades and axes, stained with dark blood, as if they had borne witness to countless brutal battles. Above, the Hope Barrier, which should have radiated protective light over the city, now flickered in an extremely unstable manner, with some sections of the energy barrier having grown thin and transparent, faintly revealing the swirling mists beyond. At the base of the walls, the only entrance was firmly blocked by a massive and imposing steel fortress. At the fortress's gates stood rows of soldiers, donned in black heavy armor and wielding menacing energy weapons. Their levels were uniformly LV-40. Their eyes were cold, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Clearly, they were not to be trifled with. This was evidently the entrance to the Forgotten Zone, a place completely sealed off and isolated by the authorities of Hope City. Lin Feng took a deep breath and approached. Halt. This is a restricted area. Entry is prohibited. As he drew near, two black-armored soldiers swiftly advanced, directing their icy energy gun barrels at him, barking orders. Lin Feng dared not delay, quickly presenting the decree from Lord Anya and his identification card. I am the adventurer Lin Feng, sent by the Lord to carry out a special mission. The two guards took the decree and card, scanning them with a nearby device. Beep. Identity confirmed. Clearance, maximum. Mission, reignite the energy beacons. Entry into the Forgotten Zone permitted. The device emitted a confirmation sound. The soldiers' cold demeanor instantly melted away, replaced by a respectful solemnity. They saluted Lin Feng with a formal military gesture. Hero Lin Feng, please proceed. Wishing you good fortune. The confidentiality level of the Savior's mission is exceedingly high, such that even these guards recognize the mission's significance. Lin Feng nodded, reclaiming his card, and stepped into the steel fortress exuding a chilling aura. Navigating through the long, heavily guarded corridor, he finally arrived at the other end of the fortress. Pushing open the final heavy isolation door, an overwhelming stench, an acrid blend of decay, blood, and some indescribable chemical waste, assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to faint. The sight beyond the door made his pupils constrict sharply. Before him lay a scene of utter desolation. The remnants of what once were city structures now stood as mere ruins. Twisted rebar jutted toward the sky like the bones of a monstrous creature. The ground was pockmarked, riddled with cracks and congealed dark red blood. The air was thick with a grayish dust, carrying a sharp odor, rendering visibility alarmingly low. The sky was overcast, perpetually shrouded beneath a thick layer of dark clouds, devoid of any sunlight. The entire world exuded an aura of death, despair, and a lifeless apocalyptic visage. This is the Forgotten Zone. System notification. You have entered the special secret realm, Forgotten Zone. Warning. This area has extremely harsh conditions. High concentrations of radiation and unknown viruses are present. Please remain vigilant regarding your health status. Warning. This area is highly unstable in terms of time and space. You may encounter spatial rifts or energy storms at any moment. Warning. Your map functionality is severely restricted in this area. Certain regions cannot be displayed. Mission prompt. Please follow the guidance of the tracking compass to locate and restart the first ancient energy beacon. A series of alarming notifications plunged Lin Feng's heart into despair. Radiation, virus, temporal rifts, energy storms. The map is restricted. This cursed place. It is indeed unfit for human habitation. No wonder no player has ever returned alive. He quickly glanced at his status bar, and indeed, a new negative status of mild radiation had appeared, steadily draining his health points each second. Although the loss was minimal, only 1 point per second, the continuous effect could prove troublesome. A swift resolution was imperative. Lin Feng dared not delay. He retrieved the cold, tracking compass. At last, the compass responded. The once still needle began to tremble slightly, slowly pointing towards a direction deep within the ruins. It emanated a faint glow, visible only to Lin Feng. Oh, so this is how it works. Lin Feng realized with sudden clarity. It seems this compass serves as a quest navigation device. He tucked the compass away, gripped his twin storm Uzi tightly, and cautiously stepped into the desolate ruins, following the needle's direction. Not long after entering the ruins, a ghastly, rasping sound emanated from a partially collapsed residential building nearby. Moments later, 7 or 8 figures staggered into view from the shadows. They were clad in tattered, filthy clothing, their bodies decayed and stiff, moving sluggishly with hollow, vacant stares. They resembled the most basic type of common zombie. Rotting Wanderer. Level, LV-17. Type, Common Undead. Health points, 2500. Attack power, 80. Defense, 40. Agility, extremely low. Skills, none. LV-17 Common Monsters. Is this it? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had expected the creatures in this forgotten zone to be of elite caliber from the very start. It appeared that the dungeon's difficulty was indeed tailored to his current level, LV-17. This brought him a slight sense of relief. If he had been faced with a horde of LV-25 elite monsters right from the outset, he would have had no chance, though merely common creatures. Lin Feng did not let his guard down. Who knows what other horrors lurked within these ruins? He raised his Uzi and unleashed a barrage at the approaching, rotting wanderers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. 460. 230. The bullets and arcs of electricity swiftly engulfed the unfortunate creatures. In less than 3 seconds, they were reduced to a cloud of black light. System notification. Killed, Rotting Wanderer, LV-17. Gained 85 experience points. The experience points were satisfactory. Slightly more than those gained from monsters of the same level in the zombie-tide assault dungeon. It seemed the difficulty was quite manageable. Lin Feng felt a bit more at ease. As long as there were no abominations like the submerged experiment, he should be able to handle these LV-17 and LV-18 common and elite monsters with relative ease. Continuing to follow the compass's guidance, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the ruins. Along the way, more rotting wanderers emerged from various corners, but he dispatched them with little effort. It appeared that the outer regions of this forgotten zone were not as terrifying as he had imagined. However, just as Lin Feng began to entertain this thought, a chilling sound of a baby crying suddenly echoed from behind a charred pile of car wreckage nearby. The cry, sharp, wretched, filled with malice and madness. It was almost identical to the neural screech he had heard in the shopping mall's vault. Lin Feng's face drained of color in an instant. His scalp prickled with fear. Could it be? Was the newborn core? Or something similar? Also lurking within this forgotten zone. Chapter 113. The Screeching Corpse Baby. The piercing, eerie cries of the baby, laden with resentment and insanity, resonated in Lin Feng's mind, immediately recalling his extremely unpleasant experience in the underground laboratory of the shopping mall. He instinctively considered turning to flee. That strange piece of flesh partially visible in the vault had managed to plunge him into a state of confusion with its neural screech. Heaven knows what kind of terrifying being could produce such a clear cry from the depths of these ruins. Forgotten Zone truly lives up to its name. A trap at every turn. Yet, just as he prepared for a strategic retreat, his peripheral vision caught sight of the faintly glowing, tracking compass in his backpack. The compass's needle was unwaveringly directed towards the source of the baby's cries. No way. The first energy beacon is right next to that thing. Lin Feng felt as though he might explode. Was the system deliberately throwing obstacles in his path? Just as he emerged from the wolf's den, he had yet to catch his breath before being thrust directly into the tiger's lair. Moreover, it was the lair of the very type of psychic attack monsters he most dreaded. Damn it, he would fight. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Save your mission. Time was of the essence. He had no retreat. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, a hellish abyss, he must forge ahead. Besides, he was now LV-17. His strength had significantly improved since his time in the shopping mall. Furthermore, he understood the attack patterns of that creature. With adequate preparation, he might stand a chance. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm, concentrating his mental energy to be ready for any potential psychic onslaught. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on the twin storm Uzi, moving with greater stealth, like an experienced hunter. He cautiously approached the area where the cries were emanating from the wrecked cars. The closer he got, the clearer and more unsettling the baby's cries became. The air was thick with an even more intense stench of blood mingled with a faint hint of milk. The scent of milk. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing a growing sense of unease. He stealthily maneuvered behind the wreck of an overturned bus, peering out to discern the source of the sound. There, in a small clearing formed by twisted automotive debris, lay, crawling, an infant zombie that appeared to be only about a year old. It was clad in filthy, tattered baby clothes, its skin exhibiting an extremely unhealthy shade of ashen gray, covered in corpse spots and festering sores. Its eyes were tightly shut, Yet its face bore a twisted, vengeful expression incongruous with its age. Its mouth was agape, emitting that chilling, soul-piercing wail. Its limbs contorted at eerie angles, resembling a spider as it rapidly crawled across the ground. Its apparent target was the scattered remnants of broken toys or the dismembered limbs left behind by other zombies. Corpse Baby. Level, LV18. Health points, 4,000. Attack power, 50. Physical, psychic impact, special. Defense, 30. Agility, high. Skills, Vengeful Wail. Emits a piercing cry that causes psychic impact to all nearby enemies, with a high chance of inflicting negative effects such as fear, confusion, or mental disarray. Spider Walk. Can swiftly crawl along walls and ceilings like a spider. Undying Malice. LV18 Elite Monster. Health points are not high. Both physical attack and defense are pitifully low. But psychic attacks. Lin Feng gazed intently at the attributes of this creature, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, it was yet another monster specializing in psychic attacks. Moreover, judging by the skill descriptions, the wretched shriek was even more repulsive than the previous neural scream. It carried with it a greater array of debilitating effects, truly troublesome. And that spider's crawl. The ability to traverse walls and ceilings was utterly infuriating. The most perilous aspect was the undying grudge. Even when its health was low, it could still pose a threat. Perhaps even self-destruct. This creature must not be allowed to approach. It must never be given the chance to unleash that accursed shriek. I must eliminate it before it becomes aware of my presence. With utmost swiftness, it must be dispatched without hesitation. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He hesitated no longer. With a sudden burst, he darted out from behind the wreckage of the bus. The Uzi in his hand instantly locked onto the crawling, shrieking corpse infant. Silence, you little brat. Lin Feng growled, squeezing the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The bullets flew forth like flames of vengeance, cascading toward the feeble target. 470. 470. Crack. 235. This level 18 corpse infant had a mere 30 points of defense. Lin Feng's attack inflicted nearly maximum damage. Coupled with the splash damage from the chain lightning, the infant's health bar plummeted like a waterfall. However, just as its health was about to reach the brink, it seemed to finally sense the impending danger. It abruptly ceased its crawling. Those tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. What was revealed were not eyeballs, but two gaping voids, emanating an aura of boundless malice and madness. It jerked its head up to face Lin Feng. Its disproportionately small mouth opened wide, seemingly poised to unleash that deadly, wretched shriek. Too late. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. The firing rate of the Uzi surged to its zenith at that moment. The last few bullets struck true, akin to the judgment of death, piercing its head with precision. Splatter. 940. Headshot. That tiny, distorted head exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. The shrill cries ceased abruptly. The shrieking corpse infant convulsed twice before dissolving into a cloud of darkness. System notification, killed, shrieking corpse infant LV18, gained 300 experience points. What a close call. Lin Feng watched the dissipating darkness on the ground, finally exhaling in relief. That had truly been a narrow escape. Had it managed to emit that shriek, he would undoubtedly have suffered grievously. He might even have been overwhelmed and killed by subsequent monsters. Thankfully, his reflexes were swift, and his firepower formidable. He had successfully nipped the thread in the bud. Approaching the area where the creature had fallen, he checked for loot. As expected, elite monsters dropped better rewards than ordinary ones. In addition to several copper coins, a green-quality wristband was revealed. Wretched infant wristband, green. Required level, LV17. Slot, wrist. Defense, 8. Spirit, 3. Special effect, minor resistance. Slightly enhances resistance to psychic attacks. Increasing spirit while also boosting psychic resistance? Quite impressive. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was tailor-made equipment for him. Chapter 114, Armored Brute. Although it was merely green quality with modest attribute enhancements, the minor resistance, special effect was akin to divine intervention in such a ghastly place. Without hesitation, he equipped the wretched infant wristband. Instantly, he felt a sense of clarity in his mind, as if his resistance to the oppressive and eerie atmosphere around him had increased. Having dealt with the shrieking corpse infant, Lin Feng continued onward in the direction indicated by the compass. Traversing through the small square littered with car wreckage, he emerged onto a relatively intact street. On either side of the road lay various collapsed shops and office buildings, with shards of glass and debris strewn about. Yet, in the center of the street, several unusually massive figures, standing nearly 2 meters tall, were wandering about. They were clad in tattered black riot police-style armor. Their armor was riddled with bullet holes, claw marks, and congealed blood. Their bodies had undergone terrifying mutations, muscles bulging grotesquely, skin hardened to a grim gray-black. Thick, heavy riot helmets adorned their heads, with cracked visors revealing equally decayed and menacing faces. In their hands, they bore no weapons. However, their arms, as thick as battering rams, and their enormous fists, clad in metal gauntlets, signified a terrifying capacity for melee destruction. Armored Brute. Level, LV19. Health, 10,000. Attack, 150. Defense, 120. Agility, slow. Skills, Heavy Punch, strikes with tremendous force, dealing substantial damage to the target and potentially causing a stun effect. Armored Charge, executes a short-range charge, damaging and repelling enemies in its path. Riot Armor, significantly enhances physical defense, offering some resistance to explosive damage but fears penetrating and corrosive attacks. What in the world? An elite LV19. 10,000 health, 120 defense. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at these hulking figures, akin to miniature tanks. They were essentially a supercharged version of heavy armored zombies. Their health had multiplied several times, and their defense was absurdly high, with Lin Feng's current attack power of 500. A single shot would likely inflict only 300 to 390 damage. Adding their 10,000 health into the equation, swiftly eliminating them would be no easy feat. Furthermore, their attack power was not insignificant, accompanied by stun and repelling effects. If ensnared in close combat, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare. They fear penetrating and corrosive attacks. Lin Feng noted the hint in the skill description, and a thought sparked in his mind. He lacked corrosive attacks, but penetrating? Faced with these armored brutes, Lin Feng opted not to engage in a direct confrontation. 120 points of physical defense was far too high. Even with the magical damage from chain lightning, bypassing some of their defenses, swiftly clearing away these giants with 10,000 health would still consume a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the forbidden zone of oblivion was fraught with peril. Who knew if more fearsome monsters would emerge during the battle? A swift resolution was paramount. Additionally, he needed to conserve energy as much as possible. Since they feared penetration, let them experience this. A glimmer of cunning crossed Lin Feng's eyes as he refrained from charging in with guns blazing. Instead, he pivoted and darted into the nearby 5-story office building that appeared relatively intact, like a nimble monkey. The armored brutes seemed to possess low intelligence. Upon seeing Lin Feng vanish into the building, they merely turned their heads in confusion, emitting a few low growls before continuing their aimless wandering in the street. Once inside the office building, Lin Feng swiftly ascended the dusty, cluttered staircase. The interior was equally dilapidated, filled with overturned desks, scattered papers, and shattered glass. Occasionally, he encountered a lowly, decayed wanderer, which he effortlessly dispatched. Before long, he reached the rooftop of the 5th floor. The rooftop was small, cluttered with discarded air conditioning units and debris. Lin Feng approached the edge of the rooftop and peered down. He had a clear view of the wandering, armored brutes below. They were approximately 30 meters away. At this distance, the damage from the UZI would significantly diminish, yet it was sufficient. Lin Feng took a deep breath and raised his Twin Storm UZI. This time, he did not aim at the brutes' heavily armored bodies. Instead, the gun was aimed at the ground beneath them. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrential barrage of bullets rained down like hail upon the street below. The bullets did not strike the armored brutes directly, but rather pounded the already weathered and battle-scarred concrete beneath their feet. Bang, 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 bang. The concrete shattered into fragments as a multitude of craters emerged. Roar? The armored brutes below appeared startled by the commotion from above. They sluggishly lifted their heads, glancing at Lin Feng on the rooftop, unleashing furious roars. They lumbered forward, attempting to charge towards the office building, but it was too late. Lin Feng's firing rate was astonishingly swift. In mere seconds, he had transformed a small patch of ground beneath those armored brutes into a veritable minefield, on the brink of collapse. Finally, crack, boom, accompanied by a piercing sound of fracture and a resounding roar. The concrete surface, under relentless fire from Lin Feng, could no longer withstand the weight of the colossal figures above. It suddenly gave way. Roar. The few armored brutes that had just reached the building below were caught off guard, feeling the ground beneath them vanish. Their massive bodies lost balance in an instant. Like dumplings falling into boiling water, they screamed as they plummeted into the sudden abyss that had formed. Beneath the pit, was it the underground parking lot of the office building? Or perhaps a deeper sewer? In any case, it was an inky darkness, unfathomably deep. One could only hear the dull thuds of heavy objects falling, followed by a few reluctant roars. And then, silence ensued. Task accomplished. Perfect. Lin Feng stood on the rooftop, whistling, his face adorned with a triumphant smile. Clever maneuvering. This is the hallmark of a master. Effortlessly dispatching 4 troublesome elite foes. Though there were no experience points to be gained, while it seemed unlikely to retrieve any dropped items, it mattered not. Safety first. Efficiency above all. In high spirits, he retraced his steps back across the rooftop, continuing towards the direction indicated by the compass needle. As he traversed the street he had modified, a vast expanse opened before him. It appeared he had arrived at a large city square. Chapter 115. The first encounter with the beacon. In the center of the square, where one would expect a fountain or statue to stand, now loomed a massive energy shield radiating a ghostly blue light. The shield was semi-spherical, with a diameter of at least 50 meters, completely safeguarding a section of the square. The surface of the shield bore visible energy patterns, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. And at the center of the shield, a tall altar, constructed of unknown metals and crystals, could be discerned. Atop the altar, a diamond-shaped energy core glowed softly with white light. Is this the energy beacon? Lin Feng gazed upon this magnificent and enigmatic sight, his breath quickening. He had found it. Finally, the first energy beacon was within his grasp. The pointer of the tracking compass trembled violently, emitting an unprecedented brilliance. Pointing directly at the altar at the center of the shield, the target was indeed in sight. However, Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to the formidable blue energy shield. This shield appeared to be quite formidable. Entering the shield to make contact with the altar would likely not be a simple task. He cautiously approached the energy shield. Indeed, just as he was within a dozen meters of it, the surface of the shield suddenly rippled with waves. Immediately following, the ground before the shield began to churn and coalesce. In just a few breaths, it had formed into two colossal guardians composed of rock and energy. Towering over 3 meters, they were crafted from sharply defined gray stone, with ghostly blue energy coursing through their joints. Lacking weapons, their enormous stone fists, akin to battering rams, radiated a disquieting sense of oppression. Their faces bore no features, only two hollow eye sockets glowing with a chilling blue light. Fixating their gaze upon Lin Feng, Ancient Rock Guardian, level, LV20, type, Elemental Construct, Beacon Guardian Boss. Health, 60,000. Attack Power, 200. Defense, 150, Physical, 80, Magical. Agility, slow. Skills, Rock Heavy Fist, swings its stone fists at the target, dealing immense physical damage, and has a chance to inflict, crush, effect, reducing the target's physical defense. Energy Shockwave, strikes the ground, releasing a wave of energy that deals magic damage and slows nearby enemies. Earth Barrier, greatly increases physical defense for a short duration, but further reduces mobility. Elemental Form, immune to biological negative effects such as bleeding, poisoning, etc., reduces damage from earth-based magic, increases damage from lightning-based magic. What the hell? ALV-20 boss, and two of them, 60,000 health, 150 physical defense. Lin Feng gazed at the two stone behemoths that had suddenly appeared, a chill running down his spine. Are these the gatekeepers of the beacon? They certainly hold him. A mere LV-17 novice, in high regard, 60,000 health, 150 physical defense. They were indeed tougher than the zombie Tide Major. While their magical defense was only 80 points, their attack power soared to 200, with area damage and slowing effects. The most absurd was the Elemental Form, immune to biological negative effects, plus reduced damage from earth magic. How was he supposed to fight them? Scratching them with a feather? However, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the last line of the skill description. Increased damage from lightning-based magic. Lightning. He instinctively glanced at the Uzi in his hand, as well as the chain lightning entry in his weapon stats. Was this divine intervention? Ha! The heavens are on my side. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed that fate favored him, the lucky one. Stone behemoths. Taste my 100,000 volts. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, he charged directly at the two massive rock guardians. Boom, boom. The two ancient rock guardians took heavy steps, like two moving mountains, charging towards Lin Feng. Each footfall sent tremors through the ground. Their gigantic stone fists clenched tightly, glowing with a chilling blue energy. The air was thick with a heavy sense of oppression. Bring it on. Lin Feng remained unfazed. He knew that to deal with such slow-moving but highly defensive and offensive giants, he must avoid close combat at all costs. He had to leverage his speed advantage to kite them. At the same time, he needed to maximize the power of chain lightning. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Lin Feng's figure darted around the two rock guardians with ghostly swiftness. His twin storm Uzi roared madly. Bullets rained down like homing missiles upon one of the rock guardians. 350. 350. Miss. 350. With 150 points of physical defense, it was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng's bullets struck their hard rocky bodies, inflicting only 350 points of damage, with the occasional miss. Popping up, it felt like mere scratching. But Lin Feng's aim was not the bullets themselves. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Dazzling arcs of silver lightning leapt wildly between the two rock guardians. 320. Chain lightning. Lightning damage bonus effect triggered. 320. 320. Indeed effective. The damage inflicted by chain lightning is indeed formidable. Under the enhancement of increased lightning magic damage, its impact rivals that of physical attacks. Moreover, it is magical damage, directly targeting their relatively frail magic defense of 80 points. The effectiveness is outstanding. Ha! Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence within. As long as he maintained his distance and continuously unleashed chain lightning, it would merely be a matter of time before he wore down these two colossal beings. Roar! The two rock guardians seemed incensed by Lin Feng's cunning tactics. One of them abruptly halted, raising its colossal stone fist high above its head. then brought it crashing down to the ground. Energy shockwave. Buzz. A visible wave of azure energy radiated from its center, rapidly expanding outward. The speed was astonishing, encompassing a vast area of nearly 20 meters. Oh no! Lin Feng was taken aback and hastily executed a maximum dodge. Chapter 116. Fierce Battle with the Stone Guardian. However, he was still grazed by the edge of the shockwave. 150. System notification. You are affected by the energy shockwave. Movement speed reduced by 30. Lasts for 5 seconds. It also has a slowdown effect. Lin Feng felt a sudden heaviness in his body as his speed plummeted. At this moment, the other rock guardian had already taken large strides, charging towards him. Its enormous stone fist, resembling a battering ram, shimmered with a terrifying blue light. Rock-heavy fist. Accompanied by a howling wind, it descended mercilessly upon his head. If this punch connected, given his current health, it would surely leave him severely injured, if not outright eliminate him. Damn it! Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely decided against retreating. Instead, he surged forward into the embrace of the rock guardian. Simultaneously, Holy Lance Baptism, activated instantly. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh, whoosh whoosh. A torrent of destruction erupted, striking fiercely at the rock guardian's massive chest from nearly point-blank range. 500, 500, 500. Pure damage that disregarded physical defenses surged forth with reckless abandon. The rock guardian's formidable fist, due to Lin Feng's unexpected close-quarters engagement, miscalculated its trajectory. Boom! The stone fist grazed Lin Feng's shoulder, smashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Debris flew everywhere. Although Lin Feng was rattled by the fist's wind, losing over 100 points of health, he ultimately evaded this lethal strike. Before him, the rock guardian, under the terrifying eruption of Holy Lance Baptism, had its health bar of 60,000 dwindle as though it were melting away like snow. In a mere 10 seconds, he had managed to deplete more than half of its health. Roar! The rock guardian let out a pained roar. Earth barrier. A dense, earthy yellow glow enveloped it, instantly amplifying its physical defense. But it was too late. Lin Feng had already created distance. The Uzi roared once more, and chain lightning leapt wildly. 320, 320. The lightning damage continued to strike with pinpoint accuracy. Meanwhile, the other rock guardian had just recovered from the aftermath of the energy shockwave, charging towards Lin Feng anew. Yet, would Lin Feng grant it the opportunity? He capitalized on his speed advantage, once again employing kiting tactics while concentrating his fire on the wounded rock guardian. After several more seconds, boom! Accompanied by a reluctant roar, the first, ancient rock guardian, finally collapsed, shattering into a multitude of stone fragments and exploding with radiant light. System notification. Killed Ancient Rock Guardian, LV20, gained 10,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations. Acquired item Rock Core, X3, blue material. System notification. Congratulations. Acquired item Energy Rune Fragment, X2, blue material. System notification. Congratulations. Acquired equipment Earth Guardian Leggings, blue. System notification. Congratulations. Acquired special item Fragmented Beacon Blueprint, X1 quest item. 10,000 experience, plus blue gear and a quest item. Lin Feng's eye sparkled. Truly, it was a boss. Generous to a fault. He glanced at the Earth Guardian leggings, designed for heavy armor warriors, enhancing defense and vitality, an excellent attribute to reserve for Old Wong. As for the fragmented beacon blueprint, it seemed to be some sort of clue. Best to keep it for now. Yet, in the moment of his distraction, the remaining Rock Guardian had once again charged close, employing the same tactic. Energy shockwave. Again, Lin Feng was prepared, deftly sliding to evade most of its range. Yet he was still slowed. The Rock Guardian immediately followed up with a rock-heavy fist. This time, however, Lin Feng did not brace himself. His Holy Lance Baptism was still on cooldown. He aimed the Uzi directly at the remaining giant. All firepower unleashed. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. 350, 320, 350, 320. Bullets, arcs of electricity, raining down with ferocity, through sheer overwhelming output. He completely emptied the Rock Guardian's health bar before its fist could descend. Boom. The second Rock Guardian met the same fate, disintegrating into a heap of rubble, yielding a plethora of materials and a blue piece of equipment, Heart of Rock Amulet, enhancing defense and providing minor all-resist, quite decent. Finally, it was over. Lin Feng surveyed the scattered debris and spoils, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. These two stone brutes were no ordinary foes. Were it not for chain lightning countering them, he would have been battling until dusk. He hastily collected the loot, then turned his gaze to the still shimmering azure energy shield. With the demise of the two guardians, the brilliance of the shield seemed to dim somewhat. Furthermore, an entrance barely wide enough for one person had appeared on the shield. It appeared that defeating the guardians was the key to entering. Lin Feng hesitated no longer and swiftly stepped into the energy shield. The moment he passed through, it felt as though he had traversed a curtain of water. revealing a bright expanse. Inside the shield was a circular platform paved with smooth, white jade. At its center stood an ancient altar, composed of unknown metals and crystals, radiating a gentle white light. Atop the altar, a diamond-shaped energy core pulsed rhythmically like a heart, emanating waves of energy that made one's heart race. He had found it. The energy beacon. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, cautiously approaching the altar. Just as his hand was about to touch the energy core, a chilling system notification rang out in his mind without warning. System notification, unknown energy core detected, analyzing player identity. System notification, analysis complete. Detected executable action, sacrifice. Warning. Do you choose to sacrifice your player identity, using your soul as fuel to forcibly activate the ancient energy beacon before you? Warning. This action is irreversible. Upon sacrifice, you will lose all player attributes, level, stats, skills, inventory, etc. Please choose wisely. Yes or no? What the hell? Lin Feng stared at the blood-red warning prompt brimming with ominous energy, nearly losing his mind in terror. Just as Elder Eli had said, this truly was a perilous trap. If he acted rashly and selected, yes, wouldn't that mean instant demise? He quickly shook his head fervently, mentally repeating no 100 times. Simultaneously, he hastily opened his backpack, retrieved that cold, tracking compass. Then, following Eli's instructions, gently pressed the compass onto the altar's center, right above that pulsating energy core. Chapter 117, The Deception. Buzz. The instant the compass made contact with the energy core, the entire altar trembled violently. Both the compass and the energy core erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The previous blood-red sacrificial prompt vanished in an instant. In its place emerged a brand new prompt, radiating with a sacred golden light. System notification. Detected energy fluctuations from the tracking compass are aligning. System notification. Alignment successful. Detected qualification for Savior. Candidate. System notification. Heritage of Hope. Savior's Trial mission activated. Would you like to commence the activation of the first beacon trial? Trial difficulty. LV-17 Purgatory. Trial objective. Within the stipulated time, protect the energy beacon from the mutated monsters spawned by the void energy erosion from the depths of the Forgotten Zone. Trial success reward. Successful activation of the first energy beacon grants a portion of the radiance of the Savior buff effect, a substantial amount of experience points, and a mysterious reward. Trial failure penalty. Beacon activation failure halts mission progress. Cannot retry within 48 hours. Would you like to proceed? It has arrived. Lin Feng gazed at the shimmering golden task prompt, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. This is the true Savior mission. Protecting the beacon? Withstanding monster attacks? Isn't this just a tower defense mode? This is precisely my forte. Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Feng selected yes. In the next moment, the entire altar shone radiantly. An immense and ancient energy enveloped Lin Feng in an instant. Simultaneously, the space surrounding the altar began to warp. Buzz. A surge of energy, far more terrifying than before, erupted suddenly from the altar. Ink-black energy tendrils ensnared Lin Feng's body in an instant. This was not some holy trial power, but rather a sacrificial array imbued with an aura of devouring and destruction. What? This isn't the Savior's trial. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He attempted to break free, only to find his entire strength seemingly shackled, rendering him utterly immobile. He watched helplessly as his character panel twisted and flickered before him, before shattering like fragile glass. Gemini Storm UZI, iron-plated boots, bloodstained chest armor, special tactical vest, iron guard helmet. These were the very equipment upon which he relied for survival, now appearing to lose all energy support, their brilliance swiftly dimming, peeling away from him and falling to the ground, transforming into a pile of utterly useless gray refuse. No, he sensed a mysterious connection to this game world being forcibly severed. That continuous feeling of power, the myriad conveniences provided by the system, were all rapidly dissipating. Warning. Player identity is being stripped away. Warning. Talent skills are locked. Warning. Title. Fragmented system notifications echoed in his mind, only to be replaced by garbled noise, vanishing completely. Simultaneously, throughout the entire game world, a blood-red, ominous server-wide announcement abruptly appeared before all players. Server-wide emergency announcement. Humble survivors. The era of despair is about to reach its ultimate climax. Player Lin Feng, through his false identity as the destined child, has successfully sacrificed his player qualification at the ancient altar within the Forgotten Zone, breaking the last chain binding the cataclysmic calamity. In 30 days, the apocalypse of the undead will arrive as scheduled. At that time, endless death and fear will consume all vitality. Struggle. Wail. In the remaining 30 days, experience the final madness before the dawn of doom. This is the concluding chapter of your fate. A gaze from the abyss. This announcement, dripping with scorn and malice, detonated like a bomb among the player community. Steel City. Old Wong. Old Wong. Quick, Look at the server announcement. A young warrior player rushed into Old Wong's small room. His face ashen. I just read it. Lin Feng sacrificed himself to unleash the apocalypse of the undead. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Brother Lin Feng do such a thing? There must be some conspiracy behind this. Brother Lin Feng is not that kind of person. Old Wong slammed his fist on the table, producing a deafening sound. The cup on the table toppled over, and water quickly spread. Yet the announcement, coupled with the impending apocalypse in 30 days, left the players trembling, their faces etched with terror. In the novice village 888, those who knew Lin Feng were also engulfed in immense shock and confusion. Despair and pessimism spread like a plague among the survivors. Meanwhile, in a hidden gathering place, Qin Shiming also saw this announcement. A cold smirk graced his lips as he gently wiped the sharp dagger in his hand, an inexplicable gleam flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng, was indeed just a lucky fool. He chuckled softly. This apocalypse of the undead might be the true stage for my rise. His gaze was devoid of any fear of the impending doom, instead filled with a pathological excitement and anticipation. The players' chat channels erupted in chaos. What the hell? Who is Lin Feng? Which cursed being is he? He actually sacrificed himself to unleash the apocalypse of the undead. Is he out of his mind? 30 days. Only 30 days left. How are we supposed to survive? Damn it. I just reached level 15 and Haven Tea even had a chance to enjoy it. That damn Lin Feng. I swear I won't let him off even in death. Are you kidding? Players can sacrifice themselves to initiate such a world-ending disaster. Lin Feng, get out here. I want to personally take you down. Save your breath upstairs. If he has sacrificed himself, he is probably already dead. What a pity. The chat channels were filled with curses, panic, and desperate wails. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng's name became the target of all players' wrath. The scapegoat for the impending apocalypse. No one knew that he had believed himself to bear the mission of saving the world, nor did they understand the profound pain and betrayal he was enduring in that moment. Upon the altar, Lin Feng's consciousness gradually blurred amidst boundless agony. Chapter 118, The City of Oblivion. He felt his life force rapidly fading, the disconnection from the depths of his soul bringing unbearable torment. The Lord of Hope City, Anya. That damned old man. In his final moments, the figures of these two people flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He finally understood. From the very beginning, there was no so-called savior mission. Everything was an intricately orchestrated deception, a staggering scheme aimed at him, or rather, at his destined child, false title. What they coveted was not his potential, nor his combat prowess, but rather him as the key capable of activating the altar and unleashing the apocalypse of the undead. No wonder such an important matter had received no server-wide announcement. It required a fortunate player to step unwittingly into their meticulously crafted trap. What were the true identities of that lord and the old man? NPCs? Or something even more terrifying? Lin Feng wished not to ponder further. Endless regret and fury gnawed at his heart like venomous serpents. He loathed himself for being so easily deceived. Loathed himself for always harboring unrealistic fantasies about this world. A wave of excruciating pain surged, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Time became a blur. He could not discern whether it was an instant or an eternity. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on a cold, unyielding surface. His body was weakened to the utmost degree, as if he lacked even the strength to lift a single finger. Instinctively, he sought to check his status bar, only to be met with an empty void before him. No system notifications, no attribute panels. He had lost his identity as a player, stripped of all the abilities and conveniences bestowed upon him by the system. Where was this place? Struggling to open his eyes, he was confronted with a boundless darkness. The air was thick with a decaying, lifeless aura. In the far distance, there flickered a faint glimmer of light, swaying like a candle in the wind. He could sense that he was not in a state of disembodiment. His physical form still existed, albeit in an exceedingly frail condition. Without the assistance of the system, he could not accurately gauge his physical state, relying solely on primal instincts to perceive the profound weakness that permeated his very bones. He attempted to rise, but was met with an agonizing wave of pain, escaping his lips in a muffled groan. A series of weak coughs echoed sharply in the suffocating silence of the darkness. He gazed towards that solitary light, momentarily filled with confusion, which was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming surge of anger and resentment. Anya, Eli, if I manage to escape this place alive, I vow to rend you limb from limb. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he forced out this blood-soaked oath through gritted teeth. Then, propelled by an indomitable will, he dragged his feeble body step by step towards the distant flicker of light. This path seemed interminable. The darkness threatened to consume all, an endless void. It appeared to be the eternal melody of this desolate land. Lin Feng, with his battered and frail form, trudged towards that far-off glimmer. Bereft of the system, he could not discern the passage of time, nor could he fathom how far he had journeyed. Hunger, thirst, and the relentless pangs from the depths of his soul tormented him without respite. He had lost the power he once took pride in. even the most basic attribute panel and system notifications that defined his role as a player. Now, he was weaker than an ordinary person. Why me? Anger and indignation surged like a tide against his psyche. He recalled the seemingly valiant, yet treacherous face of Anya, the Lord of Hope City, and the hypocritical smile of Eli, the sage, whose compassion masked a heart of malice. Child of destiny, imposter, huh? It appears I was merely a chosen sacrificial lamb from the very beginning. Lin Feng's smile turned grim, filled with self-mockery and bitterness. He had been too naive, too trusting, especially in this apocalyptic realm, where even a flicker of kindness and hope was enough to lower his guard. He had believed that the so-called Savior's quest was an opportunity to change his fate, perhaps even to save the world, only to discover it was a meticulously crafted death trap. 30 days. He had unwittingly initiated a countdown to the apocalypse, a mere 30 days. He could scarcely imagine how this already fragile world would transform into a hellish nightmare when the true tide of doom arrived. And he, Lin Feng, would be branded as the architect of this calamity, forever enshrined in the annals of history as a pariah, reviled by all survivors. No, I cannot surrender so easily. I cannot perish here. A fierce desire for survival and the flames of vengeance bolstered his nearly shattered resolve. He staggered, each step seemingly draining the last vestiges of his strength. The distant glimmer pulsed erratically, akin to the flickering ember of hope within his heart, on the verge of extinguishment. Time lost its meaning as he continued, until that elusive light finally grew clearer and more pronounced before him. He emerged from the suffocating abyss of pure darkness into a vast underground cavern. The cavern's ceiling soared into the unknown, adorned with countless peculiar crystals radiating ghostly blue and ghastly green luminescence, casting an eerie glow upon the space. At the heart of the cavern stood a city. Indeed, a city. A metropolis constructed entirely from an unknown black metal and colossal bones. The architectural style was bizarre and distorted, with towering spires resembling menacing bone spikes that reached for the sky. Within the city, countless figures roamed, clad in various tattered garments, their faces largely marked by apathy, despair, or madness. The air was thick with a pungent miasma of death, resentment, and a hint of sulfur. At the very center of the city, a gigantic tower, entirely black and seemingly carved from obsidian, ascended skyward, its height surpassing that of all surrounding structures, emanating a chilling energy that felt as if it could devour souls. What is this place? Lin Feng gazed in awe at the astonishing sight before him, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. He steeled himself and moved towards the enigmatic city. There were no walls to the city, only twisted metal bars serving as a meager barrier. The figures wandering within the city appeared oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their own pursuits, some aimlessly wandering. Lin Feng cautiously approached one figure that seemed marginally more normal. It was a man clad in tattered leather armor, seated upon a toppled stone tablet, his vacant gaze fixed upon the distant tower. "Friend, may I inquire what this place is?" Lin Feng's voice was hoarse and weak. Chapter 119. The Resurrection Trial. The man slowly turned his head, his murky eyes scanning Lin Feng's form, seemingly taken aback by the newcomer's appearance before reverting to a state of indifference. This is the land of oblivion, the final resting place of all the deceased. His voice was dry and flat, devoid of any emotion. The final resting place of the deceased. Lin Feng's heart sank. Are you implying that all players who die in the game end up here? The game? Perhaps. The man scoffed. For us who are already dead, everything that once was is merely a farcical game. You, too, must have just passed away, judging by your condition. You must have suffered greatly before your demise. Lin Feng fell silent. Indeed, he had perished. His identity as a player had been sacrificed, stripped of everything. What is that tower? Lin Feng pointed towards the ominous edifice at the center of the city, pressing for answers. The man glanced in the direction Lin Feng indicated. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, fear, desire, but mostly despair. That is the Tower of Rebirth, also known as the Resurrection Tower. Legend has it that those who can successfully navigate the trials within the tower are granted a chance to be reborn, to return to the world of the living. Rebirth? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, the extinguished spark of hope within him reigniting with a flicker of possibility. He could return. He still had a chance. Indeed, rebirth. The man nodded, though his tone was laced with bitterness. But how many can truly be resurrected? Most become mere fodder for the tower, utterly perishing. Pausing, he continued. Every day, unwilling souls enter that tower, seeking a glimmer of hope, striving to win the resurrection trial. However, my advice to you, lad, is to remain cautious. In your current state, entering would be tantamount to signing your own death warrant. Lin Feng disregarded the man's warning, his gaze fixated on the Tower of Rebirth, his heart churning with fervor. The resurrection trial. If he could win, he would return. He could exact vengeance upon Anya and Eli. He could thwart the tide of apocalypse set to descend in 30 days. Even if he had been the one to initiate it, he would find a way to atone. Despite being reduced to the brink of collapse, despite the road ahead fraught with uncertainty and peril, in that moment, Lin Feng's spirit blazed anew with indomitable resolve. He is not one to succumb to despair, nor is he a coward who simply waits for his demise. Though he has lost his identity as a player, along with his formidable equipment and skills, he has not forfeited his fighting spirit or his resolve for vengeance. In the forsaken land of the Tower of Rebirth, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. He cast a glance at the undead meandering listlessly through the city, and then at the towering edifice that loomed ominously, exuding an aura of terror. I, Lin Feng, will never be trapped here. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, the sharp pain heightening his awareness. Yet, without his player identity, how could he regain his strength? He must seek out his parents in this realm of oblivion. Kid, you look like you just arrived, huh? Here, there is no semblance of order, the burly man continued, his voice tinged with profound helplessness. The only rule here is survival of the fittest. Those who die later hold the higher ranks outside. Here, they are the leaders. He gestured towards the figures in the city who wielded power, most of whom had perished at levels 10 or 15. He chuckled bitterly. Meanwhile, we, the unfortunate souls, often met our end in the novice village, at levels 3 or 4. Here, we are treated like slaves. Lin Feng instantly comprehended. This was a world where power was rigidly defined. The level at the moment of death determined one's status in this realm. The strong remained strong, while the weak were doomed to perpetual subjugation. And you? Lin Feng inquired, turning his gaze to the leather-clad man, sensing a flicker of lucidity within him. Me? Heh. I'm Zhao Gang. I died at level 8. Neither here nor there, just scraping by, Zhao Gang replied with a rueful smile. But kid, I see that despite your frailty, your spirit remains intact, unlike us, who have been dulled by despair. You must have had a decent level when you died, right? A glimmer of barely perceptible hope flickered in his eyes. In this desolate land, a new, powerful undead might just spark some change. Lin Feng fell silent. What could he say? That he had been stripped of his player identity, now less than level 1? No, he could not utter such words. In this brutal world, showing weakness was tantamount to courting death. Level 20, Lin Feng declared, raising his head to meet Zhao Gang's gaze, delivering the chilling statement in a voice as calm as ice. 20 levels. Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. Level 20. In a realm where the highest level barely reached 15. What a concept. That was akin to divinity. Great one. Are you truly a level 20? Zhao Gang stammered, his voice trembling, and the flicker of hope ignited anew in his once dull eyes. He suddenly dropped to his knees before Lin Feng. Great one. I implore you. Please save me. Those brutes from the Rebirth Guild have taken all our food. If this continues, I will starve to death. Lin Feng was struck by the burning hope radiating from Zhao Gang's eyes, piercing his heart with pain. But at this moment, he was incapable of saving even himself. I will not assist anyone. Lin Feng's heart turned as cold and unyielding as the black iron beneath his feet. He took a step back, avoiding Zhao Gang's supplication, his voice devoid of emotion. I merely wish to survive here and find my family. The fate of others is of no concern to me. With that, he turned away from the man, whose expression shifted from ecstatic joy to utter shock, ultimately fading into despair, and walked off. He had learned to deceive, and he had learned to be cruel, both to others and to himself. However, at that very moment, as he turned, a chilling, familiar mechanical notification echoed in his mind, a sound only he could hear. Ding. Full enchantment attribute system is loading. Estimated loading time, 20 days. An external aid? My external aid still exists. Lin Feng's steps faltered, as if struck by lightning. He believed he had lost everything. Yet, unexpectedly, his greatest asset, the enchantment attribute system that had accompanied him throughout his gaming journey, was still intact, though it required 20 days to reboot. This was undoubtedly the first glimmer of hope he had seen since plummeting into this abyss of despair. 20 days. If he could endure these 20 days, he would reclaim his strength, perhaps even gain power greater than before. At that point, whether it be the Tower of Rebirth or his quest for vengeance, he would possess the means to achieve his goals. Chapter 120, Survival of the Fittest. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng could no longer contain his bubbling elation and excitement, throwing his head back in laughter. His laughter echoed with the madness of long-suppressed feelings, defiance, and the hope of surviving against all odds. The surrounding undead regarded him with expressions of bewilderment, as if he had lost his sanity. Yet only he knew that he had not lost his mind. He had merely glimpsed the prospect of survival. However, a starkly pragmatic concern swiftly pulled him back from his ecstasy. Food. He had no food. Zhao Gang had just mentioned that the Rebirth Guild had confiscated all provisions. Where would he procure sustenance? He halted a passing undead, gaunt and emaciated, and coldly inquired, "Where does the food come from?" Startled by the madness emanating from Lin Feng, the undead stammered, "Every day. The system provides each of us with a food supply that automatically appears in our backpacks." Backpack. Lin Feng's heart sank once more. He had lost his player identity. He had no backpack. This meant he would not even receive the solitary daily sustenance essential for survival. And now, he was already famished. Why did the Rebirth Guild seize the food? Lin Feng pressed on. They claim they will distribute it evenly and take everyone to conquer the Tower of Rebirth. But in reality, they consume it all, leaving us with only scraps. The undead lamented, sorrow etched on his face. The Rebirth Guild. Again the guild. A glimmer of icy malice flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. It seemed that whether in the realm of the living or the dominion of the dead, these so-called guilds were all cut from the same cloth. Now, he faced not only the threat of starvation, but also the looming power of the Rebirth Guild, which wielded control over life and death. The path ahead remained shrouded in darkness. Lin Feng forcibly suppressed the tumultuous thoughts surging within him and began to navigate through this eerie and despair-laden city of the undead. His foremost objective was to survive the next 20 days. He must endure until the enchantment attribute system rebooted. The first essential for survival was to comprehend the rules of this world and locate a safe haven. This city was far larger and more desolate than he had imagined. The streets were paved with an unknown black stone, cold and unyielding. The architecture on either side was grotesquely twisted, as if assembled from the bones of colossal beasts and corroded metal, with towering spires resembling claws reaching toward a despairing sky, exuding a disquieting aura. The air was perpetually thick with a bizarre scent combining decay, sulfur, and dust. Numerous players wandered the streets, most clad in rags, their expressions vacant, resembling mere shells of their former selves. They gathered in small groups in corners, gazing blankly at the Tower of Rebirth, which represented their only hope. Or they aimlessly roamed the desolate streets, as if they had utterly lost their souls. Lin Feng observed that these listless players possessed almost no decent equipment. Apart from their basic weapons, most were mere tatters. Upon this backdrop, there exist discordant splashes of vibrant hues. Occasionally, formidable player squads, adorned in resplendent blue-quality gear that glimmers faintly, stride through the streets, wielding sharp weapons with an air of menace. They walk with an air of arrogance, their gazes directed at the surrounding apathetic players, brimming with unabashed disdain. The law of the jungle prevails. This is the sole tenet of the city of the deceased. The level attained at the moment of death dictates everything in this realm. Lin Feng soon discerned that there was more than just the Rebirth Guild in this city. On the walls of certain edifices, he observed rudimentary emblems etched with white powder or sharp implements, symbolizing various factions. For instance, a fist engulfed in flames accompanied by the inscription Iron Fist Brotherhood, or crossed daggers marked with Dagger Alliance. These were evidently small guilds or factions spontaneously formed by players of higher levels, occupying the more favorable areas of the city, where friction and competition seemed to exist among them. However, without a doubt, the most dominant and brazen of them all was the Rebirth Guild. They possessed the largest membership, boasted the finest equipment, and nearly controlled all major thoroughfares leading to the Rebirth Tower at the city center. Lin Feng cautiously circumvented these formidable-looking individuals, opting for the more obscure alleys to navigate. He felt akin to a sheep amidst a pack of wolves, clad in a mere LV-20 tiger skin, yet inwardly frail to the utmost degree. Any minor skirmish could result in his utter demise. Yet, troubles are not easily evaded. As he traversed a relatively broad street, seeking refuge in an abandoned structure, a formidable group of individuals abruptly blocked his path. At the forefront stood a towering figure, a bald man marked by a grotesque scar across his face. His level soared to LV-14, wielding a blue-quality great axe that shimmered ominously, his fierce gaze indicating a ruthless character. "Halt, newcomer!" The scar-faced brute barked, his axe pointed menacingly at Lin Feng, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. The members of his guild behind him spread out, subtly encircling Lin Feng, their faces adorned with mocking and greedy grins. They were evidently the patrols of this area, tasked with interrogating solitary newcomers like Lin Feng. Lin Feng halted, his gaze icy as he regarded this group, internally acknowledging the trouble brewing. He remained silent, striving to project an aura of intimidation. "Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" The scar-faced man stepped forward, a fierce presence emanating from him. "You look rather delicate. Did you just die? What level were you when you passed?" A lanky player behind him chuckled and chimed in, "Captain, who cares what level he was? Newcomers need to understand the rules. Hand over all the food you received today. Otherwise, you'll find out what it feels like to die again." Food. Their motives were indeed hunger-driven. Lin Feng's heart sank. He carried no backpack and, consequently, no daily provisions. It seemed he was in for a rough time. Slowly, he raised his head to meet the scar-faced man's fierce gaze, responding in a voice devoid of emotion. "I have no food. No food." The scar-faced man's eyes narrowed dangerously, glinting with menace. "Are you mocking us? Every player receives a supply each day. Do you dare tell me you don't have any?" "I said I have none," Lin Feng reiterated coldly. "My provisions are not reliant on others." Chapter 121. Entering the Rebirth Tower. His words were delivered with conviction, as though proclaiming an undeniable truth. Indeed, the scar-faced man and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Not reliant on others? What could this possibly mean? Did he possess a special channel for acquiring food? Or was his strength such that he deemed daily supplies beneath him? The scar-faced man, seasoned in the ways of this city of the dead, refrained from immediate aggression, instead reevaluating Lin Feng. This youth, albeit appearing somewhat frail, exuded a calmness and indifference that sent a shiver through him. It was not a facade. It was the gaze of someone who had traversed countless life or death situations, regarding everything as inconsequential. Such an individual was either a fool or a true menace. "Kid, you have quite the audacity," the scar-faced man said, tapping the back of his axe against his shoulder with a cold smirk. "I'll ask you one last time. What level were you when you died?" This was a pivotal question. Level signified everything. Lin Feng recognized this as his sole opportunity to turn the tide. He could not retreat, nor could he show fear. "You are not worthy of knowing my level." A frigid smirk crossed Lin Feng's lips, his expression laced with disdain. He met the scar-faced man's gaze steadily, enunciating each word. "Have your guild leader come to inquire. Perhaps then, I may consider divulging that information." Boom. This proclamation resonated like thunder in the minds of the scar-faced man and his subordinates. They were all left stunned by Lin Feng's audacity. "Have the guild leader come?" The leader of the Rebirth Guild is a LV-16 powerhouse, a figure at the pinnacle of the player hierarchy. This newcomer dares to utter such insolence. Who on earth is he? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the scar-faced man's forehead, utterly intimidated by Lin Feng's aura. Who are you?" he stammered, a hint of tremor in his voice. Lin Feng offered no response, merely casting a frigid glance at him before striding past him and his subordinates. He walked slowly, his silhouette appearing somewhat frail, yet an invisible pressure emanated from him, preventing anyone from daring to obstruct his passage. They could only watch as Lin Feng's figure faded into the distance. Once Lin Feng had completely vanished, the scar-faced man seemed to deflate, exhaling a long breath. Only then realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. "The captain just let him go?" The lanky player beside him questioned, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "Shut your mouth," the scar-faced man retorted, delivering a sharp slap to the other. "Do you want to die and take me with you? What if this oblivious rookie meets his end? Hurry. Report this to the enforcement captain. This oblivious rookie will not be brought along next time. We have all died once. We can bully the naive. But why risk our lives over a mere morsel of food?" Lin Feng, expressionless, navigated through the patrol of the Rebirth Guild. He could distinctly feel the shifting gazes behind him, transforming from aggression and greed to suspicion, wariness, and finally, respect and fear. The scar-faced captain did not dare to cast another glance his way. He had gambled correctly. In this city of the dead, strength was paramount. And when strength could not be substantiated, presence was everything. He had momentarily quelled these local bullies with an audacious demeanor. Yet, Lin Feng understood more than anyone that this was merely a temporary measure. Lies would eventually be unveiled. He dared not look back, nor could he afford to. He must sustain this aura of a formidable figure until he found an unequivocally safe haven. The gnawing hunger clung to his stomach like a specter, and with each step, darkness encroached upon his vision. He must find a place quickly, a sanctuary that can sustain him for 20 days. Unbeknownst to him, he followed the flow of the crowd and arrived before a vast circular plaza. At the end of the plaza loomed the ominous black tower, the Tower of Rebirth, which pierced through the heart of the city of the dead. Up close, the oppressive aura of the tower was even more terrifying. Its surface was not smooth, but rather composed of countless twisted, wailing faces and grotesque bone spikes. As if it had been cast from an endless well of despair and agony, tendrils of visible black mist coiled around the tower, emanating a heart-stopping energy. This was the sole beacon of hope in the city of despair. The plaza was teeming with players, far more than Lin Feng had seen on any street before. Their expressions varied. Some appeared grave and resolute, seemingly preparing for a final mental confrontation. Others looked utterly despondent, sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the tower, having seemingly surrendered completely. Yet others huddled in small groups, whispering among themselves, their faces a complex tapestry of longing and fear. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the grand entrance of the tower, which resembled an abyssal maw. It was an archway soaring several meters high. Within lay a profound, swirling vortex of darkness, intermittently flashing with eerie runes. The resurrection tournament, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Although he had lost his player status, he yearned to witness this so-called tournament for himself. This might be his only escape from this cursed place. Just as he pondered this, a young man in his 20s, wielding a spear, took a deep breath as if steeling himself for a momentous decision, and strode purposefully towards the vortex. The instant he stepped into the whirlpool, his figure did not falter. Like a droplet merging with the ocean, he was instantaneously engulfed and vanished without a trace. Following him, a middle-aged man, armored with a shield, let out a fierce shout and charged into the vortex, also disappearing completely. Lin Feng hesitated. Without his player identity, would this instant's entrance even recognize him? But then he thought, he had nothing left. Could his situation become any worse? If he refrained from entering, he would inevitably perish from hunger and the unraveling of lies. Perhaps entering would grant him a glimmer of hope. What if the entrance to this instance only recognized souls and not the so-called player identity? With this thought, Lin Feng's resolve solidified. He straightened his tattered garments, squared his shoulders, and endeavored to present himself with the same determination as those challengers around him. Then, he stepped forward. Amidst the myriad gazes of astonishment, admiration, and pity, advancing resolutely towards the all-consuming vortex. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. He approached the gaping abyss, even feeling the terrifying gravitational pull that seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul. He did not waver. He plunged in. Chapter 122, The Indigenous Diary. However, the anticipated sensation of spinning and the disorienting feeling of spatial transportation did not manifest. Lin Feng felt as though he had passed through a frigid water curtain, and the scene before him shifted instantaneously. He had entered, yet he had not arrived in any trial battlefield. Beneath his feet lay cold, hard black stone tiles, surrounded by towering circular walls, similarly adorned with those twisted, wailing reliefs. This was the interior of the tower, a vast, silent hall, shrouded in a thick layer of dust. The air was permeated with a musty odor, the ceiling lost in darkness, with only a few dim glimmers of ghostly light seeping from unknown corners, barely illuminating this space reminiscent of a colossal tomb. What is happening? Lin Feng whipped around, glancing back at the grand doorway he had just traversed. The door remained in place, and beyond it lay the silhouettes of the deceased players in the plaza. The all-consuming vortex now hovered on the inner side of the door, swirling slowly in his direction. Just then, another challenger rushed through. Lin Feng watched helplessly as the individual crossed the threshold, and upon contact with the vortex, transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into thin air. He had not entered this hall of the tower, but had been directly transported away. Lin Feng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He finally comprehended the truth. That vortex, that instant's entrance, did not recognize him. It only acknowledged players, and he was no longer a player. He had been utterly forsaken by the very core rules of this world. He lacked even the qualification to participate in the resurrection tournament. A profound sense of despair and coldness gripped his heart. Was he truly destined to be trapped in this wretched place? He slumped to the ground, staring vacantly at the vortex where players continued to enter and disappear, feeling the relentless agony of hope being ground to dust. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume him, a thought flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. Wait, this place. He surveyed his surroundings, this vast, silent hall within the tower, devoid of any human presence. Those challengers were being directly transported into the instance. No one ever entered this physical space of the tower. In other words, this was an utterly safe haven, untouched by any disturbance. A perfect refuge. The glimmer in Lin Feng's eyes reignited. Indeed, what he needed most was a place where he could patiently wait for 20 days, awaiting the restart of the enchantment system. And this interior of the Tower of Rebirth, overlooked by all, was the ideal choice. He sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his despair vanishing, replaced by a calm and resolute determination born of desperation. 20 days. As long as he could endure for 20 days, he resolved to make this his sanctuary. However, the most pressing issue loomed before him: food. Without sustenance, he might not last even 3 days, let alone 20. He must devise a means to find hope for survival in this forgotten corner. The interior of the Tower of Rebirth was even more immense and desolate than Lin Feng had anticipated. He temporarily set aside his frustration over being unable to enter the resurrection tournament and devoted all his energy to exploring this makeshift refuge. This place resembled a colossal tomb, forgotten by time, the air thick with visible dust motes. Each step he took stirred up clouds of powder. The expansive circular hall served merely as an entrance, with numerous passages and rooms leading deeper into the tower surrounding it. Lin Feng chose a seemingly narrow passage and cautiously ventured inside. Flanking the corridor were tightly sealed stone doors. He attempted to push them open, but discovered that most were locked from within or sealed by some force, utterly unyielding. Now just an ordinary man, devoid of any attributes, his strength was woefully inadequate. After walking for about 10 minutes, he arrived at a small side chamber. This place appeared to have once served as a guard's rest area or storage room, cluttered with decaying wooden racks and tattered boxes, the corners thick with cobwebs. It seemed no one had visited in decades, perhaps even a century. This would do. Lin Feng selected this location as his base for the next 20 days. It was sufficiently concealed, with only one entrance, easily defensible. Moreover, it was distant from the conspicuous instance entrance in the hall, ensuring that even in case of unforeseen events, this sanctuary would not be the first to face danger. Once settled, an overwhelming hunger surged forth, more intense than any he had ever experienced before. His stomach convulsed violently. Dazzling stars danced before his eyes, and a debilitating weakness washed over him like a relentless tide. He understood that he must procure sustenance immediately. Otherwise, no matter how meticulously crafted his plans, they would amount to naught but mere fantasies. He commenced an exhaustive search throughout the modest chamber, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny. He displaced decaying wooden crates, rummaging through every corner, leaving no potential hiding place unexamined. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Here, he found nothing but dust and refuse. Was he truly destined to perish from starvation in this forsaken place? Leaning against the frigid wall, he felt the vitality within him gradually ebbing away. a profound sense of helplessness swelling in his heart. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a stone tile at the center of the room, which appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding floor. Was the dust upon that tile slightly thinner than elsewhere? Moreover, the edge of the tile seemed to harbor an exceedingly minute, unnatural gap. Intrigued, Lin Feng summoned his waning strength and approached the enigmatic stone tile. With all his might, he pried his fingers into the minuscule crevice, then abruptly levered it upwards. With a creaking sound accompanied by an unpleasant grinding noise, the tile was surprisingly dislodged. Beneath it lay a dark, concealed compartment. Within this compartment, there were no treasures of gold or silver, only a palm-sized metal box that appeared to be quite aged. The box was unlocked, and Lin Feng easily opened it. Inside was a thick journal crafted from some form of animal hide. Filled with curiosity, he began to peruse the pages. The handwriting was elegant and robust, inscribed in an unfamiliar script reminiscent of runes. Strangely, he found himself able to comprehend the contents effortlessly. Chapter 123, The Deprived Backpack. Year 3 of the New Era. Rainy season. We have failed once again. The trials of the Tower of Rebirth are exceedingly arduous for us, the forsaken indigenous people. Today, Anan perished on the second level, leaving not even a fragment of his soul behind. The first page of the journal was steeped in despair and sorrow. Lin Feng was taken aback and continued to read. The journal's author claimed to be a native of this forgotten land. They seemed to have arrived in this world long before the players. According to the records, in times long past, this world was devoid of players. Only they, the natives, existed. They too needed to endure the trials of the Tower of Rebirth to earn a chance at reincarnation. However, a turning point occurred in the year 17 of the New Era. Year 17 of the New Era, clear. The first wave of foreigners arrived. They called themselves players. And like us, were confined here after death. Yet they were unlike us. Their souls bore a constraint known as the system. We discovered that the souls of these players could be stripped. We could extract from them a peculiar space they referred to as a backpack. This space would miraculously provide a portion of food and water each day. Upon reaching this revelation, Lin Feng's breath quickened. The notion of stripping a backpack? This journal contained earth-shattering secrets. He eagerly continued to read. The author meticulously documented their studies on the players and the backpacks. They discovered that the essence of the backpack was a spatial mark that adhered to the soul. Through an ancient sacrificial ritual, they could forcibly extract this spatial mark from the player's souls and transplant it onto a tangible object. For instance, a box. Year 25 of the New Era, we succeeded. We created the first food box. We grafted a hapless player's backpack onto a metal box. From that day forth, the metal box would automatically refresh with a portion of food and water each day. We would no longer endure hunger. The pages of the journal brimmed with joy and excitement. However, the good fortune was short-lived. As the number of deceased players grew, so did their levels. They ultimately uncovered the native secret. A bloody war erupted over the food boxes. Year 42 of the New Era, the Apocalypse. We lost the war. The new players were too powerful. They destroyed nearly all our food boxes and slaughtered our people. This is the last entry I shall pen. They have breached our final line of defense. I have hidden our last remaining food box in the depths of this compartment. If future generations are fortunate enough to read this journal, remember, never trust those foreigners who call themselves players. They are locusts. They are marauders. The journal abruptly concluded. A tempest surged within Lin Feng's heart. A food box. Deep within this concealed compartment lay a box that could provide food each day. In that moment, the flame of hope ignited within him. He cast aside the journal and plunged his hand into the dark recess, feeling deeper within. Soon, his fingertips grazed a cold, metallic box. With all his strength, he dragged out the metal box, identical to the one containing the journal. The box was heavy and also unlocked. Lin Feng's hands trembled as he opened the lid with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Inside, it was utterly empty. Lin Feng's heart sank. Had this food box become inoperative after all these years? However, just as he was about to close the lid in disappointment, a faint hum resonated. A subtle fluctuation of space flickered within the box. The next moment, a piece of coarse black bread, exuding a faint aroma of wheat, and a small bottle of crystal-clear water materialized at the bottom of the box. It worked. It truly worked. Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. He snatched up the still-warm black bread and, disregarding everything, shoved it into his mouth, devouring it fervently. He could scarcely recall the last time he had savored food. The rough, even gritty texture was, at that moment, more delectable than any delicacy. He gulped down the bread in a few swift bites before seizing the bottle of water and draining it in one go. A warm surge rose from his stomach, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs. The debilitating weakness that had nearly consumed him was finally dissipating. He had survived. With this forgotten food box, he finally had the means to endure the next 20 days. Moreover, he learned that Blue Star was not the first planet chosen. Lin Feng clutched the metal box tightly, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. With the most fundamental survival issue resolved, Lin Feng's taut nerves finally found a moment of respite. He leaned against the cold wall, greedily absorbing the energy from the food and water, gradually dispelling the weakness and chill that had beset his body. He now had a reliable source of sustenance for the next 20 days. He could continue to live. Lin Feng understood clearly that survival did not equate to mere existence. He was not one of those mindless corpses awaiting death in the square. A fierce flame of vengeance burned within his heart. He bore the heavy shackles of the countdown to the apocalypse, which he had unwittingly set in motion. He could not simply wait idly. He must train. Starting today, in such a world, practical training yielded little effect, but it was not merely the body that required honing. It was also the will. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with a fervent and obsessive light. From the following day, within the forgotten side hall of the Tower of Rebirth, a figure emerged, drenched in sweat, bereft of player attributes and the physical enhancements that come with leveling up. He now relied solely on the most primitive and rudimentary forms of exercise. Push-ups. He lay upon the frigid stone floor, summoning every ounce of strength to lift his frail body. Initially, even a single push-up was a Herculean task. His arms trembled uncontrollably, and halfway through, he would collapse, his chest and chin painfully striking the unforgiving ground. Yet he refused to surrender. If he fell, he would rise again. If his strength waned, he would catch his breath and press on. Sweat mingled with dust, leaving muddy trails across his face and body. The ache and tearing sensation in his muscles assaulted every nerve like a relentless tide. Chapter 124, Self-Improvement. But he gritted his teeth, uttering not a word. This modicum of pain paled in comparison to the anguish of betrayal and the deprivation of everything he once held dear. In addition to push-ups, he engaged in sit-ups and squats, exploiting every conceivable method to extract every bit of potential from his body. He stacked decaying wooden crates as obstacles, practicing sprints and leaps to hone his agility and reflexes. In this arduous process, he discovered another critical weakness, endurance, after losing his player identity. Without the support of system data, his stamina depleted rapidly. Even brief bursts of exertion left him dizzy and breathless. This could not continue. A solution was imperative. Lin Feng understood that mere anaerobic exercise would yield limited results. He needed to undertake more effective endurance training. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the deep, labyrinthine corridors within the tower. Each day, after completing his basic strength training, he compelled himself to run. Along those winding, dimly lit passages, he would circle again and again. At first, after just a few hundred meters, he felt like a lifeless dog, his lungs burning as if they might burst. Yet he forced himself, transitioning from running to walking, and ultimately persevering to complete an entire lap. Each day, he would run an additional 100 meters. This was a form of almost self-inflicted torment. He channeled his overwhelming hatred, his fury at his own impotence, and his confusion and fear of the future into the motivation to torment himself. Time flowed slowly amidst this grueling daily regimen. His body began to transform at an excruciatingly slow, yet undeniably steadfast pace. His muscles became firmer, his breaths deeper, and his gaze grew increasingly resolute and frigid. Beyond his physical training, Lin Feng devoted a significant portion of his time to studying the diary he had discovered in the hidden compartment left behind by the indigenous people. This diary unveiled a grander and more brutal truth about the world. The latter half of the entries became increasingly chaotic and frenzied. Under the pressure of his tribe's annihilation, the author's sanity seemed to fray. His records transcended mere accounts of tribal life and skirmishes with players, spiraling into chilling speculations about the very essence of this world. We are not the first prisoners. Before this forsaken land was established, countless previous worlds existed. They were harvested like overripe fruit by that exalted entity, devoured, and then cast aside as useless remnants, namely, the souls of the deceased like us. I have found evidence. In the deepest recesses of the Tower of Rebirth, within the abyss of bones sealed with the lives of the first elders, I beheld remains that do not belong to our world. The shapes and structures of those bones surpassed my comprehension. They bore remnants of a system aura akin to players, but older, more potent. This is a cycle, an endless, terrifying cycle that consumes civilizations. Our planet is neither the first nor will it be the last. That exalted entity resembles a gluttonous shepherd, nurturing one civilization after another. And once we reach a certain level of development, it will bestow upon us a game called New Era, turning everything we possess, including our very souls, into its sustenance. Upon reading this, Lin Feng felt a chilling dread surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He had always believed this was merely an apocalyptic game targeting Earth. Little did he realize the horrific, cosmic truth that lay hidden beneath. An unknown high-dimensional entity that feeds on planets and civilizations. This surpassed the limits of his understanding. However, it solidified his resolve to grow stronger, to seek vengeance, and to shatter this predetermined fate. He refused to allow his homeland, or everything he once cherished, to become a feast for some unknown existence. The final pages of the diary were nearly illegible. The handwriting was frantic and erratic, filled with incomprehensible symbols and scribbles. Yet Lin Feng discerned several critical terms among the chaotic lines. Key, the chosen one's sacrifice. When the new key appears, Sacrificing oneself will herald the commencement of the shepherd's grand feast, awakening the echoes of the old world in this land of oblivion. He, the chosen one. Sacrifice. Does this not refer to him? Lin Feng's heart constricted sharply. His title, Chosen One, Imitation, was indeed a mark of the shepherd's selection of him as a sacrifice from the very beginning. Anya and Eli likely served as the shepherd's agents in this world, or perhaps as its sheepdogs. What did that last phrase mean? The echoes of the old world will awaken in the land of oblivion. Did it imply that with his sacrifice, unleashing the apocalyptic tide of the deceased, this realm of the dead would undergo some unknown, terrifying transformation? Lin Feng closed the diary, his heart heavy with gravity. The depths of this world were far more profound than he had ever imagined. He now felt like a solitary leaf adrift amidst tumultuous waves, perilously close to being consumed if he faltered. The only course of action available to him was to continually amass strength, honing his claws in the darkness. He awaited the arrival of that moment of dawn. Days turned into weeks, and Lin Feng's life gradually settled into a monotonous, fixed routine. Each day, he would promptly open that miraculous food chest, retrieving the black bread and pure water that sustained his existence. Following this, he would embark on a day filled with nearly frenzied, self-imposed training. Sweat drenched his garments, only to be dried by the frigid air, leaving a layer of white salt. The soreness in his muscles had long since dulled, replaced by a solid sense of strength slowly burgeoning within him. He was no longer that feeble youth who could not even manage a single push-up. Now, he could perform hundreds of push-ups consecutively and traverse the intricate passages of the tower for kilometers without faltering. Although he was still far from the peak condition he had enjoyed with player attributes, he had at least acquired some measure of self-defense. Beyond his training, he would occasionally venture cautiously from the side hall, stealthily approaching the edges of the tower's main hall, lurking in the shadows like a specter, observing everything unfolding in the plaza outside. He needed to grasp the changes in this city, gathering all useful intelligence. He noticed that the patrols of the Rebirth Guild seemed to have grown more frequent and brazen. They had nearly seized control of the entire plaza, rigorously interrogating and extorting every soul that approached the Tower of Rebirth. Evidently, his previous bravado, while it had momentarily silenced the scar-faced captain, had drawn the attention of the guild's higher-ups. They were likely searching for a mysterious level 20 powerhouse. Chapter 125, The Divine Gift System. Lin Feng merely scoffed at this. Search. Even if you turn this city upside down, you shall never find a person who does not exist. Yet, the challengers of the resurrection trials continue to come in droves. Each day, hundreds and thousands of the deceased, with resolute expressions, rush into that inky vortex, most never to emerge again. Such is the cruelty of this place. To fail is to lose everything. The side chamber of the Tower of Rebirth has become Lin Feng's temporary stronghold. The frigid stone walls isolate him from the cacophony and dangers of the outside world, while that miraculous food box provides him with the most basic sustenance for survival. Time passes day by day in the monotony of training and the exploration of the unknown. Lin Feng seems to have transformed into an inexhaustible machine, relentlessly squeezing every ounce of potential from his body. Sweat, soreness, and fatigue cannot deter his unwavering determination to grow stronger. By day, he explores the tower's every corner like a specter, and by night, he returns to the side chamber for his unyielding physical training. He discovers that the internal structure of the Tower of Rebirth is extraordinarily intricate. Besides the side chamber he occupies, there are many dust-laden rooms and profound passages, seemingly concealing numerous secrets. 15 days have swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Feng has meticulously studied the Aboriginal diary countless times, every word deeply etched in his mind. His understanding of this world has evolved from an initial perception of a doomsday game to a more terrifying and despairing realm, a shepherd that feeds on civilization. An endless cycle of rebirth. This realization intensifies his yearning for power, a desperate desire to shatter this damned fate. One day, as Lin Feng routinely scours an abandoned library within the tower, he encounters shelves laden with decaying tomes and scattered parchment scrolls, most in tatters, their inscriptions barely legible. He hopes to unearth more clues about this world, especially concerning the shepherd and the echoes of the old world. Suddenly, his hand brushes against a concealed metallic box nestled at the bottom of a bookshelf. The box is cold to the touch, inscribed with mysterious runes reminiscent of those on the cover of the previous diary. A spark of intrigue ignites within him as he laboriously drags the box out. Upon opening it, he discovers another diary lying quietly inside. This diary, similar in material to the last, is even more tattered, as if it might shatter at any moment. Lin Feng delicately flips it open, an ancient and weary aura wafting toward him. The handwriting in this diary is markedly different, more hurried and frenzied. Offerings must be made. Only by sacrificing enough player souls can we awaken the ghostly legions slumbering deep within the land of oblivion. They are the guardians of the old world. Our last hope against the shepherd. Ghostly legions. Lin Feng's pupils constrict as he reads on. Ghosts are not true death. They are the indomitable will of the aboriginals. Coalescing under a special energy field, they harbor hatred for the shepherd and all players shackled by the system. The presence of players has hastened the demise of our world. When the number of players in the land of oblivion reaches a critical threshold, when their soul energy is sufficient to shake the seals, the ghostly legions will awaken. They will possess the weak players, siphoning their life force as energy for their own activities. The possessed will endure endless torment, their vitality gradually draining until they are utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, the ghosts will grow ever stronger. This is a necessary sacrifice. To combat the shepherd, to break this unending cycle, we must spare no effort. The diary's content abruptly halts here. The subsequent pages are soaked in vast stains of black blood, rendering any further writing illegible. Lin Feng closes the diary, a chilling sensation rising from his core, his hands and feet turning icy. Ghosts. It turns out that the land of oblivion harbors such terrifying entities. They emerge from the death sacrifices of the aboriginals, feeding on the life force of players. Once the number of players reaches a certain critical point, these ghosts will revive en masse. Lin Feng's expression darkens considerably. Although he cannot ascertain the exact number of players in the city of the deceased, the daily influx of hundreds and thousands challenging the resurrection trials suggests that the base number is far from negligible. Could it be that the awakening of the ghostly legions is imminent? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng forces himself to regain his composure. He must elevate his strength swiftly to ensure his own survival within this city of the deceased. On the 20th day, while Lin Feng is still soundly asleep, a faint but clear vibration emanates from the depths of his soul. Following this, a cold and familiar mechanical prompt reverberates within his mind. Detection of a special entity undergoing soul binding. Binding successful. Enchantment system rebooting 1030701100. System reboot successful. You have successfully accessed the new century. Identity authentication in progress. Authentication complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the special identity of Divine Bestower. A series of system prompts strikes Lin Feng's heart like a relentless drumbeat. He suddenly opens his eyes wide, disbelief etched on his face. The enchantment system has rebooted. Not only has it rebooted, but it has also granted him a brand new identity, Divine Bestower. Lin Feng savors this title, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He can feel a fresh power slowly awakening within him as the system reboots. Divine Bestower trait. You will possess a growth system and special privileges independent of ordinary players and the chosen ones. Data has been lost. Data resetting. Level, LV1. Attributes. All base attributes reverted to initial values. Health, 100,100. Magic, 100,100. As he senses the familiar yet foreign power within him, Lin Feng feels a surge of confidence rather than despair. Though his level and attributes have returned to their original state, he retains the most crucial elements. Residual profession entry detected. Professional entry retained. Note: upon acquiring a profession in the future, you may prioritize selecting the capitalist entry for enchantment. The capitalist entry remains. As if the universe conspired to surprise him further, even more exhilarating news follows. Detection of original weapon information is undergoing data synchronization. Your original weapon, Twin Storm Uzi, has been successfully reset and adapted to the new system. With a flash, two gleaming dark golden Uzi submachine guns materialize in Lin Feng's hands. Weapon name: Twin Storm Uzi LV10. Quality: golden. Type: submachine gun, original weapon. Level: LV10, next level LV11. Weapon experience: 0100000, reset. Attack power: 155. Agility: 15. Firing rate: extremely fast. Special effects: enchantment entries. Infinite bullets. Trait: this weapon does not require ammunition to be loaded. Heart of the Twins LV2, storm adaptation. Trait: when dual wielding, Twin Storm Uzi. Accuracy is significantly enhanced, recoil is markedly reduced, and firing speed is slightly increased. Chain Lightning LV1. Enchantment: each time a shot hits a target, there is a 100 chance to generate a chain lightning effect, automatically attacking up to 3 enemy units surrounding the target, dealing 50 weapon physical damage as lightning damage. New trait: Divine Armament. This weapon ignores the user's level requirements. Incredible! Lin Feng cannot help but exclaim in awe. The Gemini Storm has not only returned but also acquired a characteristic of Divine Armament, which can be utilized without any level requirements. This is akin to being gifted with timely assistance. Although currently at level 1, wielding this formidable weapon renders ordinary low-tier monsters utterly insignificant. While the weapon's experience points have reset to 0, it retains a level of LV10, boasting an impressive attack power of 155. Yet, the surprises do not end here. As the sole Divine Bestower, you will receive an opportunity for Divine Enchantment. Divine Enchantment. Bestow powerful permanent attributes upon the Divine Bestower, enhancing overall strength. Lottery options are being generated. Select one from 3 to guarantee a colorful quality attribute. Lin Feng's spirit surged, an attribute of self-enchantment. Moreover, it is guaranteed to be of colorful quality. Before him, a radiant display unfolded. revealing 3 options glimmering with distinct hues. The first option, shimmering with blinding multicolored light, is evidently the colorful quality attribute. Attribute 1, damage conversion, colorful. Effect, upon receiving any damage, there is a 100 chance to convert 50 of that damage into permanent life points. There are no triggering intervals or conversion limits. Hiss. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. This attribute is simply extraordinary. 100 conversion, a 50 damage ratio, with no restrictions whatsoever. This implies that as long as he continues to sustain damage, his maximum life points can grow boundlessly. What a terrifying potential for growth. Eagerly, he glanced at the other 2 options, both glowing in blue. Attribute 2, elemental affinity, blue. Effect, increases elemental damage by 10 and reduces elemental damage taken by 10. This attribute is rather standard but still practical. Attribute 3, physical enhancement, blue. Effect, increases strength and constitution by 5 points each. A straightforward and robust boost to attributes, which is quite decent for the early stages. However, in comparison to damage conversion, these 2 blue attributes appear utterly lackluster. I choose damage conversion. Lin Feng made his decision without hesitation. Selection successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the colorful attribute, damage conversion. A peculiar warmth instantly coursed through Lin Feng's limbs, as if a powerful rule had been imprinted upon the essence of his very life. He could distinctly sense that his body seemed to possess a newfound resilience. Divine Bestower privilege. For every 10 levels gained, you will receive an opportunity for attribute enchantment. Attribute enchantment. You may draw attributes related to your various capabilities to enhance your fundamental abilities. Current level LV1. Does it meet the drawing conditions? Would you like to proceed with the attribute enchantment? Draw immediately? Choose 1 from 3. Draw immediately. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Once again, 3 options glimmering with blue light materialized before him. Option 1, agility, blue. Effect, increases agility by 3 points and slightly boosts movement speed. Option 2, focus, blue. Effect, increases mental acuity by 3 points and slightly enhances spellcasting concentration. Option 3, regeneration, blue. Effect, restores 20 life points per second. This recovery effect will slightly grow with level increases. Lin Feng's gaze instantly locked onto regeneration, restoring 20 life points per second. For someone with only 100 life points at present, this is an extraordinary skill. This means that as long as he is not instantly obliterated, he can quickly restore himself to full health. As for the other 2 options, one enhances agility and the other boosts mental acuity, though useful. They pale in comparison to regeneration. I choose regeneration. Selection successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the blue attribute, regeneration. Another wave of comforting energy fused into his body, and Lin Feng immediately felt a vibrant vitality coursing through him. A faint green dynamic indicator appeared beside his life points, displaying a 20-second countdown. Delight surged through him. Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound power and capabilities. The Divine Bestower, the Attribute Enchantment System, Damage Conversion, Regeneration, and the Gemini Storm UZI with no level restrictions. His current state is unprecedentedly favorable. Any lingering disappointment from the reset of his level had been thoroughly washed away by this immense thrill. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his newfound strength and felt a surge of ambition within him, a faint yet chilling whimper unexpectedly emanated from outside the door. Following this, an icy breath, akin to a tidal wave, surged into the room. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. The sinister wind howled, causing the oil lamp's flame to flicker wildly. Unstable and erratic, the temperature within the room plummeted to freezing levels. A hazy, translucent shadow, seemingly devoid of a physical form, effortlessly penetrated the thin wooden door and silently slipped inside. It was a low-tier ghost. It manifested a distorted humanoid silhouette, exuding an aura thick with death and resentment. Its perception appeared somewhat sluggish, drifting within the room for a moment, its hollow gaze sweeping the surroundings. When it fixed its sight upon Lin Feng, it clearly hesitated. Lin Feng's heart tightened, fully prepared for battle. To his surprise, the low-tier ghost, after observing him for a moment, seemingly did not prioritize him as a target. The malevolence emanating from it was more a universal loathing for all living beings. Lin Feng's keen senses detected that this ghost's objective did not seem to be direct physical attack. Just then, the low-tier ghost let out a more piercing wail and abruptly transformed into a gray shadow, lunging directly at Lin Feng. It moved with astonishing speed. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, instinctively raising his guns to shoot. However, the ghost's movements surpassed his expectations. It was neither a collision nor a bite. Instead, it was an amalgamation. Chapter 127, Ghostly Supplement. Swoosh. Like a droplet merging into a sponge, the gray shadow penetrated Lin Feng's skin the moment it made contact, burrowing into his body. An extreme chill and a sense of weakness rapidly spread from the depths of his soul. Lin Feng let out a muffled groan, feeling his vitality being frantically siphoned by an unseen force. Warning. You have been subjected to the effect of the vengeful spirit's possession. The vengeful spirit is draining your life points. You are losing 10 of your current maximum life points per second. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed clearly in Lin Feng's mind. Losing 10 of his maximum life points per second. With a current maximum of 100 life points, he would be drained of 10 life points each second. This is an exceedingly domineering and lethal form of continuous damage. An ordinary level 1 player, lacking special means, would likely be completely drained within 10 seconds. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed under his breath, attempting to muster the energy within him to expel this unwelcome guest. Yet, he found that this ghost seemed to have forged a bizarre link with his soul, making it difficult to extricate. 10. A bright red number floated above Lin Feng's head. His life bar instantly decreased slightly. However, the next second, 20. A vibrant green number quickly followed. Regeneration attribute activated, restoring 20 life points per second. The ghost siphoning 10 points, while he himself recovers 20. In this back and forth, he experienced no loss in life points. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with a peculiar expression. This situation seems rather intriguing. What was even more unexpected was yet to come. At the very moment the 10 life points were siphoned away, the damage conversion attribute was also triggered. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have sustained 10 points of damage, of which 5 points has been transformed into your permanent health limit. Your maximum health has increased by 5 points. Lin Feng. He distinctly felt his health cap elevate from 100 points to 105 points. The extraction by that specter was calculated as a percentage of his current maximum health. However, a particular detail in the system notification caught his attention. You lose 10 points of current maximum health every second. It appeared that at the moment of possession, the baseline value for this extraction had been fixed by some unseen rule. This meant that regardless of how Lin Feng's maximum health might grow subsequently, the specter would continue to extract a fixed 10 points every second, based on the initial maximum health of 100 at the time of possession. Lin Feng immediately set out to verify this. A second passed. 10. Fixed extraction of 10 points. 20. Regeneration restoring 20 points. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have sustained 10 points of damage, of which 5 points has been transformed into your permanent health limit. Your maximum health has increased by 5 points. Maximum health limit, 105-110, instantly replenished, with an additional 5 points added to the cap. Lin Feng's expression transitioned from initial solemnity to one of intrigue and fascination. He turned his gaze inward, observing that the lower-tier specter was wreaking havoc within his body, greedily siphoning off his vitality. Yet, the 10 points of vitality it painstakingly extracted were immediately countered by the 20 points of regeneration, leaving a surplus. Remarkably, the 10 points of damage it inflicted were further utilized by the damage conversion effect, which in turn augmented Lin Feng's health limit by 5 points. What was this? The specter was not harming him. It was, in fact, fortifying him. An absurd yet exhilarating sensation surged within Lin Feng. He recalled the entries in his journal about the land of the deceased, where experience points could not be acquired, since leveling up was not an option. Enhancing his base attributes and health limit had become the essential means of gaining strength in this realm. Astonishingly, this possessing lower-tier specter had transformed into an unusual source of experience, or, rather, a reservoir of vitality. As long as it remained, continuously extracting, Lin Feng's health limit would steadily increase by 5 points every second. What an alarming rate of enhancement. He even began to worry whether this lower-tier specter might be overwhelmed or drained dry by his bizarre constitution. He could sense the chilling and weakening influence of the specter diminishing under the relentless growth of his formidable recovery and health limit. It was as if the specter's power was being absorbed and assimilated by his body in reverse. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. A playful smile curved Lin Feng's lips. He refrained from banishing the specter. Instead, he began to relish this peculiar symbiotic state. He even raised his twin storm Uzi, gesturing at the air. The muzzle flickered with a ghostly glow, powerful firepower ready to unleash. This lower-tier specter had morphed from a threat into a mobile reservoir of vitality and attribute points. A daring thought sprang to Lin Feng's mind. Was there a limit to the number of such possessions? If he could summon several lower-tier specters, wouldn't his health become monumental? Of course, he understood that this was merely an ideal scenario. Higher-tier specters would likely surpass this lower tier in terms of extraction efficiency and method, possibly wielding even more bizarre and lethal attacks. Nonetheless, this unexpected boon instilled within Lin Feng a peculiar confidence for future explorations. He glanced at his attribute panel. Health, 150-150. In such a brief span, his limit had already surged by 50 points. Feeling the cold, specter-infused power coursing through him, along with the extraordinary cycle of extraction and replenishment that inversely augmented his health limit, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. This Tower of the Departed was likely no sanctuary. Previously, without player status, those wandering specters might have regarded him as mere background, ignoring him entirely. Yet, Once he regained a player-like identity as a divine bestower, capable of being quantified by the system and sensed for his vitality, these starved specters would undoubtedly pounce upon him like sharks drawn to blood. Their target was beings like him, endowed with life. Very well, since you deem me prey. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Let us see who the true hunter is. Far from feeling trepidation, a powerful impulse surged within him. He was determined to take the offensive. Chapter 128, Infinite Growth. He sought to find more lower-tier specters, to test the boundaries of this seemingly overpowered growth model. If it truly worked, then in this realm devoid of leveling and normal experience acquisition, these specters would become his prime sustenance for rapidly enhancing his health limit. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng sprang into action. He tightened his grip on the twin storm Uzi and cautiously pushed open the wooden door to the side chamber. Stepping once more into the deep, silent corridor, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his life force to emanate outward, akin to a moving bait, enticing the lurking predators in the shadows. The air grew denser with that faintly chilling essence, more pronounced than before. After walking approximately 100 meters, a gust of eerie wind howled around a corner. Another indistinct, translucent shadow silently emerged from the wall. This specter was nearly identical to the previous one, radiating the same resentment and stillness. Upon its appearance, it immediately locked onto Lin Feng, a fresh life form, emitting a low, mournful wail as it transformed into a gray shadow and lunged towards him. Just in time, Lin Feng did not flinch or evade. He boldly advanced to meet it. Whoosh! A wave of bone-chilling cold enveloped him as the second lower-tier specter successfully possessed him. Warning! You have been afflicted by the possession effect of the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit is extracting your vitality. You lose 10 points of current maximum health every second. At this moment, Lin Feng's maximum health had risen to 200 points due to the diligent work of the first specter. The instant the second specter possessed him, the system determined the extraction value based on this new cap of 200 points, amounting to 20 points. 20. A vividly red number floated above Lin Feng's head. Almost immediately, the extraction effect of the first specter manifested as well. 10. The two specters began to siphon his vitality simultaneously. A total of 30 points of health drained each second. However, 20. Regeneration effect restoring 20 points. Lin Feng's health bar continued to decline, but not at a perilous rate. The crucial factor lay in damage conversion. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have sustained 20 points of damage from the second specter, of which 10 points, has been transformed into your permanent health limit. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have sustained 10 points of damage from the first specter, of which 5 points, has been transformed into your permanent health limit. Double conversion, double the joy. His maximum health limit surged by 15 points in an instant. From 200 points, it shot up to 215 points. Effective. Incredibly effective. Lin Feng was filled with elation. He could distinctly sense that the two specters were like small pumps, striving to extract from his reservoir of vitality. However, his reservoir not only comes equipped with a high-capacity water pump, regeneration, but every time it is drained, its capacity automatically expands, damage conversion. This is nothing short of a perpetual motion machine. The old pump, however, seems to possess insufficient power. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the first ghost, which could inflict a mere 10 points of damage. At this moment, it had become a hindrance. To maximize his gains, it was imperative to eliminate it and seek out new ghosts capable of inflicting higher fixed damage. But how to dispose of it? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. His physical attacks appeared to be ineffective against such a purely ethereal entity. Previously, Uzi's bullets merely penetrated the ghost's apparition without dealing any substantial damage. Wait, chain lightning. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Feng's mind. Chain lightning inflicts lightning damage, a form of magical damage. It should be effective against ethereal units. He promptly aimed his firearm at the second ghost, which had just possessed him and was causing 20 points of damage per second, though the ghost had already entered his body. Lin Feng could vaguely sense the energy field it formed on his surface. Rat-a-tat-tat. The twin storm Uzi fired instantly. The bullets whistled through the air, accurately striking the energy field surrounding the second ghost. 0, 0, 0. Physical damage was indeed ineffective. But, crackle. A dazzling silver arc of electricity suddenly sprang forth from the second ghost, as if imbued with sentience. It struck fiercely towards the location of the first ghost within Lin Feng's body. 55. Chain lightning damage. It seems to have an additional restraining effect on ethereal units. A clear number representing magical damage floated up from the position of the first ghost, invisible. Effective. Lin Feng was elated. He had discovered a method to eliminate the old battery. He immediately adjusted his strategy, ceasing attacks on the second ghost, and instead aimed his gun at the ground beneath him, or rather, at the energy field he sensed vaguely from the first ghost. Rat-a-tat-tat. Crackle. The bullets struck the ground, but chain lightning accurately rebounded towards the first ghost. 75. 75. 75. The continuous lightning damage elicited a series of mournful wails from the first ghost. Meanwhile, the second ghost continued in scathe, contributing 10 points to Lin Feng's maximum health each second. Moments later, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The first low-tier ghost could no longer withstand the relentless assault of chain lightning, completely disintegrating into pure energy, dissipating into the air. System notification: you have slain a low-tier vengeful spirit, gaining a minuscule amount of soul energy, automatically absorbed. Can I absorb soul energy? Lin Feng paused momentarily, then sensed a newfound clarity in his mind. Although his attribute panel showed no changes, he could feel a subtle enhancement. At this moment, he was left with only the high-quality supplement that drained 20 points of health per second and provided him with a 10-point increase to his health cap. The rate of increase in his health cap stabilized at 10 points per second. This efficiency is commendable. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He did not seek out new ghosts. One must not be greedy. If too many high-damage ghosts simultaneously possessed him, and the recovery speed of regeneration could not keep up, or the growth rate of damage conversion could not compensate for the losses, it would lead to considerable trouble. To be prudent, he decided to maintain this efficiency and stack up his health cap. Thus, for the ensuing period, Lin Feng began an extensive idle journey within the Tower of Rebirth. Accompanied by this mobile health pack, he persevered with his daily physical training while closely monitoring the growth of his health cap. Chapter 129. The Birth of the 860,000 Health Behemoth. Time elapsed, second by second. A day consists of 24 hours, totaling 86 for 100 seconds. An increase of 10 points to the health cap each second. This is a simple mathematical equation. When a full 24 hours had passed, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of incredulity flashing across his gaze. His attribute panel displayed a number that sent shivers down his spine. Health: 860, 100, 864, 200. Initial 286,400 seconds, 10 points per second. 860,000. A staggering 860,000 health cap. At this moment, although his level remained LV1, with such a terrifying amount of health, it was likely that even a LV30 boss would struggle to eliminate him in a single blow. He had truly become a formidable health behemoth. And at the very moment his health surpassed the 860,000 mark, the low-tier ghost that had been residing within him seemed to have finally reached its limit. It emitted a faint lament, and then, like a candle flickering in the wind, its ethereal form rapidly thinned and became transparent, ultimately disintegrating into a wisp of pure soul energy, merging into Lin Feng's body. System notification: the effect of the vengeful spirit's possession has ended. System notification: you have absorbed a substantial amount of soul energy, resulting in a slight enhancement of mental resilience. Is it over? Lin Feng felt the cold aura within him dissipate, replaced by a subtle warmth in his mind, pondering thoughtfully. It seems that the endurance of such low-tier ghosts is also limited. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. 860,000 health. This instilled him with unprecedented confidence. It was time to stretch his limbs. Armed with this terrifying health pool and a newfound understanding of his own power, Lin Feng stepped out of the side chamber that had served as his sanctuary for over 20 days. Upon returning to the desolate hall of the Tower of Rebirth, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. The confusion and despair he once felt had been replaced by an unshakable confidence. Though still at LV1, he was well aware that he was no longer an easy target for the members of player guilds at LV10. He needed to test his combat prowess and gather the latest intelligence regarding the Tower of Rebirth and the Rebirth Guild. Cautiously avoiding the enormous teleportation vortex at the tower's entrance, Lin Feng slipped out through a side door, returning to the streets of the Forgotten City. In stark contrast to the silence within the tower, the streets of the player city were still permeated with an air of numbness and despair, yet tinged with a subtle restlessness. He noted that the patrols of the Rebirth Guild appeared to have increased in density compared to before. Each member moved hurriedly, their faces revealing hints of vigilance and an almost imperceptible anxiety. He made no effort to conceal his presence, instead walking calmly along the streets like an ordinary player. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a patrol squad composed of 5 Rebirth Guild members took notice of his unfamiliar face. Halt! Who are you? I've never seen you before. The leader, a rugged man wielding a long sword, appeared to be around LV12. He scrutinized Lin Feng, his gaze filled with a mix of scrutiny and hostility. The other 4 members quickly spread out, instinctively surrounding Lin Feng, their weapons trained on him. Another familiar opening line. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, maintaining an outward demeanor of calm. Just passing through, he replied nonchalantly. Passing through? The captain raised an eyebrow, snorting derisively. This area isn't just for anyone to stroll through. Kid, you look unfamiliar. Did you just die? Sort of, Lin Feng replied ambiguously. Daring to wander outside alone just after dying, you've got some guts. Beside the captain, a level 10 archer player sneered. Listen up, kid. Hand over everything valuable you possess if you know what is good for you. Otherwise, you'll get a taste of the methods employed by our Rebirth Guild. These ruffians were resorting to their old tricks once again, attempting to rob him without preamble. Lin Feng's gaze gradually grew colder. He had no intention of instigating trouble, but since it had come knocking at his door, he was more than willing to test the mettle of these fools. And if I refuse? Lin Feng's voice was devoid of any emotion. Refuse? Ha! You dare to say no to us? The archer laughed uproariously, as though he had heard the grandest of jokes. Brothers, it seems this kid is asking for a lesson. Let us show him what we're made of. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already drawn his longbow. An arrow glimmering with a chilling light aimed directly at Lin Feng's forehead. The other members of his party raised their weapons, grinning menacingly. To them, this solitary newcomer was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, in the next instant, their smiles froze in disbelief. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire erupted like the roar of death itself, shattering the silence of the street. Lin Feng had, unbeknownst to them, drawn forth two Uzi submachine guns shimmering with a dark golden hue. The black muzzles expelled furious tongues of flame. Bullets cascaded like a torrential storm upon the 5 members of the Rebirth Guild. Thud, 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 thud. The lead LV-12 captain of the Long Knife Squad barely had time to react before a series of blood bursts erupted from his body. His blue-quality leather armor crumbled under the Uzi's formidable attack power of 155, as fragile as paper. 120, 115, 125. Damage after defense deductions. The torrent of damage numbers erupted above his head like a relentless barrage. In a mere exchange, his health bar was obliterated. Bang! The Long Knife Captain's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with shock, as he toppled over lifelessly. Instant kill. A level 12 elite player. Taken down in a mere heartbeat. The sheer terror of that damage. The explosive force. Instantly stunned everyone present. The remaining 4 members of the Rebirth Guild stood agape. Their minds blank. Is he even human? Crackle. Crackle. Before they could recover from their shock, dazzling silver arcs of electricity danced like frenzied serpents among them. Chain lightning. 60, 58, 62. While the individual damage of each arc was modest, the rapid frequency and wide range were overwhelming. The 4 players, already in a state of panic, were soon reduced to screams of agony. Monster. He is a monster. The level 10 archer was now utterly terrified, dropping his longbow to the ground and scrambling to escape. Thinking of fleeing? A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He pivoted his gun slightly, locking onto the fleeing figure. Rat-a-tat-tat. Another burst of rapid gunfire ensued. The archer cried out as he was struck in the back, dissolving into white light. The remaining 3 melee players, witnessing their comrades fall one after another, were now paralyzed with fear, abandoning all thoughts of resistance. They discarded their armor and fled in all directions, wailing for their mothers. Lin Feng showed no mercy. His twin Uzis became a precise reaping machine, each shot claiming a life. In the span of mere seconds, this once arrogant patrol squad of the Rebirth Guild was annihilated by Lin Feng alone. The street lay littered with a few scattered blue items and a heap of copper coins. Silence enveloped the scene. The distant onlookers resembled ducks with their throats grasped, mouths agape, filled with endless astonishment and reverence. What had they just witnessed? A seemingly low-level youth, even somewhat unfamiliar to them, had effortlessly decimated an elite patrol squad of the Rebirth Guild. The ferocity of the gunfire, the bizarre lightning. It was akin to divine beings clashing. Gulp. Someone struggled to swallow. Lin Feng slowly holstered his Uzis, his expression impassive as he stepped forward to collect the spoils from the ground. A few blue items with mediocre attributes, yet they could be sold for a profit or dismantled for materials. A handful of copper coins, barely noteworthy. He deliberately refrained from wiping out all his enemies. After dispatching 3, he intentionally slowed his attack, allowing the last remaining warrior, who appeared somewhat astute, to escape the battlefield at the cost of an arm. Go back and inform your guild leader. Lin Feng's voice, cold and calm, resonated clearly in the fleeing warrior's ears. Let him come and see me. At this, the warrior ran even faster, as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. Lin Feng watched his vanishing silhouette, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. The bait had been cast. Now, it was time to see what the Rebirth Guild's leader, the so-called level 16 Grim Butcher, was truly capable of. He needed a battle to establish his dominance. A confrontation potent enough to instill fear throughout the city of the dead. And the Rebirth Guild was undoubtedly the perfect stepping stone. The news soon reached the Rebirth Guild's headquarters, a sturdy fortress repurposed from a dilapidated coliseum. What did you say? A 5-man patrol squad was wiped out by a newcomer. Only one managed to escape. A burly man with a sinister visage, clad in black armor and boasting a level 16 status, surged from his skeletal throne, his voice seething with icy fury. He was Grim Butcher, the guild leader. Yes, leader. That person was incredibly powerful. His bullets seemed limitless. We were no match for him. The warrior who barely escaped trembled on the ground, still shaken. Strange guns? Lightning? Grim Butcher furrowed his brow, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. Firearms were exceedingly rare in the land of the dead. Moreover, could he wield lightning? Was that a unique skill or equipment effect? What else did he say? Grim Butcher pressed. He said yes back, the warrior stammered. Back. Grim Butcher's eyes turned frosty. He recalled a report from over 20 days ago, from a scar-faced patrol captain who had mentioned a mysterious figure, suspected to be level 20, appearing near the Tower of Rebirth, boasting that the guild leader should meet him personally. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously, dismissing it as mere bluster from an arrogant novice. But now it appeared the situation was far from simple. Gather all core members. Mobilize all elite players of level 10 and above. We're heading to the Tower of Rebirth. Grim Butcher commanded with a fierce wave of his hand, his voice echoing like ice within the fortress. I want to see who dares to run amok in my Rebirth Guild's territory. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Whoever dared challenge Grim Butcher's authority would pay a bloody price. Even if the opponent was truly a level 20 powerhouse, he would ensure they understood who the true ruler was in this land of the dead. Moreover, the Rebirth Guild was vast and brimming with skilled players. He could not fathom how, combined with the full strength of his guild, they could not subdue a mere newcomer. Thus, a hunt against Lin Feng had quietly commenced. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, after sending out his signal, chose not to hide but instead found a relatively open corner, patiently awaiting the inevitable confrontation. The members of the Rebirth Guild will soon come knocking at the door. He intends to deliver them an unforgettable surprise right here. Ming Tu plans to send a few nimble players to deplete Lin Feng's ammunition. However, there is a slight miscalculation on Ming Tu's part. In this land of the dead, there is no ammunition replenishment, but Lin Feng possesses infinite bullets. His strategy to exhaust Lin Feng's bullets with swift players is indeed ruthless. If Lin Feng were a gunman reliant on ammunition, he might truly be worn down to his last breath. Yet, with the attribute of infinite bullets, he fears nothing more than a war of attrition. Ming Tu's cunning plan is destined to fail. As he observes the members of the Rebirth Guild surging into the tower like an unstoppable tide, enveloping it entirely, a bloodthirsty smile creeps across Lin Feng's face. He slowly raises his twin storm Uzii. Since they have come, none shall leave. Faced with the onslaught of dozens of elite players, Lin Feng shows no fear. Instead, he takes the initiative to attack. Abandoning nimble dodging, he stands his ground, engaging in the most primal and violent exchange of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupts like two enraged dragons, mercilessly devouring everything in front of them. Is he attempting to exchange wounds for wounds? Everyone is taken aback by Lin Feng's reckless approach. Has he lost his mind? Chapter 131. 860,000 health behemoth crushes all. This kid has gone mad. He wishes to clash with us head-on. The president of the Rebirth Guild, Ming Tu, stares at Lin Feng, who has forsaken all defense to unleash a frenzied barrage. Momentarily stunned before a cruel grin spreads across his face, just when he was concerned about the opponent's elusive movements and ranged fire. Now the enemy chooses to stand and shoot. Is this not a death wish? All ranged. Focus fire on that kid. Turn him into a sieve. Ming Tu bellows, his black giant axe gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow. The dozen or so ranged players behind him, mages, archers, and even a few rare rune gunners, immediately aim their weapons at Lin Feng. Whoosh, boom, arrows, fireballs, ice spikes, energy blasts. An overwhelming deluge of ranged attacks pours down upon Lin Feng like a torrential storm. In an instant, Lin Feng's figure is completely engulfed. Unaware of their impending doom, Ming Tu sneers, envisioning Lin Feng being obliterated into nothingness. The surrounding onlookers gasp in shock, many even unable to bear the sight and closing their eyes. Under such a dense barrage of fire, even a level 20 top-tier defensive warrior would likely struggle to endure for mere seconds. However, as the assault's brilliance fades, the sight that emerges leaves everyone's eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Lin Feng, he remains steadfastly in place, although numerous damage numbers flicker above him. With some attacks inflicting over 100 points of damage, his health bar seems unfathomably deep, merely fluctuating slightly. Lin Feng's health remains in an extraordinarily robust state, seemingly untouched. Even more astonishing is that each time Lin Feng sustains damage, an inexplicable aura of resilience seems to emanate from him. Damage conversion has been triggered. You received 85 points of damage, of which 42 points, has been converted into your permanent health limit. Damage conversion has been triggered. You received 120 points of damage, of which 60 points, has been converted into your permanent health limit. Indeed, Lin Feng is absorbing damage. He is utilizing the Rebirth Guild's attacks to furiously augment his health limit. That terrifying pool of 860,000 health has, at this moment, become his most indomitable support. How can this be possible? Ming Tu's sinister smile freezes instantly, replaced by boundless shock and horror. What is he witnessing? A level 1 player, withstanding a barrage from over a dozen elite ranged members of their guild, utterly unscathed. No, it even seems he is growing tougher. This completely shatters his understanding. Continue attacking. Don't stop. We must wear him down. Ming Tu roars hoarsely, refusing to believe. He cannot accept that there exists a person who cannot be killed. The members of the Rebirth Guild, having shaken off their shock, launch into another frenzied assault. Yet this time, a deep layer of fear has settled in their hearts. Meanwhile, Lin Feng revels in the chaos, allowing the attacks to rain upon him. His health limit rises at a visibly rapid pace. 870,000, 880,000, 900,000. In the blink of an eye, it surpasses the million threshold. Haha, come on, is that all the strength you have? Lin Feng bellows with unrestrained laughter, his voice brimming with mockery and provocation. The gunfire from his twin storm Uzi never ceases. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The torrential hail of bullets, combined with the incessant leaps of chain lightning, acts like the scythe of death, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the Rebirth Guild members ahead. Those ordinary members, ranging from level 10 to level 13, are as fragile as straw before the chain lightning. They fall in droves. The scene becomes exceedingly bizarre. On one side stands the fearless, frenzied output of the Rebirth Guild, unable to inflict any damage on their opponent. On the other, Lin Feng leisurely endures all damage while turning the tide to slaughter them. This is no longer a battle of equals. It is a one-sided massacre. The members of the Rebirth Guild grow increasingly alarmed and desperate. Their once proud numerical advantage appears pitifully ineffective against the immortal monster that is Lin Feng. Their attacks not only fail to harm him, but seem to merely scratch the surface, charging him instead. This sensation drives them to the brink of madness. President, this isn't working. This guy cannot be killed. He is a monster. He is definitely not level 1. We need to retreat. If this continues, we will perish here. The guild's channel fills with panicked and pleading voices. Ming Tu's complexion has turned a ghastly shade, veins bulging on his forehead, his hand gripping the giant axe trembling slightly. He cannot comprehend how events have escalated to this point. How can a mere newcomer possess such monstrous recovery abilities and such a bizarre method of growth? He even suspects that Lin Feng might be disguised as some sort of boss. No, I, Ming Tu, have roamed the land of the dead for so long. I have never feared anyone. A glint of madness flashes in Ming Tu's eyes. He cannot retreat. If he does, his credibility as a leader will be utterly shattered, and the Rebirth Guild will become the laughingstock of the entire Forgotten Land. All melee fighters, charge with me. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot bring him down. Ming Tu roars, raising his black giant axe, the first to charge at Lin Feng. He intends to crush this damned monster with his most powerful attack. Behind him, a dozen core melee members, levels 14 and 15, also muster their courage and roar as they charge forward. They are the last elite of the Rebirth Guild, the last hope. Come on. Lin Feng watches as Ming Tu, like a cornered beast launching a final assault, a cold glint of murderous intent flashes in his eyes. He has been waiting for this opportunity. Capture the leader first. As long as Ming Tu is taken down, this battle will conclude. Chapter 132. The Dawn faction begins to rise. He will no longer passively endure bullets, like the fury of thunder condensed into a tempest. The relentless assault of the frontline warrior, the Reaper, faced the brunt of the onslaught. Clad in formidable black armor, his defenses were indeed remarkable, yet they paled in comparison to Lin Feng's might. 105, 110, 108. The barrage of damage numbers erupted chaotically above his head. His health bar plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. How is this possible? The Reaper's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Despite being at level 16, adorned in exquisite blue heavy armor that granted him nearly 60 points of physical defense, even an ordinary player would struggle to breach his defenses. Yet this level 1 brat inflicted over 100 points of damage with each shot. What manner of monster possesses such attack power? Even more despairing was the seemingly endless stream of bullets unleashed by Lin Feng. No matter how he darted left and right, he could not escape the torrential downpour of projectiles. I refuse to accept this. The Reaper let out a final roar, his colossal axe radiating an aura of destruction as it swung down towards Lin Feng. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, Lin Feng's figure flickered like a specter, narrowly evading the lethal blow at an incredible angle. Simultaneously, the muzzle of his Uzi was nearly pressed against the Reaper's chest. Die, you bastard. With even greater ferocity and intensity, a hail of bullets erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, mercilessly striking the Reaper's torso. 105, 110, 108. Splinter. The Reaper's chest plate shattered under the relentless assault. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. His health bar was finally depleted. Bang. The leader of the Afterlife Guild, the Reaper, once a tyrant in the land of the dead, crumpled in utter humiliation and resentment at Lin Feng's feet. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire hall of the Afterlife Tower. All members of the Afterlife Guild stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, their eyes wide as they witnessed their leader being effortlessly slaughtered by that level 1 brat, as if he were mere fodder. The faith and support that had sustained them crumbled in that instant. Fear, an endless tide of terror engulfed them like a chilling wave. The leader is dead? We have lost. A voice, uncertain and desolate, broke the silence. The next moment, run. A terrified scream pierced the air. Then, like a cascade of dominoes, all the surviving members of the Afterlife Guild shattered into chaos. They abandoned their armor and fled in a frantic panic, like lost dogs, racing towards the tower's exit. The arrogance and dominance they once wielded had vanished without a trace. Lin Feng coldly observed their retreating figures, choosing not to pursue them to the bitter end. What he sought was not mere slaughter, but the establishment of his authority. He turned his gaze to the onlookers, the once dormant dead, who were now utterly paralyzed by the earth-shattering battle. Among them was Zhao Gang, who had once confided in him. At this moment, Zhao Gang gazed at Lin Feng with a fervent and reverent expression, as if beholding a deity. From this day forth, Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual. The old order in the realm of players has come to an end. He raised the guild leader's badge high, his voice resolute. I, Lin Feng, shall establish a new order here. All who wish to follow me shall receive protection. Food shall no longer be a luxury. My guild shall be named Dawn, signifying the breaking of this endless darkness and the welcoming of our own dawn. His voice thundered in the hearts of every soul present. After a moment of silence, I, Zhao Gang, wish to follow Lord Lin Feng. I joined Dawn. Zhao Gang was the first to react. His face flushed with excitement as he shouted with all his might. Then came the chorus. I am willing. I too am willing. Please accept us, Lord Lin Feng. Like a wildfire igniting, more and more players awakened from their numbness and despair. Hope rekindled in their eyes as they knelt before Lin Feng, swearing their allegiance. Lin Feng surveyed the scene before him, a wave of fervor swelling within him. He knew this was merely the beginning. He had gathered the remnants of the terrified Afterlife Guild and numerous desperate souls from the lower echelons. With the Afterlife Tower as their base, the Dawn Guild was officially established at that moment. He enacted new decrees. Inter-guild looting of food was strictly forbidden. All food resources would be centrally allocated, prioritizing the elite members with potential to challenge the resurrection trials. Simultaneously, he immediately mobilized all guild members to secretly seek any leads regarding his parents in the land of the forgotten. Although hope was scant, he had never given up. In the stillness of night, Lin Feng summoned Zhao Gang and several other astute, relatively high-level core members to a side chamber of the Afterlife Tower. Tell me everything about the resurrection trials. He needed to quickly grasp the pathways of this world to prepare for future actions. The flames of vengeance within him had never been extinguished. He must return. He had to return. The 30-day countdown to the apocalypse loomed over him like a sword. Ever vigilant, time was running short. In the dimly lit side chamber of the Afterlife Tower, Lin Feng listened intently as Zhao Gang and the others described the resurrection trials, his brow gradually furrowing. So, upon entering that vortex, one would be transported to a completely random trial location? It could be a solo challenge or a team competition. Zhao Gang nodded with a bitter expression. Yes, Brother Feng. For us low-level players who have died and returned, the resurrection trials are akin to a near-impossible feat. No, it's akin to 100 deaths. Even if one were to miraculously win a match or two, the opponents would be adjusted to a significantly higher difficulty based on our levels. Moreover, a slight, scrawny man named Monkey, who was level 13, added, the arena for the resurrection trials resembles a battlefield of mental or spiritual projections. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. If he was currently at level 1, wouldn't that make it a trivial challenge for him? He recalled his eerie experience of entering the vortex and directly appearing in the tower's hall. If the vortex served as the entrance to the trial battlefield, then what was the nature of the physical structure of the Afterlife Tower itself? Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the dark, foreboding corridor beyond the side chamber. Zhao Gang and the others exchanged glances, clearly having never contemplated this question. In their eyes, the Afterlife Tower was synonymous with the resurrection trials. As for what lay deeper within the tower, beyond the area near the entrance, they were entirely ignorant and had never thought to explore. After all, who would forsake their solitary hope for resurrection to venture into an ominous, unknown ancient tower? Brother Feng, do you mean we should explore this tower? Zhao Gang asked cautiously. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes deepening. I will participate in the resurrection trials, but not now. This tower, since it exists, must harbor its own secrets. Moreover, I have an inkling that it may conceal something far more significant than the resurrection trials. He recalled the 2 indigenous diaries. Those scattered accounts of the old world, the shepherd, and the ghost legion loomed like a fog over his thoughts. He had a strong intuition that the key to unraveling these mysteries might be hidden deep within this ancient tower, a place intertwined with hope and despair for countless souls. But Brother Feng, the tower is far too dangerous. Legends speak of terrifying entities lurking in its depths. An elder member trembled as he spoke. A look of terror etched upon his face. Danger? Lin Feng's lips curled into a chilling smirk. In this land of the dead, could there be anything more perilous than awaiting one's demise? He rose to his feet, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Starting tomorrow, all core members of the Dawn Guild will take turns accompanying me to explore the Tower of Rebirth. Zhao Gang, you are tasked with selecting the personnel. Their strength need not be formidable, but they must be clever and obedient. Yes, Brother Feng. Though Zhao Gang and the others felt a twinge of apprehension, Lin Feng's undeniable aura, coupled with the overwhelming shock from their previous battle against the Rebirth Guild, rendered them incapable of defiance. The following day, Lin Feng, accompanied by Zhao Gang and 3 other selected members of Dawn, officially embarked on their journey to explore the interior of the Tower of Rebirth. They declined to enter the dark, swirling vortex of teleportation, opting instead for the dusty physical passages within the tower that had never before been trodden. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive and eerie the atmosphere became. A pungent stench of decay pervaded the air, and the twisted visages of human faces carved into the walls seemed poised to spring to life under the dim light. On either side of the passage, more stone doors emerged. Most of these doors were tightly shut, adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes, emanating unsettling waves of energy. Lin Feng attempted to shoot at one with his UZI bullets, only to find that the bullets left not a mark, instead being repelled by an invisible force. These doors appeared to be sealed by some formidable power. Lin Feng pondered this thoughtfully. In a relatively intact stone chamber, they uncovered remnants of the indigenous inhabitants. The walls bore vague murals that depicted an exceedingly brutal war. A group of natives, clad in archaic garments and wielding rudimentary weapons, battled monstrous beings of enormous stature and grotesque forms. In the background of the battlefield, a colossal tower, strikingly similar to the Tower of Rebirth, radiated an ominous black light. Could this illustrate the natives' battle against the ghostly legion? Zhao Gang speculated. Lin Feng remained silent, committing the scene depicted in the murals to memory. They also discovered remnants of diary pages on a partially collapsed altar. These fragments were even more ancient than the diary Lin Feng had previously found, the handwriting more indistinct. Yet the information they conveyed sent a jolt through Lin Feng's heart. Ghosts were not mere aggregates of resentment. They were the distorted products of the power of rebirth. Higher-tier ghosts could even coalesce into nearly corporeal forms, their might far surpassing imagination. Beneath the base of the tower lay the Abyss of Bones, where countless strong beings from the old world were interred. Their indomitable wills fused with the dark energies of the abyss, forming the very source of ghosts. That place was a forbidden ground, a cursed domain. The Abyss of Bones. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened instantaneously. This fragment of a diary corroborated his previous conjectures. The Abyss of Bones was indeed one of the origins of the ghostly legion. Furthermore, the higher-tier ghosts possessed the ability to manifest physical forms, their power likely far exceeding that of the lower-tier ghosts that could only possess. They might even wield more sinister offensive methods, such as mental strikes and curses. This revelation set alarm bells ringing in Lin Feng's mind. If a ghostly frenzy were to erupt in the future, the adversaries they would face could be far more terrifying than anticipated. Just as they prepared to leave the stone chamber and delve deeper, the monkey at the forefront suddenly gasped, pointing towards a passageway entrance partially blocked by debris, his voice trembling. "Brother Feng, look, over there, it seems like." Lin Feng and the others rushed forward. They beheld a space rift, exuding a ghostly blue luminescence, twisting and spiraling deep within the debris-clad passageway. The edges of the rift seemed to connect to a more profound, darker realm. A chilling, bone-chilling essence, as if from the depths of the underworld, slowly seeped from the rift. Could this be the entrance to the Abyss of Bones? Zhao Gang inhaled sharply. Lin Feng's expression turned exceedingly grave. The aura emanating from the rift made his heart race. He sensed that on the other side of the rift lay unimaginable horrors and perils. At that moment, a fragment of a broken steel caught his attention. Half buried in the rubble, it bore a line of indistinct characters inscribed in ancient runes. Lin Feng strained to decipher them. When the light bestowed by the gods dispels the mists of the deceased, the foundation of the Tower of Rebirth shall tremble. The door between life and death may well open. The light bestowed by the gods, the mists of the deceased, the interstice of life and death. Lin Feng pondered these cryptic prophecies, a tempest of thoughts surging within him. Could the light bestowed by the gods refer to him, the God-gifted one? If he were to dispel the mists of this land of the dead, would the foundation of the Tower of Rebirth indeed tremble? And what, pray tell, was this so-called interstice of life and death? Could it be a special passageway leading out of this land of the deceased? This discovery made Lin Feng's heart pound uncontrollably. Chapter 134. The initial emergence of the ghostly frenzy. The discovery of the Abyss of Bones and the vague prophecy left Lin Feng's emotions unsettled for an extended period. He sensed that he might have brushed against the core secret of this land of the dead. Yet, he also understood that with the current strength of the Dawn Guild, recklessly exploring the Abyss of Bones would be tantamount to courting death. Temporarily seal this place. No one is to approach. Lin Feng ordered in a somber tone. He resolved not to tread upon that ominous rift until they were sufficiently powerful. In the following days, Lin Feng continued to explore other areas of the Tower of Rebirth, hoping to uncover more clues regarding the light bestowed by the gods and the mists of the deceased, while also keeping a close watch on the changes within the Land of the Forgotten. He had yet to find any news regarding his parents. This Land of the Forgotten was akin to a colossal, merciless millstone, with new players joining daily, while old souls perished completely in revival matches or succumbed once more during conflicts within the city. Searching for two specific individuals among this throng of souls was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet Lin Feng did not relinquish hope. He detailed his parents' features to Zhao Gang and the others, urging them to discreetly inquire within the guild. Simultaneously, new developments began to unfold within the land of the Forgotten. Just as Lin Feng had anticipated, as time progressed, an increasing number of high-level deceased players began to surface in this city. Their arrival undoubtedly posed a challenge to the newly established order of the Dawn Guild. These newcomers were predominantly elite players who had met their demise at level 17, 18, or even 19 in the outside world, possessing formidable strength and often exhibiting a rebellious demeanor. Naturally, they regarded the fledgling Dawn, comprised of lower-level souls, with disdain. Conflict was inevitable. However, the outcome surprised everyone. Faced with these new powerhouses, Lin Feng exhibited a steely resolve. He refrained from hastily inquiring about the outside world, fully aware that these newly deceased, proud and arrogant individuals would not heed him without a show of strength. For those who attempted to challenge the authority of Dawn and seize resources, Lin Feng showed no mercy, swiftly leading his team to quell them. With a staggering 860,000 hit points and the two elusive, immensely powerful dual storm Uzis, Lin Feng was virtually a bug-level existence within the land of the Forgotten. A series of decisive beatings made these newcomers acutely aware of their reality. They were horrified to discover that the seemingly novice leader of Dawn possessed a terrifying strength far beyond their expectations. Gradually, these subdued experts began to be drawn to Lin Feng's formidable charisma and the relatively fair order of the Dawn Guild, subsequently opting to join Dawn and become Lin Feng's new enforcers. Consequently, the power of the Dawn Guild experienced further enhancement. However, just as Lin Feng was consolidating his forces and preparing to gather intelligence from the outside world, a sudden anomaly erupted in the Forgotten Lands. Just as chronicled in that ancient diary, it seemed that with the gradual accumulation of players within the city, a critical threshold had indeed been reached. The most apparent change was the staggering increase in the frequency of low-tier specters, which surged several-fold within just a few days. Previously, one might encounter a wandering specter only in some remote corners or during the late hours of the night, but now, even during the day, their apparitions began to frequently manifest in bustling streets. Like hyenas scenting blood, they viciously attacked solitary players, siphoning their life force. The entire Forgotten Lands became shrouded in a veil of panic. What troubled Lin Feng even further was his realization that these specters seemed to have lost interest in him. The God-given. Upon approaching Lin Feng within a certain range, they exhibited clear signs of disdain and fear, deliberately avoiding him to prey upon other players. Could it be that the low-tier specter that once possessed me left behind some peculiar mark or curse? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This revelation left him both amused and exasperated. He had originally hoped to encounter more specters and continue to augment his life force limit, but it now appeared that this shortcut had been blocked. Faced with the increasingly dire threat of specters, Lin Feng's Dawn Guild took it upon themselves to become the front line against these apparitions. He organized the guild members to establish watchposts at various major intersections within the city to eradicate the wandering low-tier specters, providing protection for the weaker, ordinary undead. With Lin Feng's terrifying health and firepower as a super MT, along with the formidable output from the newly recruited high-level players, Dawn maintained a decisive advantage in battles against low-tier specters. However, this favorable situation was short-lived. A few days later, the emergence of more powerful mid-tier specters began to manifest in small numbers. These mid-tier specters, approximately level 20, exhibited a form more solid than their low-tier counterparts, almost taking on a semi-transparent corporeal shape. They were more aggressive, swifter, and seemed to possess some rudimentary energy shock or curse-based abilities. During a cleansing operation organized by the Dawn Guild, Lin Feng encountered an elite squad composed of 3 mid-tier specters, led by a particularly vengeful mid-tier specter chief. This chief was slightly larger than ordinary mid-tier specters, with a more solid body, and its hollow eye sockets flickered with 2 points of crimson malice. Finally, a worthy adversary had arrived. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with battle fervor. He assigned Zhao Gang and others to contend with the other 2 ordinary mid-tier specters while he directly confronted the specter chief. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The twin storm Uzi roared. Bullets and chain lightning instantly engulfing the specter chief. 0.075. Physical attacks remained ineffective. The damage from the chain lightning had also diminished significantly compared to encounters with low-tier specters. Clearly, this mid-tier specter chief had a higher magical resistance. Ugh! The specter chief emitted a piercing shriek. Unlike the indiscriminate wails of resentment before, this was an attack imbued with psychic impact. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, as if an invisible needle had pierced him. Warning: you have been attacked by the spectral shriek. Your mind has experienced mild disturbance. All attributes decreased by 5. Duration: 10 seconds. A mental attack. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. This was the first time he felt a direct threat from the mental realm since arriving in the land of the dead. Although it was merely a mild disturbance and a temporary reduction in attributes, it undoubtedly signaled an extremely dangerous warning. This indicated that higher-tier specters likely possessed even more terrifying and lethal psychic attacks, and the mind happened to be his weakest link at present. Chapter 135, Secrets of the Forbidden Tower. Whispers of the Abyss of Bones. The spectral shriek emitted by the mid-tier specter chief struck Lin Feng's psyche like an invisible hammer. All attributes decreased by 5. Though not significant, the tremor derived from the soul instilled a profound sense of alarm within him. There was no time to waste. It was imperative to end this swiftly. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He held nothing back. The twin storm Uzi erupted with an unprecedented radiance, disregarding his mental disturbance. As a torrential barrage of bullets and jumping chain lightning rained down upon the specter chief like a judgment from death itself. 75, 75, 75. Despite the diminished damage from chain lightning, the Uzi's terrifying rate of fire still delivered an immense output. The specter chief let out a more anguished roar, and its surrounding malice surged violently, forming several solid shadowy claws that lunged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng neither flinched nor evaded, allowing those claws to rend his body. 150, 145, 160. A series of substantial damage numbers emerged above his head. But in the next second, 20, 20, 20. Regeneration effect. Damage conversion has been triggered. You received 150 points of damage, of which 50, 75 points, has been converted to your permanent life force limit. Damage conversion has been triggered. You received 145 points of damage, of which 50, 72 points, has been converted to your permanent life force limit. Lin Feng's health bar, akin to an indomitable cockroach, surged steadily amidst the chaos. It was even slowly increasing. Meanwhile, the specter chief, under Lin Feng's reckless barrage, began to show cracks in its solid form, and its malice dissipated rapidly. Ugh! Accompanied by a wail filled with unwillingness and despair. This formidable mid-tier specter chief was ultimately reduced to ashes beneath Lin Feng's gun. System notification. You have slain the mid-tier vengeful spirit chief, absorbing a substantial amount of soul energy, moderately enhancing your mental resilience. Lin Feng let out a long breath, shaking his slightly numb arms. Indeed, mid-tier specters proved to be considerably more troublesome than low-tier ones. They not only possessed psychic attacks, but also boasted significantly higher magical resistance. Had it not been for his substantial health and rapid recovery, he would have surely faced a considerable challenge. After defeating the specter chief, Zhao Gang and the others swiftly dealt with the other 2 ordinary mid-tier specters. The Dawn Guild emerged victorious once more. Yet Lin Feng's mood did not lighten as a result. The emergence of mid-tier specters was merely the beginning. He could sense a far more terrifying and profound darkness slowly awakening in the depths of this land of the dead. Brother Feng, shall we continue our exploration? Zhao Gang inquired, glancing at the devastation and the lingering chill in the air with trepidation. Continue. Lin Feng's tone was resolute. The signs of a spectral onslaught had already appeared, and there was no retreat. Only by uncovering the secrets of this tower and discovering a way to escape could they hope to survive. However, just as Lin Feng prepared to lead everyone deeper into the uncharted regions of the tower, another anomaly occurred. Boom! The entire Tower of Rebirth trembled violently without warning, as if it were experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. Dust rained down from the ceiling in a cascade. The contorted visages of human faces carved into the walls seemed, in that very moment, to come alive, emitting a silent wail of despair. What is happening? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as they steadied themselves. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the direction of the spatial rift they had previously discovered, which was suspected to lead to the Abyss of Bones. The chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines surged violently, multiplying in intensity by several folds. A haunting roar, seemingly emanating from the depths of the netherworld, filled with rage and resentment, erupted from the other side of the rift. Following this, the rift, initially only tall enough for a single person, suddenly expanded. Countless tendrils of pitch-black energy, exuding a potent scent of death, surged forth from the rift, like demonic vines breaking through the earth. These energy tendrils did not lash out indiscriminately. Rather, they bore a singular purpose, swiftly coiling around all present. Be careful, Lin Feng bellowed, unleashing a barrage from his twin Uzi firearms in a desperate attempt to sever the tendrils. Yet, those energy tendrils were remarkably resilient and alarmingly swift. Zhao Gang and the others barely had time to let out a cry before the tendrils ensnared them, rendering them immobile. A formidable, irresistible pulling force emanated from the tendrils. Brother Feng, help me. The monkey cried out in despair. Lin Feng's own situation was equally dire as several of the thickest energy tendrils coiled around his body like maggots burrowing into flesh. These tendrils were not corporeal. The bullets and chain lightning from the Uzi struck them like raindrops on the ocean, failing to inflict any meaningful damage. Their objective appeared to be Lin Feng's very soul. An icy, violent will, imbued with an insatiable hunger for consumption, surged through the tendrils, flooding Lin Feng's consciousness. Warning. High-level spectral lord's mental control detected. Conducting willpower assessment. Willpower assessment failed. You have been subjected to the spectral enslavement effect. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, and his consciousness momentarily blurred. His body seemed to slip from his control. The terrifying will from the depths of the rift was forcibly commandeering his movements, dragging him toward the unknown abyss. No, Lin Feng let out a defiant roar, attempting to resist, but the mental force was overwhelming, far beyond his current capacity to withstand. He watched helplessly as he and Zhao Gang, like moths ensnared in a web, were inexorably pulled by the shadowy tendrils towards the ever-expanding rift, which emanated an aura of unfathomable terror. On the other side of the rift, a world filled with colossal bones and crimson luminescence loomed ominously. The abyss of bones. This final thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Cold, deadly silence. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled upon a hard, rough surface. The air was thick with an overpowering stench of blood, decay, and an ancient grudge emanating from the depths of the soul. Struggling to open his eyes, he was greeted by a sky of deep crimson. No, it was not a sky. It was a dense, viscous dome of energy, seemingly composed of endless coagulated blood, exuding an oppressive aura that sent chills through him. Beneath this dome lay an expansive, terrifying land formed from heaps of gigantic bones. These bones were grotesquely contorted, none belonging to humans. Some loomed like mountains, with a single rib taller than Lin Feng himself. Others were adorned with sharp spikes and barbs, radiating a chilling malice. This place felt like the graveyard of ancient behemoths. Chapter 136. The Abyss of Bones. Each skeletal remains was ensnared by visible tendrils of black resentment, coalescing into indistinct phantoms that emitted silent roars. The furious energy whipped through this land of bones like a raging tempest. This was indeed the Abyss of Bones, a realm of despair and horror, surpassing even the city of the dead. Coughing violently, Lin Feng struggled to sit up. He felt the effects of the spectral enslavement dissipate, the will that had controlled his body retreating. Clearly, after dragging them here, the high-level spectral lord had yet to take further action. Zhao Gang. Monkey. How are you? Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted several familiar figures not far away. Zhao Gang, the monkey, and 3 other core members of Dawn lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Lin Feng hurried to check on them. Fortunately, they were still breathing, albeit in a deep coma. Lin Feng roused them one by one. Brother Feng, where are we? Zhao Gang groggily awakened, his voice trembling as he took in the horrific scene around him. This must be the abyss of bones described in the diary, Lin Feng thought. His expression grave. They had indeed been dragged into this legendary forbidden land. A roar filled with ferocity and hunger erupted from behind a nearby hill of bones. Moments later, several formidable figures appeared in their line of sight. These were even more powerful specters and bone creatures forged from bones and resentment. Their levels were at least LV-25 or higher. An unprecedented life and death crisis had descended upon them. Beneath the crimson energy dome, the abyss of bones lay vast and lifeless. The air was thick with resentment and raging energy, as if it sought to shred all living beings into oblivion. The LV-25 entities, having noticed Lin Feng's group of unwelcome guests, were now approaching. Leading them was an exceptionally large skeletal guardian, towering nearly 3 meters high. Constructed entirely from the bones of a colossal beast, it bore joints ablaze with ghostly blue flames and wielded a fearsome spear fashioned from vertebrae. Its hollow eye sockets glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Trailing behind were 2 slightly smaller, yet equally ferocious skeletal hounds, along with 3 elite wraiths. Their forms nearly fully corporeal, radiating intense resentment. This assembly was enough to instill dread in any player team below LV-20. Brother Feng, how do we fight this? Zhao Gang and the others gazed at the skeletal guardian, resembling a miniature boss, and the menacing creatures behind it, their faces paling to a ghostly white. Though they considered themselves elite within the city of the dead, facing such a level and menacing force left them devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Retreat. Protect yourselves. Yet in that moment, Lin Feng's eyes sharpened with excitement. LV-25 monsters. This was an extraordinary opportunity for him. The battle blood that had lain dormant for over 20 days surged within him, boiling to the surface. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed a thunderous roar from his twin Uzi firearms. The furious hail of bullets surged forth like 2 enraged fire dragons, raining down upon the most conspicuous skeletal guardian. 100, 95, 105. The skeletal guardian possesses exceedingly high physical defense. The bullets struck against its hardened bones, sending fine bone dust into the air, but the damage was minimal. Clearly, this behemoth's physical defense far exceeded that of the armored marauders and rock guardians encountered earlier. Roaring in fury, the skeletal guardian was enraged by the sudden attack. It let out a deafening roar, its bone spear thrusting forward with alarming force. An invisible shockwave emanated from its epicenter, radiating outward. Bone shock, area damage, accompanied by effects of slow and armor reduction. Zhao Gang and his companions were caught off guard. instantly sent reeling as their health diminished slightly, and they became afflicted with a negative status that lowered their defenses. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He allowed the shockwave to crash upon him. 180. A formidable damage figure materialized above his head. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have sustained 180 points of damage, of which 90 points, has been converted into your permanent health limit. This was even more efficient than the previous low-tier Spectre-S replenishment. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Simultaneously, chain lightning began to unleash its fury. Dazzling silver arcs of electricity leaped frantically between the Bone Guardian, Bone Hounds, and the 3 elite wraiths. 80. Bone Guardian. High lightning resistance. 120. Bone Hound. Average lightning resistance. 150. Elite Wraith. Fear of lightning. Chain lightning proved exceptionally effective against such a dense horde of monsters, particularly the 3 elite wraiths, who emitted chilling shrieks under the onslaught of lightning. Their surface resentment crackled ominously, clearly at a disadvantage. Clear the wraiths first. Lin Feng promptly identified his primary targets. These elite wraiths not only possessed low magical resistance, but were also likely to unleash mental attacks or curses, necessitating immediate elimination. He lowered the muzzle of his Uzi slightly, the bullets seemingly guided, grazing the Bone Guardian's body as they accurately struck towards the 3 elite wraiths behind. Chain lightning, akin to a relentless parasite, ricocheted wildly among them. Despite the 3 elite wraiths being at LV-25, they could hardly withstand Lin Feng's monstrous firepower and targeted onslaught for long. In merely a few seconds, amidst their unwilling wails, they transformed into 3 pure strands of soul energy, absorbed by Lin Feng. System notification: you have slain 3 elite wraiths, absorbing a substantial amount of soul energy, significantly enhancing your mental resilience. Lin Feng felt a clarity wash over him, the oppressive sensation stemming from the bone abyss considerably alleviated. Roar! Witnessing his minions being annihilated in an instant, the Bone Guardian was utterly enraged. It charged towards Lin Feng with heavy strides, akin to an out-of-control heavy truck, brandishing its bone spear high, the tip gleaming with a chilling, ghostly blue light. Chapter 137. The Hunting Grounds of the Eternal Blood Cow. A welcome arrival. Lin Feng was not startled, but rather elated. This was the opportunity he had awaited. Faced with the terrifying bone spear capable of piercing steel, Lin Feng advanced rather than retreated. At the moment the spear was about to make contact, he executed a swift, extreme sidestep, just narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. Simultaneously, his dual Uzi, nearly pressed against the ribcage of the Bone Guardian, unleashed a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets, like furious drill bits, plunged mercilessly into the Bone Guardian's body. 195. 105. The close-range onslaught forced the massive form of the Bone Guardian to stagger backward, fissures erupting across its body. Meanwhile, the 2 Bone Hounds seized the opportunity to flank him, their jaws filled with ghastly white fangs snapping towards Lin Feng's arms and legs. 250. 240. The Bone Hounds possessed astonishing attack power. A single bite could drain over 200 points of Lin Feng's health. But damage conversion has been triggered. You have sustained 250 points of damage, of which 125 points, has been converted into your permanent health limit. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have sustained 240 points of damage, of which 120 points, has been converted into your permanent health limit. Lin Feng's health limit surged once more. The health he lost was negligible compared to his overall vitality. Get away from me! Lin Feng roared, violently swinging his Uzi. Bang! Bang! The 2 Bone Hounds, having successfully ambushed him, barely had time to relish their victory before being obliterated by a furious hail of bullets. The battlefield was left with only the battered and retreating Bone Guardian, now riddled with cracks. For the first time, fear flickered in its hollow eye sockets. This level 1 human before it was nothing short of an indestructible monster. It sought to flee, but would Lin Feng grant it that luxury? It's over. Lin Feng's voice resonated like a death sentence. He unleashed the final barrage of his Uzi upon the cracked skull of the Bone Guardian. Crack! Accompanied by a resounding shatter and a thunderous boom. This formidable LV-25 Bone Guardian's massive form crumbled, scattering into a sea of pale bone fragments. System notification: you have slain the Bone Guardian, absorbing a significant amount of soul energy, greatly enhancing your mental resilience. System notification: you have absorbed a substantial quantity of death essence, slightly enhancing your physique. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, savoring the surge of newfound power within him. His health limit, after this intense trial, had successfully surpassed the 900,000 mark, only a step away from achieving the million health threshold. Additionally, his mental resilience had markedly improved, significantly bolstering his resistance against the pervasive malevolent influence of the Bone Abyss. Brother Feng, you are simply too fierce. Zhao Gang and the others gazed at the scattered bones and the seemingly divine Lin Feng, utterly speechless in their astonishment. For the first time, they realized that battles could be fought in such a manner. withstanding a boss's attacks to enhance attributes. This was practically unheard of. This bone abyss is, for me, a veritable paradise. Lin Feng licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He could sense that this domain, steeped in death and resentment, was tailor-made for him. An unyielding tank endowed with damage conversion and regeneration. Onward, let us delve deeper. I am eager to uncover what surprises lie hidden in the depths of the bone abyss. Filled with vigor, Lin Feng led the now reverent Zhao Gang and others deeper into the bone abyss, boldly advancing. A legend belonging to a level 1 blood cow overlord was slowly unfolding in this forsaken land of death. The vastness and desolation of the bone abyss surpassed Lin Feng's wildest imagination. They journeyed deeper, encountering an array of increasingly formidable skeletal monstrosities and high-tier specters along the way. Towering over 5 meters, wielding colossal bone scythes capable of unleashing area damage through soul harvesting was the Bone Reaper. Hordes of undaunted bone soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, and the Wraith Mages, capable of short-range teleportation, unleashing potent psychic shocks, even temporarily stripping players of their senses. These creatures were all at least LV-28, with some elite beings reaching LV-30. Each one would incite widespread panic in the city of the dead. Yet, before Lin Feng, the unyielding tank, they became mere elixirs boosting his health limit. Combat. An unending cycle of combat. Lin Feng's dual-use EI scarcely paused. The furious gunfire and leaping chain lightning composed a symphony of death upon the crimson skeletal earth. His health limit skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. 1,000,000. 110,000. 130,000. Zhao Gang and his companions had long since transitioned from initial shock to numbness. They trailed behind Lin Feng, tasked solely with mopping up the remnants of foes left incapacitated by the chain lightning, while simultaneously cheering him on as he reveled in the thrill of being besieged. It was akin to being carried by celestial beings. They had never anticipated that navigating such a perilous forbidden zone could be so effortless and pleasurable. Moreover, they came to a profound realization of just how formidable their companion, Brother Feng, truly was. It transcended mere strength. It was nothing short of a glitch in the fabric of reality. Time slipped away, and when Lin Feng's health limit successfully surpassed 1,500,000, he sensed that his mental resilience had also reached a pivotal threshold. At last, they arrived at the heart of the bone abyss. The scene before them was starkly different from the chaotic accumulation of bones outside. Instead, they beheld a vast, relatively flat basin formed of pitch-black, unknown stones. At the center of this basin stood a horrifying altar, towering 100 meters high, constructed entirely from the skulls of various bizarre creatures. Atop the altar blazed an eternal, unquenchable flame of soul fire, radiating an eerie blue glow. Waves of dense, inescapable ancient resentment and violent energy swirled around the altar, coalescing into a colossal vortex of power. Here, it seemed, lay the very source of strength for the entire bone abyss. Chapter 138, Echoes of the Ancients. The Key to Destiny and the Indomitable Spirit. The terrifying waves of energy made Zhao Gang and the others tremble as they gazed upon the skull altar from afar, their souls quaking, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng's expression grew exceedingly grave. He could sense that an unimaginable terror seemed to slumber upon that altar. Just as they cautiously approached, seeking further clues, the great soul fire atop the altar suddenly flickered violently. Immediately after, an invisible, vast mental shockwave surged forth, sweeping outward like a tsunami. Not good. Retreat. Lin Feng's face paled, and he instantly withdrew. But it was too late. The mental shock was not a direct attack. It was a resonance. A call from the ancient past. Lin Feng felt a dizzying fog envelop his mind, the scene before him warping and shattering. He seemed to plunge into a bizarre, kaleidoscopic time tunnel. Countless fragmented, blurry images flashed rapidly before his eyes. He beheld a world starkly different from the present. A vibrant planet, brimming with fantastical colors. Towering trees pierced the clouds. Enormous, peculiar creatures galloped across vast grasslands. Indigenous beings, imbued with mysterious powers, had established a magnificent civilization. They revered nature, honored life, and coexisted harmoniously with the world around them. Yet, disaster arrived without warning. A cold, emotionless will enveloped the entire planet. The New Age system activated. All life forms began to be digitized. The countdown to world reset commenced. The familiar sound of the system prompt echoed. Yet it proclaimed in an even more ancient and authoritative tone. What followed was an unending cycle of slaughter and annihilation. Figures clad in standardized black armor, wielding energy weapons, and bearing robotic expressions emerged in every corner of this world. They were the merciless enforcers, harvesting the lives of the indigenous people and collecting their souls. The natives rose in defiance. Lin Feng witnessed powerful warriors among them, akin to gods and demons, burning their own lives and souls to engage in brutal combat against these enforcers. The skies were torn asunder. The earth wailed. Countless indigenous warriors fought valiantly, yet ultimately could not escape the fate of annihilation. Their indomitable wills, their endless resentment, seemed to merge with the mysterious energy of the land as they faced death, transforming into the primordial ghosts. Meanwhile, the remains of those fallen warriors were drawn together by some unseen force, forming this very bone abyss. Echoes of the ancients. Lin Feng's spirit was profoundly shaken. Was this the lament of a bygone civilization consumed by the overseer? He felt as if he had personally experienced the fierce and tragic battle of that apocalyptic war. Time slipped away once more, and the illusions before him gradually dissipated. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, finding himself still before the skull altar. Zhao Gang and the others also emerged from their stupor, their faces pale, their eyes filled with fear and dawning realization. Evidently, they too had witnessed those fragmented echoes of the past. So we are not the first victims. Zhao Gang's voice was laced with bitterness and sorrow. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon an unassuming stone tablet before the altar. It appeared that something had quietly emerged after the echoes of the past faded. He stepped forward and brushed away the dust from the tablet. In the center of the tablet lay two items. One was a fragment of a key, no larger than a fingernail, entirely black and riddled with cracks. It emitted a faint spatial fluctuation, as if connecting to some unknown dimension. Key to the rift, fragment, a broken key, seemingly crucial for unlocking a special door. It contains a faint spatial power. The key to the rift. Lin Feng's heart raced. This was indeed the key foretold in the indigenous diary. The one that could open the door between life and death. He carefully pocketed the key fragment. The other item was a fist-sized, peculiar crystal radiating a warm white light. Within the crystal, countless stars seemed to swirl, imbued with boundless vitality and an indomitable spirit. Heart of the Indomitable. An energy crystal containing the powerful life force and unwavering spirit of ancient warriors. Upon use, it greatly enhances the speed of life recovery. Special effect. Restores 10 of maximum life per second after exiting combat. Heart of the Indomitable. Lin Feng's breath quickened, recovering 10 of maximum life every second. This was nothing short of a divine skill. Though it only activated after exiting combat, combined with his current terrifying health of 1,500,000. It was akin to possessing an immortal body. Without hesitation, he removed the Heart of the Indomitable from the tablet and chose to use it immediately. A torrent of immense and warm energy surged into his limbs and bones. He felt as though his vitality had been sublimated at that moment. Just then, lines of blurred, ancient runic script re-emerged on the tablet, conveying fragmented information. The bestower of divine gifts is not a creation of the system. It is a variable beyond the cycle. The enemy of the overseer or the pawn of the overseer. The only hope to break the fate. At this point, the information was abruptly cut off. Lin Feng gazed at the incomplete text, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The bestower of divine gifts. Indeed, his identity was intricately linked to the overseer and the cycle of this world. He was the variable, the hope, yet he could also be a pawn. Regardless, my fate is mine to command. Lin Feng grasped the key to the rift fragment tightly, a resolute light igniting in his eyes. Be it the overseer or the cycle, I, Lin Feng, shall shatter it all. I will return to the realm of the living. I will exact vengeance upon those who betrayed and mocked me. He understood that the path out of this land of the dead was slowly unfurling before him. Chapter 139. The Eruption of the Phantom Tide. The crisis at dawn. The core area of the bone abyss lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Lin Feng tightly grasped the frigid fragment of the key of the rift and the still warm heart of the resilient, feeling the surging vitality raging within him. His heart brimming with an unprecedented fervor. A staggering life value cap of 1,500,000. A terrifying effect that restores 10 maximum life points per second after leaving combat. Coupled with this mysterious key that seemingly holds the power to unlock the path of return. The hope of escaping this wretched place and exacting vengeance upon those treacherous traitors, Anya and Alai, was now tantalizingly close. Yet, just as Lin Feng reveled in this surge of power, ready to lead Zhao Gang and the others back along their original path to regroup, the entire forgotten land trembled violently without warning. This tremor was far more terrifying and despairing than when they had been drawn into the abyss. A soul-rending, terrifying shriek, as if capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the heavens, erupted suddenly from the distant city of the dead. The sound was laden with boundless malice, hunger, and madness. Resonating with this shriek was the entire bone abyss. The billions of colossal beast skeletons within the basin seemed to come alive at that moment, quaking in unison and emitting mournful cries. The swirling energy vortex surrounding the skull altar surged like a lake disturbed by a boulder, unleashing towering waves. This is not good. Something is amiss. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly looked towards the direction of the city of the dead. He could distinctly sense that the soul energy there was escalating at a geometric rate. Waves of dense, inescapable silence and resentment, akin to a black flood breaching its dam, were frantically spreading across the entire forgotten land, just as foretold in that ancient diary. As the number of death players reached a critical threshold, the slumbering ghost legion awakened. Meanwhile, in the city of the dead, It had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The earth trembled with a resounding roar, as deep, terrifying fissures cracked open in the hard black rock ground. The base of the Tower of Rebirth, once regarded as a beacon of hope by countless deceased, had now become the source of calamity. Countless tendrils of pitch-black resentment erupted from the tower's base like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the heavens and shrouding the skies above the city of the dead in darkness. Ah, help! What in the world is that? Run! Flee! Panic-stricken screams echoed through every corner of the city. Countless indistinct, translucent low-tier specters surged forth like a tide from the fissures in the ground and from within the tower, shrieking as they frantically lunged at the terrified players. Players who were possessed would instantly emit a heart-wrenching scream, their bodies visibly withering and shriveling, drained of life force within mere seconds, transforming into soulless husks that dissipated into motes of light. This was merely an appetizer. The true horror lay in the more formidable high-tier specters that surged forth from the depths of the Tower of Rebirth. They varied in form, with levels of at least LV30 and above. Some specters had fully solidified bodies, clad in tattered ancient armor, wielding ghostly swords forged from resentment. Resembling death knights returned from the underworld. Others floated like twisted shadows in the air, capable of unleashing wide-ranging mental shockwaves that would plunge affected players into confusion, fear, or even shatter their very souls. Moreover, there existed colossal ghost amalgamations, formed from hundreds or thousands of vengeful spirits, resembling mobile fortresses of resentment, devouring everything in their path. Whether structures or players, with the corrupting aura of curses, their singular goal was to consume the life force of all the deceased. The entire city of the dead, under the onslaught of this ghostly tide, was teetering on the brink of collapse. The Dawn Guild, as the last bastion of order within the city, bore the weight of this dire situation at the forefront. Hold fast. Everyone, hold your ground. For Brother Foam. For ourselves. We absolutely cannot retreat. In the vast plaza before the Tower of Rebirth, Zhao Gang, drenched in blood, wielded his long blade, roaring hoarsely. Behind him stood thousands of Dawn Guild members, utilizing the plaza's structures to form a fragile line of defense, desperately resisting the tide of ghostly forces. Yet, the disparity in power was insurmountable. The low-tier specters were manageable, as the combined efforts of the newly joined high-level players from the Dawn Guild could barely fend them off. However, the high-tier specters above LV30 were nigh insurmountable nightmares. Boom. A LV32 specter swung its colossal claw, akin to a battering ram, crashing down upon the shield warriors of the Dawn Guild. Thud. The first few shield warriors, all above LV15, were instantly struck down, spewing blood as they were sent flying. Their finely crafted shields shattered as if made of paper. Before they could even scream, they were engulfed by the subsequent surge of specters. The defense line was abruptly breached. Damn it! Block the gap. Quickly! The monkey's eyes widened in desperation as he led a team of agile players forward, attempting to distract the Spectre Tyrant with agile strikes. But the Spectre Tyrant suddenly opened its gaping maw and unleashed an invisible mental roar. Buzz! The monkey and his comrades felt as though their brains were pierced by 1,000 steel needles, plunging them into a dizzying stupor lasting several seconds. It's over. The monkey thought, his heart sinking, as he saw the Spectre Tyrant's claws descending to shred them apart. A figure, ancient yet resolute, suddenly appeared before them. It was Wang Jianlin. Recently arrived in this realm after his death, he had risen to become a squad leader of the Dawn Guild, thanks to his exceptional combat instincts and high level. Get away, you beast! Wang Jianlin bellowed, channeling all his strength into the war hammer in his hands, striking fiercely at the knee of the Spectre Tyrant. Crash! A tremendous sound erupted, sparks flying. Wang Jinlin's full-force attack at LV16 merely left a shallow white mark on the Spectre Tyrant's leg. Roar! The Spectre Tyrant, in pain, furiously lowered its head, its blood-red gaze fixating on the tiny ant that was Wang Jinlin. Its massive claws, exuding a sense of annihilation, descended upon Wang Jinlin. Wang Jinlin! Get out of the way! The monkey, regaining his senses, cried out in despair. But it was too late. He closed his eyes, preparing to embrace death. Touch my people. And you dare. In that moment of utter despair, a voice, chilling to the bone and brimming with murderous intent, roared like thunder from the heavens, reverberating across the battlefield. This voice seemed to possess a magical power that commanded the very essence of existence. The Spectre Tyrant, poised to strike, suddenly froze, a glimmer of fear emanating from the depths of its hollow eyes. All specters engaged in battle momentarily halted in their tracks. Meanwhile, the members of the Dawn Guild, upon hearing that familiar voice, felt their despairing expressions instantly replaced by ecstasy and exhilaration. It's Brother Feng. Brother Feng has returned. They turned abruptly to see a figure, as if teleporting, silently appear before Wang Jianlin. He stood tall and imposing, his countenance stern, with eyes ablaze with a wrath capable of igniting the very sky. In his hands, he wielded two legendary UZI submachine guns, shimmering with a dark golden hue, exuding an unsettling aura of death. It was Lin Feng. He had returned as the king. Chapter 140. The Wrath of the Blood Cow, the Divine Might Revealed. Xiaofeng. Wang Jianlin stood transfixed, gazing at the young figure before him, akin to a deity descended from the heavens, blocking his path. For a moment, he could scarcely believe his eyes. That familiar, reassuring aura, that overbearing presence which regarded the world with disdain, there was no mistaking it. It was Lin Feng. He had truly returned. Jianlin, you have worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Lin Feng did not turn around. His voice was calm, yet imbued with a power capable of quelling any storm. He slowly raised his head, his cold eyes, ablaze with fury, locked onto the LV-32 Phantom Tyrant, which had momentarily frozen in shock at his arrival. Beast, you shall perish. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Feng sprang into action. There was no superfluous chatter, no elaborate moves. He charged at the massive Phantom Tyrant like a primordial beast whose scales had been touched, employing the most primal, violent, and unreasonable method of assault. Bang, 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 bang. The roar of the Grim Reaper reverberated through the skies once more. At that instant, the twin Storm Uzi's barrels erupted with unparalleled brilliance. The bullets, akin to two furious dragons forged from steel and flame, hurtled towards the Titan of Shadows with a speed too swift for the eye to perceive. Thud, 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 thud. 100, 98, 102. The damage numbers cascaded down from the Phantom Tyrant's head like a torrential waterfall. Its resilient exterior, capable of withstanding the full force of an ordinary LV-16 player, crumbled before Lin Feng's terrifying assault, as fragile as tofu. Roar. The Phantom Tyrant emitted a pained and furious roar. Its claws, akin to small mountains, struck down upon Lin Feng with ferocity. Be careful, Feng Ge. Zhao Gang and the others cried out in alarm. Yet, Lin Feng remained unyielding, allowing the colossal claw, capable of splitting mountains, to crash down upon him. Boom! With a resounding thud, Lin Feng's body swayed slightly, but remained steadfast like a mountain. 350. An astonishing damage number appeared above him. However, damage conversion has been triggered. You have received 350 points of damage, of which 50, 175 points, have been converted into your permanent health limit. 20, 20, 20. Regeneration effect. Lin Feng's health bar, nearly plummeting, was instantaneously restored to full by the powerful effect of regeneration. Meanwhile, his health limit surged once more beneath this blow. What? The Phantom Tyrant, with its limited intelligence, was utterly confounded. It could not comprehend why its strike, capable of annihilating any elite of equal rank, inflicted no pain upon this insignificant human, and even seemed to strengthen him further. Too weak. Lin Feng shook his head, disappointment evident in his gaze. You think you can kill me with such feeble strength? The flames of vengeance in his hands grew even more ferocious. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Dazzling chain lightning leapt like a frenzied silver serpent between the Phantom Tyrant and the low-level specters surrounding it. 80, 150, 150. Swathes of low-level specters, caught in the deluge of chain lightning, turned to ash before they could even let out a cry of despair. In mere seconds, the once mighty LV-32 Phantom Tyrant was forced to retreat under Lin Feng's unreasonable onslaught, its massive form riddled with bullet holes, its malevolence dissipating rapidly. Ultimately, with a cry filled with reluctance and despair, its colossal body exploded, and it had done so while enduring the boss's attacks, standing still and forcing it to its demise. This scene shattered the worldview of everyone present, whether members of the Dawn Guild or the frantically attacking specters. All were left frozen in place as if struck by a spell. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All gazes converged upon the solitary figure, standing triumphantly amidst the sea of corpses and blood. That figure, seemingly only at level 1, emanated an oppressive aura far more terrifying and suffocating than any high-ranking specter. Feng Ge is amazing. It was unclear who first broke free from the shock, but a voice, filled with fervor, erupted into a frenzied cheer. In the next moment, Feng Ge is amazing. Feng Ge is invincible. A tsunami of cheers erupted from the ranks of the Dawn Guild. They regarded Lin Feng as though he were a deity walking among mortals. All fear, despair, and unease evaporated in an instant. As long as he was present, they feared nothing, even if the sky were to collapse. What are you waiting for? Lin Feng's voice, cold and calm, resonated clearly in every ear. Kill. One word ignited the flames of battle in the hearts of all Dawn members. Kill. They roared, howling as they followed Lin Feng's lead, mounting a desperate counterattack against the still boundless tide of specters. Lin Feng was like the sharpest dagger thrust into the heart of the specter army. He alone was a veritable army. Where he tread, gunfire and lightning intertwined, and no specter could withstand even a second of his onslaught. Swathes of specters turned to ash before him. He withstood the concentrated fire of all high-ranking specters, his health limit soaring amidst the battle. 1, 600, 000. 1, 700, 000. 1, 800,000. He grew ever bolder, more frenzied in his slaughter. He seemed to transform into a harbinger of thunder and death, executing an unprecedented personal massacre in this realm of the dead. The high-ranking specters finally recognized the terror of this human. They emitted shrieks filled with fear and rage, launching a reckless assault upon Lin Feng. The core of the battlefield shifted in an instant. What had begun as a ghostly tide overtaking the city morphed into a siege aimed solely at Lin Feng. Dozens of high-ranking specters, each above LV-30, surged from all directions, completely encircling Lin Feng. Mental shock, cursed spirit energy, phantom claws, grievance bombs. A deluge of attacks once more engulfed Lin Feng. Yet, he maintained that air of nonchalance. He did not even bother to move, standing firm as the assaults rained down upon him, raising his Uzi to continue his efficient and elegant slaughter. At that moment, a presence more terrifying and sinister than the phantom tyrant suddenly descended from behind the specter army. The temperature of the entire battlefield plummeted once more. All specters appeared to receive some command, retreating en masse to create a passage. At the end of the specter army, a figure towering over 5 meters, draped in a cloak woven from countless wailing souls, brandishing a gigantic scythe, exuding a dreadful aura of death, began to emerge from the shadows. Its form was nearing complete corporealization. Beneath the cloak was a face twisted and grotesque, composed entirely of pure malice. In its hollow eye sockets burned 2 orbs of ghostly violet flame, as if capable of consuming all. Its level sent a shiver through Lin Feng. LV-35, Spectre Commander. This was the true commander of the ghostly tide. Upon its emergence, it fixed its cold, emotionless gaze squarely upon Lin Feng. In the next moment, buzz! A terrifying psychic shockwave, potent enough to rend the very heavens, erupted suddenly from its epicenter. This was its most formidable area attack, Leader's Howl. Its power was more than tenfold that of the previous spectral tyrant. All members of Dawn, present in the square, were like leaves caught in a tempest, instantly battered into submission, blood streaming from their orifices, their spirits crushed and stripped of their combat prowess. Even Zhao Gang and Wang Jianlin, masters above level 16, could only emit a muffled groan, their faces as pale as parchment. Only Lin Feng remained steadfast, an immovable mountain standing resolutely at the eye of the storm. He would confront this terrifying existence, akin to a god or demon, alone. Chapter 141, Confronting the Leader. The immortal legend, Lord of Dawn, the Leader's Howl, capable of instantly incapacitating thousands of players, struck Lin Feng with the force of an invisible tempest. Buzz! Lin Feng felt as though his very soul had been seized by an unseen hand and thrown into a meat grinder, spinning wildly. Excruciating pain. An unprecedented agony. Warning. You have been struck by the Leader's Howl attack from the LV-35 Spectral Leader. Your psyche has sustained a severe shock. Willpower assessment in progress. Willpower assessment failed. You will enter a 3-second state of mental daze. All attributes reduced by 20. Duration, 30 seconds. 8,000. An alarming 5-digit damage number floated above Lin Feng's head. This single blow had decimated nearly 10,000 of his health points. Such a formidable psychic attack. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had suffered such a profound injury since arriving in this world. The deep, soul-piercing pain elicited a muffled groan from him. However, that was all it would amount to. A 3-second mental daze? A 20-point reduction in all attributes? In the face of his overwhelming health and extraordinary regeneration capabilities, these negative states appeared utterly feeble. 8,000 damage was but a drop in the ocean compared to his immense health pool of 180,000. The next moment, 20. The regeneration attribute continued to diligently work, steadily restoring his health. What truly rendered the spectral leader utterly dumbfounded was the subsequent system notification. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have taken 8,000 damage, of which 50 for 1,000 points has been converted into your permanent health capacity. Indeed, the spectral leader's devastating strike not only failed to pose a substantial threat to Lin Feng, but inadvertently increased his health capacity by 4,000 points. Was that all it took? Lin Feng swiftly recovered from the 3 seconds of daze, shaking his head to dispel the discomfort, then raised his gaze to meet the spectral leader's bewildered and perplexed violet eyes, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The warm-up was over. Before the words had left his lips, Lin Feng sprang into action. This time, he did not remain stationary. The ground beneath his feet erupted violently. He launched himself like a cannonball, charging furiously toward the LV-35 spectral leader. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire roared once more. Yet this time, the gunfire was entirely different. Each bullet that was discharged seemed imbued with Lin Feng's indomitable will and seething fury. The gunfire transformed from mere physical thunder into a rhythm embodying the spirit of a gun god. Indeed, though he had lost his class and could not utilize the skill, Holy Gun Baptism, the combat spirit of the gun god, his profound understanding of trajectory, rhythm, and slaughter had long since merged with his very soul. He channeled this spirit into his fated weapon, the Twin Storm Uzii, unleashing a battle that was uniquely Lin Feng's own, holy, pseudo, gun god baptism. Puff, 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 puff. 150, 148, 152. The chain lightning damage to the leader was once again diminished, yet the base physical damage remained terrifying. The bullets, infused with the fury of thunder, rained down upon the spectral leader's semi-corporeal form from a cunning and lethal angle. Even the spectral leader's formidable LV-35 defenses and magical resistance were forced to yield under the tempestuous onslaught, bursts of resentment erupting from its body. Roar! The spectral leader was thoroughly enraged. It had not anticipated that this mere level 1 human would dare to launch an offensive against it. It roared, swinging its massive bone scythe, enveloped in an ethereal violet flame, radiating the essence of annihilating all life, as it swept toward Lin Feng. Soul Harvest. This was yet another of its devastating area attacks. Lin Feng showed no inclination to evade. He intended to absorb this blow. He sought to make this haughty spectral leader experience the humiliation of being vanquished in utter despair. Boom. As the scythe swept past, another astounding damage number erupted from Lin Feng. 12,000. Damage conversion has been triggered. You have taken 12,000 damage, of which 56,000 points has been converted into your permanent health capacity. Lin Feng's health capacity surged once more, now nearing the 200,000 mark. Haha, what a thrill. Bring it on. Lin Feng laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing with boundless madness and delight. He braced himself against the scythe's strike. The muzzle of his Uzii nearly pressed against the spectral leader's face. Die, you fool. With increased ferocity, intensity, and lethality, a barrage of bullets erupted like a volcanic eruption, crashing into the spectral leader's visage, comprised solely of pure resentment. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds reminiscent of shattering glass resonated from within the spectral leader's body. Its corporeal form began to fracture visibly. The violet flames in its eyes flickered violently, wavering uncertainly. It was afraid. It was genuinely afraid. This human before it was not a being it could comprehend. He was an unkillable monstrosity, growing stronger with each blow. A demon clad in human skin. It sought to flee. The pride and dignity of its status as a leader crumbled before the absolute reality of its dwindling health. It turned to escape this battlefield that filled it with terror. Now you wish to run? Too late. Lin Feng's cold voice, like the final decree of death, echoed in its ears. He surged forward, his form akin to a wraith, closing the distance to the spectral leader's back in an instant. He pressed the muzzle of the Twin Storm Uzii firmly against the region housing the leader's energy core. Allow me to present you with a grand fireworks display. Boom. The final hail of bullets erupted forth. The spectral leader's massive form trembled violently, akin to a detonated powder keg. Following that, a blinding, resplendent violet light erupted from its core. Within the radiance, its unwilling, fear-laden wails echoed to the heavens. And then, it exploded, transforming into a myriad of dancing, pure soul energy orbs. The LV-35 spectral leader had perished. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the battlefield. As if the pause button had been pressed, all the struggling specters stood motionless, akin to puppets bereft of their puppeteer, lost in a daze. All members of the Dawn Guild gazed upon the figure that floated serenely in midair, bathed in a cascade of soul energy like deities, their eyes brimming with fervor and reverence. Lin Feng gradually descended to the ground, feeling the surge of vitality and mental strength swelling within him once more. He slowly raised his twin storm, aiming it at the ghostly army, which had entirely lost its will to fight. It was time to cleanse the battlefield. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a death knell, heralding the end for all the specters. With the demise of their leader, the tide of the ghostly onslaught crumbled completely. Lin Feng stood like an indomitable pillar, leading the remnants of the Dawn Guild in a counteroffensive that swept away the first wave of terrifying phantoms. Following this battle, Lin Feng's prestige in the land of the deceased reached unprecedented heights. He was no longer merely the president of Dawn, but rather revered by all surviving souls as the Lord of Dawn. Chapter 142, Resurrection Tournament. The final journey. With the ghostly tide temporarily repelled, a thunderous cheer erupted from the members of the Dawn Guild in front of the Tower of Rebirth. Lin Feng, the Lord of Dawn, held a divine status in their hearts. However, there was no trace of joy upon Lin Feng's visage. He gazed at the now silent city of the dead, then glanced at the fragment of the key to the boundary in his hand, which emitted a faint spatial fluctuation. The yearning to return intensified within him. He had no time to reign over this realm. The countdown to the world's annihilation, a mere 30 days, loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. He entrusted all affairs of the Dawn Guild to Zhao Gang and Wang Jianlin and handed over the heart of the unyielding he obtained from the Abyss of Bones to Wang Jianlin to bolster the guild's elite combat capabilities. Having completed these tasks, he ventured alone towards the all-consuming black vortex once more. Brother Feng, Zhao Gang and the other's eyes brimmed with tears. I will return. Lin Feng did not look back. leaving them with a resolute silhouette as he stepped into the portal of the resurrection tournament. This time, the vortex recognized his identity as a divine bestower. As the world spun, when Lin Feng reopened his eyes, he found himself in an arena composed of numerous floating stone platforms. Welcome to the Ultimate Resurrection Tournament. Participant Lin Feng detected identity, divine bestower, trial difficulty adjusted to mythical level. Trial objective, defeat all opponents and become the ultimate victor. The cold voice of the system echoed, and soon, powerful figures began to materialize from all directions of the arena. Among them were LV-20 berserkers wielding colossal swords, LV-25 archmages chanting forbidden spells, and even a massive LV-40 dragon phantom exuding an aura of ancient times. This was the true essence of mythical level difficulty. However, Lin Feng merely cast a cold glance at them and slowly raised his twin storm Uzi. Come at me all at once. I'm pressed for time. Combat erupted instantaneously. Faced with the mythical level trial, Lin Feng showcased overwhelming prowess. His staggering 2 million health points rendered him immune to any attack. Whether it was the berserker's charge, the archmage's meteor spell, or even the dragon's breath, each assault felt like a mere tickle, causing his health to swell even further. Alone, with his twin guns, he was an entire army. Gunfire and lightning resonated in the arena, composing a grand symphony uniquely his own. Half an hour later, as Lin Feng crushed the head of the LV-40 dragon phantom beneath his foot, he stood alone in the arena, the only figure remaining. Congratulations. You have passed the mythical level trial and achieved ultimate victory. You have earned the right to return to the realm of the living. A dazzling beam of white light descended from above, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. He felt his body growing lighter. The deathly stillness and constraints of the land of the deceased swiftly dissipating. On you lie. I have returned. Lin Feng closed his eyes amidst the endless brilliance. Epilogue. Xiao Feng, wake up. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for the college entrance exams. A familiar and anxious voice rang in his ears. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Before him was the familiar ceiling of his room, the air tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant. He sat up slowly, realizing he was lying in bed, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown. Mom. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged woman beside his bed. Her face etched with concern, and hoarsely called out. Finally awake. His mother's eyes glistened with tears as she reached out to touch his forehead. You fell while playing soccer yesterday, and were unconscious for an entire day. You scared me to death. The doctor said you have a mild concussion and need to rest. But today is the last day of the college entrance exams. Soccer? Concussion? College entrance exams. Lin Feng's mind went blank, and he instinctively glanced at the calendar on the bedside. There, in bright red ink, was circled an eye-catching date, June 8th. He had missed the most crucial examination of his life due to an unexpected fainting spell. The so-called New Century, the so-called Zombie Apocalypse, the so-called City of Hope, the so-called Land of the Dead, all those thrilling battles and life-and-death trials had merely been an absurd and protracted dream. Lin Feng sat in bed, dazed, as the sunlight outside shone brightly and warmly, accompanied by the familiar sounds of the campus broadcast in the distance. Everything felt so tranquil and real. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to support, and we shall meet in the next story.